a young man in his 20s, embodying the essence of lethargy and apathy, unexpectedly traverses into the world of ninjas due to certain uncontrollable forces, becoming the last descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Astonishingly, at the tender age of 7, he discovers that one of his companions from the clan is none other than Uzumaki Kushina. From this moment forward, the wheels of destiny begin to turn. Kushina is no longer a host for the tailed beast. The dreaded Knight of the Nine Tails will not unfold. A host can indeed lead a fulfilling life. Asterisk, asterisk, chapter 1. Is this still our homeland? Asterisk, asterisk. Lord Sarutobi, we have received urgent intelligence from the land of waves. The village of Uzumaki has been attacked. Shall we send a rescue team? The bespectacled man inquired solemnly, gazing at the middle-aged man seated before him. Rescue? How will we go about that? Who will we send? Ever since Master Tobarama's passing, Konoha has been besieged by both internal and external turmoil. Even Mirai has fallen in battle, and Danzo is no longer with us. We have only just managed to heal the wounds inflicted by the Great Ninja War, stabilizing Konoha for the time being. There is no one left to send for rescue. You? Or do you wish to ignite a second Great Ninja War? A middle-aged woman beside the bespectacled man interjected, frowning as she scolded him. Ian, you are being naive. Even the Sunin ninja, that Sandman, has taken to the battlefield alongside his comrades. Unless all four of us go to the rescue, it is utterly impossible to safeguard the village of Uzumaki. Moreover, we cannot leave our own defenses vulnerable for the sake of a single ally, especially with the other four great nations watching us like vultures. At that moment, a man, his head swathed in bandages that obscured his right eye, spoke in a low, gravelly voice. Are we to simply abandon the village of Uzumaki? That is Lord Mitos. A chubby man hesitated. Silence. Konoha belongs to all of us. It is not the domain of any one individual. We must consider everything from Konoha's perspective. Dispatching a large force or a multitude of elite ninjas for a rescue is simply out of the question. The bandaged man interrupted, cutting off the chubby man. Sigh. Sarutobi, do you share this sentiment? A member of the Akimichi clan, Akimichi Choji, understood that the decision had already been made, yet he felt a lingering sense of unease. He feared that their decision to forsake an ally might someday lead to their own betrayal. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent for a considerable time, his gaze shifting between the faces of his three companions. Finally, he set down his pipe and exhaled a plume of smoke. Danzo said, "We cannot save the village of Uzumaki. I have also conferred with Lord Mito. She understands our predicament. Choji, we need not discuss rescue any further. I will deploy all available Umbu to assist the surviving members of the Uzumaki clan. Let this matter rest." Observing the helpless and despondent expression on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, Akimichi Choji felt a sense of resignation. Indeed, he is a man known as the hero of the Shinobi. If there were any other choice, who would willingly watch their ally perish, condemning their kin to a life of turmoil? Akimichi Choji released his tightly clenched fists, which had turned white from his grip, and left the Hokage's office with a heavy heart. Stepping out of the Hokage building, he glanced towards the Senju clan's territory, then turned to the east, letting out a long sigh of disappointment as he departed. Kushina, Kushina, are you all right? Chin Lu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, accompanied by the anxious calls of a girl, her voice trembling, possibly from sorrow, as her eyes brimmed with tears. Was it just taking out the trash? How could this happen? Am I dead? Is this a journey to the underworld? And why does the Grim Reaper sound like a little girl? Struggling to open his eyes, Chin Lu beheld a girl with disheveled red hair. Worry etched across her face as she gazed at him. I'm fine. Despite his confusion, Chin Lu instinctively responded. Thank goodness. You're awake. Just now, when you were blasted away by the explosive tag attached to the kunai, I was terrified. The girl spoke as she carefully helped Chin Lu sit up. It was then that he realized he was in a chaotic battlefield, surrounded by cries of battle and weeping. Corpses lay sprawled across the ground, the earth soaked in crimson. Where is this? What kind of luck brought me here? Is this still our homeland? What is happening? Chin Lu asked in terror. Tears streamed down the girl's face again as she replied, The village of Uzumaki has been attacked. Everyone is dead. Chin Li's heart sank as memories of the earlier events flooded back. Suddenly, an enemy charged towards them, and the girl shouted, Watch out. Chin Lu instinctively sought to resist, only to find his body unresponsive. Family. Who understands this? I traversed here and now face the annihilation of my clan, utterly powerless. Just as the enemy's blade was about to descend upon them, a figure appeared, blocking their path. Golden chains erupted from behind him, swiftly impaling the enemy, blood splattering onto the three, enhancing the vivid hue of their red hair. As Qin Lu looked up, fear gripped him, yet a flicker of hope ignited within him, for he recognized this man as the leader of the village of Uzumaki, the current head of the Uzumaki clan, his uncle, Uzumaki Renji, uncle/father. Qin Lu and Kushina exclaimed in unison. Uzumaki Renji turned, a glimmer of gratitude and resolve in his eyes. Kushina, take Qin Lu and flee. I will hold them off. Though reluctant, Kushina understood that hesitation was not an option. She nodded firmly, helping Qin Lu to his feet, and they began to run. However, the enemy was numerous, and they had not traveled far before another wave of foes surrounded them. Kushina shielded Qin Lu behind her and retrieved a training kunai from her ninja gear, gripping it with both hands before her, despite her trembling hands betraying her fear. She was resolute to fight to the death. Ha! The little brat from Uzumaki village can't even wield a proper weapon? How laughable! A ninja in a brown vest and bandage-covered head mocked Kushina. The little girl shows commendable courage, far superior to that coward behind you who dares not resist. Another similarly attired ninja scoffed. Listening to the enemy's taunts, Qin Li's anger boiled over. Finally merging the memories of both his past lives, he recalled that he was now Uzumaki Qin Lu, the most formidable genius of the Uzumaki clan. The very bloodline of the Uzumaki surged within him, calling him to battle. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the discomfort in his body and stepped out from behind Kushina. Don't get too cocky, scum of Suna. I am Uzumaki Qin Lu. Remember this. Qin Lu bellowed, swiftly forming hand seals. The Suna ninjas, momentarily taken aback, erupted into laughter. You think a little brat like you can put up a fight? Yet in the next instant, Qin Lu unleashed a torrent of water toward the enemy. Water release. Water trumpet technique. Faced with the deluge, the Suna ninjas had no choice but to retreat, utilizing body flicker technique to evade the oncoming water. This chaos provided Qin Lu with a fleeting opportunity to escape. Seizing the moment, Qin Lu pulled Kushina forward, and they navigated the tumultuous battlefield, seeking an avenue of escape. Meanwhile, in the distance, Uzumaki Renji and Uzumaki Leijun clashed fiercely with the Sandman and Minzo, golden chains sparkling brilliantly, fighting for the survival of their clan with every ounce of hope they possessed. Chapter 2. This truly is no longer our homeland. The great battle raged for 3 days and nights, during which Shilunai and Kushina evaded the chaos with desperation and fear. The relentless flames of war mercilessly ravaged the village of Uzumaki, each explosion and clash reverberating like a hammer upon their hearts. Shilunai gripped Kushina's hand tightly, her eyes filled with vigilance and determination as they navigated through the ruins, evading the tumult of battle and the enemy's pursuit. As the fires of Uzumaki gradually dimmed, the acrid scent of smoke lingered in the air, and a profound silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the occasional crackle of lingering embers. It was then that they were discovered by the Umbu of Konoha. During this harrowing time, Shilunai had contemplated seizing an opportunity to reclaim the most vital heritage of the Uzumaki clan. Yet, as mere genin, she and Kushina had no chance to approach the sacred hall. The Umbu, donned in purple-gray vests and wearing various animal masks, were unable to conceal their pity and sorrow for the fallen village. Shilunai gazed at these unfamiliar, yet somewhat familiar ninjas of Konoha, her eyes filled with exhaustion and confusion. Kushina, hiding behind Shilunai, wore an expression of terror and bewilderment. Come with us back to Konoha, the leading Umbu spoke softly. Shilunai nodded silently, aware that Uzumaki no longer existed. They had lost their home. Konoha might be their only refuge now. Moreover, it seemed they had little choice. Uzumaki Mito was nearing 60, and Konoha required a new host for the 9 Tails. As members of the same clan, they would be the ideal candidates, and Konoha would not let them escape. Under the escort of the Umbu, Shilunai and Kushina began their journey to Konoha. As they looked back, the once beautiful and tranquil village of Uzumaki lay in ruins. Though the flames had extinguished, the pain remained deeply etched in their hearts. The path ahead was uncertain, yet Shilunai held Kushina's hand tightly, silently vowing to ensure their survival and to restore the glory of the Uzumaki clan. Throughout their journey, Chilunai and Kushina spoke little, silently following the Umbu. The scenery around them changed continuously, yet their hearts remained anchored to the desolation of their homeland. At last, the silhouette of Konoha appeared before them, its towering walls and bustling streets starkly contrasting the devastation of Uzumaki. Upon entering the village, they were brought to the Hokage's office. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, gazed at the two young children before him, their eyes filled with resolve, and felt a wave of emotion. "From this day forth, this shall be your home," he said kindly. "Thank you for sheltering us, and we are grateful for your assistance, Lord Third Hokage." Chilunai and Kushina replied, nodding. Although they longed for their homeland, they understood the necessity of starting anew here. Before traversing dimensions, Chilunai had been a disillusioned youth and a devoted fan of the Hokage. He recognized that Konoha's decision to abandon its allies was both wise and reluctant. There was no reason to blame them, yet now that his own clan had been annihilated, resentment towards Konoha's higher-ups was unavoidable. Even if they merely pretended to mobilize their forces, the enemy would have hesitated, perhaps granting Uzumaki a fleeting chance to breathe. While it might not have altered the village's impending doom, it could have allowed more of their clan to survive. Ultimately, Konoha was unwilling to see the Uzumaki bloodline proliferate throughout the ninja world, fearing the emergence of stable hosts for the tailed beasts in the other four great ninja villages, which would conflict with Konoha's interests. Hiruzen Tsurutobi observed the bowed heads of Chilunai and Kushina, mistaking their silence for mourning over their village's destruction. He gently spoke again. "You shall reside with Mito-sama from now on. She is eager to meet you, that I understand, Lord Hokage," Chilunai replied, pulling Kushina along as they bowed to Hiruzen before following him to the Senju clan's territory. Hiruzen respectfully greeted Uzumaki Mito, who simply nodded and gently embraced the two children, whispering, "My dear children, you have suffered greatly." Her voice was soft yet powerful, instantly calming the anxious hearts of Chilunai and Kushina. Upon first seeing her, Chilunai and Kushina felt enveloped by a formidable and warm aura. Mito, clad in a beautifully archaic robe, had strands of silver amidst her hair, yet her bright eyes reflected wisdom and composure born from the passage of time. A gentle smile graced her face, as if capable of melting away all worldly anxiety and tension. Now held in her embrace, Kushina could no longer suppress her emotions. Intense grief flowed forth with her tears. "Grandma Mito, everyone is gone. Father, mother, uncle, everyone in the village." "Wah!" Mito gazed at the two children in her arms, recalling her own lost kin. Her heart ached with profound sorrow as she spoke soothing words to comfort both Chilunai and Kushina, as if she were also soothing herself. Hiruzen Tsurutobi chose not to disturb them and quietly exited the Senju territory. Back in the Hokage's office, aside from Akimichi Torafu, who had resigned from all significant positions except for Jonin, the remaining members of the second Hokage's guard had gathered. "Hiruzen, I trust you have received accurate information. The second Kazekage, Sabaka no Shaman, and Monzaemon have perished in Uzumaki. Now is the time when Sunagakure is at its weakest. Provide me with 3,000 ninjas, and I will undoubtedly conquer Sunagakure, allowing the ninja world to witness Konoha's might once more." Before Hiruzen could take his seat, Shimura Danzo seized the opportunity to present his proposal. Hiruzen staggered, nearly missing his chair, his mouth twitching as he clearly disapproved of Danzo's plan. Sunagakure is not without its successors. Sabaka no Shaman's disciple, Sabaka no Kaze, is formidable. Even I cannot claim certain victory against him. Furthermore, Sunagakure boasts over 4,000 sand ninjas, with the likes of Kimogakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure lurking nearby. Now is not the time for conflict, Hiruzen asserted, shaking his head in disapproval. "Indeed, Danzo, we have only just begun to stabilize. Our priority should be to absorb and assimilate the invaluable scrolls and sealing techniques brought back from the land of whirlpools, transforming them into Konoha's foundation. Rather than recklessly provoking conflict, which serves none of our interests," advised Narashikaku and Uzumaki Mito. "Damn Sarutobi, is he implying my strength is inferior to his? And these two fools are fixated only on the joy of dividing the Uzumaki legacy, completely lacking any foresight. Truly, a pair of imbeciles." Danzo slammed his staff onto the ground, a cold snort escaping his lips that narrow-minded. I have my own considerations, seeing only the immediate stability while ignoring the long-term threats. Danzo glared, his eyes filled with resentment and indignation. Danzo, do not act impulsively, Hiruzen said sternly. Konoha needs to recuperate. Blindly initiating conflict will only plunge us in peril. Danzo trembled in anger, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Hiruzen rose, placing his hands firmly on the table, his voice resolute. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Upon hearing this, Shimura Danzo's face turned ashen, and he promptly turned on his heel, striding away with a resounding slam of the door and sharp clatter of his cane striking the ground. Tsunade and Mito Monrin exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his temples, his heart heavy with concern. Chapter 3. The transfer students at the ninja school Ki Lunai and Kushina settled into the Senju ancestral home. As the former residents of the first Hokage, the house, though spacious, exuded a warmth that was palpable. Neatly arranged futons adorned the simple tatami mats, while the walls displayed a few aged yet storied calligraphies and paintings. As evening descended, they encountered the boisterous Tsunade and the exuberant Shoju. Tsunade, with her carefree laughter, harbored intentions of swindling their pocket money, while Shoju often appeared blissfully naive, yet regaled them with amusing tales and knowledge gleaned from the Ninja Academy. Having acquainted themselves, they basked in the gentle glow of the setting sun. Uzumaki Mito, seated in a rocking chair, tenderly inquired of Kushina, and Ki Lunai, what are your plans for the future? With eyes sparkling with determination, Kushina replied earnestly, Grandma Mito, I wish to attend the ninja school. I aspire to become the first female Hokage of Konoha and protect those dear to me. Mito smiled with approval, gently ruffling her hair. That's wonderful. Having dreams is commendable. However, the path of a ninja is fraught with challenges. Tsunade crossed her arms and encouraged Kushina. If you go to ninja school, I will teach you some techniques. Don't let those little brats bully you. Shoju chimed in, waving his small fists right. I will help you too. Ki Lunai nodded silently beside them, her eyes filled with unwavering support for Kushina's decision. And you, Ki Lunai? What are your plans? Mito asked gently, sensing Ki Lunai's quietness stemmed from her family's tragic downfall, her heart filled with compassion. I also wish to attend the ninja school. Not only can I protect my cousin Kushina, but I can strive to become stronger. Most importantly, I aim to restore our Uzumaki clan. After much contemplation, Ki Lunai resolved to enroll, recognizing that honing her skills in isolation could not compare to the rapid improvement achieved through sparring with peers. Conveniently, the ninja school housed a prodigy with whom she could measure her abilities. As for sealing techniques and bloodline jutsu, she could always seek Mito's guidance after classes. Restoring your clan? That aligns with your brother Shoju's aspirations. Truly a remarkable dream. Mito mused, her heart stirred with pride and expectation as she regarded Ki Lunai. However, realizing the difficulty of such ambitions, she added, it will require immense effort to turn this dream into reality. Tsunade stepped forward, patting Ki Lunai's shoulder earnestly. Since you possess this determination, I will assist you. Feel free to ask me anything you do not understand. Shoju leaned in, grinning, if you have questions about jutsu, you can come to me too. I know more techniques than my sister. Ki Lunai gazed at them with gratitude, warmth flooding her heart. Thank you, everyone. I will certainly give it my all. As the last rays of the sun cast their warm glow upon them, they stood resolute, united in their ambitions. Kushina grasped Ki Lunai's hand, her eyes brimming with conviction. Let us strive together. I believe we can realize our dreams and restore the glory of the Uzumaki clan. With nods of agreement, they ignited a fervent spirit for their future paths as ninjas. That night, Mito sat in the ancient room, her gaze unwavering yet gentle. She summoned her attendant, speaking softly but with authority, informed the Hokage that Ki Lunai and Kushina wished to enroll in the ninja school. The attendant departed promptly, his footsteps stirring a gentle breeze. The news swiftly reached Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was perusing a stack of documents in the Hokage's office. Upon hearing the matter, he set down his pen, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his face as he nodded in approval. He quickly penned the enrollment arrangements, then summoned a ninja, solemnly instructing, facilitate Ki Lunai and Kushina's seamless integration into their class. The following morning, upon receiving the news of their admission, Kilunai and Kushina were ablaze with excitement. Kushina bounced around the room, her eyes shimmering with dreams of a future as a ninja. Kilunai, fists clenched in determination, declared, "I will become a formidable ninja." Kushina, equally resolute, shouted, "I too shall become the strongest ninja to protect Konoha." After a brief tidy-up, Tsunade escorted them to the ninja school, introducing them to their future homeroom teacher. As they entered the classroom, curious glances from their classmates met them. The homeroom teacher announced, "This is Uzumaki Kilunai." Kilunai replied calmly, "I am Uzumaki Kushina." Kushina exclaimed, her nerves evident as she raised her chin defiantly. During their self-introductions, whispers erupted among the students. "Look at their hair color. Unbelievable. How can it be so red? Quite strange." Hearing the murmurs, Kushina instinctively touched her hair. Yet despite the teacher's attempts to quiet them, the chatter persisted. "I will become the first female Hokage of Konoha." As Kushina's proclamation echoed, the classroom fell silent. Then, a golden-haired boy stood, his voice steady. "I too wish to be recognized as an outstanding Hokage by everyone in Konoha." His confident smile suggested he was not merely stating a dream, but rather declaring a future certainty. "I found you," Kilunai whispered to herself, her lips curving into a subtle smile as she regarded the boy radiating warmth like a small sun. The morning lessons swiftly passed, and as Kilunai and Kushina were transfer students, they had not systematically covered the previous material. However, their prior studies in the clan school provided them with a solid foundation, enabling them to integrate the old knowledge with the new effortlessly. Just as Kilunai pondered how to approach Namake's Minato, an unwelcome voice pierced through her thoughts. "Tomato, from today onward, you shall be called Tomato. With that chubby round face and red hair, you are the very essence of a tomato, and the one who came with you too. How could a tomato ever aspire to be Hokage? I detest tomatoes." Another voice chimed in, "Me too. If there's a tomato in my salad, I leave it behind." Surrounded by a group of boys, Kushina lowered her head, feeling embarrassed by the aptness of the nickname. Her cheeks flushing. "Hey, it's almost ripe. The tomato festival is here. Go harvest the fruits." As one boy shouted, he reached out to tug at Kushina's hair. Just as his hand approached her, a figure suddenly appeared before her, firmly grasping the boy's outstretched hand. Chapter 4. Incidents at Konoha Ninja School in a critical moment. Another hand secured the boy's reaching hand. "Who dares to call her tomato? Let it be known, both Kushina and I are not fond of tomatoes. If I ever hear you referring to me and Kushina as tomato again, I will ensure you understand the consequences." Kirin stood protectively in front of Kushina, startling a few children who had been mocking her. However, they quickly mustered their courage and retorted, "My brother is a Chunin. You better remember that. Next time, you will regret it." Kushina peeked out from behind Kirin, her eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Kirin. But even without your help, I could have sent them flying," she replied. At that moment, Kushina's gaze fell upon Minato, who was smiling as he watched her and Kirin, and she mistakenly thought he was laughing at them. Clenching her fists in anger, she exclaimed, "What's so funny?" Alarmed, Minato quickly turned away, but moments later, curiosity got the better of him, and he stole another glance. From then on, trouble often found its way to Kushina and Kirin, but at Kushina's insistence, Kirin refrained from retaliating. Moreover, Kirin herself lacked interest in fighting them, and they were no match for Kushina. Thus, Kirin chose to ignore them. Days turned into weeks, and Kirin led a life filled with classes at the Ninja Academy during the day, returning home in the afternoons to study sealing techniques with Granny Mito, and practicing martial arts and chakra control on weekends. One afternoon, however, Kushina returned with red eyes, despondently asking Kirin, "Can outsiders really become Hokage? Because I come from a foreign village, they just watch me get bullied without helping." She wished to consider this place her new home, which is why she aspired to be Hokage. Yet, in response to Kushina's question, both Kirin and Mito fell silent. Wherever one's cherished ones reside is home. Here, we have Kirin, Tsunade-san, and you, Narasuke, and me. No matter what others say, this is our home. Neither you nor Kirin is an outsider. Mito gently stroked Kushina's head and softly spoke. Upon hearing Mito's words, Kushina's sorrow dissipated, and she nestled into Mito's embrace, drifting off to sleep. "Kirin, you should also get some rest. We have learned enough for today," Mito said, tenderly lifting Kushina to carry her back to her room, while reminding Kirin to take care of herself. In the Hokage's office, Danzo Shimura stood before Hiruzen Sarutobi, his gaze menacing. He addressed Hiruzen with a low, uncompromising tone. "Hiruzen, those two children hold special value for the village. Hand them over to me, and I will mold them into obedient tools." Hiruzen's brow furrowed, his eyes resolute. "Danzo, that is out of the question. Kirin and Kushina are vital members of our village, living beings who deserve to forge bonds with it, not be turned into mere instruments at your disposal." Danzo scoffed, striking his cane heavily on the ground. "Hiruzen, you are being naive. Their abilities could greatly enhance the village's combat strength. Everything I do is for Konoha, and these are necessary sacrifices." Hiruzen rose, his gaze unwavering as he confronted Danzo. "The power of a ninja is meant to protect, not to be exploited. As Hokage, my duty is to safeguard every villager in Konoha. Handing them over to you is out of the question." Fuming, Danzo hissed, "You will regret this, Hiruzen." Hiruzen took a deep breath and retorted, "It is I who is Hokage." Danzo glared and, with a final scoff, departed. Hiruzen watched him leave, a shadow of worry crossing his features. Intelligence from the Umbu suggested that Kushina and Kirin were struggling to establish bonds with their peers, with Kumobikure and Iwagakure stirring. It seemed time to consider a course of action. As the end of term approached, the atmosphere in the practical examination arena was thick with tension, as if the very air were solidifying. Kirin faced off against Minato, both forming opposing seals, their eyes filled with determination and resolve. "Kirin, give it your all and defeat that wimp." Kushina cheered from the sidelines. Kirin nodded slightly, and in an instant, the battle erupted. Minato vanished in a flash, resembling a specter as he charged towards Kirin, his kunai gleaming ominously. Kirin reacted swiftly, skillfully dodging to the side while rapidly forming hand seals. A towering water vortex surged toward Minato. Water release, water burst. Minato deftly leapt away, evading the fierce assault. In a flash, he executed the body flicker technique, appearing behind Kirin, ready to seize her. Anticipating his move, Kirin spun around, striking Minato with her kunai. However, the moment her weapon made contact, Minato transformed into a piece of wood. A substitution technique? When did he? Kirin realized, discarding the kunai embedded in the wood, and began sensing Minato's location. Suddenly, a whistling sound caught Kirin's attention as 3 shuriken hurtled towards her from behind. She swiftly deflected them with her kunai, but in that brief moment of distraction, Minato activated the body flicker technique again, appearing behind her and placing his kunai against her neck. "This time, I win," Minato said softly. "Not necessarily." Kirin replied with a smile, and in an instant, her form transformed into a puddle of water on the ground. A water clone. As elusive as ever, Minato muttered, realizing he was now on the defensive. Just as he was caught off guard, the puddle quickly reformed, surging towards him from all directions, enveloping him in an instant. Water release, water prison technique. Kirin reappeared, observing Minato struggling within the watery confines she maintained with her right hand, a smile creeping across her face. At that moment, Kushina leaped up excitedly, exclaiming, "Kirin, well done. Give that wimp a good lesson." Yet, Minato refused to concede. He swiftly formed hand seals, and suddenly, ripples surged within the water prison. An invisible wave of chakra began to destabilize the structure of the prison, targeting Kirin's hand that sustained it. Wind release, wind cutter technique. Minato shouted, unleashing an invisible wind blade from the prison towards Kirin. To evade the attack, Kirin was forced to release the water prison, which shattered in response. After an intense exchange, both of their chakra reserves were nearly depleted. Even for the Uzumaki clan, continuous usage of multiple water techniques in a dry environment left them feeling drained. In truth, Kirin was still concealing her strength. Thus, they resorted to physical combat. Minato delivered a side kick, which Kirin narrowly avoided, seizing his leg and flinging him away. Minato flipped mid-air, landing gracefully. They charged at one another. Minato clenched his fist, delivering a powerful blow towards Kirin. Kirin raised her left knee to block, simultaneously striking at Minato's head with her right hand. Minato managed to defend, but Kirin swiftly followed up with a kick aimed at him, which he narrowly dodged, leaving both of them panting heavily. At that moment, the teacher blew the whistle and announced loudly, "Both sides performed exceptionally well. This match concludes in a draw." Both parties formed the reconciliation seal. Kushina rushed over, grasping Kuranai's hand, exclaiming, "Kuranai, you were magnificent. Although we didn't win, we certainly didn't lose, right?" Minato also approached, extending his hand. "Kuranai, that battle was spectacular. I look forward to our next encounter." Kuranai clasped his hand in return, So do I. After the practical training concluded, Sarutobi Hizashi observed the duel between the two with a smile of approval. He understood that these two children would undoubtedly become the backbone of Konoha, and a new bond, named kinship, was quietly taking root between them. Chapter 5. Graduation season and the unconventional traditional test. As the semester drew to a close, Kuranai's relationship with Minato deepened, forging a unique bond between them. During this period, Kuranai and Kushina not only excelled academically, but also made many new friends at school. Surprisingly, Kuranai found himself hearing several familiar names among them. For instance, Uchiha Makoto, who was a year ahead but became close friends with Kushina, the Hyuga brothers, Hizashi and Hayashi. Graduating this year, the Oil Ninja brothers, Shirwei and Shirhei, who were in the same cohort as Shoju, the classic trio of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi led by Narashikaku. Akimichi Yashimaru, a teammate of Minato from the original story, Hakuyunisama, also translated as Hakuyunyama, who developed the unique wind-release sword technique, the vacuum blade. And the future renowned priestess, Yakushi Nanatsu, the orphanage director of Konoha. Despite the brevity of the semester, Kuranai experienced significant growth and transformation during this time. He learned to cherish his relationships and understood the impact of past experiences on the present. Those familiar names became essential milestones in his life's journey. After all, it was a rare opportunity to traverse this world, and he intended to make the most of it. Time flew by, and before they knew it, in the 37th year of Konoha, 10-year-old Kuranai and his peers were on the cusp of graduation. Kuranai, do you think we'll be placed in the same team during the sorting? Minato pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. It's unlikely. With us being first and second in our grade, the teachers will likely aim for a balanced team composition. Kuranai shrugged resignedly. At that moment, a tall man entered. His silver hair tied back and a striking red mark resembling a tear at the corner of his eye. Those whose names I call, follow me. Wow, it's Jiraiya. I didn't expect him to be a leading jonin this year. I wonder who will be lucky enough to become his student. Will it be me? Some graduates whispered, recognizing Jiraiya. However, he paid them no mind and continued, Akimichi Yashimaru, Namikaze Minato, and Uzumaki Kushina, you three come with me. With that, he turned and left, indifferent to whether Minato and the others followed. Kuranai pondered, recalling that in the original story, Minato's two teammates included a Uchiha boy with braids, aside from Akimichi Yashimaru. Had the butterfly effect altered this outcome? Just as Kuranai was lost in thought, another jonin from the Sarutobi clan entered the classroom and called for Narashikaku, Yamanaka Ino, and Akimichi Choji, the classic trio of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi. Hakuyunisama, Yakushi Nanatsu, Uzumaki Kuranai. As the number of students dwindled in the classroom, a person with short silvery gray hair entered, moving with an air of decisiveness. After announcing 3 names, he turned and departed, as if resolved to fulfill a purpose. Hatake Sakumo. I've heard he is a remarkably powerful ninja. Kuranai exchanged glances with his 2 teammates, surprised to see him leading the team. If memory served, he was present when they were brought into Konoha Zumbu. He seems a bit hard to approach, Yakushi Nanatsu murmured. Forget about that. Let us follow him for now. Asama urged. The 3 quickly followed after Hatake Sakumo, who led them to the rooftop of the teaching building. Turning to face them, Sakumo's sharp gaze swept over the trio. From today onward, you are my team members. Let us begin with self-introductions. I shall demonstrate first. My name is Hatake Sakumo, proficient in a combination of lightning and wind release techniques, and I enjoy maintaining my ancestral weapon, White Fang, in my spare time. I detest those who do not value their comrades. As for my dreams, I prefer to keep them to myself. Now it's your turn. As he mentioned his dreams, a smile flickered across Sakumo's face, revealing a hint of contentment. Standing together, Hakuyunisama and Yakushi Nanatsu prepared to introduce themselves in turn. Kuranai stepped forward first, his striking red hair resembling flames, and his confident smile beamed brightly. I am Uzumaki Kuranai, hailing from the Uzumaki clan. I excel in water release, sensory techniques, and sealing arts. I have no particular likes or dislikes, but my dream is to revitalize the Uzumaki clan. With that declaration, he clenched his fist over his heart, his gaze resolute. Next, Hakuyunisama stepped forward, his tall figure clad in flowing white robes, exuding a gentle aura. I am Hakuyunisama, specializing in wind release and swordsmanship. I enjoy training beneath the morning clouds, feeling the power of the wind. I hope to use my efforts to transform the wind into a blade that protects the peace of Konoha, contributing to the tranquility of our village. He bowed slightly, his demeanor humble. Finally, Yakushi Nanatsu gracefully moved forward, her beautiful features radiating warmth and resilience. I am Yakushi Nanatsu, a medical ninja skilled in healing techniques and stealth. I cherish the peaceful life in Konoha and abhor war. My dream is for all children in the world to be free from the ravages of conflict. Her gentle voice resonated with strength. Excellent. That concludes the self-introduction segment. Now, we shall move on to the practical segment. Come at me with the resolve to defeat me, and let me see your true mettle. As he spoke, Tsukumo's demeanor shifted dramatically, an intense aura enveloping the trio of his new team members. They felt as if they were submerged in a sea of corpses and blood, their bodies unresponsive, cold sweat trickling down their faces, drained of color. After a prolonged moment, Kuranai regained his composure, swiftly using a kunai to pierce his palm, overcoming his fear through pain. He discarded the kunai and urged his teammates to retreat quickly, seeking to escape the suffocating pressure. Are you both all right? Can you still move? Kuranai gasped, his expression grave as he inquired. Hakyuna-sama gritted his teeth. I can still go on. Yakushi Nanatsu nodded in agreement. Kuranai took a deep breath, stating, we cannot confront him head-on. We must find a way to exploit his weaknesses. Just then, Hatake Tsukumo appeared before them like a phantom, wielding white fang, which glimmered ominously. Hakyuna-sama swiftly drew his long blade, unleashing wind-release sword techniques. Sending a flurry of wind blades toward Tsukumo. He evaded with ease, then dashed toward Kuranai. Kuranai quickly formed 6 hand seals, water release, water dragon bullet technique. A colossal water dragon surged toward Tsukumo, yet he effortlessly cleaved it into segments, the menacing dragon disintegrating into a mere puddle. Seizing the opportunity, Yakushi Nanatsu activated her stealth technique, attempting to flank Tsukumo for a surprise attack. However, he sensed her presence, spinning around as white fang narrowly grazed her clothing. At the moment when Shuo Mao was momentarily distracted, the wind blades of the morning clouds once again assailed him, yet they proved equally ineffective. Effortlessly dispelled by the white fang in Shuo Mao's hand. Chapter 6. The exercise concludes. For years of accomplishments, Qi Lu Nai, along with Yin Jian and Yunayu, formed a triangular formation, encircling Shuo Mao in the center. Their gazes were both vigilant and resolute. They understood that the strength of the Konoha white fang before them was unfathomable. However, due to the constraints of the environment, they had little room to retreat. Qi Lu Nai was the first to strike, her kunai gleaming with a cold light as her body surged forward like a specter toward Shuo Mao. At the same moment, Yin Jian and Yunayu flanked him from both sides, attempting to distract Shuo Mao's attention. Yet, Shuo Mao moved with the grace of a swallow, effortlessly evading the trio's strikes, his short blades slicing through the air with lethal precision, neutralizing their assaults one by one. Determined, Qi Lu Nai gritted her teeth and quickened her attack pace, unleashing a barrage of shuriken that rained down upon Shuo Mao. Seizing the opportunity, Yin Jian employed wind release in an attempt to disrupt Shuo Mao's movements, while Yunayu searched for the perfect moment to strike. However, it seemed as though Shuo Mao had already foreseen their every plan. He deftly dodged the shuriken and easily evaded the gusts of wind that sought to impede him. His silver-gray hair danced with the flow of air, yet his gaze remained calm and sharp, each of his counters precisely dismantling the trio's efforts. Despite their concerted teamwork and seamless cooperation, Shuo Mao stood unwavering like an immovable mountain, their attacks crashing against him like waves against a rocky shore, futile and ineffectual. As time wore on, the trio gradually began to tire, their ninja tools nearly depleted, their breaths becoming increasingly labored. Conversely, Shuo Mao remained composed, showing no signs of fatigue. He regarded the 3 tenacious youths before him, nodding slightly in apparent appreciation of their courage. Shuo Mao subsequently sheathed the white fang, signaling the conclusion of the exercise. At these words, the taut nerves of Qi Lu Nai and her companions finally relaxed, and they collapsed onto the ground, observing their exhausted forms. Shichi Shu Mao merely smiled gently before beginning to summarize the exercise. You all performed admirably. While your cooperation may not have been perfectly synchronized, it was commendable for a first attempt. Qi Lu Nai struggled to sit up, listening intently. However, you were overly eager in your attacks, failing to fully utilize your surroundings. and your predictions of my movements were not sufficiently accurate. Shuo Mao analyzed patiently. Yan Jian scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Teacher, we just wanted to fully showcase our abilities. Indeed, Qi Lu Nai believed that, in an environment devoid of cover, 3 freshly graduated genin could never hope to defeat a jonin. Thus, her initial goal was to demonstrate their full capabilities to Shichi Shuo Mao, both strengths and weaknesses alike. Shuo Mao nodded. Demonstrating your strength is commendable, but one must also learn to adapt flexibly in actual combat. The battlefield is ever-changing. One cannot rely solely on brute force. Yinayu sat up straight, humbly inquiring. Teacher, how can we improve our judgment skills? Shuo Mao pondered for a moment before replying. During training, observe your opponent's habitual movements and attack patterns to gather intelligence and accumulate experience. For instance, during the recent exercise, you could have noted my positioning changes and timing of strikes. Moreover, communication among team members is crucial. Timely information exchange enables better judgment. Shuo Mao smiled, adding, combat is not merely about fervor. It also requires calmness and wisdom. For example, had Qi Lu Nai's shuriken attack been combined with Yan Jian's wind release, it might have yielded better results. Qi Lu Nai appeared contemplative, realizing her shortcomings in this regard. Yan Jian's eyes brightened as he nodded in understanding. Shuo Mao continued, in fact, I had gathered information about your abilities prior to class divisions. Through this exercise, I noted Qi Lu Nai's adeptness with water release, Yan Jian's wind release in conjunction with sword techniques, and Yinayu's proficiency with chakra scalpel techniques. You all possess strength on par with Chunin. While Qi Lu Nai's prowess approaches that of a jonin, in terms of chakra volume, she even exceeds that of some jonin, truly a testament to the Uzumaki clan. In the days to come, I will guide you in tasks while providing specialized training to address your deficiencies. I am confident that with time and effort, your abilities will see significant improvement. Upon hearing this, determination ignited in the eyes of Qi Lu Nai and her companions, as they recognized the opportunity to enhance themselves. They promptly stood, bowing earnestly to Shuo Mao. Teacher, we will certainly strive to improve. The trio nodded in unison, etching these words into their hearts. Very well. That concludes today's session. Go home and rest well. Tomorrow we will gather at the village entrance. I will lead you on your first mission as ninjas. Shuo Mao encouraged. Qi Lu Nai and her companions stood, their spirits invigorated as they responded, yes, Shuo Mao sensei. They departed the school with a sense of accomplishment, their steps resolute. On their way home, as they neared the Senju clan's territory, Qi Lu Nai encountered the equally triumphant Uzumaki, Kushina, and Namikaze Minato, who had also completed their class division tests. Hey, have you finished as well? Qi Lu Nai greeted warmly. Uzumaki Kushina placed her hands on her hips, her face beaming with pride. Of course. Are you unaware of my strength? Snatching a bell was a piece of cake. Namikaze Minato smiled beside her, though his expression bore a hint of embarrassment, suggesting that the testing process might not have been as effortless as Kushina claimed. Qi Lu Nai had an inkling of the truth, but refrained from probing further. Instead, he threw an arm around Minato's shoulders and whispered, we just wrapped up our exercise with Shuo Mao sensei. He said my strength is nearly on par with a jonin. Minato, as the strongest of our year beneath me, don't fall too far behind. Uzumaki Kushina's eyes sparkled as she grasped Qi Lu Nai's arm. Do tell, what transpired during the exercise? Qi Lu Nai animatedly recounted the events, captivating his audience. At this moment, Namikaze Minato interjected. Our teacher also mentioned upcoming specialized training to enhance our abilities for missions. Qi Lu Nai exclaimed. Our teacher said the same. Tomorrow, we embark on our first mission. The group engaged in lively discussion about their future paths as ninjas. Before they knew it, they arrived at the entrance of the Senju clan's territory, exchanging promises to work hard together. After a brief farewell, Minato headed towards his home. That night, upon returning to his room, Qi Lu Nai began to reflect on the past 4 years since arriving in Konoha. He recalled the unfamiliarity he felt upon his arrival. Despite sharing the Uzumaki lineage with the village's strongest, Uzumaki Mito, he had endeavored to integrate into Konoha, forming friendships with individuals like Akimichi Yashimaru and, notably, becoming close friends with Namikaze Minato, often heralded as the perfect ninja by numerous online commentators. Upon returning home, he trained diligently, mastering a majority of the jutsu documented in the water release training manual left by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Under the guidance of Mito, he awakened the unique healing abilities of the Uzumaki clan, as well as the Kagura mind's eye and the adamantine sealing chains. Yet, he always felt a dissonance within his soul in this world. It was only today, during Shuo Mao Sensei's exercise, when he experienced an almost deathly fear that he fully awakened to his reality. Although he had concealed much of his strength, he also recognized the naivety that lay within him. This is indeed a world governed by the principle of the survival of the fittest, a realm devoid of compassion. It is no wonder that in the future, Obito aspires to create a world of illusions. Those who claim the spirits of the ninja realm are still exerting their influence. Upon arriving here, they might very well be the first to meet their demise. Chi Lunai clenched his fists. However, I shall not evade like him. Since I have entered this world, I must exert my utmost efforts to transform it. My arrival should not be in vain. If the ninja realm remains as desolate as before my coming, then what purpose does my presence serve? Chapter 7. The first mission of the Shumo team. On the following dawn, Chi Lunai arrived early at the village entrance, where he was soon joined by Yano Yu, and the spirited trio awaited their instructor, Shumo. Shortly, Shumo appeared, casting a satisfied glance at the three of them. Excellent. You are all quite punctual. The task at hand was to venture to a remote village and eradicate the bandits that frequently besieged it. Although this mission was merely classified as C rank, the nature of the assignment assured that combat would ensue. During the course of the mission, unless faced with an insurmountable crisis, I shall not intervene. Therefore, you must exercise caution and prudence. In unison, the three responded, Yes, Instructor Shumo. They then embarked on their journey alongside Shumo. As they traveled, Chi Lunai activated his Kagaya's hard eye, perceiving a landscape unlike that of the land of whirlpools. This marked the first time he left the village since his arrival in Konoha. Observing the trio's fascination with the scenery beyond the village, Shumo imparted words of wisdom. During missions, one must maintain composure and focus. Should danger arise, panic is not an option. Swift judgment and action are imperative. Furthermore, teamwork is vital. Maintain close communication with your comrades, supporting one another to accomplish the task. Lastly, be astute in observing and analyzing the situation. Understand the enemy's weaknesses and strengths to devise the most effective strategy. Above all, do not neglect your own safety. Life is singular, and security is paramount. The three members of Shumo's team listened attentively to his sage advice, internalizing the lessons imparted. Chi Lunai recognized that thorough preparation was essential for achieving victory in real combat and for genuine growth. After all, the wisdom of knowing oneself and the enemy ensures invincibility, a truth he grasped well, despite his perceived shortcomings. As the evening sun cast a golden hue upon the earth, Shumo and his companions finally reached their destination, a remote and dilapidated village. At the entrance, ancient trees stood like loyal sentinels, quietly guarding the tranquility of the place. Shumo stood at the forefront of the group, his deep-set eyes scanning the surroundings. He brushed off the dust from his attire and addressed Chi Lunai and the others. Everyone, rest here for a moment while I consult with the mission's client. The trio nodded in agreement, and Chi Lunai reactivated his Kagaya's heart eye to assess their surroundings. While Bai Yunzeo and Yao Yano Yu began to recover their chakra, they had been traveling since dawn, with only brief rests, and were now somewhat fatigued. At that moment, the villagers seemed to sense their arrival, and a few bolder souls stepped forward, curiously observing the newcomers. An elder approached, cautiously inquiring, Are you the esteemed ninjas who have traveled from Konoha to accept our request? Stepping forward, Shumo replied with a smile. Indeed, Elder, I am Shumo, a jonin of Konoha, and these three are my subordinates. The elder's eyes glistened with sorrow, and tears brimmed as he exclaimed, At last, you have arrived. Recently, our village has been frequently attacked by bandits from the mountains, who not only plunder our wealth and provisions, but also abduct our women and children. My daughter is among them. You must save them. Shumo's brow furrowed in concern, and he nodded. Rest assured, we will uncover the root of the problem and restore peace to your village. As night fell, the village ignited with flickering lights, and Shumo led his team to the bandits' lair. Just as he had stated in the morning, this mission was to be carried out solely by the three of you. I shall not intervene. The execution of the plan, the timing, and the extent of your actions are entirely at your discretion. Without waiting for a response from Chi Lunai and the others, Shumo vanished from sight. It seems our instructor has distanced himself, Bai Yunzeo remarked. Chi Lunai, please share your thoughts. After all, you are the most capable among us in both strength and intellect. We are willing to follow your lead. Yaosher Yanoyu chimed in with a smile. You merely wish to shirk responsibility and avoid the mental exertion of planning, Chi Lunai retorted with a light-hearted complaint, disregarding the amused expressions of his companions, and began to devise a strategy. Before long, Chi Lunai had formulated a simple yet practical plan. As the hour was still early, he suggested, we shall wait until around 3 or 5 in the morning, when the enemy is most fatigued. Yanoyu, you will infiltrate the stronghold. I will observe using my Kagaya's hard eye. Upon locating the hostages, signal me by subtly altering your chakra flow. At that point, I will lead by Yunzeo in a frontal assault to draw fire, while your sole responsibility will be to ensure the safety of the hostages. The remainder will be managed by Yunzeo and myself. Listening to Chi Lunai's arrangement, Yanoyu nodded in agreement. Her proficiency lay in medical ninjutsu and stealth techniques, rendering her less suited for direct confrontation. Thus, this infiltration mission resonated with her strengths, and she readily accepted. By Yunzeo, once Yanoyu departs, I will utilize my Kagaya's hard eye to scout the enemy's positions. I will identify all lookout points, and you will execute stealthy eliminations using wind techniques or your swordsmanship, ensuring minimal attention is drawn. After receiving Yanoyu's signal, we shall proceed together. Wind techniques are intangible, and by Yunzeo's sword style is particularly fierce, making it well suited for assassination tasks. Compared to Chi Lunai's more ostentatious water techniques, it was prudent to delegate the elimination of sentries to him. Having pondered this, Bai Yunzeo expressed no dissent and promptly agreed to the tasks assigned by Chi Lunai, responding affirmatively, no problem. With Bai Yunzeo's concurrence, Chi Lunai nodded and began to conserve his energy, awaiting the opportune moment. Meanwhile, within the Hokage building of Konoha, Sarutobi lamented, the conflicts along the borders of various nations are escalating. The ambitious Hanzo of the Salamander has declared war on Sunagakure, Awagakure, and our Konoha. The Second Ninja World War looms like an arrow poised on a bowstring, ready to unleash chaos at the slightest provocation. In such perilous times, you consent to allow the young scion of the Uzumaki clan to venture forth on a mission? Have you truly lost your senses? Note, here, a clarification regarding the concept of stealth techniques is provided. In the TV series, the young Jiraiya mentioned his own ability to utilize stealth techniques, to which Sarutobi responded with a jest about accompanying him to observe the women's bath, a misrepresentation corrected here to indicate a test of stealth abilities. In this narrative context, stealth encompasses two interpretations, one being a unique bloodline limit exclusive to the Kagaya, and the other resembling a high-level concealment technique akin to Earth-style camouflage. Chapter 8. The prelude to combat. As the question was posed by Shimura Danzo, Hiruzen Sarutobi furrowed his brow, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. Yet he maintained an air of elegance. Danzo, mind your words. Let us remain calm for a moment. Danzo, with a cold snort, took a step closer. Calm? Our village is beset with crises, and you persist in your sentimentality. The Uchiha clan is stirring, yet you still cling to a policy of appeasement. Is that not foolish? You even released that rebel, a man who was personally imprisoned by our teacher in the dark depths of Konoha. Sarutobi's expression hardened as he replied firmly. The Uchiha are part of Konoha. Resorting to arms would only plunge the village into chaos. I have faith that the Uchiha's elder, Taijima, and his son, Fugaku, will guide their clan appropriately. Ultimately, as you have stated, our immediate priority is to discuss how to defend against the impending threats from the major nations. Danzo's anger morphed into a sardonic smile. See, your indecisiveness has led others to perceive Konoha as weak. Ignoring Danzo's taunts, Sarutobi quickly devised a strategy. We must immediately mobilize some ninjas to fortify the borders and send scouts to ascertain the situation of the Sunagakure team. Danzo crossed his arms. With just this, can we fend off Sunagakure's advances? I believe we should take the initiative and teach them a lesson, demonstrating to other villages that we are not to be underestimated. Sarutobi's brow knitted in contemplation, weighing the pros and cons of offense versus defense. A fierce debate regarding the future direction of Konoha seemed to be only just beginning. The third Hokage, I believe Danzo's words hold merit. If we do not allow them to witness our strength, we risk letting even the weakest of great nations, like Sunagakure, act with impunity before us. Other nations may perceive Konoha as weak and eventually reveal their fangs. Mito Kazan, adjusting his glasses, stated earnestly. Sarutobi regarded Mito with a measured tone, While a proactive stance may assert Konoha's authority, it could also instigate full-scale war. Given our internal instability, now is not the time to ignite conflict. Third Hokage, Sunagakure, is advancing aggressively. If we remain solely on the defensive, it may embolden them, added Tsurugi Kamaru. As the arguments continued to escalate, an Umbu ninja hurried in, kneeling on one knee. Report to the Hokage. We have just received word that the 3rd Kazekage has dispatched a team led by the elite ninja, Chiyo, into the Land of Rain. Now heading toward the borders of the Land of Fire, their intentions currently unclear. Danzo's eyes narrowed. See? This is the consequence of your indecision. Other villages will view Konoha as vulnerable. Sarutobi disregarded Danzo's mockery and quickly formulated a response. Immediately mobilized some ninjas to the borders for defense while sending scouts to clarify the situation regarding the Sunagakure team. Danzo scoffed. With these measures, can we truly withstand an assault from Sunagakure? I believe we must take the offensive and teach them a lesson, ensuring other villages do not underestimate us. Sarutobi's expression remained grave, deliberating the balance between aggression and defense. Third Hokage, I concur with Danzo. If we do not demonstrate our might, we risk allowing even the weakest of great nations, like Sunagakure, to act arrogantly before us, inviting further aggression from other nations. Mito Kazan urged, pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose. Sarutobi replied, while a proactive approach may assert Konoha's might, it could also provoke an all-out war. Given our internal strife, now is not the time to engage in battle. Tsurugi Kamaru interjected, Third Hokage, Sunagakure's advance is fierce, and if we only defend, we may embolden our foes. Just as the debate intensified, another Umbu ninja rushed in with news. Hokage-sama, the Sunagakure team has reached the borders of the Land of Fire. Claiming to respond to the declaration of war by the leader of the Land of Rain, Hanzo of the Salamander. Danzo's disdain was palpable. Who can guarantee they do not harbor ulterior motives? This could very well be their scheme. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi concluded, regardless of their intentions, we must first gather intelligence to understand their true motives. Additionally, recall all ninjas currently on missions. Konoha will enter a state of heightened alert. He then designated several experienced jonin to negotiate with the Sunagakure team. Danzo's dissatisfaction with Sarutobi only deepened, yet he maintained a calm facade. Sarutobi, my roots have suffered significant losses in gathering intelligence on the Land of Rain. I urgently need reinforcements. Hand over Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato. I will mold them into capable ninjas, and let me also take Yakushi Nono. I will turn her into an exceptional intelligence operative. Absolutely not. Uzumaki Kushina is the prime candidate for the next Jinchuriki. I cannot hand him over to you. Sarutobi's response was immediate and resolute, his unwavering stance inciting near fury in Danzo. Then give me the other two and Uzumaki Kushina. Danzo insisted. While Uzumaki Kushina may be the best candidate for the Jinchuriki, it is unwise to place all our eggs in one basket. To safeguard against unforeseen circumstances, Kushina must remain untouched. The others chimed in to offer their counsel. Sarutobi's gaze remained steadfast as he firmly rejected Danzo's demands. Danzo, Kushina is also a candidate for the Jinchuriki. Moreover, Minato and Nono are vital connections for both Kushina and Mikoto within the village. None of them will be given to you. Abandon this notion. Danzo trembled with anger. Hiruzen, you are deliberately making this difficult for me. The roots have risked everything for the village, and I cannot even recruit a few talents to replenish our ranks. Sarutobi frowned. Danzo, we are both aware of the methods employed by your roots. Do not assume I am oblivious to your intentions. While I do not oppose reinforcing your ranks, I will not allow you to take those particular individuals. Veins bulged on Danzo's left hand as he crushed his cane in frustration. Sarutobi, you will come to regret this. Sarutobi, equally enraged, retorted, Danzo, I am the Hokage. As the two remained in a standoff, the Jonin sent to negotiate with the Sunagakure team reported back, upon first contact. A battle erupted between the Konoha and Sunagakure ninjas, revealing that their claim of entering the Land of Rain to suppress Hanzo was merely a pretext. Their true aim remained the rich resources and fertile lands of the Land of Fire. Meanwhile, Kushina and her companions were resting and preparing for the task ahead, when an unexpected ninja hawk appeared overhead, circling and calling out as if conveying a message. In the dim forest, the atmosphere grew tense, heavy with the anticipation of an impending storm. Kushina, along with Nono and Minato, quietly deliberated whether to abandon their mission and return to Konoha immediately. Suddenly, a tall figure emerged before them, none other than the previously departed Kakashi Hitaki. Dressed in dark-patterned attire, his silver hair danced in the wind, his expression devoid of superfluous emotion. The plan has changed. His voice was deep and resonant, striking the hearts of the trio like a hammer. You must complete the mission immediately and return to Konoha swiftly. Minato's gaze sharpened, his hand instinctively gripping the sword at his waist, nodding without hesitation. No. Though a flicker of concern crossed her eyes, clenched her fists resolutely. She understood that retreat was not an option at this juncture. Kushina, however, scratched her head in frustration. But then my prior plan will be in vain. The chances of success at this time are quite low. Yet witnessing her companion's unwavering resolve, she resigned herself to the new course of action. Very well, Kakashi-sensei. The trio echoed in unison, their voices resonating through the quiet forest. Kakashi inclined his head slightly, his gaze sweeping over them, imbued with both trust and an undercurrent of worry. The task ahead is challenging. You must exercise caution. With that, he turned and vanished into the depths of the woods. Kushina inhaled deeply, beginning to reorganize their action plan. Each task remained unchanged, but the timeline had advanced, increasing the difficulty. Thus, if any unexpected developments arose, they were to signal immediately, shifting from stealth to a full-on assault. Nono meticulously checked their medical supplies, while Minato prepared his body, ready to spring into action. The trio exchanged determined glances before swiftly heading toward their objectives, their figures soon disappearing into the enigmatic forest. Chapter 9. Return to Konoha, the Second Shinobi World War. In the early hours, Kalunai, Ayazane, and Naniya moved like phantoms through the night, quietly executing their predetermined plan. Their objective was clear: to eradicate the bandits and rescue the captives. Nanoyu, with his exceptional stealth skills, navigated the intricate architecture with utmost caution, each step taken with precision, generating not a single extraneous sound. Meanwhile, Ayazane, tasked with eliminating the outer sentries, inadvertently triggered a subtle trap set by the enemy, instantly alerting a hidden lookout. The bandit blew his whistle, rousing all within the bandit stronghold. The enemy patrols immediately surged towards Ayazane's location. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ayazane quickly composed himself, muttering, "Since I have been exposed, there is no need for concealment." With those words, he gripped his longsword tightly and swiftly began forming hand seals. "Wind release, great breakthrough," he exclaimed, unleashing a powerful gust that sent the approaching bandits tumbling, creating chaos and successfully diverting their attention. Meanwhile, Nanoyu remained undistracted by the sudden commotion, focusing intently on locating the hostages. In a concealed basement, he finally discovered the captives. He hurriedly approached, unbinding their restraints while softly comforting the terrified individuals, then swiftly guided them towards the extraction point. Kalunai, observing the unfolding situation from a distance, understood the peril Ayazane faced but also recognized the necessity of maintaining their composure. Seizing the opportune moment, he launched a surprise attack from behind the enemy, summoning several golden chains that swiftly reaped the lives of the bandits, putting an end to their wicked existence while simultaneously disrupting the enemy's formation around Ayazane. Seizing the chance, Ayazane broke free and joined Nanoyu and the hostages. Together, they hastily retreated from the battlefield under Kalunai's cover, granting him space to unleash his full power. Kalunai quickly formed 7 seals, exclaiming with fervor, "Water release!" Exploding water shockwave. A torrent of water erupted from him, transforming the battlefield into a miniature lake, sweeping away the bandits, some of whom, unfortunately, met with rocky outcrops or sharp branches in a rather unfortunate manner during their chaotic retreat. However, Kalunai had no intention of letting them escape easily. He fired a signal flare, summoning Ayazane and Nanoyu back to commence the cleanup of the remaining bandits. Ayazane wielded his longsword, claiming the lives of bandits one by one, while Nanoyu pierced the hearts of others with his shuriken. Kalunai, utilizing his divine perception, sensed the bandits' positions, maneuvered swiftly across the watery expanse, and, with the aid of his chains, severed the last vestiges of their existence. Only after ensuring that no bandit remained did he cease using his divine perception and retract the chains. The mission had been executed commendably. Kakashi Shikamaru reappeared, stating, "I have submitted proof of mission completion to our client and received confirmation in return." We will now rest for 5 minutes before swiftly returning to Konoha. War is imminent. The trio exchanged glances, recognizing the urgency, and after swallowing a soldier's pill, commenced a new round of meditation to restore their chakra. The members of Shikamaru's team, weary from their exertions, finally crossed the threshold of Konoha by the following dawn. The sunlight bathed them in warmth, a comforting reprieve after their arduous journey. They hurried towards the mission submission area, solemnly handing over the mission scroll. The ninja responsible for the handover inspected it carefully before nodding in acknowledgement. Kakashi Shikamaru stood at the front of the line, his voice low yet commanding, dismissed. Feeling a wave of relief, the trio exchanged glances before trudging homeward, their thoughts solely on getting a good night's rest to wash away the fatigue of their journey. Meanwhile, Kakashi Shikamaru swiftly made his way toward the Hokage Tower, fully aware that war loomed on the horizon, requiring urgent deliberation and allocation of resources. Upon entering the conference room, he found several high-ranking ninjas already assembled. Their eyes met, exchanging silent greetings as the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, occupied the main seat, gesturing for Kakashi Shikamaru to take his place. After settling down, Shikamaru gathered his thoughts and began analyzing the intelligence relayed by the Umbu, assessing Konoha's current situation and predicting the potential developments on the battlefield in the land of Rain. Just as the discussions grew animated, an Umbu ninja burst in, kneeling with urgency. Report to the Hokage, large numbers of Awagakure ninja have gathered at the border, seemingly intent on invasion. The room fell silent, the atmosphere thickening with tension. The third Hokage furrowed his brow, scanning the room. It appears that war is approaching more swiftly than we anticipated. Shikamaru, having just returned from the border, please share your insights. Rising with a serious demeanor, Shikamaru articulated, Iwagakure's actions are undoubtedly premeditated. We must not underestimate them. I recommend dispatching reconnaissance teams to ascertain their troop deployments and battle strategies while reinforcing border defenses. As for Sunagakure, we must take the offensive and extinguish their arrogance. Turning to the Hokage, he asserted, I volunteer for the mission. I wish to be the spearhead against Sunagakure. The other high-ranking ninjas nodded in agreement, offering their suggestions and proposals, with many eager to demonstrate Konoha's might to Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and Amagakure. The third Hokage listened intently, methodically assigning tasks as the specter of battle loomed ever closer. Meanwhile, Kushina and Minato, along with this year's newly graduated generation of ninjas, remained blissfully unaware of the impending storm, lost in slumber. Only one among them gazed at the starry sky, unable to find rest. The second great ninja war would claim the life of his brother, Tsunade would develop hemophobia, Nagato would become an orphan, and Madara's Moon Eye plan would take its first steps. With his current strength, only at the level of a jonin, what could he possibly achieve? Kushina reflected on the information regarding the second great ninja war from his past life, a profound sense of powerlessness and defeat washing over him. What am I to do? At the dawn of Konoha's establishment, the aim was to provide children with an environment where they could grow up happily and joyfully. Thus, little Yae need not worry about such matters. If the sky were to fall, there were adults like me and Mito to bear the weight. All little Yae needed to do was to grow up safely. Uzumaki Mito gently sat beside Kushina, tenderly stroking his head, softly recounting. Kushina lifted his gaze, determination gleaming in his eyes. But Mito, I don't want to be a mere bystander. I want to protect everyone in the village, to contribute to the defense of Konoha. Mito, meeting his steadfast gaze, smiled gently. I recognize your resolve, little Yae. However, war is not a trivial matter. You still have much to learn. Yet, I can offer you an opportunity. Kushina's eyes brightened, sitting upright in eagerness. You have already mastered most of the water release jutsu left by Tobarama and awakened our clan's unique Kagura Shingon and Adamant Sealing. Thus, in the upcoming period, I will personally teach you some new techniques. Just be sure not to cry and give up. Kushina nodded vigorously, smiling. All right, I want to see just how challenging it can be. I won't give up easily, so don't underestimate me, Mito. Ha ha ha. Indeed, our little Yae is the strongest. Now, let us bump fists, shall we? Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Mito smiled warmly, extending her right fist towards Kushina. Killua widened her eyes in astonishment. Yet she slowly raised her clenched right fist, gently meeting the right hand of the whirlpool water door. In the early days of August in the 37th year of Konoha, the second great ninja war erupted in full force, and under the command of the third Hokage, Konoha was busily preparing to confront the impending conflict. It is worth noting that Killua's phonetic spelling is Killua. Those familiar might have recognized her as Kira, which is why the whirlpool water door affectionately refers to Killua as Little Kira. Chapter 10. The Cursed Necklace. A gift of farewell. On August 9th of the 37th year of Konoha, Tsunade smiled and wished Shoju a happy 12th birthday, simultaneously handing him a gift box. Shoju glanced at the box and, with a dismissive pout, remarked, "I am no longer a child. I don't want any gifts." He attempted to return the box to Tsunade, who simply placed her hands on her hips and leaned slightly toward him, saying, "Oh, come on. Aren't you still just a child? Open it up. You will surely be delighted." Tsunade then leaned against the railing nearby. Shoju ceased his objections, carefully unwrapping the gift. When he finally glimpsed the item within, he was momentarily taken aback. "Sister, could this be?" "Indeed, it is the necklace of the first Hokage. Our grandfather's Hokage ornament." Hearing Tsunade's affirmative response, Shoju excitedly leapt into her embrace, exclaiming, "Thank you, sister. I like you the most." Tsunade returned the hug with a smile, saying, "I merely believe you are more deserving of it than I am. You have always wanted this, haven't you? Treasure it well." Shoju straightened up, solemnly declaring, "Not just this ornament. Konoha Village's grandfather's treasure, and I will certainly protect it." With that, he donned the necklace around his neck. Then, placing both hands on the railing, he gazed down at Konoha Village, grinning. "Because I am the grandson of the first Hokage who founded the Hidden Leaf Village. How bold of you to say so. A man's word is his bond. So make sure to uphold it," Tsunade said, one hand on her hip and the other ruffling Shoju's hair, smiling in return. "I will inherit the title of Hokage one day, just like grandfather, for becoming Hokage is my dream," Shoju confidently proclaimed. "Shoju, take off your forehead protector." Although Shoju was somewhat fond of it, Tsunade did not wait for his answer, urging him to comply. "All right, never mind that. I have another gift to give you." Noting Shoju's lack of reaction, Tsunade took the initiative and helped him remove the forehead protector. "This is the magic that can make dreams come true." After saying this, she kissed Shoju on the forehead. They both then burst into silly laughter. "Ah, there you are. Tsunade, Shoju, we've been looking for you for ages." Just as Tsunade and Shoju were enjoying their laughter, a voice called out from a distance. They turned to see three boys, two with red hair and one with blonde, running towards them. Of course, it was the Whirlpool Killua, the Whirlpool Kushina, and the Wave Wind Minato. "Sorry to interrupt your moment." Minato, noticing the somewhat awkward atmosphere, offered a bashful apology. "Not at all. It's just that you all seem in quite a hurry." "Is there something urgent?" Tsunade asked, hands on her hips and a puzzled expression on her face as she looked at the hurried trio. "Of course there is. Today is Shoju's 12th birthday, marking his promotion to Chunin. Such an important occasion warrants our congratulations," Kushina replied, crossing her arms defiantly. Due to Killua's presence, Kushina had been living with Grandma Mito, which fostered a closer bond with Tsunade and Shoju than depicted in the original story. Additionally, frequent invitations for Minato to visit had also forged a good relationship between him and Shoju. This led to the current event where Kushina and Killua brought Minato to present a birthday gift to Shoju. "Oh, is that so? Although I'm not particularly interested in gifts, as an older brother and senior, I naturally wish to earn the respect of my younger siblings and juniors," Shoju said, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes as he embraced his adorable younger brother. "Hey, you big sap. Don't get too sentimental. Get off me. Your snot is about to get in my hair. If you must, go hug Minato instead." Killua, adhering to the philosophy of a friend's life is not worth the life of a monk, disdainfully pushed Shoju away and suggested his friend, Minato. Shoju extended his arms. Glancing left at the utterly resistant Kushina and right at the awkwardly blushing Minato, finally sighing, feeling that he had misjudged the situation. "Idiot." Tsunade held her forehead, unable to endure Shoju's antics any longer, yet could only chuckle at his folly. All right. Come and receive your gifts. These are all carefully selected treasures. In a sense, they are unique, unparalleled rare items." Kushina raised her head, her face glowing with pride as she flashed a peace sign, perfectly embodying the essence of triumph. Her words piqued Tsunade and Shoju's curiosity. "Well, I must see this," Tsunade remarked, raising an eyebrow, her expression skeptical. It was not that she doubted Kushina's claims, but rather she was curious, given her lineage of Hokages, both grandfather and great-grandfather, along with her sensei. She found it hard to imagine treasures she had never encountered. Then let us have Minato go first. Seeing Tsunade's curiosity about the gifts, Killua wasted no time in introducing his friend once again. My birthday gift for Shoju is my specially crafted soldier pills. Minato produced a bag of pills the size of cherries, which appeared to contain 20 or so. He scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and said, "What is so special about them? They're just slightly larger soldier pills. That's a bit exaggerated. I senti it, Kushina." Tsunade waved her left index finger, shaking her head in a teasing manner. What if these soldier pills do more than simply restore stamina and chakra? Minato, please explain. Killua interjected, prompting Minato to elaborate on his specially crafted soldier pills. This specially crafted soldier pill, I call it the Jet Black Nutritious Multi-Recovery Pill. Not only can it rapidly restore chakra, but it can also heal injuries to a certain extent. However, the internal medicinal ingredients required for quick healing are exceedingly rare, so the production of the Jet Black Nutritious Multi-Recovery Pill is quite limited, making it a product with very low-cost performance. Listening to Minato's description, Tsunade's expression turned to one of disbelief. Although she had heard Shoju refer to Minato as a naming genius, witnessing it firsthand was another matter altogether. Despite being a precious medicine that could play a significant role in critical moments, it was given such an absurd name. Jiraiya, who regarded him as a treasured disciple, truly lacked vision. Next, I will present my gift. Though it may appear ordinary, its effectiveness is quite remarkable, and it took me a long time to finally create it. With that, Kushina handed Shoju a gift resembling an envelope. Having learned from Minato's earlier experience, Shoju no longer held any disdain in his eyes. Instead, he carefully accepted the gift and began to unwrap it with caution. Is this a portable ninja tool summoning device? But it hardly seems large enough to hold much. Understanding Kushina's abilities and character, Narasuke naturally did not expect her to engage in frivolous antics like sending himself love letters before departure, especially since he was not the type she favored. What is this? Just cartoon stickers? I am clearly the older brother. Kushina, like Tsunade, actually views me as a child. Looking at the gift in his hand, Narasuke felt a wave of disappointment, yet this was still his sister's heartfelt intention. Though he voiced his discontent, he harbored no ill feelings. Chapter 11. The gift exchange concludes. Time to bid farewell. Tsunade, with a slight furrow of her brow, scrutinized the item, while Narasuke nonchalantly mumbled, "What could be impressive about this? It might just be an ordinary trinket." Unable to suppress a chuckle, Tsunade retorted, "You little rascal, what do you know? Don't act coy after benefiting from this." Redirecting her attention to the sticker, her fingers grazed its surface, her gaze focused and sharp. After a moment, Tsunade spoke slowly. This sticker inscribes multiple sealing techniques, with intricate sigils interwoven and interconnected. Although I am not proficient in sealing arts and cannot discern its specific function, you have undoubtedly struck gold. Upon hearing this, Narasuke's previously indifferent expression instantly transformed into one of seriousness as he leaned closer, his eyes wide with curiosity. He scratched his head, perplexed, and asked, "Kushina, what remarkable treasure did you gift me? Even Tsunade praises it. Could it possibly be of great use? Wouldn't it be too extravagant for me?" With a smug grin, Kushina proudly replied, having indeed earned the right to boast due to her intricate combination of sealing techniques. After reveling in the moment, she finally clarified, "This sticker is called a life-preserving talisman. Its usage is quite simple. One merely needs to infuse it with a bit of chakra and affix it to the navel. As for its principle, well, it's a bit complex, but essentially." What? You can't even remember how it operates? This life-preserving talisman wasn't crafted by you, was it? It seems you borrowed it from Chilu. Narasuke teased. Observing Kushina's flustered demeanor, Kushina retorted, "You have wronged me, Narasuke. With my mastery of sealing arts, I could not create something so intricate. I merely provided Kushina with a spark of inspiration. In truth, the principle was straightforward. The user injects chakra to activate the sensing techniques inscribed within the sticker, and by placing it on the navel, they can achieve comprehensive awareness of their bodily condition with minimal energy expenditure. When the user sustains significant harm, the talisman detects the rapid decline in vital signs and triggers the secondary seal, simultaneously activating two effects, one being the medical ninjutsu healing shadow, stabilizing the user's injuries, and the other being the water release, water shockwave, which protects the user while repelling enemy attacks, thus granting the user a moment to breathe. Listening to Chilu's explanation, Narasuke scratched his head, evidently bewildered, and ultimately nodded in vague comprehension. The involvement of sensing ninjutsu, medical ninjutsu, and water release. Moreover, its autonomous trigger design, allowing for the instantaneous use of two ninjutsu techniques without the user needing to actively release them. What level of sealing mastery and extraordinary creativity must one possess to conceive such a thing? Tsunade couldn't help but marvel at Kushina's remarkable sealing prowess and Chilu's ingenious mind, acknowledging that the name life-preserving talisman was indeed well-deserved. As Kushina's gift to Narasuk proved to be so extraordinary, Tsunade grew increasingly curious about what Chilu, a renowned genius, would present. Due to Chilu's secretive nature, both Tsunade and Narasuk, along with Kushina and Minato, regarded him with eager anticipation, for they had emerged together from Granny Mito's home, and from the outset, they had not witnessed Chilu prepare any items. All right, stop staring at me, Narasuk. Let us fist bump. Under the scrutiny of their gazes, Chilu still refrained from revealing the nature of his gift to Narasuk, which celebrated his promotion to Chunin and his 12th birthday, instead proposing a perplexing request. Driven by curiosity, Narasuk, albeit hesitantly, engaged in the fist bump with Chilu. At the moment their fists connected, a translucent orange-golden chakra erupted from Chilu, creating a powerful gust that rustled the garments of the five. Moreover, this chakra began to encroach upon Narasuk. Trusting Chilu, Narasuk did not retreat or withdraw his arm. Instead, he grinned broadly, laughing heartily. His joy eased the concerns of Minato, Kushina, and Tsunade. What fools they are! In mere seconds, the orange-golden chakra completely enveloped Narasuk. The peculiar state lasted less than a minute, after which the chakra retracted into their bodies, delineated by the point of contact. This is a gift from Grandpa Tobarama, huh? Unlike Chilu, who remained calm and composed, Narasuk, having received Chilu's exceptional gift, wore an increasingly radiant smile, clearly satisfied and delighted with what he had gained. What? Chilu suddenly radiated golden light, and then, with a buzz, Narasuk glowed as well, ultimately returning to normal as if nothing had happened, while Narasuk continued to chuckle. What could possibly have transpired? Could it be that merely being a light bulb made Narasuk this happy? Kushina stood there, bewildered, her eyes brimming with confusion, her brow slightly furrowed, and her mouth unconsciously agape. She gazed at Chilu, her eyes overflowing with questions, each one clamoring for answers. Noticing Kushina's confused expression, Chilu's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Clearing his throat, he began to explain. During this time, I learned quite a bit from Granny Mito. However, you don't need to delve into too many details. Just know that this is a power that allows two individuals to share their thoughts. Kushina's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she inquired, what is the use of this ability? With excitement glimmering in his gaze, Chilu replied, with this ability, one can better utilize their chakra. Just now, I shared all the water release ninjutsu that I know with Narasuk. It's one way to use this ability. Kushina was awestruck, exclaiming, wow, that's incredible. I want to learn it too. Hearing this, Chilu feigned regret, saying, that might be difficult, due to certain special reasons. This is likely a unique ability that only one person can master, and I have already learned it. So Kushina, you may not have the chance. What? Granny Mito is biased. We had no idea such a technique existed, and she quietly taught it to you. How cunning, Chilu, with hands on her hips. Kushina intended to feign anger, but couldn't help but laugh after her complaint. At Kushina's antics, the others joined in laughter. In the conference room of Konoha, the atmosphere was serious and heavy. Following several days of intense discussions, the tone for the impending Great War had been decisively established. The portrait of the Hokage on the wall appeared to gaze down upon the crowd below, imbued with a sense of both expectation and concern. Chapter 12, The Heir's Ailments. A call for encouragement. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood silently at the forefront of the square, his stature tall and demeanor resolute. Before him stood 5,000 elite ninjas, each with steely determination in their eyes, radiating an aura of fearlessness. Clad in the battle attire of Konoha, they were fully equipped and poised to charge into combat. Where the leaves of Konoha danced, the flames of perseverance continued to burn, illuminating the village and nurturing the budding leaves of new life. Dear comrades, we are about to embark on a journey to confront the enemy nation. May you all return victorious. Sarutobi Hiruzen articulated the will of fire, galvanizing the spirits of the Konoha ninjas. His voice resonated with depth and strength. Sunagakure approaches with great fervor, Iwagakure lurks menacingly behind. And the audacious Amigakure dares to declare war upon Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and us simultaneously. Now is the time to demonstrate our might. This battle is not merely for victory, but to uphold the dignity of Konoha and protect our homeland. Protect our homeland. Protect our homeland. The 5,000 ninjas echoed in unison, their voices reverberating throughout Konoha, infused with the fervor of battle and the yearning for triumph. Excellent. Prepare for departure. As dawn broke, sunlight cascaded upon the gates of Konoha. Kakashi Hitaki led the charge, accompanied by Tsunade and 2,000 ninjas departing the village, rushing towards the Rain Country's Sunagakure front. Following them, a contingent of 2,000 ninjas, led by Danzo, with the support of Orochimaru and Jiraiya, advanced in an orderly fashion along the planned route. In contrast to Kakashi's direct strategy towards the Rain Country, Danzo's group intended to traverse the Grass Country, implying a more tactical approach to infiltrate Amigakure, aiming to capture the leaders first. The remaining 1,000 elite ninjas, led by Mito Minyan, were dispatched to guard against any ambush from Iwagakure. Simultaneously, Shinjuro also followed the main force to the battlefield, not alongside his sister Tsunade, but as a subordinate and disciple of Orochimaru, accompanying Danzo towards the border of the Grass and Rain countries. Upon officially reaching the buffer zone of the Rain front in the Grass country, Shinjuro, as a member of Konoha's reconnaissance team, surged ahead at the forefront. As they prepared to infiltrate the enemy's temporary encampment, they unexpectedly encountered a surprise attack team from Iwagakure, also utilizing the Grass country as their passage, but with intentions to invade the Fire country. Engage. Earth release. Rock projectile. Earth release. Iron cannon technique. Earth release. Earth spike. Earth release. Rock pillar. Without any prior communication, the Iwagakure shinobi, seemingly aware of the impending confrontation, initiated their assault. A barrage of rocks rained down upon the Konoha ninjas, while numerous pointed earth spikes erupted from the ground, aiming at Shinjuro and his comrades. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Shinjuro swiftly performed hand seals, pressing his hands against the ground, and a towering wall arose before him, intercepting the spikes and the majority of the rock projectiles. Seeing their attack thwarted, an Iwagakure elite, brandishing a rock pillar, erupted in rage, hurling the weapon towards Shinjuro's wall. How dare this little brat utilize earth release against us, Iwagakure? The rock pillar shattered through the earth flow wall's defenses and pierced Shinjuro's body. Indeed, just a child aspiring to mimic a fierce tiger, yet reduced to a lifeless dog. What a laugh. As the Iwagakure elite reveled in his triumph over the fallen Konoha ninja, his grotesque features twisted into a sinister grin. However, arrogance on the battlefield is a grave folly. Hidden snake hands. Orochimaru materialized behind the Iwagakure elite with the body flicker technique, unleashing a swarm of venomous snakes that ensnared the Iwagakure shinobi. As the poison coursed through his veins, the elite gradually succumbed to death. In his final moments, he beheld the Konoha ninja he had impaled, transforming into a cloud of smoke and revealing a mere wooden block. His eyes widened in horror as he realized he had failed to eliminate even a single Konoha ninja, departing this world with unfulfilled regret. The battle raged on, with an array of rocks, wind blades, fireballs, and lightning surging through the forest, an overwhelming display of diverse ninjutsu. Shinjuro, harnessing his commendable earth release skills and the water release techniques bestowed upon him by Kizuna, engaged fiercely in combat. He created advantageous terrain with water release, water wave, followed by a series of tactical assaults using ninjutsu and shurikens, single-handedly forcing back multiple Iwagakure shinobi. The fervor of battle surged through the air, and Orochimaru observed with satisfaction as his disciple exhibited valor on the battlefield. A glimmer of admiration flickered in his narrow eyes as he turned his focus back to his duel with the two remaining Iwagakure elites. Snake technique, hidden multi-snake hands. Orochimaru swiftly performed hand seals, and in an instant, several robust snakes extended from his arms, lunging towards the Iwagakure shinobi. The two Iwagakure elites, wary of the threat, rapidly employed earth release techniques to erect sturdy walls of earth. The snakes collided with the walls, producing a dull thud, yet the barriers began to crack under the pressure. Wind release, great breakthrough. Taking a deep breath, Orochimaru unleashed a fierce gale from his mouth. The howling wind swept through, slicing the earthen walls apart, while the summoned snakes seized the opportunity to ensnare one of the Iwagakure elites. The synergy between Wind and Serpent forged a formidable offensive, leaving the two Iwagakure Shinobi struggling to respond. Earth Release, Earth Pillar. Seizing the moment, another Iwagakure ninja, aided by a comrade, unearthed a massive boulder from the ground and hurled it at Orochimaru. With a swift movement, Orochimaru evaded the strike while commanding the snakes to attack the Iwagakure Shinobi from multiple angles. Earth Release, Earth Spike. The other Iwagakure ninja, having freed himself with the assistance of his ally, launched a spike attack at Orochimaru. He deftly dodged and countered with a wind release technique to shatter the spikes, dispersing them effortlessly. During the intense skirmish, Orochimaru, leveraging the finesse of snake techniques and wind manipulation, maintained the upper hand, effectively restraining the two Iwagakure Shinobi, preventing them from aiding their comrades, thus creating a more favorable battlefield for his disciples and subordinates. However, the conflict did not persist for long. Under Orochimaru's leadership, a surprise squad of over 20 ninjas from Iwagakure, including 3 elite and 6 special jonin, was swiftly eradicated by the forces of Konoha. Nonetheless, Konoha's forces incurred significant losses. 3 chunin perished, 5 were injured with 2 critically wounded and unable to fight again, and 1 special jonin also fell, while others sustained various injuries. Only Orochimaru, Shinjuro, another elite jonin, and a final medical ninja emerged unscathed. Soon, Orochimaru inscribed a report, summoning a small brown snake to relay the information back to the temporary command post. He directed the lightly wounded to clear the battlefield, assigning the most experienced special jonin, with the least severe injuries, to escort the remaining wounded and the 4 fallen back to the camp. After orchestrating these arrangements, Orochimaru led the remaining 3 members of the reconnaissance team, including Shinjuro, to continue their original mission of gathering intelligence on Amigakure. Not far behind the team, Orochimaru stood upon a branch, one hand resting against the trunk of a tree, gazing at his delightful disciple, who charged ahead with unwavering enthusiasm. A smile crept across Orochimaru's lips, recalling the dexterous application of earth-style ninjutsu by Shinshu, alongside the formidable water-style techniques left by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Orochimaru found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of confusion. He pondered how his disciple had acquired proficiency in a skill he was not particularly adept at, yet simultaneously felt a swell of pride at Shinshu's newfound strength. Perhaps invigorated by the recent victory in battle, the youthful Shinshu unwittingly stumbled into a trap laden with explosive tags, the resultant detonation rendering a nearby medical ninja momentarily incapacitated. As Orochimaru's gaze fell upon the necklace catapulted to his feet by the explosion, disbelief washed over him, his pupils dilating in shock. Shinshu. To elaborate, in the anime, prior to his demise, there is a scene where Orochimaru eliminates an enemy clad in attire reminiscent of the Rock Village. Thus I have woven a narrative of an ambush by rock ninjas into this context. Chapter 13. A Change of Personnel. In light of the unfolding events, Orochimaru was compelled to terminate the mission, returning to the temporary military headquarters to report to the Supreme Commander of the Grass Country Front, Shimura Danzo. Initially engaged in combat in the Land of Rain alongside Kakashi Hitaki against the formidable Tsunade Senju and her comrades. Upon receiving the grim news of Shinshu's mishap with the explosive tags, he hastened to the temporary camp in the Grass Country. Under a brooding sky that unleashed a torrential downpour, flashes of lightning rent the heavens, illuminating Tsunade's terrified visage. The thunder roared, a lamentation echoing through the air. Perhaps influenced by fear, Tsunade trembled with every breath, and just as she contemplated entering the scene, perhaps it is best you refrain from doing so, Jiraiya advised, gently gripping her shoulder in a bid to dissuade her. What difference does it make? Let her see. After all, she wouldn't recognize her brother in that state. Orochimaru remarked nonchalantly, leaning against the wall. Enough, Orochimaru. This is a time of war. Every ninja faces such a fate eventually. The battlefield is ever-changing, and none can claim immunity from unforeseen circumstances. However, children often become overly exuberant, especially following the receipt of birthday gifts. As he spoke, Orochimaru produced the necklace Tsunade had given to Shinshu the day prior. Sister, you've come? Just as Tsunade was engulfed in sorrow over her brother's loss, and the weight of Orochimaru's words bore down upon her, an incongruous voice shattered the silence among the three. Jiraiya, standing off to the side, could no longer contain his laughter. Emerging from the temporary mortuary, Shinshu, his body enveloped in bandages save for his eyes, made his presence known, prompting Tsunade to realize the truth of the situation. You three, how dare you conspire to play such a trick on me? Tsunade clenched her fists, delivering a playful punch to Jiraiya's head before seizing Orochimaru's attire and hoisting him up. Especially you, Orochimaru. Who would have thought that beneath your austere exterior, you possessed such a flair for theatrics? After bestowing red envelopes upon both Jiraiya and Orochimaru, she regarded her brother, clad in a mysterious ensemble of bandages, with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Now, please, explain this entire affair. We merely intended to commemorate our fallen comrades. It was merely a coincidence that our meeting place was here. As for the rest, I am not entirely clear. Perhaps you should inquire further with Orochimaru and Shinshu, Jiraiya said, scratching his head sheepishly. Tsunade, you are too impulsive. Upon receiving Tsunade's fierce glare once more, Orochimaru sighed, then began narrating the events of the mission. In the end, when I approached to investigate, I discovered Shinshu enveloped in various types of chakra, each serving to shield him from fatal harm while nurturing his wounds, stabilizing his vital signs, and sustaining his life. After administering the so-called black round nutritional healing pill he mentioned, I brought him back to camp for treatment. Upon hearing Orochimaru's account, Tsunade's understanding dawned. It was indeed the gifts from Kalunai and her companions that had played a crucial role in saving Shinshu's life. The thought that without the protective chakra and talismans bestowed upon him, as well as the special rations from Minato, Shinshu might have met a dire fate sent a chill down her spine, prompting beads of cold sweat to form. Before she could express her gratitude to Kalunai and her companions, Orochimaru's subsequent words reignited her unease. However, one aspect continues to perplex me. During this covert mission, we not only encountered an ambush by rock ninjas, but it seems someone had laid numerous traps along our predetermined path. Every move we made appeared to be foreseen in advance. Are you suggesting there is a spy within our ranks? No, the reconnaissance team was composed of temporary personnel. Aside from Shinshu, it is improbable they possessed prior knowledge of the mission details, let alone relay information under your very nose, Orochimaru. Jiraiya methodically analyzed the potential for information leaks, but the more he contemplated, the colder he felt, disbelief clouding his eyes. He shook his head, attempting to dispel the frenzied notion that lingered in his mind, murmuring a self-soothing refrain. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. An isolated incident may indeed be attributed to chance. But what of a second occurrence? Furthermore, it was not merely the initial target of the rock ninjas that was Shinshu, even after he fell into such traps. Rain ninjas emerged to deliver the final blow to the bodies, rather than attacking the incapacitated medical ninja. How naive can you remain, Jiraiya? Cease this self-deception. Orochimaru's cold utterances struck like daggers, piercing the hearts of both Jiraiya and Tsunade. Through their analysis, all evidence ultimately pointed to one man, Danzo. Tsunade ground her teeth, barely whispering his name, her eyes and tone brimming with fury as if she wished to obliterate the old thief. As she prepared to confront Danzo at the temporary command center, Jiraiya interposed himself once more. Are you attempting to stop me, Jiraiya? Tsunade, do not act impulsively. The war has only just begun. Even if you confront him, he will deny any conjectures lacking concrete evidence. All that will result is chaos, demoralizing our troops, and achieving nothing. Shall we simply allow him to run rampant? Damn it. After much deliberation, Tsunade ultimately could not surmount Jiraiya's placid obstruction. Staring at her halted steps, she unclenched her fists, as if all strength and means had drained from her. Observing her distress, Shinshu stepped forward gently to offer solace. It's all right, sister. See, I'm still alive and well. Though I've sustained some injuries and won't be able to engage in battle for a time. Once I accompany the team transporting the fallen leaf ninja back to the village, I will no longer face danger. Shinshu remained optimistic, despite the mission's failure. Even though he had dispatched numerous rock ninjas, including 2 particularly skilled jonin, it was still insufficient for his promotion to jonin. However, he did not feel disheartened, believing he could simply recuperate and return to the front lines. As for Danzo's potential scheme against him, whether true or not, he could merely request a transfer to a different battlefield, distancing himself from the man. Coincidentally, the battlefield in the Land of Rain, due to its perpetual downpour, would provide an ideal setting for him to showcase his earth and water-style ninjutsu. Days later, Shinshu returned to the village successfully. Having accompanied the team transporting the deceased and injured, without encountering any peril along the way. Following a succinct yet comprehensive report from the Umbu, Sarutobi Hiruzen resolved to dispatch additional ninjas to the battlefield. Under the guidance of Tamien Koharu, the Oil Woman clan, Inazuka clan, Sarutobi clan, Mito clan, and Tamien clan were tasked with reinforcing Mito-kun and his comrades in their defense against the rock-hidden village. Meanwhile, Akimichi Torafu and the head of the Hyuga clan led the boar, deer, and butterfly clans along with the Hyuga clan into the fray against the sand-hidden village. Smaller clans like Kurama, Yuhi, Mitarashi, and Tsuki no Kage were dispatched to the borders between the grass and rain countries under the command of Uchiha Taijima, prepared to respond swiftly to Shimoni Tozo's orders. However, unbeknownst to Sarutobi Hiruzen's strategic arrangements, an additional slight figure lingered behind Uchiha Fugaku. Chapter 14. Come here. On the battlefield of the rain-hidden village in the land of grass, the flames of war had raged for some time. The air thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, sharp and suffocating. The cries of battle and the explosive sounds of ninjutsu intertwined, creating a tragic symphony. The Leaf Village ninjas displayed unwavering resolve, their teamwork impeccable, launching waves of assaults as they probed for the enemy's weaknesses, seeking opportunities to break through. At this moment, Hanzo of the Salamander was locked in a fierce duel with Chiyo of the Sand, unable to divert his attention to the ongoing battle. This was undoubtedly an opportune moment for the Leaf forces. The Uchiha ninjas wielded their gleaming kunai, and as the blades glimmered, enemies fell one after another. Shin Baojun, utilizing his formidable taijutsu, barreled through the ranks as if in an uninhabited realm, occasionally unleashing his ultimate technique, the Leaf Dragon God, rendering the rain ninjas utterly defenseless. Other Leaf ninjas showcased their unique talents, unleashing techniques such as wind style and fire style, causing the enemy ranks to falter under relentless pressure. The medical ninjas of the Leaf worked tirelessly in the rear, hurriedly tending to the wounded, ensuring that they could return to the battlefield as swiftly as possible. As time progressed, the advantages of the Leaf became increasingly evident. The defenses of the rain-hidden village began to crumble. Fear and despair etched on the faces of the rain ninjas. The Leaf ninjas, fueled by momentum, pressed their advantage, their battle cries growing louder as they recognized this rare opportunity. Only by seizing this moment could they achieve a substantial advantage on the battlefield, potentially pushing the front lines back into the rain country and ultimately returning with Kakashi Hataki's forces, establishing a solid foundation for victory in this war. On the cliff, the wind howled, and the hem of Hanzo's attire flapped violently. Having just repulsed Chiyo's sand forces, he gripped the report from his deputy, the knuckles whitening from the strain, as the news of the catastrophic defeat in the grass country pierced his heart like a dagger. Hanzo's eyes widened. Bloodshot and filled with fury, his face flushed with rage, veins bulging on his forehead like twisted earthworms. He clenched his teeth, the sound echoing in the stillness, as if he intended to crush the report itself. Damn it! Accursed Leaf! Hanzo roared, his voice reverberating through the valley, laden with boundless anger and resentment. He hurled the report to the ground and stomped on it violently, as if such actions could obliterate the humiliation of failure. Beside him, his deputy remained silent, head bowed, seething at his own inadequacy for failing to aid Hanzo. Hanzo paced anxiously, each step resonating with the weight of 1,000 pounds, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Vivid images of defeat and the oppression of small nations by larger ones flooded his mind. I shall not permit this failure to stand. Hanzo suddenly halted, fists clenched, his gaze radiating determination and resolve. Reassemble the troops. I will make those arrogant nations pay dearly for their hubris. His voice was deep and authoritative, prompting his deputy to nod hastily and rush to convey the orders. Hanzo then gazed into the distance, a flame of vengeance igniting within him. With Hanzo no longer diverting the Sand's fire, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted abruptly. Upon receiving news of Hanzo's departure, Chiyo and her brother, Ebizo, turned their sharp, icy gazes toward the map, locking onto the location of the Leaf's temporary camp in the rain country. An immediate tension enveloped the air, as if the atmosphere had frozen under the weight of impending slaughter. The following midday, amidst the incessant drizzle of the rain country, the clashing of metal echoed across the field. Chiyo scoffed, her hands moving swiftly to form seals, summoning a multitude of puppets that appeared by her side, each unique in form, some wielding sharp blades, others concealing traps, standing poised against Kakashi Hatake. Ebizo, not to be outdone, maneuvered his puppets like phantoms along the edges of the battlefield, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Kakashi's expression grew grave as he understood the prowess of the sibling duo. Gripping his great sword tightly, its blade glinting ominously, he quickly organized the leaf ninjas into formation, readying them to face the impending onslaught. As battle loomed, the puppets launched the first wave of attack, a flurry of dark purple-hued senbon slicing through the air. Accompanied by piercing whistles, the leaf ninjas, undaunted, retaliated with their own ninjutsu, creating a cacophony of light and sound as techniques clashed against the metallic puppets, plunging the battlefield into chaos. Kakashi led the charge, moving like a bolt of azure lightning amidst the throng of puppets. With each swing of his blade, he severed chakra strings, rendering one puppet after another temporarily inert. However, the assault from Chiyo and Ebizo intensified, with a plethora of poisoned weaponry incapacitating many leaf ninjas who merely suffered minor injuries, gradually overwhelming their defenses. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke, the din of combat deafening. Kakashi keenly observed the situation. Despite numerical superiority on the enemy's side, the number of leaf ninjas affected by poison was alarming. If the confrontation persisted, it would place their side at a disadvantage. Without hesitation, his expression resolute, he made the quick decision to retreat, issuing a low command to the leaf forces. Although concern for his safety lingered in their hearts, years of camaraderie prompted them to remain silent, swiftly following the orders to evacuate with the injured. Kakashi stood his ground, his blade gleaming coldly, his stature as steadfast as a pine tree, resolutely facing the encroaching sand ninjas. I am Kakashi Hatake of the Leaf. Any sand ninja who dares to step forward shall perish. In response to his threat, Chiyo and her companions merely laughed derisively before renewing their assault. The sand ninjas surged forward like ravenous wolves from all directions, yet Kakashi stood unafraid. He dashed through the enemy ranks, enveloped in lightning, his blade dancing through the chaos, blood spraying in his wake. The sand ninjas launched relentless attacks, blades clashing amid swirling dust. Kakashi's mastery of lightning release and wind release, combined with his exquisite swordsmanship, allowed him to neutralize crisis after crisis, systematically dispatching the closest foes. With each strike, he unleashed tremendous power, the bodies of the sand ninjas accumulating beneath his feet. Meanwhile, his comrades from the Leaf, retreating, glanced back with deep concern for Kakashi, who remained behind. As time passed, the number of fallen sand ninjas grew, and the Leaf forces reached a safe distance. Recognizing the diminishing returns of their efforts, Chiyo reluctantly ordered her forces to withdraw, taking the injured and some fallen comrades with them. By this time, Kakashi's tactical vest bore signs of wear, yet he remained unscathed. After swiftly using sealing scrolls to collect several bodies, he too turned to leave the battlefield. At last, following a gruesome confrontation that left numerous corpses in its wake, the clash between the forces of Konoha and Sunagakure has reached its conclusion, marked by the retreat of both sides. The indomitable figure of Hatake Tsukumo is forever etched into the memories of the Sunagakure shinobi. Chapter 15. Is your name Hanzo? In the southern region of the Land of Rain, within the temporary encampment of Konoha, Tsunade diligently examines the samples of the deadly poison and the bodies afflicted by it, brought back by Hatake Tsukumo, in her quest to concoct an antidote. Tsunade, how much longer will it take to prepare the antidote? The poisoned shinobi are suffering terribly. Their wounds are festering, and many have succumbed to the toxin, urged Hyuga Hizashi, the current head of the Hyuga clan, anxiously pacing outside Tsunade's tent. Please remain patient. Trust in Tsunade's abilities. Your incessant urging may inadvertently disrupt her focus, thus hampering her progress, counseled the Kimichi Choza, though Hizashi understood this truth. However, the thought of the clan heir from the second elder's line lying in critical condition only exacerbated his anxiety. If only the old man had approved my proposal to enhance the training of medical ninjas, we would have successfully formulated the antidote by now. Without warning, Tsunade emerged from the tent, arms crossed, accompanied by an aide who bore a crate filled with test tubes, containing the latest antidote against the Sunagakure toxin. In the northern region of the Land of Rain, the sky perpetually cloaked in gloom. Fine strands of rain fell like hair, enveloping the land in a shroud of mist. Here, Shimura Danzo faced off against Hanzo of the Salamander in a battle fraught with tension. Danzo's eyes glinted with malice as he swiftly formed hand seals. unleashing a torrent of invisible wind blades towards Hanzo. Agile as a specter, Hanzo maneuvered through the gaps between the blades, performing his own hand seals, summoning jutsu. A massive salamander materialized upon the battlefield, with Hanzo perched atop its head, surveying Danzo from a vantage point. "Go, Jibutsu, unleash the poisonous mist," commanded Hanzo. As a purple fog erupted from the salamander's gaping maw, rapidly enveloping Danzo. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. Dream Eater, utilize wind release to devour. With swift hand seals, a monstrous creature resembling a tiger with the tail of a cow and the trunk of an elephant appeared behind Danzo. The Dream Eater opened its maw wide and effortlessly consumed the poisonous mist. Seeing the mist dispatched so easily, Danzo scoffed. "Is that all you are, Hanzo? Huh. Just watch as I finish you off in 5 minutes." As Hanzo brandished his chained scythe, glistening ominously in the rain, he seized the opportunity to strike at Danzo. The blade aimed directly at his throat. Danzo reacted swiftly, evading the strike, but still receiving a gash across his cheek, blood cascading down. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly formed new hand seals. Wind release, vacuum wave. The battle intensified, both combatants consumed by fury. Hanzo unleashed a formidable ninjutsu, combining his water body technique with the chain scythe for an all-out assault. Despite Danzo's best efforts to defend, he struggled to mitigate the onslaught. In a critical moment, Hanzo seized his chance, launching a fierce attack. Ninjutsu, chain scythe second strike. Danzo, wielding a kunai, managed to block the incoming projectile but failed to evade the second strike of the scythe, resulting in a severe injury to his right hand, blood gushing forth. "You got lucky this time. Next time will be different," Hanzo grunted, dissatisfied that his attack had merely crippled Danzo's hand. He prepared for another assault. Fire release, exploding flame array. With Danzo cornered, Hanzo unleashed a long-prepared technique. A multitude of explosive tags erupted from the ground, clinging to Danzo's form. Attempting to escape with the body flicker technique, Danzo found his movement hampered by the pain from his injured hand, failing to evade entirely. His right hand, already bleeding profusely, was scorched by the ensuing explosions, leaving his entire right side severely burned. After inflicting grave injuries upon Danzo, Hanzo's dark gaze assessed the battlefield, eyeing Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and a small, red-haired figure mercilessly dispatching Rain Shinobi. After careful deliberation, Hanzo ultimately decided to let Danzo flee in exchange for Konoha's withdrawal, thus temporarily concluding their skirmish. Enduring excruciating pain, Danzo cast a furious glance at his charred hand, bitterness and malice swirling in his eyes. Clutching his wound with his remaining left hand, he turned slowly, disappearing into the rain. Hanzo remained vigilant, watching the retreating figures of the Konoha shinobi until they vanished completely, letting out a long sigh. Compared to the small nations, the number of geniuses in the larger nations was overwhelming, especially in Konoha. That red-haired boy, he must be from the Uzumaki clan. He appeared no older than 11 or 12. Yet he had already killed several Chunin and even a special Jonin. Damn that boy. Damn Konoha. Damn the great nations. Back at the temporary encampment in the northern region of the Land of Rain, Orochimaru and Jiraiya returned with the gravely injured Danzo. The sight of Danzo's condition drew frowns from the Konoha shinobi, who immediately dispatched personnel to treat him and convened an emergency meeting. The losses from this battle were catastrophic. With Danzo so severely injured, facing the formidable Hanzo of the Salamander would undoubtedly prove even more challenging, Jiraiya expressed with a grave countenance. Orochimaru's expression remained icy. A new battle plan must be formulated. Reckless assaults were no longer an option. Furthermore, given Danzo's current state, he was unfit to continue as the field commander. It was urgent to consult with Sarutobi-sensei regarding who would assume the role of the new commander for the Rain battlefront. Let the root members escort Elder Danzo back to the village. Those soulless individuals would be of little use even if they remained on the battlefield. They not only abandoned their comrades in times of peril, but also used them as bait. If it weren't for them, we would not have suffered such heavy casualties. Uchiha Taizen seethed, particularly incensed when discussing Danzo and the root. In his eyes, Danzo's root had been nothing but a disruptive force. Especially after witnessing several clan members used as shields by root ninjas, leading to their demise, a surge of rage burned within him. However, given the chaos of the battlefield, he had no tangible evidence, leaving him with no outlet for his fury. Ninjas from smaller clans such as the Moonlight and Kuruma shared Uchiha Taizen's sentiments. Yet due to Danzo's position as the field commander and aide to the Hokage, they could only seethe in silence. In truth, Taizen harbored deep suspicions that the mysterious disappearance of several clan members was also linked to Danzo, though he refrained from voicing this. The missing clan members had been elite practitioners of the Sharingan, and their sudden vanishing without a trace could not possibly be unrelated to Danzo's directives. After tending to his wounds, Danzo immediately set about gathering everyone for a meeting. Upon learning that all the elite shinobi had gathered in the central military tent, Danzo initially felt a sense of satisfaction, pleased with their timely arrival to await his directives. However, upon discovering that they were deliberating on the replacement of the commander on the battlefield of Rain, his previously content expression darkened ominously, as if shadows were gathering around him. Chapter 16. The Monkey Bullying Me? Uchiha is also here to join the fun. In the northern camp of the Land of Rain, within the central military tent, the elite shinobi of Konoha sat around the table, each voicing their opinions on the subsequent strategic deployments for the Rain front, creating an atmosphere of fervent discussion. Uchiha Tetsukin passionately advocated for an increase in troop strength to swiftly turn the tide of battle, while Orochimaru calmly analyzed the pros and cons, suggesting a tactical maneuver to gradually erode the enemy's fighting force, as there were currently no top-tier warriors capable of directly confronting Hanzo the Salamander. Suddenly, the tent flap was thrust open, and Danzo strode in with purpose. His grim visage and piercing gaze exuded an invisible pressure that instantly froze the air within the tent. The animated discussion ceased abruptly as the participants turned their attention towards him, creating a silence so profound one could hear a pin drop. The various clan leaders, led by Uchiha Tetsukin, frowned slightly, displeased by Danzo's abrupt entrance. Meanwhile, Orochimaru and Jiraiya exchanged glances, pondering the purpose of his visit. Danzo stood firm, his left hand clenched into a fist, knuckles whitening with the exertion. His dark gaze, akin to a cold lightning bolt on a wintry night, fixated on the Konoha shinobi who had taken it upon themselves to devise battle plans, filled with resentment and fury. His breathing grew rapid and labored, nostrils flaring as he suppressed the rage threatening to erupt. "What are you doing? I am the commander on the battlefield of Rain. Does Lord Danzo not know? The Hokage has issued a new directive, temporarily assigning the command of the Rain battlefield to Orochimaru, with Jiraiya and myself, Uchiha Tetsukin, assisting from the sidelines. You are to return to Konoha with the injured and the remains of our comrades," Tetsukin replied in a calm, yet questioning tone, unsure if Danzo had genuinely not received the order or was merely seeking to stir trouble. The surrounding elite shinobi remained composed, finding no fault in Tetsukin's words, merely stating an undeniable fact. Yet, while others might perceive Tetsukin's response and their demeanor as reasonable, to Danzo, it was an entirely different matter. As expected, upon hearing these words, Danzo's heart jolted momentarily, quickly igniting a blaze of fury. The monkey dares to suppress me with his authority as Hokage. And now the inherently malevolent Uchiha joins in. They are but a few minor clan heads and commoners. How dare they? Moreover, the monkey has the audacity to empower the Uchiha. Has he forgotten the earnest teachings of Tobirama-sensei? The Uchiha are a clan born of evil. Witnessing the Konoha shinobi act independently, without consulting him, and Tetsukin daring to address him in such a dismissive tone, made him feel as though his authority had been trampled upon. He had toiled for years in Konoha, cherishing power as if it were life itself. How could he allow others to disregard him so blatantly? His lips twitched slightly, veins bulging on his forehead, resembling a ferocious beast on the verge of anger. A group of ignorant fools. Danzo squinted his left eye, cursing inwardly with gritted teeth. His mind was a tumultuous ocean, waves crashing violently. In the past, he had willingly become Hiruzen's puppet to uphold the so-called will of fire, yet now these people dared to overlook him. How could he possibly swallow such an affront? He calculated how to make those who disregarded him pay dearly, a vicious glint flashing through his eyes as he resolved not to show mercy, ensuring they would not even have the chance to regret their actions. With this thought, a cold smile gradually crept onto his darkened face. Humph. Once this matter on the Rain battlefield is settled, I shall make you aware of who truly holds the reins of power, Danzo muttered to himself, his voice icy as though squeezed from between clenched teeth. Meanwhile, a slender figure with red hair emerged from the temporary medical tent of Konoha's battlefield. None other than Uzumaki Karuna, who had accompanied Uchiha Tetsukin and Uchiha Fugaku in his capacity as a medic. Though he had learned healing techniques from Tsunade and possessed a body akin to that of the future Karen, he still couldn't team-match Tsunade's ability to swiftly mend grave injuries. Kiruna lamented his own inadequacies, reminiscing about the past few days, battling the ranged shinobi in the morning, treating the wounded in the afternoon, and pondering new techniques by evening. He felt a pang of sadness, realizing that it was not his life that was difficult, but rather the life of those around him that was fraught with peril. Kirua, you've worked hard today. Fortunately, you were here. Otherwise, many comrades might not have survived. With the new supply of medicinal provisions arriving at the front lines, you truly are their savior. Should I ever find myself injured, I will rely on you, he said, preparing to head to the temporary training ground to practice new ninjutsu when he unexpectedly collided with Uchiha Fugaku, who had just returned from a patrol mission. Having arrived at the rain battlefield together, and with Karuna having treated many of his clansmen, Fugaku held a very favorable impression of Karuna. After all, under Danzo's arrangements, the injured from the Uchiha clan were always the last to receive treatment, while Karuna treated all with equal priority, never discriminating based on clan affiliation. This earned Karuna a stellar reputation within the camp, particularly among the Uchiha, leading Fugaku to often engage him in friendly banter or lighthearted jokes. As for why they called him Kirua, it was due to the current situation where Konoha's combat strength was deemed ample, thus preventing children from going to the battlefield. In order to circumvent Konoha's policy against children participating in battles, Karuna had showcased all his abilities to Uzumaki Mido, presenting a comprehensive set of new ninjutsu ideas suitable for the Uzumaki clan. He even resorted to throwing himself into her arms, calling her Mido-sama while crying and acting adorably, eventually persuading her to enlist Sarutobi Hiruzen's help in fabricating an identity, thus enabling him to join the rain battlefield. Perhaps to Kushina and Minato, such actions seemed embarrassing. But Karuna would argue that this was not a dark chapter of his life, merely a part of his journey. He was then promptly scolded by Kushina, as Karuna was actually the youngest among the three, being nearly 5 months younger than Jinchuriki. Indeed, the pressure of being the elder sister's bloodline was daunting. Returning to the topic at hand, Brother Fugaku, you flatter me. However, if it's a matter of treatment, you can rely on me. But with your strength, I fear you may seldom have the occasion to seek my assistance. Karuna responded with a smile, acknowledging Fugaku's praise and jest, observing the sky and Karuna's intended direction. Fugaku seemed to have an epiphany. You're off to practice ninjutsu, aren't you? That area you frequent has been thoroughly patrolled, but Karua, do be careful and remember to return early for rest. Yes, it's not far from the camp, and I will be cautious. Thank you, Brother Fugaku. With that, Karuna waved goodbye and briskly made his way towards the temporary training ground. Such an enviable talent indeed. After bidding farewell to Chilunai, several members of the Uchiha clan could not help but express their thoughts. Indeed, at his age, I was probably still weeding and chasing cats in the village, one remarked. But there's one thing I cannot comprehend, Captain. Why does Chilu Kazai insist on coming to the battlefield? Mind your words. Moreover, the thoughts of a genius can be quite peculiar. It is entirely normal not to understand them. If you could comprehend their reasoning, wouldn't you have unlocked your Mangekyo Sharingan by now? As they conversed, the Uchiha ninjas engaged in a spirited debate, each unable to convince the others, until Faye could no longer tolerate it and intervened. All right, everyone, let us be mindful. Regardless of his intentions, he contributes to Konoha, to our shared homeland. As long as there are no ill intentions, it suffices. Besides, he has aided us significantly. Let us refrain from further comments. The true identity of Chilu Nai was known to anyone of status or strength, though it remained unspoken among them. As for why Chilu Nai chose this path, one could only surmise that genius often harbors its own peculiar motivations, and coincidentally, genius is always afforded certain privileges. Chapter 17. A subtle yet profound shock to the taijutsu styles of the ninja world. Upon arriving at the temporary training ground, Chilu Nai gently rotated his neck, the joints emitting soft clicks, akin to a prelude to the impending training. He flexed his wrists, his fingers moving with dexterity, followed by a deep lunge to stretch his leg muscles, each motion fluid and natural. After completing his warm-up, Chilu Nai took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening with focus and determination. Recalling his extensive experience from watching various animes in his previous life, combined with the special abilities bestowed upon him by the chakra and the Uzumaki bloodline in this life, he had long conceived a unique set of taijutsu techniques. However, his prior physical condition had hindered their realization. Now, after rigorous training with Uzumaki Mido, he was poised to attempt their cultivation. Originally, these special techniques required training in extreme environments to achieve success. However, with the advent of chakra, these conditions were no longer essential. Yet, substantial practical experience remained crucial to mastering lethal skills. This was one of the key reasons Chilu Nai had endeavored to reach the battlefield in the land of rain. Moments later, having gathered his thoughts, Chilu Nai officially commenced his training in the new Uzumaki-style taijutsu. New Uzumaki style, violent foot. Referencing the 6 styles of the Navy's Soru, a surge of chakra coalesced beneath Chilu Nai's feet, and with an explosive release of energy, he vanished from his original position, suddenly appearing before a sturdy tree. New Uzumaki style, sword flash. Referencing the finger gun, with his right hand, Chilu Nai curled his ring and pinky fingers, pressing his thumb against the knuckles of these fingers, while extending his index and middle fingers to form a sword-like shape. Encased in chakra, his hand pierced effortlessly into the tree trunk as if cutting through warm butter. But it did not end there. New Uzumaki style, sheath break. Resembling the techniques of the old Lee family, this technique utilized a chakra explosion to widen wounds on the enemy or extend attack range. Akin to the wind release, air slash, Chilu Nai rotated his sword-like hand, releasing chakra that erupted within the thick trunk, creating a large cavity. Gazing at his handiwork, Chilu Nai smiled knowingly, then withdrew his hand, retreating swiftly. In midair, devoid of any support, he executed a series of directional jumps. New Uzumaki style, void step. Similar to the moonwalk, having flawlessly replicated the 2 taijutsu techniques, Chilu Nai nodded in satisfaction. Yet, upon considering the subsequent techniques, he sighed in resignation. I have only grasped the nature transformation of water attribute chakra. The remaining 6 techniques, at least 4 of them, cannot be learned in a short time. Furthermore, the 8th technique requires far greater strength. It seems I must seek out Tsunade to learn about brute strength. At times, he truly envied the talents of 5-5 and 5 Spirit King. Alas, I am limited to 5 attributes of chakra: water, wind, lightning, yin, and yang. After reflecting, Chilu Nai contemplated certain matters. Well, after this war concludes, I can bring little Nagato back to Konoha. The bloodline of the Uzumaki clan must not be lost to the winds. And as for the scent of the grass country, it pertains to Conan's mother, not her. As for the wisdom of not putting all your eggs in one basket, or whether Obito and the prodigal son would stir trouble due to my bringing Nagato to Konoha, Chilu Nai began to remember and ponder. Obito, upon awakening the Rinnegan, interpreted the tampered stone tablet and became aware of the existence of the infinite Tsukuyomi, subsequently devising the Eye of the Moon plan. Due to his advanced age and frailty, he transplanted his Rinnegan into Nagato, nurturing it within the body of one who possessed the Uzumaki sage body. He then dispatched White Zetsu disguised as a Konoha ninja to murder Nagato's parents, thus compelling Nagato to awaken his Rinnegan. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Chilu Nai could not help but scoff. Humph, those 2 in their current state combined are no match for Mido. Before the Nine Tails Jinchuriki exchange, Konoha was undeniably safe. And what of after the Nine Tails Jinchuriki exchange? If I allow Obito and the prodigal son to seize the Nine Tails, I shall be. As he spoke, Chilu Nai clenched his fist, raised his thumb, then rotated it 180 degrees, pointing downward. Having completed the training of the new Uzumaki-style taijutsu and contemplating future events in the ninja world and strategies to counter them, Chilu Nai tidied up the temporary training ground as usual, activating his Kagura hard eye to perceive his surroundings, initially confirming that no one was around. Just as he prepared to turn away, a wave of intense malevolence pierced his perception. This is bad. It's White Zetsu. Damn it. Thankfully, I just spoke in Sichuan dialect, not Japanese, and my voice was quite low. The information should not have been leaked. With a sigh of relief, Chilu Nai felt fortunate that his caution, combined with the Nine Tails chakra bestowed by Mido, had spared him from a significant misstep. Sensing White Zetsu's hostility linger for only a moment before swiftly dissipating, Chilu Nai, adhering to the principle of not probing too deeply to avoid alarming the snake, did not dwell on why White Zetsu was present on the battlefield in the land of rain. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Could it be that, if Chilu Nai recalled correctly, Obito had quietly transplanted his Rinnegan into Nagato during the Second Shinobi World War? and the malevolence from that white Zetsu was likely a case of mistaking him for Nagato, only to realize the error. In other words, Obito's Rinnegan is now in the possession of that white Zetsu. Upon considering this, although he could not be entirely sure, Chilunai felt a 70% confidence that white Zetsu was there to implant the Rinnegan into Nagato. There was also a 20% chance that white Zetsu intended to disguise himself as a Konoha ninja to activate the Rinnegan already present in Nagato's eye sockets. As for the final 10% possibility, it could merely be that white Zetsu was dispatched to gather intelligence. However, given that Obito had already deployed many white Zetsu to infiltrate various villages for information, sending another to the Land of Rain would hold little significance, making this scenario highly unlikely. What to do? With a 70% confidence, should I take a gamble? And if I succeed, what then? Without the Uzumaki sage body, can I truly wield a Rinnegan that does not belong to me? Even if I temporarily rely on a single Rinnegan to alleviate the burden on my body, how should I confront Madara, who has not completely lost his ability to act and could snatch the Rinnegan away? Even if I retreat to Konoha and seek refuge under Granny Mito's protection, how can I explain to her that the spirits of the Uchiha are about to return and exact vengeance on the village? A series of questions flooded Kalunai's mind, leaving him to ponder the meaning of life itself. After considerable reflection, he ultimately chose not to take action, allowing white Zetsu to depart while he made his way back to the camp slowly. What was he thinking? Why complicate matters? After all, he had already resolved to bring Nagato back to Konoha. So whether the Rinnegan would be used by Nagato or borrowed for his own purposes was merely a matter of his own decision. Moreover, if he were to implant the eye and end up resembling the frail Nagato of the future, he would surely bear the brunt of it. No, no, no. Kalunai quickly shook his head. The more he thought this way, the clearer his thoughts became, and even his steps grew lighter. Chapter 18. It seems I must control you. Upon returning to the camp dormitory, Kalunai gently closed the tent flap, making every effort not to disturb his already slumbering companions. Approaching the table, he drew out a sealing scroll from his pocket, illuminated by the faint candlelight, and summoned a notebook from within. Kalunai spread the notebook open on the table, diligently recording the training methods for the new vortex fluid technique, the sound of his pen scratching against the paper resonating with his focus and anticipation. In the intervals of recording, he furrowed his brow, lost in recollections of the intricate details from the previous Naruto storyline. Familiar yet obscure plot points surfaced in his mind. Madara transplanting his Rinnegan into young Nagato, dispatching white Zetsu disguised as a Konoha ninja to murder Nagato's father, Izumi, and mother, Uzumaki Kiyomi, simultaneously planting a seed of pain and darkness in Nagato's heart as he activated the Rinnegan, manipulating the third Mizukage to initiate the Blood Mist policy, preparing for the future Moon Eye plan, and the Shinobi world's top filial son, Black Zetsu, disguising himself as Madara's will. However, this event occurred after the Third Great Ninja War, in the battle at the Kanabi Bridge. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, causing the candle flame to flicker, casting dancing shadows on the walls. Kalunai snapped back to reality, pressing his hand to his forehead, his gaze now imbued with a newfound determination. Closing the book, he moved to the window, gazing at the gentle rain falling from the night sky, occasionally feeling leaves brush against his sleeve as if to convey that in this tumultuous ninja world, he was no longer a solitary spirit drifting outside of it all. In the days that followed, the three battlefronts in Konoha fell into a state of stalemate, with various factions unable to gain the upper hand, until a piece of news arriving from the Land of Water shattered the impasse. The Cloud Village's marauders finally did something worthwhile. After this surprise attack, that little potato, Anoki, should no longer have the strength to invade our Land of Fire, right? Inside the main tent, Jiraiya let out a hearty laugh after reading the intelligence he had snatched from Orochimaru. Indeed, Lord Hiruzen had already ordered Elder Koharu to lead half of the IWA ninja back to the village for rest before heading to the southern battlefield in the Land of Rain to prepare to take over Tsunade's position, while Tsunade herself would be promptly reassigned to our northern battlefield in the Land of Rain. However, even though the threat from IWA ninjas had diminished, allowing Konoha to mobilize more manpower, the Rain Village could likewise concentrate its entire strength to focus on us, indicating that the day of the decisive battle would not be far off. Orochimaru maintained his calm demeanor, refraining from the blind optimism exhibited by Jiraiya, instead analyzing the potential impact of Cloud's surprise attack on IWA regarding Konoha's subsequent battle strategies. Ah, indeed, that slippery Hanzo of the salamander is difficult to deal with. He recently utilized his poisonous mist as cover to injure Jonin Tanaka. Now, it would be even more challenging to confront Hanzo directly. Curiously, Jonin Tanaka was not seriously injured and had mostly recovered under Kunai's treatment. So why did the old man suddenly decide to return him to Konoha? Not only had Jonin Tanaka been reassigned, but other Uchiha ninjas had also been recalled, leaving many perplexed. Reflecting upon the various unfavorable developments in the recent conflict, Jiraiya scratched his head full of white hair, but due to his naive nature, he could not deduce a coherent explanation. It was merely the rats in the dark corners unable to tolerate others doing well, thus resorting to desperate measures. Orochimaru sneered, his golden slit pupils filled with indifference. His words seemingly laden with implication. His speculation was entirely accurate. Just days prior, returning to Konoha after a lengthy recuperation, Shimura Danzo received numerous reports from various battlefronts. Although the Rain battlefield still faced disadvantages in terms of elite fighters, overall, the three major battlefronts had gained a slight edge. Thanks to the superior quality of Konoha's ninjas compared to those of Suna, Iwa, and AIM, the three fronts stood firmly in a position of strength, already securing an undefeated status. What remained was merely a decisive victory of sufficient weight to solidify the advantage across all fronts. However, the more good news that arrived, the more darkened Danzo's countenance became. When I was the commander on the Rain battlefield, they were all like frostbitten eggplants. The pace of our advance slower than that of a snail. Once I was injured and retired to recuperate, they transformed into a pack of wolves, advancing with unprecedented vigor. They are clearly toying with me. What a bunch of damned scoundrels. Danzo slammed his remaining left hand on the table, within the root base. The already dim lights flickered even more fiercely after his chakra burst, casting shadows that deepened the gloom around him. The more intelligence he reviewed, the angrier Danzo grew. And when he saw the significant achievements of the Uchiha clan, he erupted in fury, rising to confront Hiruzen Sarutobi to demand an explanation. Bang! Hiruzen, you've likely received the news from all fronts, haven't you? The door to the office was violently thrust open, splintering wood as if a beast had charged through, with hinges emitting a grating screech. Hiruzen did not lift his head, continuing to process the documents before him. After issuing a few brief instructions, he dismissed the Umbu kneeling at his desk. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner, as if the earlier commotion had not disturbed him in the least. It was to be expected. After all, in Konoha, anyone bold enough to barge into the Hokage's office could easily be guessed by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Besides Tsunade, who was still at the southern battlefield in the Land of Rain, there was only his old classmate and comrade, Shimura Danzo, who could be so impolite. Danzo's low, crow-like voice further confirmed Hiruzen's suspicions. Hiruzen adjusted the Hokage hat atop his head, and in response to Danzo's inquiry, he slowly replied, "Danzo, you should knock before entering." "Yes, I have received the intelligence from various battlefronts. What of it? Do you require a report from me?" The Uchiha have produced several clan members capable of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, and if we do not impose restrictions, in time, Konoha will inevitably witness the Uchiha clan's monopolization of power. That inherently malevolent clan will sooner or later become our greatest threat. It seems that Shimura Danzo failed to sense any abnormality in Sarutobi Hiruzen's demeanor. Lost in his own thoughts, he unleashed his malice through his words, his expression contorting into something increasingly grotesque with each utterance. "Are you even listening to me, Hiruzen?" Seeing Sarutobi remain unresponsive, he slammed his left hand heavily on the desk in front of Hiruzen. "We must restrain the inherently malevolent Uchiha clan and eradicate the possibility of the next Uchiha Madara from the cradle." "Enough, Danzo." As if provoked by some unseen force, Hiruzen raised his head, revealing the cold gaze beneath his Hokage hat. Faced with the visage of his once dear friend, now tainted by darkness, Hiruzen could only feel a profound sense of despair. "Stop spouting nonsense about inherent evil. The Uchiha are part of Konoha, our comrades, and more importantly, they are part of the Mirror Clan. I have my own considerations regarding what you propose. I will arrange for Tanikawa and the others to return to Konoha to maintain order and security. But you must explain why I have only just reviewed the intelligence reports from various sources, yet you are already here?" Danzo was momentarily taken aback, his body, once taut with agitation, now frozen in place. Was Hiruzen accusing him? Was it merely because my roots operate with greater efficiency than his umbu? Despite his confusion, Danzo remained resolute in his stance. They are merely part of the Mirror clan, not the Mirror itself. Merely returning them to Konoha is far from sufficient. They should be sent to assassinate Hanzo of the Salamander, Chiyo, and Sasori from the sand, as well as those from the rock. I said enough. This matter is settled. There is no need for further discussion. Furthermore, after the war, the Root's operational budget will be halved. Now leave. Danzo, who had intended to continue arguing his point, was completely taken aback upon hearing Hiruzen's decision to cut the funding for Root. What did you say? I said, the Root's budget will be halved. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Bang. Before Hiruzen could assert his authority as Hokage, Danzo had already stormed out. Chapter 19. Where are my teammates? Come and help me. Returning to the present, at the southern battlefield of the Land of Rain, Tenkai Koharu had brought together a total of 300 ninjas from both the Sarutobi and Tenkai clans to the temporary Konoha camp, preparing for a rotation with Tsunade. Ever since Hanzo had left the southern battlefield, Tsunade and Chiyo had been at odds, no matter how much Chiyo upgraded her poisons. Tsunade consistently found a way to counter them, even utilizing herself as bait with pre-injected antidotes, trading her own safety for the lives of several elite sand ninjas. Upon meeting Tsunade, Koharu nodded slightly, saying, Tsunade, dear, please hand over the recent data on the poisons used by the sand and the corresponding antidotes. After that, you should head to the northern battlefield in the Land of Rain as soon as possible. Hanzo is there, and Orochimaru and Jiraiya are struggling. Tsunade nodded, responding, you are aware of the situation here, Elder Koharu. Chiyo is quite formidable, so be cautious. Koharu assured her, rest easy, we will respond with care. Just then, a commotion arose outside the camp. A ninja rushed in to report, Lady Tsunade, a small team from the sand has ambushed our supply convoy. Tsunade frowned and scoffed. Glancing at Koharu, it seems that old Chiyo doesn't want me to leave so soon. Koharu's expression sharpened. Tsunade, leave this to me and Kifu. You should hurry to the rain battlefield to support Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Tsunade waved her hand with a hint of regret. All right, then I will take my leave. As for the data you requested, I've informed my assistant where to find it. I was hoping to teach those sand bastards another lesson. With that, the two quickly parted ways, each leading their respective teams in different directions. In contrast to Koharu's substantial force heading to support the supply convoy, Tsunade's group consisted of only 5, including herself. From the original 17-member medical team in the camp, she took only one novice who had recently started learning medical ninjutsu, leaving behind her experienced medical ninja who had accumulated invaluable battlefield experience. After several hours of travel, Tsunade and her 5 companions finally arrived at the northern battlefield of the Land of Rain. Yo, Tsunade Nichin, long time no see. Since there had been no large-scale clashes with the rain today, Kazuna was idly wandering around the temporary camp. Originally sent by Kagura to keep an eye on the old man Madara, he sensed 5 chakra signatures entering his range, one of which was particularly familiar, his cousin Tsunade, whom he hadn't seen in a while. Thus, he waved to greet her. Is it you, kid? What brings you to the battlefield? This isn't a place for children to play. Do Grandma and Grandpa know? You didn't sneak away, did you? Upon recognizing him, Tsunade relaxed, knowing Kazuna's immense chakra was unmistakable. And given their proximity to the Konoha camp, the likelihood of enemy disguises was minimal. Approaching Kazuna, Tsunade playfully ruffled his hair, messing up his long red locks into a disheveled state. Stop it, Tsunade Nichin. If you keep this up, I won't be friends with you anymore. And I won't teach you the new, super suitable ninjutsu I developed. Seeing Kazuna struggle in vain against her playful antics, Tsunade finally relented. All right, this isn't the time for chit-chat. Take me to Orochimaru and that fool Jiraiya. Upon hearing there was something beneficial at stake, Tsunade shifted gears, following Kazuna into the camp. Once inside, Tsunade dismissed the 4 accompanying Konoha ninjas and, guided by Kazuna, made her way to the command tent. Upon hearing the commotion at the entrance, Orochimaru and Jiraiya instinctively looked up. Tsunade, you're just in time. There are many issues we need your assistance with, especially concerning Hanzo's poisons. A significant portion of our fallen ninjas succumbed to them. Besides those who were immediately corroded by the poisonous mist on the battlefield, many more suffered agonizing deaths from the toxins after returning. Names and legacies matter. With Tsunade's arrival, the previously gloomy atmosphere in the tent brightened. It must be said, she truly deserved her reputation as a medical sage on the battlefield. instantly grasping the dire situation at the rain battlefield. Tsunade noticed the once serious expressions on the faces of the elite ninjas transform into smiles, revealing their expectations and trust in her. Time was of the essence, each moment treasured. The burdens of her mission weighed heavily on her shoulders. She immediately gathered medical personnel and swiftly initiated the development of antidotes for Hanzo's poisons. In the medical room, her gaze was resolute, her voice steady as she instructed Kizuna to assist her, knowing that his vast chakra reserves would prove invaluable in catalyzing the antidotes. At present, the somewhat inexperienced Orochimaru observed Tsunade, who had just arrived at the camp and immediately immersed herself in her new round of busy work. A thought crossed his mind. It seems that after this war concludes, I shall need to rapidly enhance my knowledge in detoxification, poison crafting, and human anatomy. We must strengthen the defenses around the camp and assign dedicated patrols, particularly on critical routes. This is a pivotal moment for Tsunade as she develops the antidote, and any mistake is utterly unacceptable. Simultaneously, the intelligence team must intensify their efforts to gather information. I need to know every action taken by Hanzo the Salamander in recent days, in meticulous detail. I have a premonition that the decisive battle is approaching. Orochimaru's words were succinct yet powerful, clarifying everyone's responsibilities. That night, Tsunade, who encountered no unexpected events, swiftly concocted an antidote capable of effectively suppressing the poison of the salamander with the assistance of Kizuna. However, due to time constraints, this version of the potion could not achieve a complete cure. The toxins from the salamander were far too troublesome, incomparable to the diluted poison concocted by that old hag Chiyo. Although I could create a definitive cure, it would require significantly more time, and most of the poison ninjas would not survive until then. For now, this was merely a means to prolong their lives. Tsunade distributed the newly developed antidote among the afflicted ninjas, her spirits somewhat low as she explained briefly to everyone before temporarily leaving the makeshift medical research tent. As night fell, Tsunade returned to the temporary dormitory, exhausted. The moonlight illuminated her figure, yet she showed no signs of fatigue, continuing to peruse various scrolls and research materials, contemplating how to swiftly produce a large quantity of the necessary antidote to cure the salamander toxin. She understood that she bore the trust of the people of Konoha. She must seize every second, for perhaps a minute's earlier discovery could save the life of a companion. Supplementary explanation. In this narrative, Kushina and Kizuna are cousins, with Kushina being the elder. Their grandfather is the brother of Uzumaki Mido, the eldest son of the Uzumaki clan. Therefore, Uzumaki Mido is their great-aunt, naturally making Tsunade their cousin. Additionally, regarding Orochimaru's current lack of proficiency in detoxification, it is a personal setting where he is in a rapid growth phase of power, and has not yet undergone any human modifications. It is only after the legendary Three's famous battle, following the death of Dan Kato and Tsunade's affliction with hemophobia, that he will begin to deeply comprehend the fragility of life and subsequently embrace the path of scientific inquiry. Chapter 20. I love you, sis. See you tomorrow. Tsunade. May I enter? Kizuna, observing Tsunade enjoying the luxury of a large tent, felt a twinge of envy. Truly, she was the granddaughter of the first Hokage, the direct disciple of the third Hokage, renowned as the savior of medical ninjutsu among the elite of Konoha. Compared to himself, who could only squeeze into a small tent with 3 other chunin, Tsunade's treatment was vastly superior. Come in. Why are you being so polite with me? Recognizing her cousin's voice, Tsunade readily acquiesced to Kizuna's modest request, even teasingly scolding him. What? Are you being polite with me? Once Kizuna entered the tent, Tsunade instinctively reached out to ruffle his hair, but recalling his earlier threat from that morning, she transformed her intended action into a gentle pat. Hey, just a bit of courtesy. If you don't respond in 5 seconds, I'll just waltz right into your tent. Kizuna swatted Tsunade's mischievous hand away and casually took a seat by the table, his tone nonchalant. Then why are you here? Can't I come to see you without any reason? Of course, but I know you too well. You never come without an ulterior motive. Tsunade leaned against the table, chuckling at him teasingly. Well, you guessed wrong. Today, I'm here to do charity. Kizuna spread his hands, feigning innocence. Do tell. Tsunade propped herself against the table, leaning partially over Kizuna's seat, almost encroaching upon him. Faced with Tsunade's brazen behavior, Kizuna had no choice but to lean back, seeking a safe distance from her. All right, you win. I concede. Kazuna, as he spoke, retrieved a scroll from his pocket, summoned a notebook from within it, and finally conjured another scroll from a page of the notebook, tossing it towards Tsunade. Tsunade deftly caught the scroll Kazuna had thrown, her mouth twitching in bemusement at his excessive caution. Particularly, the sealing techniques inscribed on the scroll differed from those in the notebook, and the ninjutsu scroll contained a layer of special sealing techniques known only to their family of 5, leaving her speechless yet slightly amused. I must see what kind of ninjutsu warrants such importance from you. Tsunade unrolled the scroll, her eyes widening in astonishment. What she found recorded was Kazuna's latest development, the Uzumaki fluid technique, which could significantly enhance mobility and explosive power, perfectly suited for a taijutsu-focused ninja like Tsunade. Where did you acquire this? Tsunade inquired, astonished. Kazuna grinned with pride. Where else? This is my brainchild, developed with great effort. This ninjutsu is specifically tailored for the Uzumaki clan, and I'm only offering it to you because of our good relationship. You've hit the jackpot. Tsunade nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude. Her younger brother truly came through in a critical moment, sharing a new ninjutsu. However, as she perused the subsequent techniques, her brow furrowed. Upon finishing the last technique, she couldn't help but chuckle with a hint of irritation. If I master this ninjutsu, my combat capabilities will indeed see a significant enhancement. But I suspect your intentions are not as altruistic as they seem. She poked a finger at the scroll, where the details of the new Uzumaki Flow 8 techniques were inscribed. Looking at the scroll, Tsunade mused that rather than being a guide for practice, it resembled a conceptual description of ninjutsu techniques, leaving her at a loss for words. So, this is why you've been so generous. You've been waiting for me to be your test subject, haven't you? Aside from the first 2 techniques being foundational, the latter 5 require mastery over 5 different chakra nature transformations. The final technique can only be mastered by those with innate strength or a select few who have mastered the lightning release chakra mode. As she spoke, Tsunade placed her hand atop her vibrant red hair. Once again swatting away her hand, Kazuna adopted a nonchalant demeanor, rolling his eyes. Think what you will, just tell me. Will you learn it? If you master it, could you help me refine the 8th technique? All right, I'll learn it. Once I've mastered it, I'll assist you in perfecting the training method for the 8th technique. Tsunade replied earnestly as she stored the scroll away. Kazuna waved his hand dismissively. Then it's settled. I'm off. By the way, this technique is pretty complex. You'll undoubtedly encounter many challenges while learning. Having someone to practice with for mutual verification would surely enhance your efficiency. But where to find someone with monstrous strength? Upon finishing, Kazuna rose, feigning an intention to leave the tent. Watching his comical antics, Tsunade couldn't help but feel a mix of exasperation and amusement. His younger brother possesses such a character. He rarely articulates his desires directly, yet somehow manages to convey them effortlessly. In the end, one finds themselves not only willingly offering him what he seeks, but perhaps even expressing gratitude for the opportunity. Get lost, you are such a nuisance. Though she uttered these words, she still retrieved a scroll from her tool pouch and tossed it towards Kalunai. As the scroll soared through the air, Kalunai caught it deftly, sealing it away instantaneously, and then encased his notebook within the original scroll before contentedly turning to exit the tent. Wait, you really are leaving? Tsunade asked, perplexed. Is that reasonable? What else is there to do? Kalunai replied with equal confusion. Is it sensible to remain cramped in that 4-person tent? I've come all this way. After all, in her recollection, Kalunai was not one to stubbornly endure hardships without seeking alternatives. Of course, I intend to borrow Jiraiya's bed. He has been preoccupied with sensing natural energy for his future training in sage arts, and won't be needing it. I'll just graciously make use of his idle resources. Tsunade felt as though the number of times she had been rendered speechless tonight exceeded the total she had experienced during her extended stay on the battlefield of Sunagakure. I needn't have bothered to ask you, she muttered under her breath, watching Kalunai leave with a playful demeanor until he vanished into the engulfing darkness outside the tent. Tsunade's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. At that moment, a cheeky voice echoed from outside the dark tent. Haha, love you sis, see you tomorrow. Tsunade immediately lost her composure, exclaiming, damn it, you little brat, you're utterly insufferable. Chapter 21. You had your chance, yet you are ineffective? Oi, Jiraiya. Are you practicing? Startled, Jiraiya exclaimed, what? Is that you, little Kalunai? What brings you here? Have you stopped pretending? Kalunai's sudden appearance caught Jiraiya off guard. prompting him to scrutinize the youth from head to toe, before seemingly recalling something. Tell me, do you have? No, don't even dream it. Give up that thought. Without allowing Jiraiya to finish, Kunai bluntly rejected the notion, anticipating the unreliable fellow's response. Why is that? I am clearly handsome and charming. Why doesn't Tsunade like me? Hearing Kunai's swift negation before he could complete his thought, Jiraiya slumped into a corner, drawing circles in dismay. Huh, a challenge to suppress laughter? How amusing. Kunai chuckled, finding humor in the situation. You annoying little brat, you truly are hard to like. However, your move to stay here must not solely be for my splendid bed, right? What? Are you interested in my Sage Mode training? Jiraiya inquired, sitting at the edge of the bed and casually draping an arm over Kunai's shoulder. What do you think about forming a summoning contract with Mount Mayaboku? This is a secret ninjutsu I haven't even taught Minato, he added, casting Kunai a knowing glance. Forget it, I'm not particularly fond of toads. You can save those for Minato. With a gentle push against Jiraiya's face, Kunai politely declined his generous offer. Such a lack of appreciation. Mount Mayaboku is one of the 3 great sanctuaries. Many have sought to establish a summoning contract with them and have yet to find the opportunity. And you simply reject it? Jiraiya expressed his astonishment at Kunai's refusal, though he accepted it with a hint of regret. The thought of enjoying a feast of insects alone, feeling them wriggle in his mouth before bursting, filled Jiraiya with a sense of loss. Not fond of toads? Then what do you prefer? Compared to toads, I lean more towards ninja dogs or cats. Kunai contemplated briefly before responding. Ah, so you have a fondness for fluffy little creatures? How childlike. Jiraiya mocked, his expression shifting dramatically. Yet, Kunai remained unperturbed, continuing to elucidate. Large summoning beasts are ill-suited to my combat style, while smaller ones provide minimal assistance. Only the tracking abilities of ninja dogs and the intelligence-gathering skills of ninja cats are genuinely useful to me. Tracking and intelligence gathering, indeed, are not Toad's forte. For ninja dogs, I can inquire with Inuzuka Kiba, and regarding ninja cats, don't you have a good rapport with the Uchiha clan? They have maintained a long-standing relationship with the cat clan. You could ask them when the opportunity arises. Observing Kunai's earnest analysis, Jiraiya too adopted a serious demeanor, genuinely contemplating how to assist Kunai with obtaining ninja dogs and cats. What do you need them for? They aren't essential. It seems rather troublesome. Let us just forget about it. Kunai waved his hand dismissively, feeling that while they had a good impression of each other, they were far from a level of sharing intelligence. Besides, he had plans to raise a grand pet in the future, and securing a summoning contract with a cat or dog at this moment seemed unnecessary. Well, I'm not giving up. I've made the effort to offer you help. You were the one who said you didn't need it. So shall we reconsider my proposition? Jiraiya leaned closer, crossing his arms, his tone a mix of indignation and sincerity, with a slight blush gracing his cheeks. I concede to you this once. Let it not become a habit. The next day, after engaging in a round of attrition with the rain-hidden village in the morning, Tsunade's arrival in the afternoon expedited the healing process, wrapping up earlier than usual. After a brief rest to replenish his strength, Kunai led Tsunade to the temporary training ground where he usually practiced. Activating his Kagura heart eye to perceive his surroundings and potential foes, Kunai commenced his physical warm-ups, as he routinely did. Watching Kunai's warm-up routine, Tsunade was already accustomed to it and began her own physical activities in her habitual manner, subsequently embarking on the training of the new vortex fluid technique that Kunai had provided her the previous night. Given her impressive physical prowess, Tsunade swiftly mastered the first 2 forms, completing a total of 4 physical techniques before delving into the study of the 8th form. Throughout the practice, Tsunade frequently employed her tremendous strength, gradually making significant progress with the 8th form. As Chi Luni began her training in superhuman strength from scratch, she gradually mastered the intricacies of the technique through Tsunade's repeated demonstrations. After an extensive training session until dusk and a brief restoration of the training grounds, Chi Luni and Tsunade were preparing to return to the camp when a ninja, adorned with an unsightly mask, suddenly appeared to block their path. An enemy? Chi Luni. Be careful, Tsunade exclaimed before vanishing from her spot in an instant. With a thunderous sound, Tsunade appeared before the masked ninja, executing the first form of the whirlpool-style, violent kick. The speed was astonishing, far exceeding ordinary body flicker techniques. No, I can't take it head-on. It would be fatal. The masked ninja felt a sense of impending doom, a blood-red warning flashing in his mind. Instinctively, his body reacted, leaning back just in time to narrowly avoid Tsunade's attack. However, the ugly mask on his face was not spared. It shattered into 2 pieces from the chakra that burst forth from Tsunade's punch. "Tsunade, be careful. I'll help." Upon entering, Jiraiya had intended to play the hero, but instead, he was met with the sight of Orochimaru being pushed back by Tsunade, leaving him momentarily speechless. "Orochimaru, what brings you here? And you too, Jiraiya? What are you plotting?" After scrutinizing both Orochimaru and Jiraiya, Tsunade finally demanded, "Orochimaru, you first. What did Jiraiya summon you for?" Feeling the pressure of Tsunade's narrowed gaze and the chakra gathering in her fist, Orochimaru broke into a cold sweat, sensing he was being targeted by a formidable beast. His mind raced, and amidst the chaos, he managed to formulate a self-preserving strategy. "I heard from Jiraiya that you have been training a new ninjutsu. We are preparing for a decisive battle against Hanzo the Salamander, and he wanted me to assess your improved strength to plan our strategy accordingly." Without a hint of hesitation, Orochimaru instinctively spoke, using Jiraiya as a scapegoat while deftly redirecting the conversation toward the crucial battle against Hanzo, a matter of greater significance. Excellent. That response was nothing short of flawless. Truly textbook. Even Chi Luni, who had been innocently observing, couldn't help but commend him, glancing at Jiraiya, who remained bewildered. "Jiraiya, don't blame us. We are equally pained by this." "Is that really the case, Jiraiya?" Upon meeting Tsunade's gaze, Jiraiya could no longer bear to look at her, his eyes darting while his hands fidgeted behind his back, signaling for help from Orochimaru and Chi Luni. "Ah yes, Chi Luni mentioned it to me yesterday. That is correct." Ahaha. Finding no rescue forthcoming, Jiraiya forged ahead, weaving a tale that was half truth, half fabrication, even dragging Chi Luni into the mix. Realizing she had been unwittingly implicated, Chi Luni shot Jiraiya a resentful look, silently vowing, "Next time I trust you and help you, I'll end up as Hokage, buried under paperwork." However, facing Tsunade's scrutinizing gaze, Chi Luni remained silent, merely shrugging and raising his hands in feigned innocence, pointing at Jiraiya and then at himself. Exchanging incredulous glances with Tsunade, as if to say, "You believe him and doubt me? Seriously? Humph. I trust neither of you." After witnessing Chi Luni's pantomime, Tsunade scoffed, delivering a few swift punches to the trio, bestowing them with a bit of monetary reward, particularly focusing on Jiraiya. "I'm too agitated, Tsunade," Chi Luni lamented, feeling the agony of his heightening stature. "Next time, I'll show you what true strength is," Tsunade retorted, her voice as chilling as ice. Startled, Jiraiya, adorned with a multitude of bumps and even smoking, shivered uncontrollably. "Cut it out," Chi Luni declared defiantly, exhibiting a demeanor that signaled his acknowledgement of error while remaining undeterred for future encounters. Without granting Tsunade time to respond, he vanished in an instant. Just as Tsunade was about to speak again, a piercing eagle cry echoed through the sky. The expressions of Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade turned serious, and after exchanging glances, they hurried towards the camp. Significant intelligence from the sand-hidden battlefield had emerged. They were to gather in the main tent, hoping for favorable news. The tent was brightly lit, the warm glow of the fire illuminating the excited and expectant faces of the gathered individuals. At the moment the news from the sand battlefield spread, the previously quiet camp erupted with fervor. The Leaf Village's elite ninja from the Northern Rain battlefield cheered loudly, and the atmosphere of joy quickly permeated the tent. "Hatake Tsukumo is truly our Leaf Village's hero. The name of the White Fang of the Leaf is indeed well-deserved," exclaimed a middle-aged jonin, his face flushed with excitement. "Slaying the son and daughter-in-law of the first Kazekage, this is a significant blow to the morale of the Sand Village." His voice trembled with uncontainable enthusiasm. "Indeed, with Tsukumo on our side, this battle presents no threat. Victory is merely a matter of time," echoed a younger jonin, his face alight with glee. The crowd gathered to discuss the future of the sand battlefield, as if victory was within their grasp. Some were eager to rush to the front line and pursue the victory. Others had already begun to plan for a celebration after the battle. With Tsukumo-senpai here, the outcome of the sand battlefield is assured. Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. After this heavy blow to the Sand Village, their morale will plummet. If we strike while the iron is hot, we can surely rout them completely. And with the antidote developed by Tsunade, our spirits will rise. ensuring our triumph in the rain battlefield. It all hinges on the upcoming battle. Outside the tent, the cold wind howled, and heavy rain poured, yet inside, the atmosphere was electric with fervor. The people understood that Hatake Sakomo's pivotal role had granted the Leaf Village a decisive advantage in this war. At this moment, they envisioned the Sand Ninjas retreating in disarray while the Leaf forces celebrated their victory. However, they did not naively immerse themselves in joy. They were equally confident about the imminent decisive confrontation in the rain battlefield. In the Hokage office of the Leaf Village, the White Fang of the Leaf, is it? A remarkably resounding title. What an extraordinary young man he is. I recall the birth of his child last year, whose name seems to be Kakashi. Where the leaves of Konoha flutter, the flame of life endures. Its glow illuminates the village, nurturing fresh buds on the trees. Undoubtedly, Hatake Sakomo is a remarkable ninja, embodying the indomitable will of fire. He is destined to become a pillar of Konoha. Observing the intelligence from the Sand Village battlefield in his hands, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face brightened with a long-lost smile, his previously furrowed brow now fully relaxed. Inside the root base, the white fangs of Konoha. Humph! What a spectacle! Merely having slain 2 Sand Jonin, utterly preposterous. After perusing the intelligence, Shimura Danzo ignited the document and flung it into the air, as though this act could dispel the gloom within his heart. Ryuma, let us stroll through the village. It is time to infuse root with fresh blood. With pent-up resentment seeking an outlet, Danzo resolved to visit the major clans of the ninja world. He was eager to see whether, in the absence of their clan leaders on the battlefield, the various clans could safeguard those he valued. Chapter 23. The Pinnacle of the Ninja World. The demigod Hanzo of the Salamander. To think they would challenge me to a duel? Humph! Such audacity. Truly a gaggle of arrogant younglings. Hanzo of the Salamander clutched the invitation from Konoha tightly, his knuckles turning pale from the pressure. His eyes widened in disbelief and rage, veins bulging on his forehead. He growled through gritted teeth, his voice dripping with icy disdain. Though he considered the possibility of this being a cunning scheme or a trap devised by Konoha, his proud nature would not allow him to shy away from what he deemed a challenge. With a fierce throw, he sent the invitation soaring into the air, brandishing his chained scythe to cleave it, reducing it to shreds, his gaze radiating arrogance and contempt. If they seek a contest, then I shall grant their wish. Hanzo swiftly regained his composure and began devising a strategy. He summoned his most elite ninjas, his gaze resolute and sharp, his voice steady and authoritative. The people of Konoha are overestimating themselves, daring to provoke us. This time, they shall learn the price of their impudence. He meticulously outlined his battle plan to Pain and Hanzo, considering every detail with great care. Once arrangements were complete, he crossed his arms, a subtle smirk playing upon his lips. Konoha, prepare to face my wrath. I shall ensure this confrontation leaves you with no means of retreat. His eyes sparkled with confidence, as if envisioning himself repelling Konoha, crushing the Sand Village, and elevating the Rain Country to rival the 5 great nations, ultimately crowning himself as the first Rain Shadow. With his prowess and careful planning, he was certain of achieving overwhelming victory in this confrontation, ensuring that Konoha paid dearly for their recklessness. Did that old man with the breathing tube agree? Just like that. Orochimaru and the others gazed at Hanzo as affirmative response, momentarily bewildered. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, a flicker of subtle doubt crossing his elongated gaze. He stroked his chin, pondering the deeper implications behind Hanzo's seemingly effortless acquiescence. Could there be a more profound scheme at play? Jiraiya scratched his head, astonishment etched across his face, his prepared arguments now lodged in his throat, mumbling, "This is too smooth. It feels rather unsettling." Tsunade, arms crossed and brow furrowed, fixed her gaze on Hanzo, acutely aware that Hanzo was no benign character. Such a straightforward agreement must harbor hidden intricacies. The three fell into a contemplative silence, the air around them seemingly thickening. A gentle breeze rustled their hair, yet it could not disperse the doubts lingering in their hearts. Days later, Hanzo stood quietly atop the head of his summoning beast, the salamander, a faint smile gracing his lips, his eyes revealing an inscrutable depth. After some time, Orochimaru broke the silence, licking his lips. "Hanzo, truly a man deserving of the title demigod of the ninja world. You are indeed bold." Hanzo chuckled softly, yet did not respond directly, merely stating, "No need for further words. As agreed, you may send anyone, provided it does not exceed 5 individuals, and I shall accept them all. Orochimaru and the others exchanged glances, their concerns deepening, yet with matters as they stood, retreat was not an option. They could only brace themselves to face this confrontation, where each side would dispatch no more than 5 of their upper-tier combatants. Suppressing their unease, they nodded slightly to Hanzo and turned to leave. However, their steps felt heavy, for they understood that beneath this seemingly simple agreement lay an intricate web of undisclosed machinations. After a brief discussion, Konoha decided to dispatch 4 individuals, the 3 disciples of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, along with the strongest combatant from Konoha on the Rain battlefield, Uzumaki Kurinai. Conversely, the Rain village sent forth only 3, Pain, known as the left hand of Hanzo, and a trusted aide of Hanzo, as well as the demigod himself, Hanzo of the Salamander. As the participants were confirmed, the atmosphere became charged with tension. Excellent. It is time. With Tsunade's fierce shout, the battle that would determine the fate of the war commenced. Pain swiftly hurled a multitude of kunai embedded with explosive tags towards Orochimaru and the others. Upon recognizing the explosive tags, Orochimaru did not engage directly, but instead vanished in a blur, reappearing behind Tsunade. Tsunade, instantly comprehending the situation, smashed her fist into the ground, unearthing a massive boulder to deflect Pain's explosive kunai. Meanwhile, Jiraiya seized the opportunity to teleport behind Hanzo, preparing to unleash a fire technique. But it was not over yet. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Jiraiya swiftly formed hand seals, ready to unleash his jutsu, only to be sent flying by the tail of Hanzo's salamander. Behold my technique. Ninja art, smoke bomb technique. Just as Orochimaru and the others engaged Hanzo and Pain fiercely, Pain, concealed behind them, produced a talisman from his ninja tool pouch. With rapid hand seals, a strange green mist enveloped the battlefield, obscuring everyone's vision. Salamander now? Use your toxic mist. Under Hanzo's mocking laughter and the cover of Pain's eerie green smoke, the poisonous fog from the salamander silently spread across the battlefield. A talisman? Quite intriguing. Through the keen perception of Uzumaki Kurinai, all of Hanzo's movements fell within his grasp. Faced with their concealed methods of poisoning and insidious plots, Kurinai did not merely respond with a cold smile. He swiftly unfurled a scroll and formed hand seals. Ninja art, sealing technique, absorption. The empty characters in the scroll transformed into a wind hole, rapidly absorbing and sealing the strange green mist and toxic fog from the air. A sealing technique. That child of the Uzumaki clan. No wonder he dares challenge me. It seems he has discovered a way to counter the salamander's toxic fog. However, this alone will not be sufficient to defeat me. Observing his meticulously crafted trap unravel, Hanzo showed signs of irritation, yet with his absolute strength, he remained largely unfazed. With one failed attack, Hanzo signaled Pain and the others to continue launching explosive kunai, lacking sufficient long-range combat ninjutsu. Tsunade and her companions could only dodge while gradually closing in on Hanzo. Soon, the explosion of the explosive tags generated a vast cloud of smoke, obscuring the vision of Tsunade, who unwittingly stepped into a precarious position. Now is the time. Fire release, explosive flame array. As Hanzo's voice resounded, another cluster of explosive tags erupted from the ground, rushing towards Tsunade's body, ready to adhere to her. Vortex flow, violent kick. Faced with the onslaught of explosive tags, Tsunade dared not be the least bit careless, immediately employing the vortex flow technique she had finally mastered over the past few days. Did she actually evade it? However, leaping into the air without a point of leverage would render her a sitting duck. Did your teacher not impart this wisdom? Truly irresponsible. Watching Tsunade flash into the air, Hanzo couldn't help but chuckle. If not for the battlefield, his disdain for foolishness might have flared up. Nevertheless, a foolish adversary is indeed welcome news. Adhering to the principle that hesitation leads to defeat, the salamander Hanzo decisively launched an attack on Tsunade, suspended in midair. Ninja art, chain side second strike. I shall claim your life without reservation. Chapter 24. No longer humiliated. The legendary battle of the 3 Shinobi. I will unreservedly seize your life. With the initiation of Hanzo's assault, an iron block connected by chains hurtled towards Tsunade. As Hanzo stated, those who place themselves in peril and become living targets for their enemies are undoubtedly fools. However, could the esteemed Jonin of Konoha granddaughter of the first Hokage. Tsunade of the Land of Fire, truly be a fool? Clearly not. Except in gambling matters. Vortex Flow, Skyward Strike. Tsunade grinned, effortlessly executing the Vortex Flow technique, deftly avoiding Hanzo's attack and seizing the opportunity in the aftermath of his ninjutsu. Vortex Flow, Altered Mighty Fist. Her fist, brimming with immense chakra, descended upon Hanzo. What? Hanzo's eyes widened in astonishment, not only surprised by Tsunade's ability to leverage her surroundings, but also in awe of the sheer quality and quantity of chakra in her punch. Faced with such a colossal force, even Hanzo was compelled to retreat and evade its edge. Water Release, Water Body Flicker. With his attack thwarted, Tsunade, undeterred by fate's cruelty, altered her chakra flow, amplifying her output. Vortex Flow, Altered Mighty Unmatched. Her fist, saturated with excess chakra, plummeted directly downwards, striking the creature known as Jiboku, gravely injuring it and causing it to dissipate into a cloud of white smoke, returning to its resting place. Not good. Witnessing the turn of events, Hanzo's heart sank. Tsunade's punch not only deprived him of Jiboku's assistance, but also eliminated his support beneath his feet. He plummeted straight down from the air. Ninja Art, Hidden Multi-Snake Hands. Seizing the opportunity, Orochimaru would not let this once-in-a-lifetime chance slip away, launching an attack on the descending Hanzo. Lord Leader, Lord Hanzo, Jiraiya, and Pain, their expressions tense, sought to assist, but were firmly restrained by Kirakuna, unable to escape. Just as Orochimaru's attack was about to strike Hanzo, he suddenly removed his mask, unleashing a dense cloud of poisonous mist. The mist rapidly enveloped the surroundings, obscuring vision. Orochimaru furrowed his brow, swiftly retreating to avoid the noxious fumes. Tsunade remained vigilant, concentrating her chakra in her eyes, striving to pierce through the mist to locate Hanzo. At that moment, several kunai bearing explosive tags shot forth from the fog, aimed at Tsunade and Orochimaru. Ninja Art, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Quick-witted, Orochimaru hurled a shuriken, dividing it into multiple shurikens that intercepted the incoming kunai. Meanwhile, Hanzo, taking advantage of the distraction, swiftly maneuvered through the mist using Water Release. He aimed to circle behind Tsunade and her companions, seeking new opportunities for attack. Just as Hanzo was about to flank Tsunade from behind, Jiraiya, who had been observing from the shadows, suddenly appeared, launching a barrage of white needles towards Hanzo. Ninja Art, Thousand Needles. Hanzo, caught off guard by Jiraiya's sudden appearance, failed to evade in time, and was struck by the needles, his body perforated and crashing heavily to the ground. The fallen Hanzo bizarrely transformed into a puddle of water, while his true self appeared not far from Jiraiya and the others. Water Release, Water Clone. Clearly, Jiraiya's attack had not struck Hanzo's true form. Thus, this fierce battle continued unabated for an entire day. It was not until the dawn of the next day, the first rays of light slicing through the darkness like swords, that the battlefield fell into a profound silence, permeated with the scent of smoke and scattered puddles of water, a testament to their relentless conflict from the previous day. In the center of the battlefield stood 7 figures. 3 were panting heavily, on the verge of collapse. 1, though in a better state than the first 3, still bore the marks of fatigue. Only 1 appeared unperturbed, seated comfortably atop the 2 men bound in chains. This shall conclude. Consider this battle a victory for Konoha. I shall grant you a path of survival. Hanzo stood atop Jiboku, now healed and summoned once more. His demeanor was arrogant, yet his words carried an undertone of weakness. We do not require your pity. We can continue to fight. Jiraiya retorted vehemently. Indeed, the outcome remains uncertain. Tsunade echoed fiercely. Yes, the 3 of you, along with that young descendant of the Uzumaki clan, are formidable, even pushing me to this extent. Such youth, truly remarkable. Thus, I shall grant you a chance to survive, until you grow stronger and dare to challenge me once more. As the price for my concession, I ask that you introduce yourselves. Hanzo calmly made his request, accepting the reality of his defeat with the grace befitting a legendary figure. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru. The 3 supported each other, their expressions resolute as they responded in turn. And you, the red-haired boy? After hearing the names, Hanzo turned his gaze to the one who single-handedly subdued his companions. Me? Kirakuna. I am Kirakuna of the Uzumaki clan. Initially caught off guard, Kirakuna grinned once he confirmed there was no 8th individual present. Your names are now indelibly etched in my mind. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Kirikuna, Uzumaki. From this day forth, I, Hanzo, shall refer to you as the legendary 3 Shinobi of Konoha, as well as the Red Peak of Konoha. Take pride in the glory you have earned through your strength. With that, Hanzo stepped down from Jiboku, dismissing the summoning and even sheathing his weapons. He walked away, a sense of melancholy enveloping him as he approached Kirikuna. Kirikuna, understanding the moment, swiftly retreated to join Tsunade and the others, retracting the adamantine chains binding Jiraiya and Pain. Ultimately, this grand conflict concluded with Hanzo yielding, citing the need to preserve his subordinates and the strength of the Rain Village, bestowing the titles of the 3 Shinobi and Red Peak upon them. Thus, the battle in the northern Rain Village of Konoha declared victory. Simultaneously, in the Second Great Ninja War, Konoha's forces once again proclaimed their might to the ninja world. Additional note, the significant battles of the Second Great Ninja War have effectively reached their conclusion. Regarding Hanzo's battle against the mountain pepper fish, it was not as effortless as portrayed in the original work, and his demeanor lacked the arrogance that characterized him previously. In the original narrative, the 3 legendary ninjas were subdued by the poison unleashed by Jonin, which led to their overwhelming defeat. This time, however, with the protagonist's assistance in dispelling the toxic mist, along with Tsunade's enhanced offensive capabilities, Hanzo found himself struggling significantly. His shift in attitude stemmed from the shocking realization that a mere 11 or 12-year-old boy had managed to capture him. Chapter 25, The Little Boy. Hand him over. I truly envy you. At such a tender age, you already possess a resounding title of your own. After a day filled with intense battles, the quartet from Konoha sought refuge in a cave to escape the rain. Reflecting on the fact that Chi Lunai had earned a unique title well before his upcoming 11th birthday, Jiraiya felt an indescribable sense of wonder. Yet, he dismissed it as a trivial byproduct of mutual interests. If it pleases you, then it shall be yours. In response to Jiraiya's jest, Chi Lunai remained unfazed, calmly tending to the campfire before him. The sound of crackling flames, coupled with Chi Lunai's composed tone, brought rare smiles to the faces of the other 3. Unlike the original narrative, due to Tsunade's heightened strength, yesterday's battle did not see her fall into a trap, nor did it involve Jiraiya sustaining injuries while attempting to rescue her. Thus, there was no looming concern regarding Jiraiya's potential incapacitation, which might hinder their escape from the pursuit of Rain Village, nor did it lead to Orochimaru contemplating abandoning him. With Chi Lunai scouting the surroundings, their nerves were eased, creating a notably harmonious atmosphere. Do not be so indifferent. Once this mission concludes, especially considering your remarkable performance in yesterday's battle, you are more than deserving of a promotion to Chunin, or even Special Jonin. Cheer up. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Jiraiya leaned back, stretching lazily while gazing at the cave's ceiling, seemingly lost in recollection of the preceding day's harrowing encounter. Who is it? Who is there? Come out. Tsunade was about to speak when Orochimaru suddenly bellowed towards the depths of the cave. Instinctively, Jiraiya and Tsunade adopted defensive stances, their gazes sharp and wary, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Only Chi Lunai remained calm, unaffected by the tension that enveloped the others. Here they come. Uncle Snake, Jiraiya, Tsunade. There's no need for hostility. They are merely a few children without any traces of chakra, Chi Lunai announced, revealing that the newcomers had likely been hiding in the cave before their arrival. Hearing his words, the trio relaxed slightly, though their grips on their weapons remained firm. Do not let your guard down. Even if they are just children, they belong to Rain Village. Orochimaru, still clutching a kunai, exhibited a softer demeanor than before. Come out. There's no reason to hide. Tsunade lowered her defenses, crossing her arms across her chest. Sensing the diminished hostility, a boy emerged from behind a stone pillar. With short orange hair and appearing no older than 5 or 6, his malnourished frame was accentuated by ill-fitting, tattered clothing. He also carried a helmet on his back, presumably for protection against rain or toxins. Who are you? Tsunade inquired, bemused. The boy did not respond, but instead approached Jiraiya and extended his right hand, requesting, "Please share some of your food with me. What about your parents?" He replied, "They were killed by ninjas during this war." His tone was somber, his expression serene, as if recounting a mundane event. Jiraiya and Tsunade's pupils dilated in shock at this unexpected revelation. Take this. I have some biscuits here. When Jiraiya offered the boy a biscuit, he hesitated, turning to look behind him. Nagato, Conan, come out. They do not appear to be hostile. At his call, two other children, also seemingly 5 or 6 years old, emerged from behind the stone pillar. One boy had red hair, obscured by his bangs, while a girl sported blue hair. Their attire mirrored that of the orange-haired boy, though the girl's clothing fit better and appeared cleaner. Their faces were rounder, suggesting they had been cared for by the orange-haired child. In Tsunade's astonished gaze, the two children swiftly snatched the biscuits from Jiraiya and her hands, ready to share with their companion. Boy, merely eating biscuits one tea provides sufficient nutrition. Continue. As the trio prepared to depart, Chi Lunai called out, tossing them a package the size of a modern dictionary, sealed in oil paper. The orange-haired boy fumbled to catch the package, which ultimately landed gently on his head. Undeterred, he carefully unwrapped it to reveal its contents. "It's jerky," he exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. "Is this truly for us?" The red-haired boy's voice brimmed with disbelief. They hadn't had meat in ages, the last time being when their companion, little Bud, starved. Despite their dire circumstances, they could not bear to bury him in their hunger. The three children exchanged glances, their eyes drawn to the jerky, then fixated on the red-haired young ninja who had bestowed it upon them. "Why are you all staring at me? I'm still a minor. I have no alcohol to offer you. Besides, you are children too. What need have you for alcohol? Moreover, that meager amount of jerky one tea burst your bellies. So eat freely." Observing the children's gaze, Chi Lunai couldn't help but chuckle, yet his heart ached more for their plight. Oh, such bright and understanding little ones. They are simply too adorable not to want to take home. Chi Lunai, what nonsense are you spouting? Eating meat one tea cause a bellyache any more than drinking juice does when you have barbecue. Also, I previously requested that jerky from you, yet you denied me. And now you are generously distributing it to them. Truly, your compassion has run amok. As Jiraiya approached the children, taking a piece of jerky for himself, he remarked, "It tastes quite good. Damn you, Jiraiya. Chi Lunai can distribute his own belongings as he pleases. It is none of your concern. How lowly of you to steal from children." Tsunade's fist landed on Jiraiya's head, following up with a playful slap. "Enough, Tsunade." Orochimaru, who had returned to sit beside the campfire, interjected. Upon seeing Tsunade's gaze, he discreetly signaled her. Only then did she notice that the three children, initially unsure about the package, were now eagerly sharing the jerky, reassured by Jiraiya's actions that it was safe to consume. Having come to this understanding, Tsunade reluctantly relented and dragged Jiraiya back to the warmth of the campfire. It is worth noting that Orochimaru's intention to eliminate the severely injured Jiraiya originally stemmed from a pursuit by the Iwagakure, which undoubtedly occurred prior to the legendary battle of the three ninjas. However, I was too lethargic to delve into the intricacies of the Konoha versus Iwagakure conflict, so I left it as is. Additionally, the jest regarding the indulgence in meat without the accompaniment of alcohol, attributed to a story from the spring and autumn period concerning Duke Mu of Qin, was merely a light-hearted quip. For those curious about the tale's specifics, I invite you to explore it on your own. Chapter 26. In a swift motion, Tsunade halted her steps, turning to address the three children trailing behind them. "You've already received food from us. Why do you still follow?" In response to Tsunade's inquiry, the trio remained silent, until the girl with blue hair stepped forward, suddenly producing something from behind her. Instinctively, Tsunade prepared to retreat and defend against the potential threat. However, Jiraiya placed a calming hand on her shoulder, shaking his head gently. As Tsunade regained her composure and looked at the smiling girl, she realized her caution had been excessive. "Thank you. This is our token of appreciation," the girl announced, presenting a bouquet. With a sigh of relief, Tsunade felt reassured. "Oh, Origami, did you make it from the oil paper and biscuit wrappers? How wonderfully crafty of you. It's a pity I didn't bring better paper. Your talent deserves it." Accepting the bouquet, Kalunai subsequently produced a scroll to seal it. "This holds significant sentimental value. I shall treasure it dearly." While commending the girl, Kalunai affectionately ruffled her hair, murmuring to herself, "No wonder Tsunade enjoys patting my head. This feeling is truly delightful." As the atmosphere grew amicable, the orange-haired boy stepped forward. "Please teach us ninjutsu. You are ninjas from Konoha, are you not?" Both Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged surprised glances at the boy's request. In contrast, Orochimaru produced a kunai, declaring, "I am prepared to eliminate these children." At his words, fear flashed across the faces of the orange-haired boy and the blue-haired girl, the former instinctively shielding the others behind him. Having witnessed countless orphans in the wake of war, I could not help but feel their profound sorrow, Perhaps it would be better to end their lives here than to allow them to suffer further. Stop it, Uncle Snake. I sense the chakra emanating from that child, the one with red hair. He is of the Uzumaki clan. Kushina exclaimed, if you dare to act against him, suddenly. Golden chains emerged from behind her, the formidable Kingon sealing technique. Hearing Kushina's words and the underlying threat in her tone, even Orochimaru, who usually maintained his composure, revealed a look of astonishment. That child. Tsunade's eyes widened as she gazed at the red-haired boy, now shielded by the orange-haired child, her surprise evident. While red hair was a distinctive trait of the Uzumaki clan, the vastness of the ninja world meant that many others shared this trait. Tsunade had not anticipated encountering a relative of her grandmother and Kushina in the land of rain. How intriguing, Orochimaru mused, unable to resist licking his lips as he discreetly stowed away the kunai. What are your intentions, Kushina? Jiraiya interjected at the opportune moment, observing the still trembling children. Kushina suppressed her amusement, feigning deep contemplation. Now that we know he belongs to the Uzumaki clan, we cannot disregard him. We should take him back to Konoha to show Grandma. Understanding Kushina's intent, Tsunade offered her suggestion at the perfect moment. Indeed, Kushina nodded, wholeheartedly agreeing with Tsunade both outwardly and within. You wish to learn ninjutsu from us. Would you be willing to accompany us back to the land of fire? To Konoha village? Especially you, Nagato. My name is Nagato. Noticing Kushina's gaze upon him, the red-haired boy promptly introduced himself. Very well, Nagato. Will you come with me? If I am not mistaken, you belong to the same clan as I. With a gentle pat on Nagato's head, Kushina beamed a warm smile. Ah, this ninja is indeed a member of Nagato's clan. The blue-haired girl exclaimed, hands covering her mouth in astonishment. At this moment, both Nagato and the remaining two children felt a flicker of intrigue at Kushina's proposition. Nagato, what are you hesitating for? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We witnessed how this ninja single-handedly dealt with Hanzo's right-hand men on the hillside. Moreover, he may very well be your kin. As Nagato lingered in indecision, the orange-haired boy grew impatient and began to urge him. But I saw Konoha ninjas kill my parents. I fear, under the pressure of their insistence. Nagato finally voiced his concerns. However, upon hearing Nagato's words, Tsunade grew anxious. That is impossible. Our Konoha ninjas never entered the residential areas of Amigakure. But I saw it with my own eyes. Tears streamed down Nagato's cheeks as he attempted to argue further, but Kushina was quicker, enveloping him in an embrace while gently stroking his hair. It's all right now. No matter what happened in the past, I have found you. From this day forth, I will ensure your safety. I will uncover the truth behind your parents' demise, and whoever is responsible will pay dearly. Feeling Kushina's chakra, infused with warmth, flow into him, Nagato, who had not felt love since his parents' death, could no longer contain the sorrow that had been suppressed within him. As tears streamed down his face, he sobbed in a raspy voice near Kushina's ear, I will go with you. Sarutobi, I hear you have found another orphan of the Uzumaki clan on the battlefield of Amigakure, and you've also taken in 2 orphans from Amigakure? Hand them over to me. Even if they are spies, I will train them to be loyal instruments of Konoha. Naturally, the adoption of enemy orphans required notification to the Hokage. Yet, no one anticipated that Danzo's hand had extended into the ranks of the Hokage's direct subordinate Anbu. And he held a position of considerable influence, allowing him to acquire intelligence in a timely manner. Furthermore, Kushina had not foreseen that the 3 adorable children she had painstakingly taken under her wing would already be under scrutiny. The fact that it was Danzo, that scheming old fox, who had set his sights on them only made matters worse. Danzo, I explicitly stated to knock before entering. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen had been reveling in the victory at Amigakure and the joy of his 3 disciples receiving the title of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha. However, upon hearing Danzo's voice, especially when he came to demand people, all of Sarutobi's good spirits were instantly shattered. Aren't you the one who recently took some highly talented children from various clans? And your root organization has already infiltrated my ANBU. Yet you still want more? What is next? Are you planning to replace me as Hokage in a few days? Sarutobi slammed his hand on the table in anger, nearly shattering it. Sarutobi, what do you mean by that? I merely wish to assist you. Besides, you already have 2 children from the Uzumaki clan. What harm would one more do? Danzo, with his usual disingenuous demeanor, offered his justification. In the future, He would be the kind of person who could attempt assassination in plain sight and then act as if nothing had happened. How could such a person be swayed by a mere couple of words upon the unmasking of their schemes? I shall no longer provide you with anything, be it the kin of Lord Mito or the deeply bonded children. They represent the future of Konoha. Sarutobi, you will surely come to regret this. Only this matter. Only the future of Konoha. I shall never harbor regret. Danzo, I am the true Hokage. Boom. Today's outcome. Shimura Danzo suffered a crushing defeat, while Sarutobi Hiruzen achieved a resounding victory. Uzumaki Kushina laid claim to the MVP title. Chapter 27. I have a plan. Lately, boredom has begun to set in. Indeed, it has become rather dull. Everyone has ventured out of the village on missions, and it has been quite a while since our teachers returned. I feel somewhat lost regarding my training direction. I wonder how that fellow is faring, having abandoned us to rush off to the battlefield alone. Most cunning indeed. Aha! Observing the four individuals sprawled on the benches in various states of disarray, Namake's Minato found himself at a loss for words, only able to smile awkwardly yet politely. Did not the third Hokage mention yesterday that the outcomes of the various battlefields have been largely determined? What remains are merely the signing of detailed agreements. Some ninjas are already on their way back to the village, and I believe that Kushina and our teachers should also be on their way back now. Upon mentioning Kushina, the four instantly perked up, chattering animatedly. It is said that Kushina has made quite the contribution this time. Could she possibly skip the Chunin exams and be promoted directly to Chunin? Bayun pondered over the various battle reports that had been posted on the bulletin board following the third Hokage's hour-long speech. He felt thrilled for his teammate, with whom he had only completed one small team mission. The corners of his mouth were nearly lifted to the heavens, yet he feigned a frown, saying, "But will she still be able to team up with us for the Chunin exams? Though even if it's just Yanao and I, we could certainly pass without issue." Yao Shi Yanao merely smiled, showing no intention of revealing his true feelings. On the other hand, the somewhat rotund Akimichi Choji, who had been quiet until now, abruptly interjected with a dose of reality. "With our guiding Jonin absent, there's no one to register us for participation. Even if you were able to pass, there would be no opportunity." "Choji, why would you say that? It makes things even less enjoyable." Kushina snapped. "And stop eating. Hand it over." After hearing Choji's words, Kushina felt a surge of anger. She snatched the snacks from his hands and, after a couple of chews, swallowed them down. "My snacks. Kushina, how could you do this?" "Fortunately, I brought extra. Otherwise, I might have starved." As he spoke, Choji produced 4 or 5 more packets of snacks from somewhere, even offering them to the other 4, as if asking, "Care for some?" The 3 shook their heads in refusal, not accepting Choji's offering. Instead, the typically quiet Yanao shyly accepted, though she showed no intention of consuming them herself. "Yanao, are you going to give them to the children at the orphanage again? You should treat yourself occasionally. I've heard you donate over half your salary to the orphanage. You are truly remarkable." With a single glance, Kushina saw through Yanao's intentions. And recalling Bayun's occasional slip of the tongue, she felt a deep admiration for the bespectacled girl. "What half? Ever since the village was sealed, we can only take on D-rank tasks like cleaning and clearing the river, which means no combat and consequently no consumption of ninja tools, allowing Yanao to donate nearly all of her salary to the orphanage. This also explains why she often goes to the little river behind the mountain to catch and grill fish." At this point, even the chubby Choji could not remain indifferent. He glanced at the snacks in his hands, wrestled with himself, and finally closed his eyes, resolutely pushing his snacks toward Yanao. "Take these. Quickly, before I change my mind." Seeing Choji's earnest yet pained expression, Yanao couldn't help but chuckle. "Then I shall graciously accept." Upon hearing this, Choji's heart sank a little. However, in reward for his kindness, Yanao decided to keep a packet of Choji's favorite salt and pepper chips for him. "Yanao, you are simply an angel." When Choji beheld his beloved chips returned, he was instantly moved to tears, squinting at Yanao as if she radiated a divine light. As if suddenly struck by a thought, Yanao adjusted her glasses. "Since we have nothing pressing to do, would you like to join me in visiting the orphanage?" Is that okay? Won't we disturb the children?" Kushina asked, surprised by Yanao's suggestion. "Well, it would be nice to visit. I haven't seen them in a while." Bayun was the first to respond, though his gaze wandered, scratching his head as if trying to appear reluctant. I'll go. Choji raised his hand eagerly, clutching the packet of chips tightly. Namake's Minato smiled and nodded. "I will join as well. It's a good opportunity to check on those children." Thus, The five of them set off toward the orphanage. Along the way, they chatted and laughed, the atmosphere exceptionally lighthearted. Upon arriving at the orphanage, the children spotted Yanao and rushed over, excitedly shouting, "Sister Yanao? Sister Yanao has come to see us." Surrounded by the children, Yanao gently patted their heads and introduced, "These are my friends. They have come to visit you as well." The children's eyes sparkled with curiosity as they regarded the newcomers. Bayun, surrounded by a throng of children asking questions, initially pretended to be aloof but soon couldn't help but laugh. Choji generously shared his snacks with the children, joining in their merriment. Kushina recounted her experiences as a ninja on missions, though mostly lamenting the monotony of the tasks, and Minato engaged the older children, sharing tales of village curiosities and ninja knowledge, even teaching them some combat techniques and shuriken throwing. Yanao observed the harmonious scene, a smile tugging at her lips. As the sun began to set, the group reluctantly departed from the orphanage. Everyone felt fulfilled by the day's events, their faces aglow with warmth and satisfaction. The only emptiness was perhaps the moment they left, having emptied their wallets after finding the headmaster. Perhaps it was serendipity. As the five left the orphanage, they passed through the village gates just in time to see Kushina and the others returning to Konoha for rest alongside many other ninjas. Chapter 28. Have you arrived, little brother? Sarutobi Hiruzen's conditions. Hey Kushina, you're ignoring me. Oh, welcome back home. Seeing Kushina's figure, Uzumaki Kushina waved her hands excitedly to greet her. Upon hearing Kushina's call, Kushina instructed Nagato and the others with a few words before waving back at Kushina. Mina tadaima. Mata aedade ini. Everyone, I'm back. See you soon. After greeting Kushina and the others, Kushina did not break from the group, but merely pointed toward the Hokage building before following Orochimaru to the Hokage's office, preparing to report on their mission to the third Hokage, with the order to recall Flagwood Tsukumo to assume the position of Minister of the Umbu. The command was given for Koharu to remain vigilant along the Sunagakure front. Was it not she who recently expressed concerns about the formidable toxins developed by Chiyo? I shall ensure that Tsunade hastens to the front lines to alleviate her pressing predicament. On the battlefront, the ninjas of Konoha fought valiantly, making tremendous contributions and sacrifices to safeguard their homeland. Commanding from the rear base, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as Hokage, naturally did not slacken his efforts, refusing to be a mere bystander. Faced with the rapidly evolving situations across various battlefields, he executed tactical adjustments one after another. As members of the Umbu came and went, directives flowed from the Hokage's office, with the third Hokage issuing orders destined for crucial battlefronts, becoming another pivotal element in the unfolding conflicts. Teacher, old man, Hokage-sama, the trio of Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade entered the Hokage's office, accompanied by Nagato and his companions. Unlike the previous four who merely exchanged greetings, Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan appeared somewhat apprehensive. Before the leader of Konoha, the most powerful figure in the Land of Fire, they found it difficult to maintain their composure. Oh, you're back? I was just speaking of you. Although the tide of battle is now settled, various minor frictions and conflicts along the borders are inevitable before the specific agreements and terms are signed. I am aware that you have just returned and have endured considerable hardships during this time. However, to minimize the sacrifices of our comrades in Konoha, I must implore you once more. Upon hearing their voices, Sarutobi Hiruzen extinguished his pipe, exhaling a cloud of smoke, his expression tinged with fatigue. I understand, old man, but at the very least, let me have a moment to rest. Just a few days ago, I had a bout with that old fellow with the breathing tube, and I'm still recovering. Though I am loath to admit it, he truly lives up to his demigod title. Tsunade refrained from arguing or disputing, simply speaking the truth. Indeed, among them, aside from Konan, each was in a rather poor physical state. It would be unreasonable to expect them to return to the battlefield immediately. Indeed, old man, at least grant us 3 days to recuperate. How long has it been since any of us enjoyed a full night's sleep? Jiraiya slumped onto the nearby sofa, his tone laced with a hint of grievance. 3 days should suffice. Even Orochimaru, typically composed and serious, concurred with Jiraiya, though his motivations likely extended beyond mere desire for rest. Observing the weary countenances of his 3 disciples, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only shake his head in resignation. I have been too hasty. Very well, you shall rest for now. In 3 days, you will join the rotation and head to the various battlefronts. Having settled the pressing matters, Sarutobi Hiruzen approached Nagato Yahiko, and Konan. You are Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan, correct? Your names were mentioned in the letter from Konan. Hiruzen bent down and ruffled Yahiko's hair, recognizing that the other two seemed to regard this orange-haired boy as their leader. Yes, Hokage-sama. Although Yahiko's legs trembled and his voice was tight and sharp, his gaze was unwaveringly determined. Do you comprehend what this entails, Konan? Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was low and steady. They are orphans of war from the land of rain, the enemy nation, he continued, his gaze lingering on Nagato, whose eyes were obscured by bangs. Konan straightened, her half-tied crimson hair flowing like flames behind her. I am fully aware of all the risks involved, yet I still wish to beseech you, Hokage-sama, to grant them an opportunity, a chance to survive. She placed her hand on Nagato's head affectionately. They should not bear the cost of this war. Yahiko suddenly stepped forward, trembling as he spoke. We will surely become powerful ninjas. We will not be a burden to you, Konan. Konan clutched the hem of Konan's clothing tightly, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, yet she stubbornly held them back. Nagato stood silently, his eyes concealed in shadow, betraying no emotion. Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled deeply from his pipe, allowing the acrid smoke to fill his lungs, his gaze sweeping over the reports from the rain battlefield that had recently arrived, including the names of Konoha ninjas who would forever remain on that battlefield. The seeds of hatred had long taken root between the two nations, and these children ought to be the new sprouts on that tree, inheriting the indelible animosity. Do you know why I agreed to have you and Kushina come to Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly inquired. Konan paused momentarily, because we will take over Mito's responsibilities and become the next candidates for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? No. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to the window, gazing out at the bustling streets of Konoha. It is not solely that. If I only needed the next Jinchuriki, one of you would suffice. Yet I firmly believe that Konoha will grow stronger only if its people live harmoniously together. The Konoha established by the first Hokage was never merely about one person or one clan. Turning back, the wrinkles on his face deepened under the sunlight. And I must also consider the village's safety. You were correct not to mention it in your letter. That power, one that is only briefly mentioned in ancient texts, who can guarantee its reliability? Konan knelt on one knee, tearing the clan emblem from his sleeve and pressing it against his chest. I swear by the name of Uzumaki that I will instill in them the will of fire. If any of them betray us in the future, his voice faltered momentarily, I will personally slay them, and then take my own life in atonement. The office fell into silence, the only sound being the ticking of the clock on the wall. Suddenly, Nagato lifted his head, a glimmer of purple light flashing in his eyes that Konan had never witnessed before. We do not want to see anyone else die? His voice was so soft it was barely audible. When my parents died, I could do nothing. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flickered with uncertainty. He recalled Jiraiya's mention of the prophecy and the child of destiny who would bring monumental change to the ninja world. Could fate have entrusted such a heavy responsibility to this ragged war orphan before him? The pipe gently tapped the edge of the table as Sarutobi Hiruzen made a decisive resolution as Hokage. Very well, Konan. I agree to let the three of them stay. However, I have two conditions. He raised a finger. First, for the next 6 months, they will be under constant surveillance by the Umbu, especially Nagato. After 6 months, they must also undergo regular inspections by the Umbu, particularly Nagato. Until they graduate as ninjas, I will personally assess their qualifications, especially Nagato. He raised a second finger. Second, from this day forth, you shall be a chunin directly under my command in the Umbu, responsible for their education and oversight. Should any of them pose a threat to Konoha, I understand. Konan bowed deeply, her red hair cascading like a waterfall. Thank you for your mercy, Hokage-sama. As Konan departed the Hokage's office with the three children, Sarutobi Hiruzen reignited his pipe. Through the curling smoke, he envisioned a future filled with countless possibilities. May my decision not yield irreversible repercussions for Konoha. Chapter 29. The three young ones enter Konoha village, the meal of the Senju clan. Is this our new home? Stepping out of the Hokage building, Konan basked in the sunlight, her gaze drawn to the towering statue rock face behind the edifice, her eyes shimmering with incredulity. Nagato knelt down, enveloping the three of them in a warm embrace. Indeed, from this day forth, this shall be your home. You will be my family. The family of Konoha. Nagato observed the shadow he cast in the sunlight, for the first time sensing that it no longer seemed so dark. The setting sun of Konoha bathed the crimson gates of the Senju clan in a golden hue. Konan held Nagato's hand, while Yahiko, glancing around in wonder, followed closely behind. With Konan's sleeve firmly grasped in the small hands of Konan. "How grand!" Yahiko exclaimed, gazing up at the expansive clan buildings. His mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. "These houses are far larger than those in the Rain Village." Konan's fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothing, her brown eyes reflecting the blooming camellias in the courtyard. She had never witnessed such vibrant colors. For in the land of rain, everything was shrouded in a gray haze of rain and smoke. Nagato remained silent, fixated on the tidy stone path beneath his feet, each step reminding him of the muddy battlefields in the rain country and the blood-stained puddles that lingered there. The bangs of his hair brushed against his eyes, causing a slight warmth to radiate, as if reminding him of his incongruity with this peaceful village. "Do not worry." Konan sensed the tension in the boy's body and crouched down to meet Nagato's gaze. "This is my home, and it shall be yours as well." No sooner had she spoken than a fiery red figure dashed in from the end of the corridor. "Konan, you have finally returned." Kushina leapt into Konan's embrace like a flickering flame, her red ponytail sweeping gracefully through the air. Upon noticing the three unfamiliar children, she abruptly halted, tilting her head in curiosity. "Who are these?" "They are our family," Konan replied with a gentle smile, turning to the children. "This is Uzumaki Kushina, my cousin." "Kushina." "These are Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan." Kushina blinked her large eyes, her gaze lingering momentarily on Nagato's malnourished red hair, as if sensing a peculiar resonance. He was, like Konan, an orphan who had lost his family in the war. "Is he also a member of the Uzumaki clan?" Kushina asked directly. Nagato instinctively touched his red hair and shook his head. "We are merely orphans from the rain country. Not anymore." A dignified yet warm voice emerged from the tatami room as Uzumaki Mido stood beneath the eaves, the setting sun casting a golden light upon her red hair. Despite her advanced age, the elder maintained a stature as upright as that of a pine tree. Konan promptly greeted her, "Grandma Mido." Mido's gaze swept over the three children, pausing on Nagato for a moment. Her weathered eyes narrowed slightly, as if perceiving something, yet she merely waved her hand gently. "Come in, children. I have just prepared some snacks." Inside the tatami room, Tsunade was idly tossing a ninjutsu scroll in the air. Upon noticing the newcomers, her eyes brightened. "Oh, it seems the old man is quite reasonable after all, agreeing to your request so swiftly." She deftly stored the scroll away, striding over to the children and squatting down. "Just in time. While we have a moment, I will check their health." With expert fingers, she gently pressed on the wrists and necks of the three, her expression growing increasingly serious as she received feedback from their chakra. Prolonged malnutrition had led to stunted muscle development, and there were slight infections on their skin. Yet nothing insurmountable. "First, take this to replenish your basic nutrition. Starting tomorrow, report to the medical department every day. Konan, you understand medical knowledge, so you can handle their comprehensive care." As she spoke, she inexplicably produced 3 pills. Yahiko accepted a pill and swallowed it without hesitation, immediately scrunching his face. "How bitter. Worse than moldy bread." Konan cautiously licked her pill and grimaced, yet dutifully swallowed it. Nagato stared intently at the pill in his hand, taking a long time before finally placing it in his mouth. "That seems more like it. However, I will soon be dispatched on a long-term mission while I am away. Konan, you can take good care of them. From the looks of them, they will need at least 3 months of nutritional supplementation and rehabilitation training." Mido nodded slightly, yet her gaze never left Nagato as she suddenly asked, "Child, do your eyes feel uncomfortable?" Nagato stiffened, instinctively lowering his head to let his red hair obscure his eyes. And no, a subtle shift occurred in the atmosphere of the room. Konan casually lifted her teacup to sip, while Tsunade and Kushina exchanged bewildered glances between the two. Mido approached Nagato, her warm hand gently stroking his red hair, her voice flowing like a gentle stream. "Do not be afraid, child. In the Senju clan, no one will harm you." Nagato slowly raised his head, the rippling violet of his eyes flickering in the dimly lit tatami room, causing Kushina to gasp in astonishment. "Is that the Rinnegan?" The very eyes possessed by the legendary sage of 6 paths. Tsunade gazed incredulously at Mido and Konan. "Grandma, how can this be possible? Isn't that just a tale from a comic?" Mido maintained an unusually calm demeanor. "In this world, everything is possible." She withdrew her hand and turned to Konan. Has the monkey already been informed? Konan nodded. I have already used the secret technique to inform Lord Hokage. He has agreed for Nagato and the others to stay. But I need to join the Umbu to monitor them. That's a wise decision. Mito frowned slightly but quickly relaxed, returning to her seat and clapping her hands. All right, the children must be hungry. Kushina, take them to freshen up, and then we can have dinner together. Kushina hesitated for a moment before extending her hand to Nagato. Come on, I'll take you to the restroom and bath. Nagato hesitated briefly but then gently took the hand of the similarly red-haired girl. A peculiar warmth emanating from her palm, evoking memories of his mother's face, though blurred in his recollections. Dinner that evening was unexpectedly lavish. Yahiko stared at the array of dishes laid out before him, his eyes wide with disbelief. Are these really all for us? Of course, Tsunade replied heartily, transferring a fried egg from her plate to Yahiko's bowl. Eat up, you're as thin as a bean sprout. Yahiko, no picky eating. Mito feigned annoyance. What does it matter? It's fine, Tsunade chuckled. Konan ate her rice demurely until Mito served her a bowl of miso soup, the elder kindly saying, have some hot soup. It's good for your stomach. Nagato quietly chewed his food, occasionally glancing across the table at Kushina and Konan. Whenever the three red-haired children's gazes met, Yahiko and Nagato would quickly avert their eyes, while Konan simply offered a warm smile when her gaze met Nagato's. After the meal, Konan led the three children to the room prepared for them. Clean bedding, a wooden desk, and even a small potted succulent adorned the windowsill. Is this our room? Konan asked incredulously as she touched the soft bedding. Each person has their own room, Konan smiled, opening the two adjoining doors. Yahiko is here, and Nagato is next door. If you need anything, just call for me. I'm in the room at the end of the corridor. Yahiko had already excitedly jumped onto his bed, running to the window to look out. Wow, you can see the training ground from here. May I visit there tomorrow? Certainly. But only after the comprehensive examination at the Konoha hospital is completed. Kalunai gently ruffled his hair and turned to the silent Nagato. And you? Is there anything you wish to do? Chapter 30. The Origin of the Rinnegan, the Chosen Child. Nagato gazed out at the nightscape of Konoha, where myriad lights flickered in the darkness, devoid of explosions or cries of anguish. Only the summer chirping of insects and laughter drifting from afar. Will there truly be no war here? A sudden unease gripped Kalunai's heart as he recalled the future depicted in the original narrative. Setting aside Orochimaru's plan to destroy Konoha, the invasion led by Pain was indeed your own doing. However, Kalunai maintained an outward calm. Approaching Nagato and gently patting his head, I cannot guarantee that it will always remain this way. But the founding purpose of Konoha Village was to end the endless slaughter of the warring era, to provide a place where children can grow up carefree and joyful. The first Hokage and the ancestors of Konoha paid a tremendous price to secure this precious peace. Nagato's Rinnegan glimmered faintly in the moonlight. What if people from other places also desire such peace? Kalunai found himself at a loss for words. Just then, there was a soft knock on the door, and the voice of Uzumaki Kushina called from outside. Kalunai, come out for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. As they stepped into the courtyard, a ripple of pale golden chakra spread out, and the soundproof barrier silently unfurled. Observing the koi in the pond, Uzumaki Kushina spoke directly. That child's eyes are not natural. Are they? As expected, I cannot hide anything from you. Kalunai replied with a wry smile. Our Uzumaki clan possesses a strong sensitivity to chakra, which you must have experienced yourself. Coupled with the chakra of the nine tails and my grandmother's years of experience, I can sense that familiar aura emanating from his eyes. Indeed, those eyes were transplanted onto Nagato. It seems they were drawn to his physique for nurturing. Kalunai let out a deep sigh, articulating a sorrowful hypothesis. Uzumaki Kushina tossed a few fish pellets into the pond, the chakra creating 6 ripples on the water's surface. The Rinnegan is a bloodline limit of the Sage of 6 Paths, and it should not appear in an ordinary person. Yet those eyes are not only forcibly grafted, but also bear traces of a sealing curse. It is akin to trying to contain the ocean within a stream. Footsteps echoed along the corridor, as Jiraiya dragged a sleepily blinking Yahiko to the restroom. The two listened in silence as the footsteps gradually faded, while the atmosphere within the barrier grew increasingly heavy. How much time does he have left? I do not know. Uzumaki Kushina retrieved an ancient bamboo scroll from her sleeve. According to the records of the Uzumaki clan, the Rinnegan has never manifested in a second individual beyond the Sage of 6 Paths. However, from Nagato's situation, It is evident that the Rinnegan is gradually consuming the child's life force for him to grow up safely. He must either be the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths or a descendant of his. The night breeze brushed against their sleeves, tousling their flowing red hair. And under the moonlight, Kushina felt the rapid beating of his heart. Why is this situation worse than in the original narrative? Is it a butterfly effect I have triggered? In this lifetime, Nagato may not even be able to grow up safely. Should I inform the Hokage? Kushina asked knowingly. No. Uzumaki Kushina's voice was strikingly clear in the moonlight. If the others find out, they will only turn Nagato into a cold-blooded weapon. Uzumaki Kushina placed a comforting hand on Kushina's shoulder. You only have 2 tasks to focus on now. Moonlight cascaded over their faces, illuminating the crimson vertical pupils in Uzumaki Kushina's eyes. I will take responsibility for the curse in Nagato's eyes, and you, first. You must teach him the sealing techniques of our Uzumaki clan, ensuring he learns how to suppress the rampaging chakra. Second, you should spend more time with him, using the yang attribute chakra of the 9 tails that I provide to counteract the encroachment of the Rinnegan. Kushina looked down at his hands, pondering whether he truly deserved to bear such a monumental secret that could overturn the ninja world. Why was I chosen? Be it as the vessel of the 9 tails or for Nagato's Rinnegan, why did my grandmother select me? I initially hesitated regarding you until you told Kushina that Nagato and the others are our family. Uzumaki Kushina smiled, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes reflecting a calm that seemed to transcend fate. Just as you once asked Nagato. It is not about whether he is willing to follow me, but rather about becoming my strength. At the corner of the corridor outside the room, a pair of ripple-patterned eyes slowly opened and then silently closed. Kushina remained silent for a long time, tears streaming down his face. But I do not want my grandmother to leave. Uzumaki Kushina was momentarily taken aback before she chuckled softly. Everyone must face the cycle of birth, aging, illness, and death. Before my grandmother departs, she can still protect you one last time. Kushina should feel fortunate for her. Uzumaki Kushina gently placed her palm on Kushina's shoulder, her voice like a gentle breeze on a summer night, always imparting a sense of warmth. However, Kushina hesitated to speak. Uzumaki Kushina shook her head gently. There is no however. This is the best arrangement. My grandmother believes that Kushina will protect Nagato, safeguard the family, and also protect Konoha. Kushina bit his lip and nodded earnestly. I understand, grandmother. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached the barrier, and Kushina rushed in, her face etched with concern. Grandmother. Kushina, something is wrong. Nagato has suddenly collapsed. Kushina and Uzumaki Kushina exchanged glances and immediately followed Kushina into the room. There, they found Nagato lying on the bed, his face pale, drenched in cold sweat, and his body trembling slightly. Uzumaki Kushina rushed forward to check, her brow furrowed. The original owner of the Rinnegan is activating his hidden abilities. The power within Nagato's Rinnegan will soon spiral out of control, and it must be suppressed immediately. Kushina took a deep breath and, alongside Uzumaki Kushina, began to channel the yang attribute chakra of the 9 tails into Nagato's body, employing the method she had taught him. Gradually, Nagato's complexion regained some color, and his breathing steadied. It appears time is running short. We must act swiftly. Uzumaki Kushina stated gravely. Kushina clenched his fists, silently vowing, Old Madara, how dare you inflict such suffering on Nagato, forcing Grandma Kushina to leave us years earlier than in the original narrative. You had better pray not to fall into my hands, for I will ensure you learn the true meaning of cruelty. Supplementary note. In the original narrative, Kushina became the Jinchuriki around the age of 15. However, due to the need to resolve the curse left by Madara on Nagato's Rinnegan, as well as the fact that she had taken some of the 9 tails chakra for Kushina, Uzumaki Kushina's current physical condition is somewhat worse than in the original. Thus, the ceremony for the replacement of the 9 tails Jinchuriki will be forced to occur earlier. Chapter 31. The Unbelievable Journey of My Ex-Husband to Rewrite Destiny. 3 days later, at the border of the land of Rain. The environment here remains as dark and damp as ever, with an incessant drizzle that seems never-ending, saturating the already muddy ground into a deep brown mire. The air is thick with the metallic scent of blood, mingled with the nauseating odor of decaying, unknown plants. Raindrops patter against the ninja's forehead protectors and cold shurikens, producing a monotonous and oppressive sound. Led by Tsunade, one of the legendary 3 of Konoha, an elite squad is swiftly navigating through the low-lying woodlands. en route to support the battlefield at Sunagakure, where Konoha's ninjas are suffering under the toxic effects of Chiyo's deadly poison. Tsunade's golden ponytail swayed amidst the downpour. Accompanied by Kato Dan, the last elite jonin of the Kato clan, proficient in perception ninjutsu and the secret art of soul transformation. Along with several seasoned special jonin from Konoha, Kato assessed the surroundings. I sensed something amiss. Tsunade's voice pierced through the rain, imbued with a gravity that brooked no dissent. Kato Dan formed the tiger hand seal, closed his eyes, and unleashed an invisible chakra perception, rippling outward like a stone thrown into a tranquil lake. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes, his pupils constricting in alarm. Lady Tsunade, at 9 o'clock, 150 meters away. There is a massive surge of abnormal chakra, ninja from Sunagakure. At least 20 of them. Not good. Quickly, take cover. An attack is imminent. His warning thundered through the night. Though, like sound trailing behind light, it arrived a heartbeat too late. Wind release, great breakthrough. Secret technique, poison needle 1000. Ninjutsu, sand rain barrage. Before Kato Dan could finish his warning, a flurry of sharp attacks erupted. A violent whirlwind swept up mud and rain, obscuring the vision of the Konoha team. While a torrential barrage of poisonous needles and sand projectiles tore through the air with a shrill whistle. The assault pierced the rain curtain, shattering the trees that stood between the two factions, hurtling towards Tsunade and her companions like cannon fire. Spread out. Prioritize eliminating the puppet master. Tsunade barked, instantly shifting into a combat stance. She unleashed a powerful punch, her immense strength infused with ferocious chakra, striking the ground and raising a curtain of mud and sand that successfully blocked the majority of Sunagakure's initial wave of attacks. The other members of the elite Konoha team quickly responded, employing various techniques to defend against and evade the remaining assaults. However, the meticulously orchestrated ambush by Sunagakure would not be so easily thwarted. Seeing Konoha's formation disrupted, numerous figures swiftly segmented the battlefield, surrounding Tsunade with an array of puppets that effectively severed her connection with her allies. Each puppet, while varying in form, bore weapons that glimmered with a dark violet aura, deadly poison. Confronted with such overwhelming numbers, the Konoha team soon found themselves at a disadvantage, suffering injuries without any significant casualties yet, but the situation was far from optimistic. Suddenly, a white puppet, wielding twin blades and exhibiting feminine traits, surged toward Kato Dan, who was entangled in combat with a sand ninja proficient in sand manipulation. Puppet technique attack. That's Chiyo's creation. Kato, be careful. Tsunade caught sight of this and, in a fit of urgency, attempted to turn back to assist him, only to be ensnared by several elite Sunagakure Jonin's puppets. The enemy did not engage Tsunade directly, relying instead on the puppet's potent poison and a multitude of toxic weapons to obstruct her path, their aim solely to buy time. Kato Dan faced the oncoming white puppet with sharp eyes, adeptly dodging while wielding a kunai that glinted coldly, successfully parrying the puppet's heavy strikes. While he was not particularly skilled in physical combat, his mastery of soul transformation was formidable, yet in such a close-quarters encounter, especially one involving an ambush, it was nearly impossible to execute. He attempted to draw fire away from Tsunade, but in the next moment, despite the chakra reinforcement, his kunai finally succumbed under the relentless force of the white puppet's twin blades, cleaving him in two. In a moment of disbelief, Kato Dan found himself staring at the deep gash in his abdomen, where a spire, coated in a purplish-black liquid, had punctured him with vicious precision. The sharp pain was momentarily dulled by the adrenaline surging through him, yet a numbing sensation swiftly enveloped his body, robbing him of strength. Kato! Tsunade's furious roar echoed as her chakra erupted violently, merging with the might of the spiraling fluid technique, obliterating the surrounding puppets with shattering sounds. She charged toward Kato Dan without a second thought. However, the assault from Sunagakure did not relent. Chiyo, manipulating several puppets, wore a cruel smile as she flicked her fingers. Secret technique, crisis spike. The scattered puppet limbs and thighs, like the earlier puppet arm, unleashed lethal spikes that embedded into Kato Dan's form. His body crumpled under the onslaught, gushing out purple-black toxic blood. No. Tsunade rushed to Kato Dan's side, tearing the puppet limbs from his body, shattering them, and administering an antidote before initiating healing with her palm healing technique. With injuries like this, even the Sage of the Six Paths could do nothing. Chiyo sneered. commanding the Sunigakure forces to retreat, having achieved their objective. The remaining Konoha members formed a protective circle around Tsunade and Kato Dan, wary of any potential resurgence from Sunigakure. Kneeling in the muck, Tsunade pressed her hands against Kato Dan's bleeding wound, radiant green medical chakra illuminating the darkness, akin to fireflies in the night, surging toward the fatal injury without hesitation. Supplementary note: after the successful execution of the soul transformation technique, only physical attacks from the puppet master could reach the spiritual body, and the caster's form would be entirely out of the puppet master's sight. The puppet master must concentrate on controlling their puppets. Any slight disturbance could lead to a loss of control, exposing them to life-threatening vulnerabilities, making this a dire counter to puppet masters. Thus, Sunigakure's ambush was inherently aimed at Kato Dan. Additionally, Chiyo's use of the crow puppet ties back to the original narrative, where Sasori exhibited exceptional puppet mastery after his parents' demise, developing the crow, black ant, and salamander during his childhood. Hence, I assigned the crow to Chiyo. As for Kankuro's crisis spike, ISNT that a standard technique of the crow puppet. Chapter 32. This is the power known as miracles. Where is Tsunade's team now? Orochimaru traversed the forest in the land of rain at a breakneck pace, glancing around in search of Tsunade's team. Kato, hold on. I'm here. I can save you. Tsunade's voice bore an unprecedented fear and sorrow. Even though her medical ninjutsu had reached its pinnacle, she sensed the rapid ebbing of her subordinate's life. The toxin on the spikes was overwhelmingly fierce, not only corroding flesh but also damaging his chakra pathways and internal organs. The terrifying reality of the numerous penetrating wounds was that they encompassed nearly all of his vital organs within the chest cavity. His liver, kidneys, and intestines had all suffered severe damage from the deadly, barbed projectiles. Cough, cough. I don't want to die yet. There are still so many things I wish to accomplish. Kato's body convulsed violently, each spasm drawing forth copious amounts of blood. His once handsome visage now bore a vacant expression, appearing somewhat numb, with lips devoid of color, a deep, toxic purple replacing their natural hue. His consciousness flickered like a dying candle in the wind, rapidly fading under the dual onslaught of excruciating pain and chill. Do not speak any further, Kato. With great effort, Kato's unfocused gaze sought to converge upon Tsunade's face, which was etched with terror and sorrow. His lips trembled, emitting only a faint whisper. I cannot simply perish in a place like this. It's all right. I have already staunched the bleeding, so you will be fine. You will be saved, Kato. Tsunade's voice trembled with emotion, though accustomed to the anguish of partings. Witnessing someone familiar fading before her eyes still pierced her heart with pain and sorrow. Is that so? How wonderful! Upon hearing Tsunade's comforting words, a sense of relief washed over Kato, his lips managing a slight upward curve before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Tears mingled with the cold rain cascaded down Tsunade's face, her mind racing with unprecedented clarity as the intensity of her healing jutsu surged beyond any previous limits. A vibrant green light radiated with extraordinary warmth, even forming a tangible halo around her hands. The universal antidote had commenced its function, temporarily suppressing the toxins. Now, it was vital to reconnect the blood vessels, halt the catastrophic hemorrhage, and sustain the basic functions of the organs, all while concocting a new antidote before the toxins could fully erupt. Tsunade bit her lip, blood mingling with the rain as it trickled from the corner of her mouth. She pushed her chakra control to the extreme, forcefully stitching together the ruptured major blood vessels with a vast infusion of life-affirming chakra, even attempting to revive Kato's nearly halted heartbeat with an overwhelming surge of energy. At the same time, she enveloped the toxins within his body with an abundance of chakra, preventing a rapid resurgence of the poison. However, this method was akin to consuming Tsunade's very vitality, draining her mental strength and the remnants of her chakra. No, the toxins are too potent. The universal antidote has ceased to be effective. I must extract the toxins from his body and then thoroughly heal his wounds. Despite the tears streaming down her face, Tsunade's mind remained remarkably clear as she made the most rational judgment. Seconds ticked by as she first stemmed the multiple hemorrhages from Kato's body, then meticulously extracted the toxins from within him. Finally, after relentless effort, a pool of foul, purplish-black toxic blood was drawn from Kato's body. Just as she prepared to attend to the remaining wounds, she discovered that her remaining chakra was insufficient to execute any further jutsu. Bewildered, Tsunade gazed at her trembling hands before her body grew light, collapsing into the mud. I lack chakra. Life is ever so fragile. Eventually, Orochimaru, having located Tsunade's team, surveyed the scene where Kato lay on the brink of death and Tsunade, depleted of chakra, slumped in the mire. A single drop of liquid, be it sweat or rain, rolled from the corner of his eye. Suddenly, as Orochimaru contemplated, Tsunade, having lost consciousness upon Kato's body, miraculously felt a surge of faint golden chakra emanating from within her. This chakra gradually spread and enveloped both Tsunade and Kato, stabilizing in the process. To the astonished gazes of Orochimaru and the other leaf ninjas, this ethereal golden chakra swiftly repaired Kato's wounds, and within mere blinks, the numerous injuries on his body had completely healed, leaving no trace of harm. What is that? To the onlookers from the Leaf Village, it might have seemed as though Tsunade's extraordinary medical ninjutsu had forcibly preserved Kato's breath, or perhaps it was Kato's formidable willpower, clinging tenaciously to his loved ones. To Konoha, and to the future amidst the boundless darkness, or merely a cruel twist of fate that had grudgingly granted a sliver of fortune. Kato's heartbeat, which had been nearly extinguished, began to flicker weakly, intermittently resuming under Tsunade's reckless stimulation and the favor of miracles. He had survived. However, only Orochimaru understood that this was neither a miracle nor the blessing of the Sage of Six Paths. It was the manifestation of a special golden chakra that had previously appeared in his dying disciple, Shoju. This was a unique chakra possessed solely by the Uzumaki clan, awakened only after an elevated manifestation of their bloodline limit. It belonged to Uzumaki Mido, or perhaps Uzumaki Kushina. As he observed Tsunade, swathed in the golden chakra, beginning to show signs of awakening, Orochimaru's golden slit pupils shimmered with shock. This power is exquisite. A fervent desire surged within Orochimaru as he yearned to delve into the enigmatic bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. His hands instinctively clenched into fists, his eyes gleaming with a frenzied light. Just then, Kato slowly opened his eyes, gazing around in confusion, as if he had yet to fully return from the threshold of death. Am I still alive? Kato murmured weakly. Tsunade also stirred awake, and upon seeing Kato unharmed, tears of joy streamed down her face, realizing that her efforts had not been in vain. Orochimaru, suppressing his inner turmoil, stepped forward and spoke. Tsunade, Kato's survival is not merely a miracle. I am far more intrigued by this golden chakra. Would you allow me a portion to study? Tsunade eyed Orochimaru warily, particularly noting the fervor in his gaze, which sparked a nagging suspicion that his intentions were far from simple. Orochimaru, I cannot control this chakra. If you are truly interested, seek out Kushina after the war concludes. Tsunade frowned slightly. Although she possessed a quarter of the Uzumaki bloodline, she had yet to awaken any of their bloodline abilities, rendering her incapable of wielding the golden chakra within her at will. Moreover, neither the time nor the place was suitable for such discussions. Orochimaru furrowed his brows, recognizing that this was not the moment to become wholly engrossed in research, much like Tsunade's team's ambush. The borders of the nations appeared tranquil, yet were rife with hidden dangers. Nonetheless, a significant plan began to take shape in his mind. Chapter 33. The conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War. The war had ended. The smoke gradually dissipated as the ninjas of the Rain Village were compelled to retreat from the battlefield, their figures fading amidst the swirling dust. And the ominous shadow of war began to lift with their complete withdrawal. Simultaneously, on the southern battlefield of the Land of Rain, the ninjas of the Sand Village laid down their arms as the opposing side sent a peace delegation, opting to surrender. The streets of Konoha erupted with jubilant cheers, as villagers poured into the streets to celebrate this hard-won victory. Exhausted yet proud, the ninjas of Konoha marched in formation, their bodies bearing the marks of battle, symbols of honor. The Hokage stood on a high platform, overlooking the jubilant crowd, filled with a sense of reflection. This war had exacted a tremendous toll on Konoha, yet ultimately solidified its standing among the five great nations. The victory in war has elevated the prestige of Konoha to new heights, prompting other ninja villages to send envoys expressing their goodwill and willingness to cooperate, even signing friendly alliance agreements. In the village, merchants took the initiative to organize a celebratory festival in honor of the hard-won victory, while children laughed and played in the reconstructed playground as Konoha regained its former vibrancy. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that peace is hard-won, Thus, he convened a meeting of the elite shinobi to discuss post-war defense and development strategies. The atmosphere in the conference room was solemn yet fervent. Sarutobi, seated prominently, exuded an air of authority and satisfaction. Rising to address the assembly, he began to commend the merits of those who had distinguished themselves. Hatake Tsukumo, as a key player on the southern battlefield of Sunagakure, delivered a decisive blow to the morale of the enemy by slaying the son and daughter-in-law of the first Kazekage, and as such, I hereby grant him the privilege to select a forbidden technique from the sealing arts as a reward, along with a position in the Umbu as the head of the department. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, as the primary leaders on the northern battlefield of the Land of Rain, faced off against Hanzo of the Salamander numerous times, ultimately earning the title of the legendary Three Ninjas, thus laying the groundwork for victory in that region. Consequently, I reward each of them with the opportunity to freely choose a forbidden technique from the sealing arts for their training. Additionally, I appoint Jiraiya as the leader of the elite shinobi class, Orochimaru as the head of the RD department, and Tsunade as the deputy head of the medical department and vice president of Konoha Hospital. Once the accolades were bestowed, Sarutobi resumed his seat, his demeanor turning serious. He spoke again. Gentlemen, various great nations have dispatched negotiation delegations to sign a non-aggression peace treaty with us. This is the culmination of our long-standing efforts. The dawn of peace has finally arrived. Yet, until the first light breaks, we cannot be certain whether their intentions are genuine or if they harbor ulterior motives. Therefore, we must remain vigilant and prepared for any potential crises that may arise. The assembly listened intently, their expressions grave, as if witnessing the encroaching darkness before dawn. Sarutobi continued. To further enhance communication and cooperation, and to promote the growth of our shinobi, the great nations have decided to hold a joint Chunin exam, to be hosted in Konoha. This exam will not only test the abilities of our young shinobi, but will also serve as an opportunity to showcase the spirit and prowess of Konoha. And it is a significant factor in determining our advantage at the negotiation table. I hope everyone will give their utmost effort in recommending talented and capable genin to demonstrate the spirit and strength of Konoha's shinobi in this exam. Upon hearing this news, the shinobi's eyes sparkled with excitement and determination. They eagerly anticipated the chance for their disciples or clan juniors to shine brilliantly during this grand Chunin exam, outshining the elite genin sent by other nations. Seeing their enthusiastic response, Sarutobi nodded in satisfaction, confident that Konoha's shinobi would excel in the joint Chunin exam, thereby bringing glory to the village. The clouds of war finally dispersed from the land of fire, allowing Konoha to bask in the long-awaited sunlight of peace. To signify the new order established after the war, strengthen alliances, and deter potential ambitions, Konoha initiated and hosted the first large-scale joint Chunin exam in the Grand Central Training Grounds and surrounding areas. Representatives from major ninja villages, including Konoha, Kumogakure, Iwagakure, and Sunagakure, as well as smaller nations like Amigakure, Kusagakure, and Takigakure, sent delegations of elite genin to this land symbolizing victory and peace. Konoha's streets were adorned with festive decorations, and the villagers radiated pride and enthusiasm, contrasting sharply with the solemn atmosphere of the shinobi arriving from various villages. In the center of the Konoha viewing platform, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, donned in ceremonial robes, wore a warm smile, yet his gaze remained sharp as an eagle's. Surrounding him were Konoha's high-ranking officials and representatives from various ninja clans, all eyes fixated on the three Konoha teams preparing below. One team comprised the classic Inuzuka, Nara, and a Kimichi trio, featuring the laid-back Nara Shikaku, the warm and sunny Yamanaka Inoichi, and the round, harmless-looking Akimichi Choji. The second team, led by the composed yet brilliant Namikaze Minato, included the fiery-haired Uzumaki Kushina, brimming with chakra, and the dependable Akimichi Jiraiya from the same clan. The final team stood at the forefront, led by a boy with the signature long hair of the Uzumaki clan, even deeper in hue than Kushina's, resembling frozen flames. He possessed an extraordinary physique, with a strikingly handsome face and tranquil green eyes reflecting the clear sky. This was the protagonist of our tale, the captain of the team from the Tsukumo class, Uzumaki Kuranai. At merely 12 years old, he had already awakened the unique healing abilities of the Uzumaki clan, mastering various bloodline techniques such as the adamantine sealing chains and the Kagura's eye, demonstrating extraordinary composure and control beyond his years on the battlefield of Amigakure. Behind him stood the focused Hayashi, with a long sword slung across his shoulder and the sharp-eyed Yakushi no Nai, adjusting his glasses with a gaze as keen as a surgical scalpel. The formidable aura of this team far surpassed that of all other shinobi teams present, including those from other great nations. "Hey, Kuranai!" Kushina's loud voice shattered the silence of the preparation area as she bounded over, energetically patting Kuranai on the shoulder, her red hair flying and exuding vivacity. "This is right in our backyard. Don't embarrass your sister." Kuranai slightly turned his head, seemingly recalling something, and a barely perceptible smile graced his lips as his gaze swept over the varied expressions of representatives from different nations and the young elite awaiting at the entrance of the training grounds. His voice remained steady, imbued with a calm understanding of the world. "Kushina, I am now known as the Red Peak of Konoha, and the more we are on home turf, the more we must maintain our composure. The winds here are far more unpredictable than on the battlefield." "Ugh, you're such a killjoy. I'm the older sister here, yet you always speak like a senior." Chapter 34. The Joint Chunin Exam begins at Konoha Ninja Academy. The venue for the first assessment of the Joint Chunin Exam was a large auditorium. The room was bright and clean, with sunlight streaming through expansive windows, illuminating the pens of young elite genin from various ninja villages. Yet, the exam questions on the paper felt akin to invisible smoke, laden with tactical traps from wartime scenarios, labyrinthine intelligence, and cold strategic deductions. Kuranai examined the test paper, which far exceeded the knowledge level of a genin. Although the questions posed no challenge for him, he did not rush to write. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes, placing his hands naturally on the table, forming the tiger hand seal. Kagura's eye activate. Simultaneously, his chakra and mental energy coalesced, extending fine threads of chakra in 8 directions, like invisible spider silk. "Yamanaka Inoichi, can you hear me?" Yamanaka Inoichi, who had initially prepared to use the mind transfer jutsu to extract answers from the 3 chunin planted in the examination room, was momentarily stunned by the sudden communication, causing him to falter in his actions. "What is it?" Despite the disruption of his plan, Inoichi remained composed, utilizing his sensory ninjutsu and the alternate application of the mind transfer technique to locate and respond to Kuranai, seeking collaboration. "Go ahead. I possess the answer and can utilize chakra threads to connect with my senior and their teammates, enabling them to relay my answer to their other comrades, thus facilitating a smooth passage through the examination. The condition? Likewise, my teammates require my answer. So it falls upon my senior to share the information with my 2 companions and an additional 3 allies. 7 individuals, you say? Regardless, the majority of chakra expended will be yours, and I have no objections." Agreed. A fruitful collaboration indeed. Soon, Kalunai and Yamashiro Hachi reached an agreement, while 7 additional chakra threads successfully linked to the likes of Minato and others. Through Kalunai's vast chakra reserves, meticulous chakra control, and Yamashiro Hachi's unique clan techniques, the 9 members of the 3 squads swiftly accomplished the sharing of intelligence. Under the silent yet efficient cooperation of Kalunai and Yamashiro Hachi, the 9 who grasped the correct answer quickly integrated their information, their response process flowing seamlessly, achieving a remarkable completion with little fanfare. In the Hokage building's reception room, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, observed the scene in the crystal ball where Kalunai meditated, showcasing the tacit cooperation among comrades. He tapped his pipe thoughtfully, his gaze betraying unmasked admiration. In the tranquil sunlight of peace, this keen perception and subtle guidance are far more precious than on the battlefield. Uzumaki Kalunai. This child is a natural-born exceptional ninja. Beside him, Tsunade and Mito gently nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the observers from other ninja villages wore expressions that grew increasingly profound and complex. The first exam was indeed rather simple. A casual scribble suffices for full marks. After all, one only needs to be able to write, right? Kushina was the first to dash out of the examination room, her excitement palpable as it was her first time achieving a perfect score, particularly in the Chunin exam. "This is all thanks to Kalunai and Hachi-senpai. Had you written it yourself, you would likely have not answered a single question, right?" Kushina. Observing the overly proud Kushina, Akimichi Jimaru unceremoniously doused her with cold water, his expression rife with mockery. "Jimaru, are you itching for trouble again?" Upon being exposed, Kushina immediately erupted in fury, her vibrant red hair dancing with the surging chakra. exuding an overwhelming pressure that instilled fear in those around her. Women are truly terrifying, Narashikaka thought to himself as he swallowed hard. We are all comrades from the same village. Let us refrain from quarreling, Watergate suggested awkwardly, managing only a nervous chuckle. Humph. I'll let it slide this time for Watergate's sake, but don't think there will be a next time. Hearing Watergate's voice, Kushina finally showed some restraint, though she still clenched her fists, directing a warning glare at Jamaru. All right, we should be on our way. The second exam will commence shortly. Kalunai's voice, though not loud, clearly reached everyone's ears as he turned to leave, his red hair tracing a steady path through the sunlight filtering through the trees. As Yuhi and Yamanaka followed suit, the trio moved with an unspoken camaraderie, resembling a tightly knit entity, quietly heading towards the 44th training ground. Before departing, Yamanaka waved to the group. We'll take our leave first. See you later. We too hope to collaborate again during the second exam. Yamashiro politely bid farewell before following Narashikaku and Akimichi Jamaru. With everyone moving on, let us hurry and catch up. In half an hour, the rules for the second exam will be announced, and it's best we arrive early to familiarize ourselves. Minato sincerely suggested. Kushina and Jamaru nodded. Although they often found themselves inexplicably bickering, they could unite when faced with significant matters, especially when following Minato's instructions. Soon, the genin who passed the first assessment arrived at the 44th training ground, ominously known as the Forest of Death. It was a lush forest, sunlight spilling at its edges, yet failing to dispel the dark aura that permeated its depths, as if countless unknown dangers lay in wait. Kalunai distinctly sensed that this forest differed fundamentally from others, not only due to the multiple layers of complex ceiling barriers overhead, but also the multitude of traps buried within, which served as part of the exam. Moreover, this forest itself harbored a unique chakra. What style? Yamanaka observed Kalunai's gaze and murmured, this forest possesses a completely different essence compared to others. In addition to the sense of sealing techniques, barrier techniques, and remnants of explosive tags, there are at least 3 distinct biological toxins intermingled within. As a medical ninja and intelligence analyst, she was acutely attuned to abnormal environmental changes. Akimichi gripped the hilt of his sword, his eyes sharpening. It seems the sealing team, barrier team, and trap team have exerted considerable effort, even with the home advantage. We must remain vigilant. Let us head to the assembly point to receive our tasks. I believe I can surmise the nature of this exam. It will likely test our team's wilderness survival, intelligence gathering, and combat abilities. Kalunai turned toward the assembly point, not glancing back. For one who had glimpsed the future script, this familiar scene merely felt like a fleeting moment. Upon their return to the assembly area, the examiners responsible for the second round of the Chunin exam were already counting the participants. Should any team fail to arrive soon, they would likely be deemed as forfeiting, resulting in the entire team losing eligibility to continue in the examination. Additional note, the author recalls that the Forest of Death was likely created by Hashirama's wood style. Although time has eroded the wood's original effects, it remains sturdier than ordinary trees. Chapter 35, An Unexpected Turn of Events, as anticipated just as Kalunai anticipated. The content of the second exam involved a competition for the 4-symbol scrolls in a team format. A total of 17 teams participated, each beginning with one of the scrolls representing one of the 4 symbols, Qing, Bai, Zhu, and Xian. In addition to these 17 scrolls, 15 different 4-symbol scrolls were scattered throughout the forest. The participating teams must reach the central area with all 4 distinct scrolls within 72 hours, ensuring that no member is lost in the process, while submitting the complete set of scrolls to the examiners. Thus, theoretically, at most 8 teams would pass this assessment. However, this was merely theoretical. After the rules were announced, each team collected their respective scrolls and proceeded to their designated exam entrances, preparing for the moment the examination would officially commence. The scroll representing Zhu, the vermilion bird, was in hand. Thus, our targets are the Qing, Bai, and Xian scrolls, correct? Upon realizing the task scroll Kalunai had received, Akimichi instinctively identified their subsequent objectives. With the ringing of the exam commencement bell, the 17 teams plunged into the Forest of Death from various entrances. Maintain formation. Once inside the Forest of Death, follow my commands. Yamanaka. Prioritize establishing a basic environmental safety assessment. Akimichi. Remain vigilant and ready for combat at all times. Kushina's instructions were concise and clear, yet carried an undeniable authority. Understood. Akimichi and Yamanaka responded in unison, their expressions focused. Kushina's team moved through the forest like ethereal spirits, their actions swift and stealthy. Thanks to Kushina's Kagaya clan ability, they consistently detected dangers lurking in the shadows. A trap. 300 meters ahead, two puppets of the Sand Village, resembling a crow and a black ant, stood ominously. Behind them, 3 chakra signatures indicated the presence of 2 rogue ninjas, likely guarding the puppet master. Chi Lunai's voice echoed through the dim forest, calm and composed, akin to a weather report. His Kagaya's heart eyes had already penetrated the trees, accurately detecting the malevolent chakra emanating from the trio of sand ninjas. As Chi Lunai finished speaking, Zhao Jian immediately comprehended the situation and swiftly advanced. Hands forming seals, received. Wind release, 1,000 faces wind. A multitude of fine wind blades erupted from Zhao Jian's sword, instantly leveling the trees in front and exposing the 3 hidden sand ninjas in an open field. Go! Attack! The simultaneous shouts resonated in the clearing, as Chi Lunai's team, already holding the initiative, launched their assault first. Water release, water severing wave. Wind release, vacuum blade. Ninja art, exploding kunai. The 3 sand ninjas, witnessing their ambush thwarted and the initiative seized, reacted swiftly. Wind release, pressure damage. Wind release, wind cutter. Secret technique, pufferfish. The wind sphere generated by the pressure damage technique deflected the exploding kunai aimed at the crow and black ant puppets. Although the wind cutter barely severed the vacuum blade's onslaught, the injuries sustained were not life-threatening. However, the high-pressure water column targeting the sand puppet master was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary ninja to resist. Even with the defensive prowess of the summoned pufferfish puppet, he could not evade the fate of having his heart pierced by Chi Lunai's attack. Impossible. The sand puppet master spat blood, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief. Such a level of jutsu was beyond the grasp of a mere genin. The 2 remaining sand ninjas, witnessing their strongest comrade fall in an instant, were struck with panic. Damn Konoha, this is clearly a premeditated scheme. Their goal is to eliminate the budding geniuses of the ninja villages. Run. We must relay this information. They exchanged glances, and with a resolve solidified, they dispersed and fled. Observing the retreating figures, Zhao Jian furrowed his brows. What should we do? Should we pursue them? No need, Chi Lunai replied, shaking his head. Their team scroll is with the puppet master. It's crucial that you search his body for it, and then we shall continue our pursuit for the next target. Chi Lunai had no intention of chasing the 2 remaining sand ninjas. His Kagaya's hard eyes detected the special chakra-laden mission scroll lying quietly in the puppet master's tool pouch. I suppose it's quite a task for me. Zhao Jian grumbled upon hearing Chi Lunai's response. Nevertheless, upon reflection, it was apparent that maintaining the Kagaya's hard eyes and executing a swift kill required considerable effort, while the delicate Yao Naiyu seemed the least suited for collecting spoils. Chi Lunai was a chakra prodigy, and his consumption was negligible. Yao Naiyu, as a medical ninja, frequently dealt with severely injured patients, showcasing her strength far beyond mere appearances. Ultimately, Zhao Jian reluctantly approached to gather the spoils, exclaiming, "Oh, a white scroll symbolizing the white tiger. How fortunate." His earlier grievances vanished as he recognized the spoils were indeed the target scroll needed by their team, making their efforts worthwhile. In the following 2 days, similar scenes unfolded throughout the Death Forest. The Inoshikicho team, led by Nara Shikaku's exceptional intellect and seamless teamwork, successfully located and secured scrolls, ultimately gathering the 4 symbol scrolls. The Minato team, under the leadership of Namikaze Minato, fought valiantly alongside Juzin and Yashimaru, eliminating 2 enemy ninja squads and successfully collecting their own set of 4 symbol scrolls. Meanwhile, Chi Lunai's team managed to acquire the blue scroll, seized the black scroll from the Cloud Village team, and coupled it with the red and white scrolls they already possessed, ensuring their passage through the second exam while reducing the number of teams eligible for advancement. A day later, the second examination of the Chunin selection officially concluded. Teams that suffered casualties, failed to gather the scrolls, or did not arrive timely at the task submission point were eliminated. Ultimately, only 5 teams remained, a stark reduction from the maximum 8 that could have passed. Among them, the Cloud and Rock villages each contributed 1 team, while Konoha was represented by the Inoshikacho team, the Minato team, and Chi Lu Nai's team. To clarify, Sakura's extraordinary strength allowed her to shatter even the more resilient Scarlet Flow puppet, making the water-severing wave that fell to Sand Genin entirely reasonable. Chapter 36. A true man must face his opponent one-on-one, fist against fist. 15 participants? It seems the new generation of ninjas from each village is impressively skilled. At the Konoha Chunin selection venue, Sarutobi Hisashi surveyed the central arena, observing the 15 genin from Konoha, the Cloud, and the Rock villages. Meanwhile, representatives from other ninja villages dismissed the display with scoffs, particularly the Sand Village, who perceived Konoha's show of strength as a mere ploy to intimidate them, seeking greater concessions in the upcoming peace treaty negotiations, even going so far as to send their top chunin to masquerade as genin. The expansive circular arena shimmered under the midday sun, resembling a grand coliseum. The stands buzzed with excitement, a cacophony of cheers from Konoha villagers, whispers from various delegations, and the scrutinizing gazes of ninjas converging into a palpable wave of fervor. After the brutal eliminations of the previous 2 rounds, the remaining 15 were the elite among the elite from the 4 major ninja villages. Konoha held a distinct advantage. Nara Shikaku, with his relaxed yet keen gaze, surveyed his opponents. Yamanaka Ino was intensely focused, as if engaged in silent communication with someone. And Akimichi Choji's robust physique exuded a formidable strength. Namikaze Minato stood calmly, his golden hair glimmering like gilded treasure in the sunlight, while Uzumaki Kushina emanated an intense aura, her chakra swirling visibly as she eagerly prepared for the fight. Akimichi Yashimaru wore a shy smile, yet his unassuming exterior concealed boundless might. Bai Yunzeo Jin still carried his long sword at a slant on his back, his gaze sharp and predatory like a hawk, while Yakushi no Nai adjusted her thick glasses, her calm eyes analyzing every potential adversary, including her former teammates standing beside her, the enigmatic and powerful Uzumaki Chi Lu Nai, whose chakra was deep and unfathomable. Chi Lu Nai calmly observed the arena, acutely aware of the tension, combat spirit, and glaring animosity directed at Konoha that permeated the air. The drawing of lots concluded swiftly, and once the results were announced, all but the 2 participants of the first battle retreated to their respective waiting rooms. The first duel was between Namikaze Minato and a genin from the Rock Village. At the command of the proctor, Inuzuka Aki, both combatants sprang into action. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. The Rock genin formed seals rapidly, preparing to raise a wall of defense he was proud of. However, as the wall began to rise, a golden flash appeared behind him. Namikaze Minato's figure appeared as if teleporting, the sharp and cold kunai resting lightly against his opponent's throat. The victor is the Leaf Village's Namikaze Minato. The voice of Inuzuka Kiba rang out crisp and clear. A thunderous cheer erupted from the stands. For the first time, the name of Namikaze Minato echoed throughout the hidden leaf, embedding itself in the hearts of the delegates from various ninja villages. Swift, exceedingly swift. It was astonishing to witness such speed even before he had acquired the Flying Thunder God technique. One could only wonder how much faster he would become in the future. No wonder he would later be deemed someone whom tasks could be abandoned for, without penalty, by the major ninja villages. Kirinai watched as Minato swiftly concluded the battle, silently marveling at his prowess. Please, candidates for the second match, proceed to the arena promptly. Those who fail to arrive within 10 minutes will be considered to have forfeited this selection round. As Inuzuka Kiba's voice resounded once more, Minato and the defeated Iwagakure genin quickly departed the arena, returning to their respective waiting rooms. Simultaneously, the contenders for the second match leapt from the waiting room windows and materialized in the center of the arena. The second match commenced, Yunin's Ionai versus Konoha's Uzumaki Kushina. Lightning Release, Thunder Arrow. Ionai launched a barrage of white lightning arrows at Kushina without preamble. Do not underestimate me, Kushina exclaimed, releasing a resounding roar as her powerful chakra erupted, creating a shockwave that shattered the lightning arrows. Indeed, her chakra was magnificent. However, she would not be given the opportunity to capitalize on it. Lightning released chakra mode. Lightning fist technique. Wrapped in thunder, Ionai executed the body flicker technique, charging toward Kushina and unleashing a heavy punch. Faced with this unexpected onslaught, Kushina appeared momentarily stunned, but as Ionai closed in, a mocking smile curled at the corners of her lips. You've fallen for it, fool. Ninjutsu, Diamond Lock. gleaming golden chains, akin to living dragons, disregarded Ionai's charge, immediately constricting and shattering his right arm before expertly wrapping around him, binding him tightly mid-air, just inches above the ground. The victor is Konoha's Uzumaki Kushina. Kiba's declaration was met with another thunderous ovation from the audience. Following this, the third match commenced, Akimichi Yashimaru vs Iwagakura's Ishigaki. Ninjutsu, partial multiplication technique. Push palm. Earth release, rock fist technique. This contest was a clash of strength, a battle of fists. From the very outset, neither displayed a hint of hesitation. Engaging in a pure contest of overwhelming power, each collision sending tremors through the air. Ultimately, Yashimaru seized upon a moment when Ishigaki was fatigued, and with a multiplied palm imbued with tremendous force, he sent Ishigaki crashing against the wall, rendering him unconscious. The victor is Akimichi Yashimaru. In the fourth match, Hayabusa faced a lightning-release cannon-type ninja from Yunin, demonstrating exquisite swordsmanship and wind release to achieve a masterful, dominating performance. In the fifth match, Yakushi Nanoyu confronted the last Iwagakure ninja, utilizing explosive tags to obscure her movements, swiftly severing critical muscle connections with chakra-infused kunai, leaving him incapacitated on the ground. The sixth match featured Kurinai against the final Yunin Genin, a boy named Curl, who bore 4 daggers on his back and sported dark sunglasses. Konoha's fool, I shall shatter you with thunder. A rough translation of his taunts, as I am not proficient in Japanese. Curl? Perhaps you may one day become a bijou. Unfazed by Curl's provocation, Kurinai unexpectedly praised his adversary. The casual banter ceased as the battle commenced. Yunin's Curl versus Konoha's Uzumaki Kurinai. As Kiba's voice faded, the previously tranquil atmosphere transformed into one charged with tension. Kiba, being approximately the same age as Fugaku, was around 20 in this timeline, sufficiently capable to serve as the proctor for the Chunin exams. As for Kurebi, his age likely aligns closely with Minato and his peers. But the specifics of his partnership with A and his becoming a Jinchuriki remain elusive. From the anime, it appears that Kurebi became a bijou before achieving ninja status. But for this narrative, I shall adapt it so that he first becomes a ninja, then a bijou, and ultimately a Jinchuriki. Chapter 37, the conclusion. Time to return home and cultivate cotton. The duel commenced with Curl releasing a primal roar, his body enveloped in arcs of light, transforming into a furious blue lightning bolt that tore through the air with a thunderous crack, charging directly at Kurinai. Faced with the speed and strength that vastly surpassed most Genin and even many Chunin, Kurinai gasped. Even with my Kagura heart's eye to perceive Curl's form, it would be difficult for anyone else to evade or deflect such an onslaught, Kurinai thought, yet his hands moved without hesitation. Water release, water barrier. A curtain of water suddenly appeared between them, obscuring Curl's line of sight. By the time he shattered the water barrier with his lightning, Kurinai had already vanished. Vortex flow, violent kick. Vortex flow, breaking diamond sword flash. Utilizing the water barrier for concealment and the rapid movement of the vortex flow technique, Kurinai flawlessly evaded Curl's attack while simultaneously launching a counteroffensive. Several golden chains coiled around Kurinai's right hand, the spikes at the chains' ends converging before his fist, forming a sharp projectile that shot towards Curl. The Diamond Lock, a hereditary ability of the Uzumaki clan, possesses a unique effect of suppressing chakra. Even-tailed beasts must avoid its edge. Thus, the lightning chakra enveloping Curl provided no defense, easily torn apart by the golden chains. The sharp projectile aimed directly at Curl's head. Although it failed to provide any protective effect, Curl sensed a lingering suppression of his lightning chakra and quickly reacted, tilting his head to evade the attack. Too naive. Vortex flow, chaotic diamond breaker. The tip of the golden chain projectile, about to be dodged by Curl, instantaneously split into 9 chains, blooming like petals. Even with all his might, Curl could not completely evade, leaving a gash upon his left cheek. Are you trying to kill me, you Leaf Village scoundrel? Having narrowly escaped death, Curl's mood shifted from playful banter to intense focus. Recognizing that his opponent was anything but ordinary, did he actually evade? Truly deserving of the title that will one day be his. Kurinai marveled at Curl's agility, his body a perfect blend of strength and flexibility. Yet, he withheld his next thought. Underestimating others should have its limits. Do not grow too complacent, you scoundrel from the Leaf. Ninjutsu, wild manipulation of the cormorant blade. Chiral unleashed a torrent of invectives at Kushina, subsequently drawing forth 4 wickedly sharp short blades from his back and casting them into the air. With remarkable precision, he caught each blade with various joints of his body before launching himself at Kushina once more in a peculiar maneuver. In the face of Chiral's seemingly absurd, yet lethally effective barrage of rapid attacks, Kushina deftly evaded or parried with his adamantine chains while suppressing a smirk at the absurdity of it all. Despite the comical nature of the actions, the effectiveness of the attacks was undeniable. Remarkably, he had already begun to exhibit the prowess of a killing bee at such a tender age. Excellent swordsmanship. Come, try my body technique, he declared, invoking the Vortex Flow 5 styles, Blade of the Cloud. As he spoke, an immense quantity of chakra surged from within him, enveloping his body in a protective layer akin to a chakra cloak. A Jinchuriki. No, wait. This is merely water-style chakra with a nature transformation, reminiscent of lightning armor ninjutsu? Has he developed this on his own? Truly a genius. Not only were Chiral and the representatives from various nations astounded, but even the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was equally impressed by Kushina's ingenuity in ninjutsu. This boy is akin to me. He must not be allowed to remain. This thought echoed not only in the minds of the foreign delegates, but also in the heart of a one-eyed man lurking in the shadows, leaning on a staff, who harbored similar sentiments. The Vortex clan is rife with strays, yet they still produce such talent. How audacious! During the previous round, was there not also a young girl from the Vortex clan? To join us in the hidden cloud would be her ultimate honor. Fate truly favors Konoha, perpetually birthing new geniuses. Why can't our people from the Hidden Stone be so fortunate? I recall our village recently captured a red-haired girl. Although she was merely a blood bag with no ninja potential, perhaps her descendants will inherit such formidable talent. As the delegates pondered their individual strategies, these thoughts did not immediately affect the battle's course within the arena. Encased in his chakra cloak, Kushina executed a sweeping kick that deflected one of Chiral's thrusts, following up with a spinning kick that sent Chiral flying. As he moved, he summoned water blades from various parts of his body, launching them at Chiral's landing spot. Melt Release, Guardian Jewel. A young elite cloud ninja, adorned with a lightning-patterned eye patch over his left eye, suddenly materialized in the center of the arena. He unleashed a rubber sphere that enveloped Chiral, shielding him from the onslaught of water blades. I am the Tsukikage of the Hidden Cloud. I declare Chiral has forfeited this match. With that proclamation, he departed the arena, taking Chiral with him. He didn't cut through? It seems that the study of wind and lightning chakra nature transformations must be prioritized. Observing the rubber-clad Tsukikage protect Chiral, Kushina felt no surprise. Merely dissatisfaction that his Vortex Flow body technique failed to breach the defenses. Regarding the Tsukikage's declaration of Chiral's surrender, neither the proctor, Inuzuka Kiba, nor the other foreign delegates found it of any significance, merely expressing a sense of melancholy that the remaining battles would devolve into mere exhibitions among Konoha's ranks. Perhaps to prevent them from gathering useful intelligence, Konoha's ninjas would primarily engage in perfunctory skirmishes. True to this expectation, during the 7th match, Nara Shikaku and Akimichi chose a rush to concede, with Shikaku's laid-back nature leading him to inadvertently forfeit, thus securing his advancement. Ultimately, Yamanaka Ino was left behind, having missed her chance to progress. Thus, Konoha claimed all 8 spots in the finals of this joint Chunin exam. The second round was even more ludicrous. In the first match, Namikaze Minato triumphed over Kushina with his overwhelming speed. In the second match, Akimichi Jiro conceded after sustaining a minor injury from a wind-style vacuum blade. In the third match, Yamanaka Ino chose to forfeit, having depleted her chakra. In the fourth match, Nara Shikaku, unable to avoid a rematch with Yamanaka Ino, was again forced to advance. In the semifinals, Minato and Kushina emerged victorious once more. In the final match, after utilizing Minato's techniques to verify his Vortex Flow body technique, Kushina voluntarily conceded and exited the arena. The representatives of the various ninja villages displayed expressions of resigned predictability before departing. Now, they merely needed to negotiate the terms of a ceasefire agreement with Konoha the following day before returning home to tend to their cotton fields. Chapter 38. The foreboding events ahead. The Grand Joint Chunin exam concluded. The echoes of the duel between Konoha's Golden Sun, Namikaze Minato, and Konoha's Crimson Peak, Vortex Kushina, still resonated, while the majority of Konoha's villagers reveled in the facade of glory and peace. However, beneath this surface lay a veritable undercurrent of turmoil. Perhaps Kalunai's overwhelming performance had instilled a sense of trepidation that thwarted any attempts to abduct him discreetly. Thus, the Hidden Cloud Village, already coveting the Vortex clan's vast chakra and sealing techniques, shifted their greedy gaze towards the blood-red pepper, Vortex Kushina, under the cover of night and the celebratory atmosphere. A special task force composed of elite jonin and specially appointed chunin stealthily infiltrated the heart of Konoha, targeting the Senju clan's domain. Their objective was unmistakable: to abduct one of the last surviving members of the Vortex clan, Vortex Kushina. The plan devised by the Hidden Cloud was meticulous. Utilizing a special barrier ninjutsu to obscure their presence, they aimed to subdue their target with lightning speed. Yet, just as their plan was methodical, the audacity of directly entering the Senju domain, which was protected by the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Vortex Mido, was a grave miscalculation. They even dared to attempt to shield their actions from the perceptive powers of the Kagaya clan and the Nine-Tails' inherent senses. Were Kalunai aware of this? He might well have remarked, "Those who court death shall find it." By the time they infiltrated the Senju territory, at least 3 individuals had already detected their presence. First, the current Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Vortex Mido, sensed malicious intent encroaching upon her awareness. Second, Nagato, having received guidance from Mido and Kalunai, could now barely employ a fraction of the Rinnegan's abilities. Finally, Kalunai, who frequently utilized the Kagaya clan's perception to monitor the Senju domain to thwart any attempts by the old man Abito to reclaim the Rinnegan. However, upon their discovery, the trio did not act hastily. Instead, Mido and Kalunai informed a nearby attendant to report the situation to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The ensuing events unfolded much like those in the original narrative. After the Chunin exam, having laid down her defenses and feeling lighthearted, Kushina found herself ambushed and abducted by several elite cloud ninjas. After successfully capturing their target, the Hidden Cloud swiftly exited Konoha's confines, retreating into the forested hills, dispatching 2 elite jonin to hinder any potential pursuers from Konoha. Meanwhile, Kushina, her chakra sealed and under the watchful eyes of an elite chunin and a special jonin, could only helplessly use her crimson hair to leave a trail for her pursuers. The outcome mirrored that of the original tale, with the 2 elite jonin from the Hidden Cloud halting Jiraiya for a mere moment, allowing Minato to bypass their obstruction and follow the crimson trail left by Kushina. The only notable deviation from the original account was that this time, Minato did not hesitate to deliver lethal force, resulting in the demise of the Hidden Cloud's elite jonin and chunin at his hands. Namake's Minato achieved his moonlit romantic conquest. The recent pursuit and rescue mission passed without much commotion. The battle lasted a mere 2 minutes before swiftly subsiding. The elite team from the Hidden Cloud vanished like dust sinking into the deep sea, failing to stir even the slightest ripple. When the imposing figure of the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, appeared at the entrance of the village's rear mountain, he was flanked by the vigilant Umbu of Konoha and the delegation of Shinobi from various nations who had arrived upon hearing the news. All eyes were drawn to the 2 captured elite jonin from the Hidden Cloud, thoroughly subdued by Jiraiya and Uzumaki Kushina, the latter still shaken and filled with residual fury. The smoke rising from Sarutobi's pipe exuded an icy wrath, signaling that the Hidden Cloud did not comprehend the preciousness of peace nor exhibited any intent for a ceasefire. "Ha! What a splendid show you have provided us, Tsuchikage," remarked the representative of the Iwagakure delegation, whose face bore the marks of schadenfreude. One could only imagine the exorbitant price the Hidden Cloud would pay in the forthcoming negotiations, or the tempestuous retribution they would face from Konoha in the days to come. To abduct the young prodigies of Konoha in front of the representatives from various nations transcended mere disrespect. It threatened the very foundation of a shinobi village's future. Should the Hidden Cloud continue this course of action without consequence, it would not be long before similar acts became a relentless cycle, unless the village faced annihilation, leaving them perpetually in turmoil. Indeed, they were a bandit village, engaging in such thuggish behavior. The representative from Sunagakure scorned this conduct, asserting that although their village was weak, they possessed their own principles and would not stoop to such depths. After all, if the target was Konoha this time, who would be next? Would it be them? They recalled the attack on the Whirlpool village, where Sunagakure emerged as the greatest loser, having lost their second Kazekage, shaman, and the first puppeteer, Monzuki, while reaping little reward. With most gains being inherited by Konoha, while a Wagakure, Kirigakure, and the Hidden Cloud profited significantly, already having a relatively stable Jinchuriki. Even more egregious was the fact that Tsunegakure, having lost two significant powers, found their defenses weakened, leading to several talented young ninjas going missing during that period, including one child who had awakened the magnet release bloodline limit. Just recently, the Hidden Cloud had coincidentally produced a master of magnet release, of a similar age to the missing child, raising unsettling implications. Faced with Sarutobi's fury and the derisive remarks from a Wagakure and Tsunegakure, Tsuchiki's gaze swept over the bodies of the fallen Cloud ninjas and the two captured once. He opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately found himself at a loss for words, reduced to silence. Inwardly, he cursed the four Cloud ninjas countless times. He did not blame them for their failure or their actions, but rather resented their lack of prior consultation. Even a mere heads-up would have sufficed to prepare him mentally. Did they not trust him, having once been taken from a Wagakure by the Hidden Cloud? Frustration welled within Tsuchiki, yet he felt powerless. The facts and evidence lay bare before him, leaving no room for defense. All he could do now was make concessions during tomorrow's ceasefire discussion, hoping to save the lives of these two. Honorable Hokage, this matter is purely their personal action, not the intention of the Hidden Cloud Village or Lord Reikage. However, I sincerely hope you can show magnanimity and grant us an opportunity. We are willing to pay a certain price in exchange for their chance at survival. What could he do in his anger? He had to protect them, and whether he could succeed remained to be seen. Tsuchiki spoke under immense pressure, his words a plea for mercy. Have your Hidden Cloud ninjas trained their lightning to such an extent that they possess such audacity? It was possible they had only honed their bodies, explaining their shamelessness. The Wagakure and Tsunegakure continued to press on, their words laced with mockery. First, confine them in the police department's jail. As for their fates, we shall see after tomorrow's ceasefire discussions. There was little opportunity for a Wagakure and Tsunegakure to gloat over the Hidden Cloud's misfortunes, nor did they concern themselves with provoking tensions between Konoha and the Hidden Cloud. In Sarutobi's eyes, they were all adversaries. When the time came for reckoning, it was merely a matter of who would be dealt with first and to what extent. Chapter 39. Signing the ceasefire agreement the next day at the Hokage building, within the ceasefire negotiation conference room. The atmosphere was so heavy it felt as though it could precipitate. On either side of the long table, the mood was starkly contrasting. On Konoha's side, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat at the head, the smoke from his pipe curling with an air of unhurried authority. Flanking him were several high-ranking officials of Konoha, along with the conspicuously positioned Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato. The two were not clad in their usual battle attire, but rather wore umbu vests and white animal-patterned masks. Though their faces were obscured, their figures and hair color unmistakably revealed their identities. These two newly appointed umbu slightly bowed their heads, as if in quiet contemplation. Yet, the chakra surging throughout the conference room loomed like a silent crimson mountain, an intangible pressure permeating the air, especially when the gaze of Tsuchiki, representing the Hidden Cloud, inadvertently swept over them. Memories of the previous day's Chunin exams flooded back, the golden figure's swift movements and the red-haired ninja's overwhelming power, particularly the vortex-style 8 gates technique that crushed everything in its path like a landslide or tsunami. The thought of their youth only deepened their fear, which coiled around their hearts like icy tendrils. On the other hand, the Hidden Cloud delegation, led by Tsuchiki, appeared as grim as storm clouds before a tempest. The several Cloud ninjas standing behind him fidgeted, their eyes betraying their apprehension. In contrast, the representatives from a Wagakure, Tsunegakure, and Amigakure exhibited a calm demeanor, quietly perusing the draft of the ceasefire agreement, which was not overly harsh towards the various nations post the Second Shinobi World War. However, the terms for the Hidden Cloud were revised into a second draft, which, while not overtly unreasonable, applied constant pressure. If they acquiesced, life in the Hidden Cloud would become exceedingly difficult. Honorable Third Hokage, regarding the additional clauses proposed by your village, we believe they fundamentally contravene the essence and fairness of the ceasefire agreement. We, the Hidden Cloud, are not the defeated party. There is no justification for us to pay 50 million ryu in war reparations. Tsuchiki's voice was hoarse and strained as he fought to suppress the humiliation, pointing at the lines of text highlighted in red ink by Konoha, the most glaring of which read, in light of the Hidden Cloud's blatant violation of the ceasefire agreement during the truce period. Dispatching elite ninja squads to infiltrate Konoha with the intent to abduct Konoha residents and ninjas, thereby constituting a severe threat to Konoha's safety and peace, resulting in significant reputational and financial losses. Hence, the Hidden Cloud must pay an additional compensation of 50 million ryu to secure the release of the two captured elite jonin, Ori and Deku, and ensure their safety. This sum must be paid in full within 30 days of the agreement's enactment, in the form of negotiable gold notes, with Konoha responsible for the custody and care of Ori and Deku until payment is rendered. 50 million ryu. This amount was nearly equivalent to the annual military budget of a small nation. Moreover, during the Second Shinobi World War, Kumogakure did not engage in direct military action against Konohagakure. Thus, the so-called war reparations are nothing but an unwarranted calamity. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze fierce amidst the swirling mist, his lips sharp as blades, betraying our original intentions. Fairness. Your village sent a team of elite jonin, equipped with treasures that shielded their presence, to infiltrate our village and the ancestral home of the first Hokage, abducting our esteemed member, Lord Tsuchikage, at a time when Konohagakure had laid down its weapons and opened its arms to celebrate peace. Is this truly what Kumogakure considers original intentions and fairness? Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice, though not loud, bore the weight of 1,000 mountains. He paused, gently placing his pipe on the table, producing a crisp sound that seemed to strike at Tsuchikage's heart, had it not been for the swift response of our new generation of shinobi, who thwarted your village's conspiracy with thunderous means. Those seated here would likely not be us, but rather the talented individuals from your village who had plundered ours, leaving with ease. 50 million ryo, in exchange for the lives of two moderately skilled, well-trained special jonin, may indeed be excessive. Yet this compensation serves not merely to redeem individuals, but to quell the rising fury among our ranks due to this incident. It is to prevent further escalation of conflict. I believe this is the utmost fairness extended to your village, given the hard-won nature of peace. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze swept over the pallid Tsuchikage, ultimately resting on the seemingly unperturbed Minato and Kirin, his tone laden with meaning. Furthermore, Lord Tsuchikage should be aware that had it not been for the benevolence of Konoha Akafune, which restrained itself while assisting Jiraiya in subduing the wicked, those two precious special jonin of your village would likely have long since merged with the earth of our village's hinterland. Does not the bond that spared his life, even after the abduction of his sister, warrant such a price? Sarutobi Hiruzen deliberately emphasized the words Konoha Akafune. The remaining Kumogakure shinobi, aside from Tsuchikage, trembled slightly, their gazes involuntarily darting towards the red-haired Umbu behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. The red-haired Umbu seemed to sense their unease, slowly lifting his head, his emerald eyes, devoid of anger or threat, gazed down upon Kumogakure's assembly with an unyielding, profound presence that resembled a giant overlooking mere ants. Yet it was this calm glance that instantaneously recalled the horror of the previous night to Kumogakure's members, an insurmountable crimson figure looming like a mountain, 9 serpentine golden chains exuding a suffocating aura of oppression, a chakra domain far more terrifying than the swirling chakra in the current meeting room. And the two captured special jonin dragged out, their eyes hollow and filled with an indelible fear of the red-haired youth. Worthless? Who amongst them dared to declare it so? The red-haired Umbu, adorned with an innocuous white falcon mask, embodied a living peak of crimson that ordinary mortals could not surmount. His vast chakra, comparable to that of a tailed beast, along with various bloodline abilities and ninjutsu, represented the greatest bargaining chip and deterrent at the negotiation table for Konohagakure. 50 million ryo, rather than being ransom, could be viewed as Kumogakure's payment for angering the mighty Konohagakure, a hefty price for their own foolishness and greed. Cold sweat soaked Tsuchikage's back. He opened his mouth to argue, but found any words to be utterly feeble in the face of undeniable power and irrefutable facts. He beheld the unwavering resolve in the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, and after a prolonged, suffocating silence, Tsuchikage seemed to age decades in an instant, lowering his head dejectedly, summoning all his strength to utter a single word, sign. Chapter 40. Resolving Future Troubles and the First Encounter with Kurama. Upon the completion of the agreement, a warm yet devoid of warmth smile graced Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. May this accord truly usher in the dawn of peace across all nations and villages. He rose, casting a glance at the despondent Kumagakure envoy, and then surveying the other envoys from various nations who appeared to revel in their misfortune, before turning his attention to Uzumaki Kirin, giving a slight nod as he exited the meeting room. Kirin and Minato followed suit, silently and calmly trailing behind Sarutobi Hiruzen as they departed. Only when the swirling chakra in the meeting room dissipated along with their figures did the envoys from various nations exhale a sigh of relief, some collapsing into their chairs in exhaustion. Suchikage was no different, gazing at the agreement in his hands, his eyes filled with endless bitterness and trepidation. 50 million ryo in ransom. This not only imposed a tremendous financial strain on Kumogakure, but also dealt a heavy blow to its reputation. Once word spread, the entire shinobi world would know. Kumogakure had stumbled greatly before Konohagakure. Not only had their operation failed, resulting in casualties, but they had also been forced to sign humiliating, nation-enslaving terms by Konohagakure in an exceedingly disparaging manner. Nearly a full year passed after the tumultuous negotiations. Uzumaki Mido, drawing upon the remnants of her vitality and aided by the Uzumaki secret arts, successfully erased the curse mark left on Nagato's Rinnegan by the old man, ensuring the safety of this child blessed with the Uzumaki bloodline and a tumultuous destiny, freeing Nagato from the fear of potential manipulation and a fate of becoming a puppet. Moreover, due to the seals imposed by Uzumaki Mido, Nagato no longer suffered under the relentless strain of the Rinnegan, but could gradually unlock its powers in accordance with his growing strength, adapting to the immense pressure of the Rinnegan. However, the cost was that after accomplishing these feats, the once resplendent, formidable Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, who had safeguarded Konohagakure for decades, Uzumaki Mido, the wife of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, found herself nearly extinguished, nearing the end of her life. Deep within the Senju clan's territory, an ancient shrine lay ensconced in a myriad of layered barrier techniques. Inside the shrine, Uzumaki Mido, her face weary and aged, sat at the altar's center, her visage gaunt and skeletal, resembling a candle flickering in the wind. Yet her emerald eyes remained as clear and bright as a pristine spring. Before her stood Uzumaki Kirin, solemnly upright. A year's passage had rendered him taller, his half-tied red hair like flames dancing behind him, his calm emerald eyes unwavering, no longer surrounded by swirling chakra, and even his aura had softened and warmed. Come closer. Mido's voice was hoarse yet clear, imbued with warmth tinged with a sense of impending twilight. Kirin complied, kneeling before Mido, keenly sensing the immense, tempestuous chakra of the Nine Tails within her, a force that seemed to yearn for liberation. It appeared to share Mido's thoughts and its own destined path, growing restless and radiating waves of heart-stopping pressure. Uzumaki Mido slowly raised her frail hand, gently caressing Kirin's cheek, her gaze imbued with profound seriousness and resolve. Child, my time is drawing near. The weight of safeguarding Konohagakure and the duty of sealing the Nine Tails shall now fall upon you. Grandmother understands that this may seem unfair to you. Yet, although we are vessels for the Nine Tails, even living as a Jinchuriki, there are ways to attain happiness. First, you must fill the vessel with love. In doing so, even as a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, you can still find joy. However, that is something that cannot be obtained through mere waiting. The people of the Uzumaki clan have long since scattered, having lost everything they once held dear. Yet, much like the swirling vortexes of nature, we have seamlessly integrated ourselves into the shinobi world. As ninjas renowned for our vitality and sealing techniques, we were once a formidable clan whose power was harnessed in times of war, ultimately bringing peace to the ninja realm. In my eyes, Naruto is an exceptional ninja. Much like a spiral staircase, the vortex represents a still plane, while the spiral embodies three-dimensionality. Although both appear to revolve in a similar manner, by following the ever-changing staircase, the scenery continuously transforms. We may indeed be at the center of the vortex, but as long as we endeavor to ascend, we shall undoubtedly discover love. Thus, the vortex shall eventually evolve into a spiral. Uzumaki Kushina gently caressed the cheek of Naruto, her smile radiating warmth and kindness. She hoped that Naruto would one day find a love that belonged to him. With his head bowed deeply, Naruto held the elder's hand tenderly, tears cascading from his eyes like a broken dam. He knew of his loved ones, Tsunade, Shikamaru, Kurama, Minato, Nagato, Yahiko, Konan, Asuma, and Hinata. Those who cared for him were his love. Upon hearing Naruto's response, Kushina finally smiled with a sense of relief. The furious roar of the Nine Tails echoed from the void, filled with anger and resentment, as it struggled violently within its seal, gnawing at its restraints. Its crimson chakra blazed like molten lava, searing the spirits of both Kushina and Naruto. A trickle of blood escaped Kushina's lips, yet her gaze remained as steadfast as a rock. The 9 golden chains, under her absolute control, not only held firm but grew tighter, beginning to stabilize and guide the chakra into Naruto's being. For Symbol's seal, the voices of Naruto and Kushina seemed to merge at that very moment. With a sudden clasp of her hands, all the golden runes on the altar surged towards Naruto like rivers returning to the sea. Simultaneously, the sealing technique within Naruto's abdomen, bolstered by Kushina's guidance and his own immense chakra, suddenly illuminated, forming a vortex-like seal surrounded by 4 incantations. The torrent of crimson chakra was swiftly devoured by this seal, furiously flowing into Naruto's abdomen. The roar and shadow of the 9 tails were forcibly drawn in, compressed, and ultimately absorbed into the newly formed 4-symbol seal. Damn Kushina! How dare you seal me within the body of this child? One day, I shall make you pay for this. Well then, Kurama, do learn to coexist with Naruto. As Kushina completed the final ritual, her form seemed to lose all support, akin to a candle extinguished, slowly leaning back. The wrinkles on her face smoothed out, replaced by a look of relief and immense satisfaction as she gazed gently at Naruto. The future of Konoha is entrusted to you. Her voice was soft, nearly inaudible, drifting away like a dandelion's sigh, and the last glimmer in her emerald eyes resembled a fading star. A legendary figure, the first Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, Uzumaki Kushina, passed away unexpectedly. Her body was wrapped in the remaining runes on the altar, ultimately transforming into a stone sarcophagus, quietly resting within the shrine. Chapter 41. A First Conversation. A distant call under clear skies as Uzumaki Kushina departed from this world. The seal of the 9 tails was successfully completed. Before grief could settle in, Naruto felt the world spin, his consciousness forcibly drawn into a peculiar space. It was a dim, damp cage, with water barely covering his ankles. Behind him lay nothing but an infinite darkness that swallowed the light at the end of the corridor, while before him stood a pale golden iron gate, the prison formed by the 4-symbol seal. As Naruto approached the sealing door that contained the strongest tailed beast, sharp claws thrust through the gaps in the iron, viciously aiming for him, halting mere inches from his nose. The creature was bound by several golden chains, unable to advance any further. The roar of the 9 tails stirred the air, its gaze fixated on the diminutive figure of Naruto outside the bars. Brimming with decades of suppressed malice and fury, it howled like a creature from the depths of hell. Damn Uzumaki Kushina. Even in her last moments, she seeks to deceive me. Damn this child. Damn the Uzumaki clan. And these damn chains. I will crush you. I shall tear you to pieces and ensure that the bloodline of the Uzumaki is forever eradicated from the Shinobi world. The violent intention and hatred surged like a tangible tidal wave, relentlessly battering against the pale golden gate and Naruto's spirit. The 9 tails' colossal claws pounded against the iron door. The golden chains of the sealing technique tightened under the immense force, but remained steadfast and immovable. At the eye of this tempest of hatred, Naruto stood resolute, his red hair dancing in the invisible winds, his emerald gaze calm as he looked up at the legendary beast. He felt neither fear nor anger. Instead, a hint of sorrow graced his expression. I'm sorry, Kurama. Ignoring the maelstrom of hatred, Naruto stepped beyond the claws and the iron gate, approaching the roaring beast until he stood beside the 9 tails eye socket. He tilted his head slightly, gazing through the boundless enmity into the beast's bloodshot vertical pupil, which burned like molten rock. His voice, though soft, resonated with clarity and a unique penetrative quality amidst the 9 tails howls. Akin to a stabilizing anchor cast into a furious sea, your anger is justified. Being imprisoned in a lightless cage for decades, treated as a weapon, surrounded by endless fear and hatred. Such suffering, I may not fully comprehend, but I can grasp it to some extent. Naruto's voice was gentle, laced with a hint of fatigue and confusion, yet his tone brimmed with sincerity. I'm sorry for binding you here in this manner, allowing the whirlpool of resentment to drag you into the abyss of darkness. He slowly raised his hand, gently placing it on the side of the Nine-Tails eye socket. His gaze earnest as he met the beast's ferocious spirit. But I wish to convey that we are not each other's enemies. This cage is not our eternal end. One day, I will restore your freedom, liberating you from the quagmire of hatred and fear. Will you trust me, Kurama? For the first time, the Nine-Tails' earth-shattering roar abruptly ceased. Naruto's heartfelt words echoed within the dim abyss of consciousness, his long-lost call akin to an ice crystal plunged into boiling magma, momentarily stalling the tempest of hatred. The enormous vertical pupil, the size of a lantern, narrowed in disbelief, fixated on the minuscule figure standing beside it. The storm of hatred continued to swirl around. But the pure, volatile killing intent was cleaved by these sudden, absurdly calm words, along with the long-forgotten name, Kurama. The entire dim crimson realm of consciousness fell into an eerie silence, save for the ripples on the water beneath the Nine-Tails and the faint humming of the golden chains. Now still, the massive form of the Nine-Tails froze, and for the first time, within the depths of its centuries-old hatred, a sense of incomprehensible bewilderment emerged. Kurama? Absurd. Foolish child. Who permitted you to address me in such a manner? I am the Nine-Tails, the strongest tailed beast, a calamity that brings destruction to the Shinobi world. I am the being that you wretched humans must forever fear. The voice of the Nine-Tails resonated like a suppressed thunder, filled with mockery and a frenzied denial. It struggled violently once more, chains clattering, attempting to drown out Chilu Nai's calm demeanor with a deafening roar and overwhelming hatred. Freedom? Trust? Foolish delusions. Ever since the era of Senju Hashirama, you of the Leaf Village have kept the Uzumaki clan as my prison. With the death of Uzumaki Mido, you have replaced her with this brat, and when you grow old, another will take your place. As long as the hatred and desires in your hearts persist, this confinement shall never cease. You? Merely a boastful little brat. Begone. Get out of my sight. The torrent of hatred surged forth once again, even more frenzied than before, causing the consciousness space to tremble violently. Chilu Nai fell from the Nine-Tails, enveloped by the water pooling on the ground, ultimately losing consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself in his room within the Senju clan compound. Recalling the chaotic and intense emotions of the Nine-Tails, he realized that it was no longer mere hatred, but rather an anger born of having its facade pierced, touching the deepest memories. His azure eyes did not waver. Instead, they carried a glimmer of understanding. How prideful he is, to change his attitude merely because of a name. Truly, there is no way to handle him. Upon seeing Chilu Nai awaken, Tsunade and the others, with their tear-stained and slightly swollen eyes, finally felt a sense of relief. Subsequently, Chilu Nai and the villagers of the Leaf participated in the memorial service for the fallen ninjas of the Second Shinobi World War, as well as for Uzumaki Mido. Standing atop the spiral tower of the Senju clan, Chilu Nai gazed at the three faces of the Hokage carved into the cliffside. Reflecting on the village that Mido had devoted her life to protecting, he recalled the Nine-Tails' final roar, which seemed tempestuous yet held no real malice. And a smile crept onto his lips. Ah, I understand now, Mido. I can surely coexist amicably with the Nine-Tails. Through the gaps in the seal, the Nine-Tails sensed the outside world and lowered its head slightly in the ceiling space. In its lava-like vertical pupils, deep within the turbulent fury, a flicker of an exceedingly complex, indescribable light briefly shone. It remembered long ago, when it had just been born, how the old man it regarded as a father stood before all nine-tailed beasts, gazing into the distant future, saying, "One day, a person who understands you will appear. He will stand under the clear sky, calling your names aloud." Thinking of this absurd, audacious little brat who dares to call it Kurama, the one known as Konoha's Crimson Peak, within whom sleeps a power that even it finds peculiar, the Nine-Tails let out a muffled yet ambiguous snort, as if mocking its own unfounded associations. It shook its head violently, seemingly trying to cast away this untimely thought along with the detestable figure of Chilu Nai from its mind. However, as it wallowed in eternal hatred and resentment, a slight, almost imperceptible upward curve tugged at the corners of its fearsome mouth, hidden from all eyes in the shadows. That fleeting arc vanished in an instant. So swift it felt unreal. Soon after, a deeper roar filled the ceiling space once more, yet this time, within that roar seemed to lie a hint of confusion, a restlessness that even the Nine-Tails itself had yet to recognize. Damn that little brat. Chapter 42. Graduation test. Nagato and Jiraiya outside Konoha village, in the third training ground. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, illuminating the distinct sides. On one side stood 3 8-year-olds who had graduated early from the Konoha Ninja Academy, the spirited and energetic Yahiko with his short orange hair, the composed and focused Konan with her blue locks, and Nagato, tall and resilient, with a hint of solemnity in his red hair. Each wore a brand-new Konoha forehead protector, glimmering in the sunlight. Opposite them stood the one who had brought them back from the land of rain, sheltered and nurtured them, and their guiding jonin, Uzumaki Chilunai. 3 years of growth had rendered his chakra more restrained, and his dark ninja battle attire contrasted with his crimson hair, while his azure eyes calmly regarded his younger siblings and students. Over these years, under the tutelage of Hatake Tsukumo, Chilunai had perfectly fused swift techniques with his immense chakra, exuding an impeccable presence merely by standing there. Today was to be a traditional test. As long as they could inflict any injury upon him, even if it merely dirted his clothes, it would count as a victory. The time limit was 1 hour. Yes, as Chilunai's words fell, Yahiko surged forward, his orange hair flying as he employed the martial arts Chilunai had taught them over the past 3 years in a rapid charge. Nagato swiftly formed hand seals, calling out, Fire Style, Fireball Jutsu, Wind Style, Gale Palm, Combined Ninjutsu, Blazing Fireball. The scorching fireball, enhanced by wind, preemptively sealed off Chilunai's escape route, while Konan raised her delicate hands, transforming countless paper shurikens into a white whirlwind, shooting from sharp angles. Chilunai slightly swayed, moving with ease and precision, narrowly evading the blazing fireball and the storm of paper shurikens, while simultaneously catching Yahiko's kicking leg with his palm, then pivoting in a complete 360-degree turn, tossing Yahiko back. Upon seeing Yahiko hurled back, Nagato momentarily faltered, reacting half a beat too late, and was directly struck by Yahiko's body, both tumbling backward. Their intentions were too obvious. Their coordination lacking in subtlety, and against a formidable foe, depleting chakra in such a manner was unwise. Observing the fallen Nagato, Chilunai's gaze shifted as he awaited the trio's second round of attack, when his eyes suddenly darted toward a massive tree trunk at the edge of the arena. A knowing smile gracing his lips. Due to the earlier simple test, Chilunai had not activated his Kagaya's mind's eye, yet he still detected a familiar yet deliberately concealed aura, one belonging to a certain hero devoted to the prophecy of the sage. The figure of Fukasaku, the sage of Miyaboka Mountain, was clearly concerned for Nagato and the others. Why not reveal himself and personally test them? Chilunai's voice held a playful tone, piercing through the woods to reach the eavesdropper's ears. No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished in an instant, with a single explosive leap. There was no grand spectacle, only a red afterimage that tore through the air. In the blink of an eye, Chilunai appeared atop the tree trunk. A startled cry erupted, and a disheveled figure clad in a red cloak tumbled down, revealing none other than Jiraiya, the disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen and one of the legendary 3. Dusting himself off, Jiraiya shot a helpless glare at Chilunai, who had instantaneously appeared before him. Hey, Chilunai, did you learn that speed from Tsukumo-sensei, or did you secretly pick up the Flying Thunder God technique from Minato? How can you be so fast? And your perception, no one has ever detected my transparent escape. How on earth did you discover me? Chilunai disregarded his complaints and redirected his gaze towards Nagato and his companions, who stood frozen in astonishment not far away. He then pointed at Jiraiya, who had just regained his balance and wore an expression that seemed to say he had been thoroughly duped. In a tone that brooked no dissent, he declared aloud, "The task has been modified. This is Jiraiya, whom you know well. He is deeply invested in your abilities and potential, particularly yours, Nagato, and wishes to assess your skills on my behalf." Upon hearing Nagato's name, Jiraiya's eyes sharpened instantly, casting a discreet glance at Nagato. When his gaze met those profound, yet altered, Rinnegan eyes, his pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. The prophecy once mentioned by the great sage Frog, concerning the child of destiny who would bring about monumental change to the ninja world, reverberated in his mind once more. Chilunai observed Jiraiya's reaction with keen interest, inwardly affirming that this was indeed his intent. He continued, "The new testing objective is to endure 15 minutes under Jiraiya's guidance. He will provide you with earnest instruction." Is that really the Jiraiya who battled Hanzo the Salamander, one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha? Yahiko gasped, his spirit visibly invigorated. Conan was enveloped by a flurry of paper shuriken, as if preparing for a formidable adversary. Nagato seemed to sense Jiraiya's probing gaze as his Rinnegan subtly shifted. His expression a complex mix of concern and gravity. Jiraiya regarded the three spirited yet anxious youngsters, then glanced at Chilunai, who stood nearby with arms crossed. His expression one of eager anticipation, evidently privy to Jiraiya's unspoken thoughts. With a resigned yet jovial chuckle, he ruffled his nose and exclaimed, "Ha, Chilunai. You certainly know how to keep Jiraiya busy. As the leader of the Jonin class, I am quite occupied, you know." That said, his demeanor shifted to seriousness, an aura of a top-tier warrior gradually emanating from him. "However, since this is for the seedlings of Konoha, the great sage will indulge you. Show me, youngsters, just how much the gems polished by Chilunai and Tsunade have truly shown after 3 years. Do not disappoint me." Jiraiya swiftly formed hand seals, and a powerful surge of chakra erupted forth. Nagato, Yahiko, and Conan exchanged knowing glances, their 3 years of camaraderie allowing them to communicate without words. Faced with this legendary figure, summoned specifically by their mentor Chilunai, whose strength even surpassed that of Chilunai himself, their tension transformed into fervent resolve. Chilunai quietly retreated to the sidelines, his azure eyes calmly observing the training ground. By allowing Jiraiya to take the lead, he not only facilitated a rare demonstration of guidance, but also aimed for Jiraiya to witness that Nagato was no longer the lonely orphan they had encountered in the land of rain. Under the sunshine of Konoha, with the guidance of himself, Tsunade, Kushina, Minato, and others, Nagato was earnestly working to master his power and forge a new future as a fresh generation of shinobi. The child of destiny? He was never meant to be one, nor would he ever be a puppet for anyone. At this moment, Nagato was primarily a ninja of Konoha, a disciple and subordinate of Uzumaki Chilunai, and one of the few he wished to protect as family. This was the message Chilunai sought to convey to Jiraiya, to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and indeed to everyone in Konoha through this graduation test. It is worth noting that before the conclusion of the Third Shinobi World War, the Konoha Ninja Academy generally accepted students at the age of 5, with graduation at 10. Early graduation was relatively straightforward. For example, Obito and his peers graduated around the age of 8 and became Chunin by 9, based on the information that less than 17 years after Minato's death, both Nagato and Conan had perished at the age of 35. We can deduce that they were approximately 6 years younger than Minato, and it is currently the 41st year of Konoha, with Minato and the protagonists being 14, while Nagato and his peers are 8. And Kakashi is about to enroll at 4. Chapter 43. The Test of the Frog Squad. Jiraiya's boisterous laughter still echoed through the woods, yet his figure suddenly blurred. "Be careful." Nagato's Rinnegan detected a subtle shift in chakra, prompting him to sound a stern warning. Before his words could fully register, Jiraiya's form appeared as if by magic beside Yahiko, who charged ahead. Without resorting to elaborate jutsu, he simply executed a seemingly casual knife-hand strike aimed at the back of Yahiko's neck. So fast, Yahiko's pupils contracted as his orange hair flew, and relying on the muscle memory honed over 3 years of rigorous training in taijutsu and Chilunai's teachings on redirecting force, he deftly turned his body and narrowly managed to block Jiraiya's strike with his arm. Bang! A tremendous force surged through his arm, and Yahiko felt as though he had been trampled by a colossal elephant, stumbling backward uncontrollably, his arm throbbing with pain. Impressive momentum. But sheer brute force can easily lead one into a trap, much like that fool rope tree did back in the day. If it weren't for luck, his name might have been etched in the memorial stone. If you are a taijutsu specialist, you must learn to control the rhythm and observe the bigger picture. Simultaneously, Conan's storm of paper shuriken rushed forth. The dense barrage of paper shuriken was as sharp as blades, not only blocking all of Jiraiya's escape routes, but also temporarily obscuring his line of sight. Ninja art, paper shuriken. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, dismissing the notion of tanking the attack. With a light push against the ground, his body defied the laws of physics, gracefully gliding through the gaps in the onslaught of paper shuriken. Swish, swish, swish. The paper shuriken embedded themselves in the very spot where he had just stood. Well, impressive range and density. The girl's chakra control is quite meticulous. However, the intent of the attack is too straightforward. Against a master like me, it won't have any effect. As Jiraiya critiqued Conan's assault, he remained airborne, his hands already forming seals. Ninja art. Needle hell. His wild white hair elongated and hardened, spinning around him like countless steel needles, deflecting all subsequent paper shuriken from Konan, creating a cacophony of clashing sounds. Now, seizing the moment while Jiraiya unleashed his ninjutsu, Nagato's Rinnegan glimmered with a purple hue as he swiftly formed hand seals, fire style, fire dragon technique. Several flames, even more refined and intense than before, roared forth, hurtling towards Jiraiya in midair. Simultaneously, he covertly tossed several shuriken attached with wire, not aimed at Jiraiya, but at the branches of a few nearby trees, intending to create a trap that would momentarily hinder Jiraiya's movement. Yet, such subtle maneuvers did not escape Jiraiya's keen perception. Facing the roaring flames, he chose not to dodge, but to confront them head-on. Impressive combat awareness. You know how to seize opportunities while utilizing your environment and innovating. However, against an experienced opponent, this level of fire jutsu is insufficient. Fire style, great fireball technique. A searing tongue of flame erupted from Jiraiya's mouth, carrying a destructive force that surged directly towards Nagato's unleashed inferno. Boom! The flames collided, erupting into a tremendous explosion, engulfing the surroundings in blinding light and deafening noise, obscuring the vision of both sides as the flames consumed one another. Yahiko! Konan! Nagato urgently called out. Yahiko understood the cue, gritting his teeth against the pain in his arm, and charged again from the flank, targeting Jiraiya. Second style, sword flash. Konan clapped her hands together, and a multitude of specially crafted papers swiftly coalesced behind her into a pair of enormous paper wings, lifting her into the air as she prepared to launch her aerial assault. Ninja art, dance of paper. However, just as Yahiko's sword was about to make contact with Jiraiya, the latter swiftly reacted, seizing Yahiko's wrist with remarkable precision. At the same moment, his other hand transformed into a claw, with a flicker of various chakra attributes igniting at his fingertips, and he forcefully struck Yahiko's abdomen. The sealing technique of the 5 elements. Yahiko immediately felt his chakra stagnate, his strength draining away in an instant, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Remember, when confronting a formidable opponent, one's perception and judgment hold far more significance than mere sight. When you believe that the enemy is full of vulnerabilities, it signifies that you have already fallen into their trap. Jiraiya's voice resonated above Yahiko's head, calm and unhurried. Yahiko! Konan exclaimed, flapping her wings, as countless paper fragments morphed into sharp stakes and spears, hurtling towards Jiraiya, who was restraining Yahiko. Caring for one's comrades is commendable, but do not lose your composure. Jiraiya laughed heartily, maintaining his grip on Yahiko's hand, while forming a single-handed seal, then forcefully slammed his palm onto the ground. Earth release. Earth flow wall. A wall of earth surged rapidly from the ground, shielding against Konan's barrage of paper spears, while he exerted strength beneath his feet, dragging the powerless Yahiko to safety under the cover of the earthen barrier. Nagato! Konan looked anxiously at Nagato, who remained unscathed and the strongest among the 3. Nagato's Rinnegan spun rapidly, attempting to lock onto Jiraiya, who was moving swiftly behind the earthen wall amidst the swirling dust. He sensed that Yahiko's chakra was being suppressed by some form of sealing technique, disrupting Konan's rhythm of attack. The pressure, an unprecedented weight of pressure. The opponent's ease far surpassed any of their peers encountered at the Ninja Academy, and it exceeded every training session they had with Kizuna and Tsunade over the past 3 years. Are you feeling the pressure now? Sweating profusely, I presume? Jiraiya's voice, laced with seriousness, emanated from the haze, indistinguishable in direction, yet seemingly omnipresent. This is the reality of the ninja world. Upon becoming a ninja, you may face adversaries you cannot hope to match at any moment, and no matter how hard you strive, it is challenging to shake them even a fraction. In such situations, what choices will you make? Will you fight individually, striving to escape before being taken down one by one? Or, Jiraiya had yet to finish his words when a figure erupted from the dust, targeting Konan in the air. The speed was so astonishing that Konan had no time to react. Konan! Nagato's eyes widened, the purple light of his Rinnegan flashing intensely, with scarcely a moment to think. His body instinctively reacted, with physical reflexes surpassing thought. His right hand shot out towards Jiraiya, grasping at the void, and a colossal, shadowy chakra erupted instantaneously. Universal pull. A suffocating force of attraction exploded from Nagato's palm. The air warped visibly in ripples. The ground cracked, and debris flew. As the target of the attack, Jiraiya's pupils widened in shock. He attempted to escape the jutsu's range, but it was too late, forcing him to twist his body in midair, crossing his arms defensively before him. Under the influence of the gravitational pull, Jiraiya was drawn towards Nagato, and with the immense force tearing at him, he scarcely had time to gather chakra or form seals, finding himself swiftly propelled directly in front of Nagato. Just as the two neared each other, Nagato bellowed once more, "Shinra Tensei." A tremendous repulsive force radiated from Nagato, expanding outward. Summoning technique. Jiraiya was violently hurled back by this force, akin to a cannonball, colliding with multiple trees along the way, using them as buffers before finally coming to a halt, raising a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, Konan in the air was also caught off guard by the sudden wave of power, her paper wings disintegrating, and she screamed as she plummeted to the ground. Shadow clone technique. Observing that Nagato and his companions had nearly exhausted their chakra, Kizuna decided to intervene, summoning 2 shadow clones to assist Yahiko and catch Konan, while her original self supported the fatigued Nagato, who had overexerted his Rinnegan abilities. Chapter 44. The test concludes. Jiraiya, you rascal. Following the initial combat assessment of Kizuna's class, the third training ground lay in ruins. The dust stirred by the battle had been completely blown away, revealing Nagato, gasping heavily in Kizuna's arms. His complexion was pale, clearly indicating the immense toll of the earlier confrontation, his Rinnegan reflecting a hint of confusion and exhaustion from overexertion. Konan, supporting Yahiko whose chakra was partially sealed, gazed at the devastated training ground, still shaken by the events. From the nearby woods, a few coughs echoed as Jiraiya emerged, brushing off the dirt and leaves from his attire. He appeared somewhat disheveled, his red coat bearing several tears from branches, yet his eyes sparkled with an unusual brightness, even tinged with excitement, fixed intently upon Nagato. "Jiraiya-sensei, are you hurt?" Kizuna, observing Jiraiya's disheveled appearance, couldn't help but chuckle, her honeyed lips teasing. "Ha ha ha, it's nothing serious. Thankfully, I summoned the great sage Toad in time to cushion the impact. Otherwise, I would have been utterly humiliated." Jiraiya laughed heartily, brushing away a speck of dust from his mouth, adjusting his clothes to appear as though he was unscathed, adopting a demeanor of complete control. "Nagato, that instinctive power and resolve you displayed in dire circumstances to protect your comrades is commendable, truly commendable. What a remarkable display. It's a pity that Kizuna is more suited to be your teacher. Otherwise, I would genuinely consider taking you all as my disciples." His gaze swept over the trio, lingering on Kizuna, who was checking Nagato's condition and replenishing his chakra, his expression a complex blend of admiration, regret, and longing, nearly forming a pie chart of emotions. Kizuna did not respond immediately, placing a gentle hand on Nagato's chest, infusing him with a warm, life-affirming chakra, alleviating his fatigue and discomfort from chakra depletion. Only after confirming that Nagato's bodily functions had stabilized did Kizuna glance at Jiraiya, nodding slightly, her azure eyes reflecting understanding and subtle satisfaction. "Though time has yet to run out, the results of your test are deemed successful. To engage so effectively against one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya-sensei, is a testament to your strength. But, sensei, did I not merely endure blows? Is that truly considered passing the test?" Yahiko expressed his confusion, believing that his performance today lacked any notable commendation. First, he had relied on Kizuna to deflect an attack and used that opportunity to strike Nagato, then merely endured Jiraiya's unremarkable strike, and ultimately, even with the vortex fluid technique, he was unable to land a hit on Jiraiya and was instead sealed, leaving him momentarily incapacitated. Yet, did Yahiko not fight valiantly to buy time for his comrades to form seals for their jutsu? And even when his movements were hampered, he desperately sought to protect Konan from harm. Truly remarkable, exhibiting great valor. Kizuna regarded her slightly daft brother with a warm smile, which was soon replaced by a playful grin. "Thus, Yahiko, you must endure like a true man. Ninjutsu, 5 elements release." With that, Kizuna unleashed a surge of 5 chakra attributes, slamming her palm down onto Yahiko. Pwah! A sudden wave of indescribable discomfort coursed through Yahiko's entire being, as if a legion of cavalry were galloping within his stomach. Even his internal organs throbbed with sharp pain, and acid surged uncontrollably up his throat. erupting from his mouth like a volcanic explosion. Konan, who had been supporting Yahiko, involuntarily twitched the corner of her mouth at the sight, remarking, "Kazuna, you are as malicious as ever. What can be done?" He fell victim to the sealing technique. Sooner or later, it will be undone. Consider it a lesson for him. Let us see if he dares to act on mere passion when facing formidable foes. I've taught him how to counter his opponents. Kazuna shrugged, striving to portray innocence before her younger sister, as if all her actions were in Yahiko's best interest. Since everything is fine, I shall not interrupt you any longer. I must take my leave. As the leader of the Jonin class, I am quite busy. With that, Jiraiya turned to depart, as if he had resolved to uphold a certain decision. Is he really leaving? Jiraiya, why not stay for a meal? I'll treat everyone to barbecue. As Jiraiya prepared to leave, Kazuna, having absorbed memories from a shadow clone regarding Jiraiya's situation, suddenly called out to him. However, her expression betrayed no sincerity. Rather, it brimmed with cunning. No, you all enjoy yourselves. It's inappropriate for an outsider like me to intrude on your team gathering. Perhaps next time. Jiraiya's footsteps did not falter in the slightest. His previously brisk pace transformed into a hurried jog, eventually employing the body flicker technique. As he rushed away from the training ground, as if he had pressing matters to attend to. Why is Jiraiya leaving in such haste? Is there trouble in the village? Have we delayed him too much? Yahiko wondered aloud, feeling a mix of curiosity and gratitude, acknowledging Jiraiya's kindness in assisting with their team test despite his busy schedule. Not quite, but you are rather naive, Yahiko, Kazuna mused, recalling the comical grimace on Jiraiya's face after being flung by Pain's almighty push. To maintain a glorious image before his juniors, he must endure pain with a smile. Huh? Oh, Jiraiya, is it due to my Rinnegan abilities? Has Jiraiya-senpai sustained injuries? Pain asked bluntly. Let us not speak of it. Life goes on. Your Jiraiya-senpai is simply vain. Just keep it among yourselves and refrain from mentioning it in future encounters. Now, let us tidy up and head for barbecue. You all look too thin. We can't have others thinking our household cannot afford food. Kazuna waved her hand, chuckling lightly. But isn't it essential for ninjas to maintain their physique for missions? Konan questioned, a hint of confusion on her face. Not at all. Isn't your brother Gimar rather plump? He has become a special Jonin, and his mission success rate is quite high. Kazuna countered earnestly. Yahiko frowned, sensing something amiss. Isn't Gimar that way because he is training in the Akimichi clan's secret techniques? Not wishing to dwell on the matter, Kazuna shifted the focus of the conversation. All right. Let us not linger on these details. Let us hurry to the barbecue. The last one to arrive must take charge of the grilling. Thus, Kazuna and the trio of Nagato and Konan bantered back and forth, playfully chasing each other as they headed toward the village of Konoha under the golden glow of the setting sun. Chapter 45, The Teaching Assistant Task. Kazuna's good intentions. This is Yahiko. I have reached position B. Received. I have also arrived at position A. I am all set here. Commence action. With the command issued, 3 figures swiftly darted from behind corners and utility poles, pouncing upon a sleeping cat beneath a roof eave. The blazing sun cast a golden hue over Konoha, and in the park, Yahiko languidly slumped on a bench, appearing utterly devoid of energy, even his orange hair seeming to wilt. He held a cage containing a struggling, fluffy tabby cat, whose claws angrily scratched at the iron bars. This was yet another tedious D-rank mission, this time to capture the runaway tabby of the feudal lord's wife. Previously, they had been tasked with weeding the herb garden, cleaning the debris from the Konoha River, and so on. Kazuna, when will we get to undertake some higher-ranked missions? We are capable ninjas who can spar with Jiraiya. It's such a waste to be occupied with these trivial D-rank tasks. Our youthful vigor is being squandered amidst this mundane drudgery. Beside him, Konan cautiously retracted the specialized paper used to capture the tabby, her blue hair swaying gently in the evening breeze, her delicate brow slightly furrowed, and her calm tone carried a hint of discontent. Indeed, it consumes an unnecessary amount of energy, and the tabby is several times more alert than an ordinary cat. Yet, this process seems to yield no significant improvement in our abilities. Nagato silently adjusted his headband, which had become disheveled during the cat's struggles, the Rinnegan beneath his crimson hair reflecting a trace of resignation. He did not voice his complaints, but the slight pursing of his lips and the flicker of confusion in his gaze clearly indicated his doubts about the necessity of such tasks. Standing before them, Uzumaki Kazuna, with arms folded behind his head, observed the despondent expressions of his disciples. A glimmer of understanding crossed his eyes, and a subtle smile crept upon his lips. Feeling wronged? Believing that your time and talents are wasted? Convinced that ninjas ought to dedicate more time and energy to enhancing their skills? His gaze swept over the trio, finally lingering on the still fuming tabby. A task is a task, irrespective of rank, content, or quality. Accurate intelligence gathering, meticulous environmental observation, patient waiting for the opportune moment. Analyzing and judging all possible scenarios related to different task objectives, and devising strategies for varied situations are foundational skills for ninjas. A ninja is one who can endure what others cannot. One must possess an unwavering will and belief. Before you truly comprehend what it means to be a ninja, accumulating such experiences is essential. He paused, directing his gaze toward the ninja school basking in sunlight, where the sounds of children enjoying outdoor lessons could be heard. Before shifting the topic, if you find this dull, why not visit the ninja school and observe the younger generation? Perhaps there you will gain some insights. The three were momentarily taken aback. However, Kizuna had already begun his stride toward the Hokage building. After submitting the task, he approached Sarutobi Hiruzen to request the role of a teaching assistant at Konoha Ninja Academy. Casting a sympathetic glance at the tabby nestled in Tsunade's arms, he led Yahiko and the others toward the academy. Moments later, upon arriving at the training grounds of the ninja school, Kizuna and his companions were greeted by the sight of a group of 5- and 6-year-olds awkwardly practicing the most fundamental aspects of physical coordination. A river, approximately 10 meters wide, lacks any formal bridges, with only a few solitary trees spaced apart connecting its banks. Students line up, each attempting to traverse the makeshift log bridge. Oh dear! Splash! This is so difficult. Teacher, is this really necessary? The river flows gently, yet some students still manage to slip off the precarious log, causing a momentary chaos, much to the chagrin of the young Chunin instructor in charge of the first-year students. Kurinai and his companions found this young Chunin and conducted a brief task confirmation. Yamada-san, pardon the intrusion. You can leave the rest to my disciples. The Chunin named Yamada felt a wave of relief wash over him. Kurinai-senpai, I'm counting on you. The newly enrolled first-year students looked curiously at Nagato and his companions, chattering excitedly. Wow, it's Nagato-senpai, the top of the class who applied for early graduation. And there's Yahiko-senpai. I heard his body flicker technique is faster than an average Chunin. And Konan-senpai is so beautiful. Her paper jutsu is simply exquisite. Yahiko observed the chaotic scene before him, where a girl had repeatedly fallen from the slippery log, and his earlier annoyance transformed into a blend of exasperation and responsibility. Nagato's gaze softened as he watched the struggling girl, while Conan approached another blue-haired student, whispering guidance on chakra flow. Hey, your chakra needs to be evenly distributed under your feet, and don't use too much. If you force it all at once, you'll just slip faster. Yahiko crouched beside an awkwardly clumsy boy, unable to restrain himself from offering loud encouragement, his orange hair bouncing with his movements. Yes, just like that. Take it slow, and feel the flow of your chakra. Nagato patiently corrected the girl's movements and chakra manipulation, his Rinnegan reflecting the turbulence of her chakra. Relax your body. Chakra isn't something to be forced out. Conan's voice flowed like a soothing spring, calming another anxious child nearby. The trio quickly immersed themselves in their roles as instructors, diligently guiding the bewildered children. Observing the smiles of joy that occasionally blossomed due to small improvements, a unique sense of fulfillment blossomed within Yahiko and his companions. They realized that guiding others and witnessing their gradual growth was indeed a gratifying endeavor. The recent burdensome and tedious tasks seemed to dissipate unnoticed. Kurinai-san, did you also undertake many D-rank missions in your early days? Did you feel the same way when you guided us? As the first-year students' training began to take shape, Yahiko seized a moment to gaze at Kurinai with admiration. Kurinai, caught off guard by the questions, fell into deep thought. Not at all. That guy only has one C-rank mission on his record. The rest are all B-rank and above. He never engaged in those tedious D-rank tasks. At that moment, a small figure entered the training ground. Chapter 46. The not-so-adorable junior from the teacher's house. That guy has never done a D-rank mission. A child, around 4 or 5 years old, strode into the training ground, shattering Yahiko's admiration for Kurinai. The child, with striking silver short hair and a small mask covering the lower half of his face, revealed only a pair of lazy, dark eyes. He exuded an air of calm that belied his age, almost bordering on indifference. Clad in slightly casual ninja training attire and a deep green patterned scarf, he had yet to become a ninja or even enroll in the ninja academy, yet his composed demeanor stood out amidst the noisy children. Ignoring the surrounding clamor, he approached an empty log bridge. Yamada, the chunin responsible for observing and recording the student's performance, promptly approached him. Kakashi, what brings you here again? Haven't I told you that you're not of age to enroll yet? Kakashi looked up, his voice soft yet devoid of inflection, just engaging in some ordinary taijutsu training and getting familiar with the environment. Yamada said nothing further. After all, this was a semi-open space, and it was understandable for individuals outside the academy to train. As Kakashi prepared to cross the log bridge using techniques like spinning, jumping, and acrobatic flips, a mischievous hand seized his collar, lifting him up. What did you mean by that? You seem to know a lot about Kurenai-senpai. Kakashi made no effort to resist, allowing Yahiko to hold him aloft. Hey, aren't you going to manage your foolish subordinate? Well, you're still as unlovable as ever. Yahiko replied. Although Shikumo-sensei is usually busy, this level of training hardly requires guidance. I doubt he lacks the equipment for such activities at home. So, what are you doing here? Why do you care? Kakashi retorted. Kurenai observed this not-so-adorable junior from the teacher's house, feeling ambivalent about the future 6th Hokage. He found it hard to like him at all. What do you mean by saying Kurenai-senpai hasn't he done any D-rank missions? Yahiko redirected the inquiry towards Kurenai's mission history. If he could not obtain answers from Kurenai, he would turn to others who might know. Kurenai's first instinct was to prevent information leakage. But considering his resignation from the Umbu, there was little need to conceal past details. Thus, he remained silent. Kakashi pondered briefly before recalling specific data. That guy completed only one C-rank mission after becoming a ninja and subsequently joined the Konoha reinforcements to the battlefield during the Second Shinobi World War. His mission record during wartime includes 37 B-rank missions, 11 A-rank missions. His gaze shifted to Kurenai, the lifeless eyes reflecting an unprecedented seriousness, and he was assessed as having completed one Ultra S-rank classified mission. Upon this revelation, the air felt as though it had thickened. Yahiko's mouth fell agape, his orange hair seeming to freeze in place, nearly dropping his jaw to the ground. Ultra S-rank, and a completion rate of an astonishing 100%. This is outrageous. Konan paused her origami, her amber eyes wide with shock. Even Nagato, who had remained silent, widened his rinnegan, looking at Kurenai with incredulity. They all knew their teacher was formidable, yet to have completed nearly 50 high-ranking missions as a genin with a remarkable 100% completion rate was astonishing. Especially upon learning that Kurenai had completed an Ultra S-rank mission, both Nagato and Konan instinctively recalled their first encounter with Kurenai, the legendary battle that earned him the title Konoha's Red Peak. Kurenai sighed, rubbing his forehead as he looked at Kakashi's deadpan eyes. Kakashi, that information pertains to my time before joining the Umbu. However, before Kurenai could say more, Yahiko erupted in frustration, lifting Kakashi even higher to align their gazes, demanding, "Hey, silver-haired brat, how do you know all this so well? You even remember the exact number of missions. Who exactly are you? Furthermore, regarding your address towards Chilunai, why is it always that guy or bastard?" Kakashi, suspended in midair, maintained an expression of hollow indifference, his eyes devoid of life. He cast a glance at Yahiko with a look of derision, his voice calm and unperturbed. That bastard just stated it himself, did he not? I am the child of his teacher, and all his mission records are preserved in the Umbu archives. My father occasionally mentions this bastard's remarkable achievements. Especially when he visits my home, he attempts to suspend me with the adamantine chains while having my father supervise, forbidding me from prematurely refining my chakra. His tone took on a hint of melancholy, and after a brief pause, he added with piercing impact, "Moreover, Yahiko-senpai, please set me down. Your abilities in information gathering, analysis, and defensive exposure require significant improvement. Are you so loud in your proclamations out of concern that the enemy might be unaware of this bastard's past mission history? Even if it is outdated, it still contains valuable information. Fool. Simpleton." Yahiko's face flushed crimson upon being called a fool by someone who appeared to be merely 4 or 5 years his junior. Embarrassment and anger surged within him. Yet faced with those listless, dead fish eyes, he found himself at a loss for words, ultimately relenting and setting Kakashi back on the ground. Konan could not suppress a soft giggle, and Nagato's eyes glimmered with a hint of helpless amusement. Chilunai stepped forward, gently ruffling Kakashi's soft silver hair with a warm smile. All right, Kakashi. Yahiko is simply a bit naive. Also, refrain from repeatedly calling me a bastard. The reason I do not allow you to refine your chakra now is that premature refinement can deplete your physical potential, adversely affecting your future development and lowering the upper limit of your total chakra. Besides, you are not yet required to step onto the battlefield. There is no need to rush in your pursuit of strength. It is far better to proceed gradually. Subsequently, disregarding Kakashi's disdainful eye roll, Chilunai turned to the trio, Yahiko and his companions, who seemed to have been somewhat misled. Do not place too much importance on the rank of missions. They possess no inherent superiority or inferiority, only urgency. The true significance lies in the attitude with which one executes the tasks and their value in execution. If it were not for the abundance of D-rank missions allowing the village's lower-ranked ninjas to familiarize themselves with procedures, alleviate economic pressures, and learn valuable lessons through experience, their path to growth would be exponentially more arduous. Just like the mission to capture the tiger cub, whether it involves gathering intelligence, setting traps, or ambushing, all these skills can be honed through relatively safe tasks. He continued, and the smile of the client upon completion of the task embodies the true essence of its significance. As a side note, at this time, Mrs. Shijime should still be a beauty, otherwise the daimyo would not have married her. However, it is also possible that she is not slender, and their union is merely a political marriage. Chapter 47. So you are quite nice then. Is this the rationale behind your claim that they should undertake more D-rank missions, despite having never attempted one yourself? Kakashi diligently attempted to tame his tousled hair, lifting his gaze to cast a harmless glare at Chilunai before addressing Yahiko and his companions with a tone restored to calm. However, there is one thing this bastard senpai did not err in stating. My father often tells me that the most crucial aspects for a ninja during missions are rules and efficiency, and the ultimate aim of such diligence is to protect the villagers and those whom we hold dear. Thus, seemingly tedious and cumbersome tasks are the results of the efforts of the village's predecessors, providing the new generation of ninjas with essential opportunities for growth. Yahiko reflected on the noble striped tiger cat while observing the silver-haired boy who so boldly insulted Chilunai, then glanced at Chilunai, who was smiling benevolently while ruffling Kakashi's hair. He felt that his previous complaints had been entirely shattered, leaving only an overwhelming sense of the world's complexity. He scratched his own similarly disheveled orange hair and finally managed to utter to Kakashi, "Understood, you arrogant little brat." Chilunai looked on with satisfaction at Kakashi's disheveled appearance, his face a mixture of disdain yet helplessness, while also noticing the three disciples who had revised their views on the significance of lower-ranked missions. It seems this lesson was quite successful. They should have made considerable progress in understanding the value of tasks and the importance of safeguarding intelligence. However, upon seeing Yahiko's expression still lost in confusion, Chilunai silently added in his heart, perhaps. About half an hour later, after the ninja school had dismissed for the day, Chilunai settled accounts with Yamada for the mission and departed with Yahiko, Konan, and Kakashi. On their way to the Hokage building to finalize the mission, Chilunai found a bench in Konoha Park and motioned for them to join him. Once they were all seated beside him, Chilunai spoke at a measured pace. After today's mission, I believe you all have gained a great deal. While it may not directly aid your current growth and strength, it will serve as a valuable experience throughout your ninja careers. Furthermore, starting tomorrow, I will no longer accept those tedious D-rank missions. For at least the coming year, prepare yourselves for my hellish training. Kakashi, too, starting today, I will no longer restrict your chakra refinement, but do not overexert yourself. You may train for a maximum of 1 hour a day, with the remainder of your time focused on taijutsu and kenjutsu. The title of Konoha White Fang must be inherited by you in the future. Upon hearing the phrase hellish training, Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato's faces instantly paled, yet their eyes sparkled with excitement. Those 4 words evoked memories of the brutal training Chilunai had inflicted upon Kushina, although she had fully awakened her Uzumaki bloodline abilities as a result. The process had been a harrowing ordeal, with chakra engulfing, eroding, and annihilating her. It had been a true embodiment of the phrase to be left with no skin intact. Were it not for Kushina being Chilunai's cousin and having Tsunade, the legendary Sannin, by her side to prevent any mishaps, they would have genuinely believed that Chilunai intended to kill her in the most cruel and sadistic manner. Yahiko swallowed hard, cautiously inquiring, "Sensei, what exactly does this hellish training entail?" Chilunai flashed a benevolent smile once more. "You will find out in due time, and I assure you it will be unforgettable." Upon hearing this, the trio's expressions grew even graver, yet there was no fear, only a newfound resolve that embraced the inevitability of hardship. Though Kakashi's companions were somewhat bewildered, he stood with his hands in his pockets, a slight smile playing at the corner of his lips, as if he believed he would face no rivals henceforth. He thought to himself that he would no longer be confined to just taijutsu and kenjutsu training, but would have the opportunity to refine his chakra and formally begin practicing ninjutsu. Little hedgehog Kakashi, do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your thoughts. I will be dispatching shadow clones to monitor you intermittently. Should you dare exceed the daily time limit I have set for your chakra refinement, you already know the consequences. As Kakashi displayed a look of relief, Chilunai promptly issued a warning, causing him to plummet from paradise to hell, and he unconsciously grasped the true essence of the core mechanism of the river. I find it utterly perplexing why Father would place such unwavering trust in your insidious words, claiming that early chakra refinement hinders growth, and citing the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, as a prime example. Yet, you yourself began refining chakra at a young age, and now you stand nearly 6 feet tall. How absurd. Upon realizing that he remained ensnared in the clutches of Chilunai, Kakashi's face contorted in frustration beneath his mask, his tone brimming with indignation. Enough of this. I am a member of the Uzumaki clan, and I can certainly overlook certain risks. Furthermore, I am your father's most exceptional student, the second greatest genius in all of Konoha. I developed an entire set of Uzumaki-style ninjutsu on my own. Is it not natural that Shimo-sensei trusts me? If he does not believe in me, would he instead trust a mere child like you, who babbled about chakra refinement at the tender age of 3? Chilunai reclined against the bench, legs crossed, a proud smirk adorning her face, her eyes reflecting disdain for Kakashi's past bravado. Kakashi, unimpressed, turned his head away, shutting his eyes in irritation, muttering, "Humph. You think you're quite impressive, don't you? By the way, you always claim your talent ranks second in Konoha. Who, pray tell, holds the first position that makes you concede?" Not only Kakashi, but Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan also grew intrigued, their gazes subtly directed at Chilunai. She stroked her chin, gazing skyward, her thoughts drifting to the prodigy who mastered a jutsu even she could not grasp, and who subsequently developed new techniques based on it. Chilunai shook her head in self-deprecation but refrained from providing a direct answer. "Oh, don't dwell on trivialities. I'm merely modest. If there is anyone whose talent surpasses mine, it would undoubtedly be that individual." "Who is this person?" Yahiko pressed eagerly. "Ah, you shall discover the answer when Kakashi graduates and becomes a ninja." Chilunai replied with a smile, offering an enigmatic statement that left them puzzled, embodying the essence of a riddle. Chapter 48. Special training for Chilunai's class in the third training ground. Chilunai stood upon a wooden post, surveying the 3 individuals below who awaited her commands. "From this day forth, this shall be your training ground. The sole objective of this special training is to survive in real combat and emerge stronger. This training will not be gradual. It commences at a hellish level." Just as Yahiko was about to inquire further, an overwhelming aura of killing intent enveloped them, leaving them breathless. A wicked smile crept across Chilunai's lips as she unleashed her chakra without forming hand seals, the energy radiating from her like a heavy mountain, an imposing and tempestuous pressure descending upon them. The crimson chakra did not solely originate from Chilunai's own power. It was an amalgamation of the murderous aura accumulated during her 4 years in the Umbu, infused with a hint of the Nine-Tails ferocity, creating a dual pressure both mental and physical. Yahiko felt as if he had suddenly shouldered an insurmountable weight, finding it difficult to breathe, the ground beneath him seemingly crumbling. Konan's face paled, and the paper fragments summoned by her jutsu lost control, falling flat against the ground before dissipating into chakra. Nagato's Rinnegan flickered with purple light, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as the oppressive force bore down heavily on his already burdened body and mind. "Move." Chilunai's voice thundered like a clap of thunder, piercing through the heavy pressure. "If you remain stagnant, you will be crushed under the weight of my chakra and presence. You must exert all your strength, skill, and willpower. Find your rhythm amidst the pressure, conquer your fears, and acclimate to this harsh environment of high intensity. Remember, on the battlefield, You may face mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The enemy will not grant you a moment's respite. Now, move and launch a proper attack against me. Nagato, with his Rinnegan fixed firmly on Kulinai, endured the immense dual pressure with great difficulty, swiftly forming hand seals. Wind release, pressure damage. However, his attack was not aimed at Kulinai directly, but rather at the wooden post beneath her feet. A high-pressure wind sphere erupted from his mouth, howling fiercely, transforming into a projectile that shattered the post and deprived Kulinai of her footing, creating an opportunity for Yahiko to strike. Konan gritted her teeth, altering her usual combat style and strategy, abandoning precise control over each paper fragment. Instead, she transformed the paper into countless interwoven scales, forming an armor that shielded her from Kulinai's chakra and presence. Simultaneously, she retreated, unfurling a pair of delicate paper wings that, with each flap, released a barrage of paper spears. Paper release, dance of 1,000 paper spears. The trajectories of these paper spears were cunningly devised, not aimed at inflicting significant damage, but rather to distract and delay Kulinai's movements, buying time for her teammates. Yahiko let out a fierce roar, his orange hair dancing in the swirling chakra. Opting not to endure the pressure, he dropped low to the ground like a leopard, using the smoke and debris as cover to attempt a surprise attack from Kulinai's blind spot. Uzumaki flow, second form, shattered rock. Though his movements appeared somewhat distorted under the immense pressure, they were imbued with a ferocity and tenacity born of necessity, with Nagato destroying the foothold and providing cover. Konan blocking and evading, and Yahiko utilizing the smoke for stealth, they executed a deadly combination, comprehending their opponent. To their astonishment, under Kulinai's overwhelming pressure, their collaboration emerged nearly flawless. Power, speed, timing, and angles, there were no discernible flaws at the lower ninja and even intermediate ninja levels. Interesting, Kulinai mused, a glimmer of approval in her eyes, her lips curling into a satisfied smile. As the trio's attacks converged, she did not evade or shield herself, allowing the tempest of wind to shatter her footing and the paper spears to pin her to the ground, until Yahiko, employing the second form of the Uzumaki flow, delivered a punch that pierced her heart. The sight of Kulinai seemingly succumbing to the attack caused Nagato's Rinnegan to widen in shock. Blood flowed from her wounds. Yet her form wavered, becoming indistinct like a reflection in water, her expression bearing a knowing smile. Suddenly, her body erupted in a plume of white smoke, disappearing without a trace. What? Shadow clone! Yahiko exclaimed, still frozen in his striking pose, disbelief etched across his face. The paper spears manipulated by Konan hovered in midair, her amber eyes wide with astonishment. Nagato, too, was momentarily stunned, his Rinnegan fixated on the dissipating smoke, clearly bewildered as to when Kulinai had executed the shadow clone technique, or if the original had been merely a shadow clone all along. Well done. In such circumstances, you were able to react swiftly and cooperate effectively to deliver a lethal blow to the enemy. For the first task of this special training, you have passed. Kulinai's calm voice broke the heavy silence, her swirling chakra, killing intent, and the ferocity of the Nine-Tails chakra dissipating almost instantaneously. The three suddenly turned their heads. Unbeknownst to them, Kulinai's true self had silently appeared on a tree behind them. Chi-Lu-Nai lounged gracefully on a robust branch, supporting herself with her hands while casting an approving gaze from her striking azure eyes upon them. As the pressure instantly dissipated, a wave of profound fatigue washed over Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato, yet it was accompanied by an ineffable thrill and sense of accomplishment. Yadada, how wonderful! Yahiko exclaimed, energetically raising his fist, while Konan revealed a relaxed smile. After exchanging celebratory high-fives, Nagato looked at Chi-Lu-Nai with an approving expression, feeling a warm surge within him. However, Chi-Lu-Nai's demeanor shifted, her tone became serious, and her gaze sharpened, indicating that she had devised a clear and long-term plan for the upcoming intensive training. This is merely the beginning. You have only just begun to acclimatize to the intense pressure of this environment. Henceforth, I will periodically assess your progress. In our next lesson, I will tailor specialized training to address your strengths and weaknesses. Let us first discuss your characteristics and shortcomings, after which I will formulate a training regimen to help you maximize your strengths while mitigating your weaknesses. First, you Yahiko. Chi-Lu-Nai turned to him. Yahiko, your chakra reserves are vast, and your physique is robust, yet your elemental affinity is limited. You exhibit explosive power but lack sustained adaptability. If you encounter an adversary skilled in long-range ninjutsu, you may find yourself at a significant disadvantage. Yahiko nodded, fully aware that his chakra was solely water-based. Although he had mastered several water-style techniques, their effectiveness diminished in arid conditions, and the high chakra consumption rendered them impractical, especially since his water techniques were not formidable enough to make an impact. Next, you, Conan. Chi Lu-nai shifted her gaze to her. Conan, your paper techniques are distinctive and your talent is commendable, yet you still face challenges in extreme environments, and the inherent attack power of your paper constructs remains a concern. Conan lowered her head in silence, recognizing that whether it was the slicing of paper shurikens or the piercing thrust of paper spears, they often fell short against genuine masters. Lastly, you, Nagato. Chi Lu-nai's gaze deepened as she addressed him. While the Rinnegan is undoubtedly powerful, it places a tremendous burden on you, resulting in a relatively frail physique. Your chakra reserves are limited, but you possess a natural affinity for all 5 chakra natures. Thus,
your primary focus should be on enhancing your physical resilience to break the vicious cycle of the Rinnegan's toll on your body, enabling you to surpass the majority, even myself.
Nagato clenched his fists, acutely aware that this was an unavoidable reality. The Rinnegan required substantial chakra and vitality to nurture, and without sustaining that energy, his growth would inevitably slow. As time progressed, the unlocking of the Rinnegan seals would demand even more chakra and vitality, further impeding his training pace. If this continued, his strength would stagnate, rendering further advancement nearly impossible. Chapter 49, Tailored Instruction. I do not develop forbidden techniques. I am merely a carrier of them. Observing the resolute trio before her, Chi Lu-nai felt a profound satisfaction swell within her. She retrieved an initial scroll from her ninja tool pouch and summoned a notebook from it, ultimately conjuring a set of notes and 2 scrolls of ninjutsu from various pages of the notebook. She handed the notes to Yahiko and the 2 scrolls to Conan and Nagato respectively. Yahiko, I present to you the water-style ninjutsu developed by the second Hokage, along with insights I have shared with him regarding the nature of water chakra. Yahiko's eyes widened in astonishment, his breath quickening. The second Hokage's water techniques. You have 6 months to master all the techniques contained within and to complete the transformation of your water chakra. This will compensate for your lack of mid to long-range offensive capabilities and prepare you for the 5th form of the whirlpool flow ninjutsu. Should you fail, I assure you, you will experience unimaginable pain. Chi Lu-nai's tone was resolute, her final warning exuding a tremendous aura of malice and intent, causing Yahiko to gulp nervously. Yes, I will ensure the task is completed. Despite his fear of the consequences of failure, the thought of success spurred him on. He eagerly accepted the notes, treating them as a rare treasure. The scroll handed to Conan was a black one, adorned with sealing runes. Despite multiple layers of protection, it bore additional seals, indicating its extraordinary nature. Conan, this is the Forbidden Technique scroll for the mutual detonation seal developed by the second Hokage. It was a reward bestowed upon me by the 3rd Hokage for my remarkable contributions during the Second Shinobi World War. Chi Lu-nai's voice turned grave. This technique possesses immense power, yet it carries significant risk for the user. Upon activation, it summons a multitude of explosive tags, leaving the user with little chance to escape the blast radius. Hence it is classified as a forbidden technique. Since the second Hokage, no one has dared to train in it. It is a double-edged sword, posing a dire threat to you while potentially serving as the ultimate offensive maneuver of your paper techniques. Your task is to integrate the characteristics of your paper style to develop your own controllable version of the mutual detonation seal. Whether through using paper clones to carry the explosive tags away before executing the technique, or directly controlling them from a safe distance, or exploring other methods, all will be viable options. Simultaneously, you must enhance the defensive capabilities of your paper techniques, incorporating various chakra transformations to counter flames, torrents, oils, and even corrosive substances. If you can achieve this, your future battlegrounds will transform into a canvas of art in the sky. Conan accepted the black scroll, her fingers trembling as she touched the seals inscribed upon it. Yet, a radiant light ignited in her amber eyes. Yes, Teacher Chi Lu-nai, I will master it flawlessly. Chi Lu-nai smiled, gently ruffling her hair. Excellent. You exhibit great spirit. However, until you have fully mastered it, do not practice with the explosive tags directly. Instead, Use ordinary paper to rehearse the mutual summoning technique. Once you have grasped that, try your hand at long-distance manipulation before learning how to create explosive tags. Only after thoroughly understanding these elements may you begin formal training in the mutual detonation seal under my supervision. Conan shyly lowered her head, her cheeks flushing with warmth as she fiddled with the paper in her hands, murmuring softly, "I understand, brother Chi-Lu-Nai." Chi-Lu-Nai then turned his attention to Nagato, presenting him with a blue scroll inscribed with the character for armor. "This is a trophy I acquired during an Umbu mission. Although merely a B-rank lightning-style ninjutsu, it is a formidable technique developed with great care by the second raikage of the Cloud Village. The lightning armor, also known as the Raijin armor, may sound unfamiliar, but it is widely known as the lightning chakra mode. This technique does not directly attack the enemy. Rather, it enhances your physical strength, neural response speed, and endurance to the utmost through the stimulation of lightning chakra at the cellular level. The training process is excruciating, akin to being torn apart. Moreover, Nagato, with the Rinnegan gradually consuming your chakra and vitality, your journey to mastering this will be fraught with challenges. However, this is the most effective method for you to transcend your current situation. The decision to cultivate lies solely with you. After listening to Chi-Lu-Nai's introduction, Nagato smiled brightly, solemnly accepting the ninjutsu scroll. His forthcoming choice was already apparent at this moment. Ahem, let me emphasize. Chi-Lu-Nai's tone suddenly intensified, his gaze fixed intently on Nagato's Rinnegan. Now that you have made your choice, I shall reinforce the seal on your Rinnegan while you practice lightning release body refinement, infusing it with Ninetail's chakra and a portion of my life force, thus temporarily alleviating the burdens of the Rinnegan. However, during this process, you must not neglect the conventional ninjutsu training of the 5 elemental natures. You must simultaneously master the transformations and properties of all 5 chakra types, achieving proficiency in all 5 releases, and be capable of skillfully utilizing various composite ninjutsu. Nagato, I desire for you to become a flawless ninja without any weaknesses. Remember, the Rinnegan will be your trump card, but it shall not define you entirely. The more hidden cards you possess, the better. Do you understand? Nagato felt the weight of Chi-Lu-Nai's profound expectations, the purple glow in his Rinnegan shining with unwavering determination. I understand, Chi-Lu-Nai. I will master the lightning release chakra mode, and I shall not fall behind in any foundational ninjutsu practice. Until my physical strength is sufficient to bear the Rinnegan, I will undoubtedly master its power perfectly. Chi-Lu-Nai gazed at the 3 students, each with their respective training plans, their eyes filled with unwavering resolve, resembling uncut gemstones awaiting to be refined, destined to shine with their unique brilliance after sufficient honing and tempering. Excellent. All 3 of you are commendable. Let us begin. Over the next 6 months, I shall witness your metamorphosis. Chi-Lu-Nai's voice resonated through the training ground, imbued with undeniable authority and boundless anticipation. Remember, your goal has never been to surpass anyone else, but to become worthy inheritors of the will to protect. Become true, strong individuals capable of safeguarding what you hold dear. Chapter 50. The fierce tiger returns to the mountain. The mountain does not welcome our great hero, old man. I cannot endure this position as the leader of the Jonin class for even a single day. In the Hokage's office, smoke wafted through the air as Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind a large desk, the white smoke rising from his pipe obscuring the wrinkles on his face, but failing to conceal the wisdom in his eyes, which had seen much. He regarded the rather unusual visitor before him, Jiraiya, who reclined carelessly in the chair opposite him, one foot resting on the seat, exuding a strong scent of alcohol. His signature white hair was somewhat disheveled, and his gray-black coat hung open, revealing a snug fishnet armor that bore traces of liquor. Compared to his usual boisterous demeanor, Jiraiya now emanated an inexplicable confusion and a sense of resolution. Old man, I have come to bid you farewell. I intend to leave the village for a time and travel across the ninja world. His voice, slightly hoarse from drink, remained remarkably clear. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not immediately lift his gaze to meet Jiraiya's. Instead, he meticulously attended to the documents at hand, deeply inhaling the smoke before exhaling 2 wisps from his nostrils. Only then did he cease his task, looking calmly at Jiraiya. What is your reason? A reason, you say? Jiraiya exhaled a breath of alcohol-laden air, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. If I were to give a reason, it would be that I feel as if I am trapped in a cage. He rose and approached the window, pushing it open and perching on the ledge. Gazing out at the streets of Konoha. Konoha is wonderful, truly wonderful. With you at the helm, and the support of Shikaku and Tsunade, along with that near-perfect Jinchuriki. Chilunai, the new generation of Inoshikacho, and the rising stars like Minato and Kushina, as well as numerous geniuses fresh from the academy or still studying there. Konoha's future is bright and promising, and it does not currently require my presence as a wandering vagabond. At this point, his voice faltered, his gaze shifting from the window back to his teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, his tone growing somber. However, old man, you are aware of certain matters. The prophecy of the great sage of the toads pierces my heart like a thorn. The child of destiny is to bring monumental change to the entire ninja world. I have remained in the village, listening to reports, reviewing documents, and dealing with trivial matters related to Jonin assignments, yet I find no answers, nor any sense of direction. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, the embers in his pipe flickering, fully aware of the dedication his disciple had invested, especially after verifying the strength and potential of Nagato and the others. Jiraiya's determination had nearly become his personal demon. Moreover, I wished to traverse the entire ninja world, to experience diverse cultures and adventures, to uncover the hidden secrets tucked away in corners. Jiraiya's voice suddenly rose, infused with a fervent excitement as he leaped from the window sill, raising his arms high. I shall discover the truth of the prophecy on my journey, the key to transforming the ninja world. I will depict the soul of the ninja with my pen. This is the task befitting the great sage of Mount Myaboku. Jiraiya the hero. Oh ha ha ha. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed Jiraiya, who stood with his hands on his hips, brimming with passion, and chose not to interrupt his disciple. He understood Jiraiya. Despite his seemingly carefree nature, he cared for the village more than anyone and yearned for peace and stability. This seemingly impulsive journey was not an act of escape, but rather a quest for an alternative means to protect the village. He recalled the day Chilunai brought back Nagato, remembered the subtle hints Chilunai had shared regarding confidential intelligence, known only to him, Chilunai, and Jiraiya. As Sarutobi Hiruzen sank into memories and contemplation, the office door was gently pushed open, and a figure silently entered. The person was none other than Uzumaki Chilunai. Hokage-sama. Chilunai's gaze remained serene, like a still surface of water, devoid of ripples, as he offered a slight nod to Sarutobi Hiruzen and quietly stood before the desk. Seeing Chilunai's arrival, Jiraiya paused momentarily, his fervor slightly tempered, and his expression toward Chilunai turned complex and earnest. Chilunai, regarding what you shared with me about Nagato, I have pondered for quite some time. Chilunai remained silent, simply observing him. Jiraiya inhaled deeply, his voice carrying a note of relief and resolve. Regardless of whether Nagato is indeed the child of destiny foretold by the great sage of the toads, or whether the prophecy will come to pass, these are not matters I can decipher while seated in this office. Yet, I am assured that he has you as a teacher, you as an elder brother, and companions like Yahiko and Konan. He is on a path leading toward the light. And that is sufficient. He turned back to Sarutobi Hiruzen, grinning widely, revealing his characteristic boisterous smile. His eyes shimmering with longing for the unknown journey ahead and dreams of the world he would create with his pen. Old man, let me go. The Jonin class in Konoha is well secured with the likes of Shikaku and Danzo, and even that brat Riku. It is more than adequate. As for me, I shall go and write my own legend, to seek answers on my travels, to validate words through stories. This is far more intriguing than facing countless documents daily. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed intently at Jiraiya, his eyes then drifting towards the future beyond the window, the responsibilities that bound Jiraiya, and finally resting on Chilunai's tranquil countenance before the desk. He exhaled a long plume of smoke, seemingly infusing all his worries, reluctance, and hopes into that single breath. Eventually, he picked up his pipe and gently tapped it against the corner of the table, producing a crisp sound. Go on, Jiraiya. The voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen resonated, deep and authoritative, imbued with the wisdom and trust of a mentor. My foolish disciple, take your pen and your fervor, and tread your own path. Yet, Konoha will always be your home. No matter where you wander or the tales you inscribe, remember that the will of fire is the true resilience of a ninja. He paused briefly before adding, I have faith that Jiraiya will handle Nagato and the others well, just as I believe he can achieve reconciliation with the Nine Tails. And he has already made initial strides. Jiraiya, glancing out of the window towards him, nodded slightly, his gaze conveying a message. Go forth without worry. He burst into hearty laughter, his mirth filled with a sense of relief and boundless anticipation for the future. He climbed back through the window into the office and patted Jiraiya's shoulder vigorously. Thanks, old man. Thank you, young Jiraiya. He turned to leave the office, his white hair and robe billowing behind him like a fresh breeze. Perhaps when I return next time, this sage will bring a masterpiece that astonishes the ninja world, and perhaps even news that reveals the truth of prophecies. So I shall take my leave now. Chapter 51. The Jewel of Konoha. On the day of the new term at the Konoha Ninja Academy, exuberance and vitality permeated every corner of the school. The entrance was bustling with voices, brimming with the expectations of newcomers and the encouragement of their hometowns. Amidst this cacophony, two figures stood out distinctly. A small silhouette with silver-white hair, adorned with a signature mask, donned a dark gray casual outfit and a matcha green scarf, his deadpan eyes reflecting an apparent disinterest in the world around him. Beside him walked a boy dressed in dark attire, his crimson hair tied back, his posture as upright as a pine tree, exuding a unique aura that instinctively made those nearby part ways for him and Kakashi. The teacher has been dispatched on an urgent mission, so I was entrusted with your enrollment. I've already taken care of the registration, so you may head directly to Class A of the first year. Given your current abilities, the entrance exam should pose no challenge, Jiraiya casually instructed Kakashi, preparing to leave, indicating he had no intention of lingering. Kakashi nodded, his face obscured by the mask, rendering his expression unreadable, yet he calmly replied, Thank you, troublesome senpai. Jiraiya's lips curled into a faint, mischievous smile as his large hand accurately ruffled Kakashi's soft silver hair, his tone taking on a slightly sinister edge. Did I not tell you, little hedgehog Kakashi? You must call me senpai. Kakashi, his hair now tousled, glared at Jiraiya with his lifeless eyes. Troublesome senpai. Just as their friendly banter unfolded, a whirlwind of green burst forth. Hey, the bond between senpai and kohai. This is the fervor of youth. A boy with thick eyebrows and bright eyes, clad in a sleeveless green jumpsuit and a red scarf, struck a flamboyant pose in front of Kakashi, his wide grin revealing a gleaming set of teeth. Silver-haired guy, my name is Mike Guy. Let us engage in a youthful duel during this entrance exam. Kakashi regarded the overly enthusiastic green beast with an expressionless gaze, his eyes clearly conveying rejection. Is this the future of the Kage? I recall Kakashi referring to him as a little acorn. The contrast is quite striking, Jiraiya thought, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. At that moment, a commotion erupted from another direction. Step aside. We're late. It seems next time I assist an old lady across the street, I must hasten my pace. A boy with spiky hair, wearing goggles, rushed through the crowd, his attire disheveled, giving off an impression of being somewhat unkempt. Upon seeing Jiraiya and Kakashi, particularly Jiraiya's distinctive hair color, he instinctively halted, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Are you the parent bringing someone for enrollment? What beautiful hair you have. Noticing the Uchiha clan crest on the boy's blue jacket, Jiraiya quickly realized, a young delinquent? Quite spirited, this little rascal. Just as Jiraiya was about to tease him, a gentle voice chimed in. Abido, that's quite rude. A girl with warm demeanor, deep brown hair, and simple purple markings on her face emerged from the crowd, politely bowing to Jiraiya. Hello, Abido, didn't he mean it? Surprised that such a gentle and intelligent friend would accompany the clumsy boy, Kakashi's gaze lingered on Abido and Rin for a moment. Ah, the white moonlight of the delinquent. The spark that ignited the fourth great ninja war. She truly is an exceptional girl. With a smile, Jiraiya addressed Rin and Abido. Hello, little ones. I am the guardian representative of Hatake Kakashi, named Uzumaki Jiraiya. I hope you two can become good friends with Kakashi. Uzumaki Jiraiya. Abido's eyes widened behind his goggles. Rin, is he the one from Konoha's Crimson Peak? However, before he could finish, Rin gently pulled him back. Jiraiya maintained his smile. There's still plenty of time. No need to rush. As if recalling something, Jiraiya crouched down, ruffling Uchiha Abido's spiky black hair. Who assisted you with your enrollment? Did you come here independently? Quite impressive. Would you like to join us for the registration? Upon hearing this, Abido's excitement surged, his eyes practically shimmering with enthusiasm. Really? To have the one most likely to become the fifth Hokage accompany us for registration. Then I might also have a chance to become the sixth Hokage. Rin, though still shy, couldn't help but nod at Abido's exuberance. As for Abido's comment, Jiraiya took it in stride, taking both of their small hands and then looking towards Kakashi. Let us go? Without uttering a word, Kakashi bypassed the enthusiastic ramblings of Guy about youth, fervor, and battles, heading towards Class A of the first year. Obito scratched his head, offering Rin a goofy smile, as they were led along by Jiraiya, following Kakashi. Guy, seeing them depart, hurried to catch up and leaned towards Obito. Hey, why did you say Jiraiya is the most likely to become the 5th Hokage? Shouldn't it be the 4th Hokage? Confused by Obito's earlier statement, Guy was puzzled, as he believed the 3rd Hokage was still in power. Who is this hey and you Guy? My name is Uchiha Obito. Remember it well. As for why he deemed Jiraiya most likely to be the 5th Hokage rather than the 4th, it was clear. The most probable candidates for the 4th Hokage were the illustrious Konoha White Fang, Hatake Tsukumo, and the legendary Sannin Orochimaru. While Jiraiya was indeed renowned and powerful, he was still too young to assume the title of Hokage. After hearing Obito's explanation, Guy pondered, yet came away with no clarity. Ultimately nodding as if he understood, striving to project an air of comprehension. Unlike the passionate and youthful Akai, Chilu Nai was suddenly reminded of some unfortunate events. I recall that teacher Shomao, in the original work, seemingly committed suicide around this time, did he not? Realizing that something dire might be imminent, Chilu Nai quickly crouched down and took little Daito's hand in hers. Little Daito, who told you these things? Startled by Chilu Nai's abrupt action, Daito hesitated but then honestly recounted what he had heard. Huh? Everyone in the clan says so. Even the newly appointed Lord Fuyue, who handled my enrollment, believes the same. Chilu Nai gently patted Daito's head, smiling with relief. So my teacher is already that famous now? All right, we are not far from your classroom. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Kakashi, remember to get along well with your classmates. I'll come to fetch you after school. With that, Chilu Nai waved goodbye and vanished from the ninja school in a few swift movements. Esteemed readers, could you spare a moment for a free gift? I am nearly at my wit's end, having made this decision that defies my ancestors, turning into a beggar online. Chapter 52. The first Hokage prepares to strike. Has teacher Shomao's reputation grown so vast that even the proud Uchiha clan acknowledges him? As Chilu Nai departed from the Konoha Ninja Academy, she walked towards the Umbu headquarters while reflecting on her past memories. Recalling events mentioned in the Naruto series that would soon unfold, due to the unprecedented prestige of Hatake Shomao, he was destined to become the 4th Hokage, a decision favored by the villagers of Konoha. This, in turn, provoked the vested interests of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Minya, Narashikaku, and the ever-ambitious Shimura Danzo, who coveted the Hokage position. It is no wonder that in the original work, he was ensnared by the F4. This could be considered a case of overshadowing the master. Possessing formidable strength, an impressive record, exceptional leadership skills, and a genuine concern for nurturing capable juniors, yet lacking a powerful background and an understanding of the need for timely withdrawal, combined with the inherited samurai spirit, could easily lead one to a perilous fate in the presence of malicious individuals. With this thought, Chilu Nai shook her head in self-mockery and quickened her pace towards the Umbu base. Upon arriving at the Umbu base, just as Chilu Nai was about to open the door, it unexpectedly swung open from the inside. An Umbu member, wearing a mask adorned with a falcon pattern, peered at Chilu Nai's suspended hand and then looked up at her, perplexed. You, Yushin? I thought you had withdrawn from the Umbu for quite some time. What brings you here today? If it's not urgent, this could be considered a violation. Chilu Nai, irritated, chuckled. You mentioned that I have already left the Umbu. So why call me by my Umbu codename? If we're talking about violations, Watergate, you're the one leaking information about former Umbu members, which is a serious breach. Wolfgang Watergate shook his head helplessly, realizing he had no means to counsel his friend and future brother-in-law. Chilu Nai, it's still working hours. You should address me as Black Falcon during work hours. Chilu Nai casually draped her arm over Watergate's shoulder, responding nonchalantly, Come on, in all of Konoha's Umbu, you are the only one with golden hair. If it were to be exposed, it would have happened long ago, just like when I was on missions as Umbu. My enemies called me Konoha's Akafune. If my codename hadn't been recorded as Yushin, our own Umbu members might even think my codename was Akafune. Only you would still call me Yushin. Alright, enough of that. So what brings you here today? Are you looking for someone? It doesn't seem like you're here for me. Perhaps for Windblade, or White Fang, or maybe the priestess. None of those. Chilu Nai waved her hand, dismissing Watergate's assumptions. I originally intended to find teacher Shomao, but he must be on a mission now and won't be back for a while. How do you know that? Watergate asked, surprised, instinctively wanting to inquire further but quickly refrained, a realization dawning upon him. He then sighed, Chilunai? Prying into Ombu operations could be seen as treasonous. At that moment, both Chilunai and Watergate couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of the situation. Setting aside Chilunai's contributions to Konoha over the years, the fact that Sarutobi Hiruzen had allowed her to rebuild the Uzumaki clan, which now consisted of only 5 members, even with the inclusion of outsiders, meant she could not betray her village. Not to mention, Chilunai was nearly the perfect Jinchuriki. Who would label her a traitor? That would be madness. Enough of this nonsense, Watergate chuckled. What I really want to know is, who assigned this mission to teacher Shomao? Who are the members involved? Who do they belong to? As she spoke, the gravity in Chilunai's tone shifted, a flicker of concern crossing her gaze. This mission is assigned by Elder Danzo. The team members executing it are those who frequently team up with White Fang for missions. You don't suspect anything, do you? Watergate noticed the worry in Chilunai's heart, especially after mentioning Danzo's name, which caused Chilunai's brows to furrow and her expression to darken significantly. Chilunai swiftly formed seals, casting a small soundproof barrier, her voice low and filled with indignation as she analyzed. That guy is still dreaming of becoming Hokage. Over the years, he has never given up on his ambition to recruit members of my Uzumaki clan into his route. Aside from Hanai, who lacks ninja talent, he hasn't given up on any of us, whether it's Hinata, Kushina, or myself. His obsession with Nagato and the Rinnegan is almost insane. If it weren't for the protection of the 3rd Hokage, teacher Shimao, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, our recently re-established Uzumaki clan might have been destroyed by that old coot. And now, with teacher Shimao's soaring reputation, he has become the greatest obstacle to Danzo's ambition to ascend to Hokage. If teacher Shimao indeed becomes Hokage, Danzo will lose any chance to claim the position or manipulate the Uzumaki clan. Thus, he will undoubtedly seek ways to tarnish teacher Shimao's reputation and prevent him from becoming Hokage. Listening to Chilunai's analysis, Watergate's expression grew serious. However, even if Danzo harbored such intentions, it could not be definitively concluded that this mission was part of his scheme. Chilunai scoffed. Perhaps Danzo was not well understood, but she had an intricate understanding of the Hokage. Whenever misfortune befell Konoha, and the perpetrator remained elusive, it was undoubtedly Danzo. The old man's thoughts were not difficult to decipher. This mission was entirely orchestrated by him. With just a slight maneuver, he could place teacher Shomao in a precarious situation, thereby ruining his reputation. I refuse to believe that old man would let such a golden opportunity slip by. What shall we do now? As far as I know, teacher Shomao has no intention of becoming Hokage, right? Watergate inquired, confused. He could not comprehend why Konoha had an Umbu, yet also a root, nor could he grasp why someone uninterested in becoming Hokage would still face hostility, resentment, fierce competition, and even sabotage from fellow villagers. I will investigate the specifics of this mission and see if I can uncover a way to resolve this. Although teacher Shomao has no desire to become Hokage, he cannot allow his reputation to be tarnished in vain. With unwavering determination in his eyes, Chilunai was acutely aware of the dire consequences that would befall his teacher should the impending incident come to fruition. He could not gamble on Sarutobi's change of heart due to the butterfly effect, nor did he see the necessity to take such a risk. Please keep me updated on any developments from that end. Notify me promptly if anything arises, he urged. Minato understood Chilunai's resolute stance and ceased to dissuade him, nodding in acknowledgement. Very well, I shall. But you must exercise caution. Danzo's methods are insidious, and you must not fall into his trap. Chilunai clapped Minato on the shoulder, releasing a surge of powerful chakra that shattered the soundproof barrier before retracting it swiftly. Rest assured, are you not aware of my capabilities? I am well aware of my strengths. I shall gather intelligence and strive to resolve this matter before Shomo-sensei faces any peril. With that, Chilunai hurriedly departed from the Umbu base, commencing his investigative mission. Chapter 53. The Day of Enrollment and the Will of Fire at the Konoha Ninja Academy. The venue for the new student entrance examination was abuzz with anticipation. Although the class assignments had already been internally decided, the instructors were keen on gaining an initial understanding of each student's abilities to facilitate equitable matchups in future combat drills. The newly admitted children lined up, awaiting their names to be called. As each name was announced, students took turns demonstrating their skills. The 10-meter stationary target was set up for a shuriken throwing test, which, despite appearing straightforward, proved to be quite challenging. The students exhibited a range of performances. Some missed entirely, others barely grazed the edges of the target, while a few overexerted themselves, nearly injuring their peers, eliciting gasps and encouragement from the onlookers. Next, Mike Guy? Upon hearing his name, Kai inhaled deeply and shouted, "Let my passionate youth ignite. Witness my leaf-style shuriken throwing technique." He assumed an exaggerated stance and hurled the shuriken towards the target, which soared high and landed squarely in the trunk of a tree behind the target, provoking laughter from the crowd. Unperturbed, Kai raised his fist and proclaimed, "Thank you for the encouragement. Failure is merely a badge of honor for my youthful fervor. Next time, I shall hit the bullseye. If I cannot, I shall perform 100 push-ups. A true man of youth must uphold his word." Indeed, after launching for more shuriken, he found a corner where he would not disrupt others and commenced his push-ups. Mike Guy, 26 points. Jonin Kobayashi, recording this unimpressive score, glanced at the boy diligently training and shook his head in resignation, exhaling a sigh of exhaustion. At least the child is earnest. Perhaps he could become a formidable taijutsu practitioner in the future. He consoled himself before continuing with the assessments of the other students. Next, Uchiha Obito. Upon being called, Obito's lips curled into a confident smile. He grasped a shuriken, threw it without much aim, and hit the bullseye. "Impressive," exclaimed Kobayashi. "A perfect score. Truly, the Uchiha clan is remarkable." This display ignited a wave of cheers and admiration from his peers. Sensing his ego swell, Obito decided to capitalize on his success and, with a flourish of his hands, launched the remaining 4 shuriken, all striking the target, albeit not all in the center. 82 points, commendable performance, Kobayashi noted, a rare smile gracing his face. Truly, the Uchiha clan possesses remarkable talent, even among its lesser-known members. Wow, how impressive. Is he currently the highest scorer? Damn it. He stole the spotlight. The murmurs of awe and envy from the other students did not faze Kobayashi as he continued. Next, Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi calmly stepped forward from the crowd, approaching the throwing line. He casually picked up a shuriken, exhibiting no sign of aiming or charging up, even his gaze unfocused. With a mere flick of his wrist, he released the shuriken, which pierced the air with precision. Thud! The shuriken struck the bullseye and remained steadfast. Before Kobayashi and the students could fully register the feat, Kakashi, with a stoic expression, accelerated his movements like a well-oiled machine. Swish, 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 swish. 4 more shuriken flew forth almost simultaneously. Thud, 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 thud. The 4 shuriken encircled the first with unmatched accuracy, forming a perfect circle within the target's 10-ring zone. The training ground fell into an eerie silence as the children gaped in disbelief at the silver-haired figure. Even Kobayashi displayed an expression of astonishment. 5 shuriken, all within the 10-ring, and the landing points were nothing short of artistic. Such a score, while trivial for him, was akin to a bombshell for these freshly admitted students, who had yet to undergo systematic training, instantly igniting their admiration. Wow, Kakashi-kun, that's amazing. Kakashi-san, so cool. All bullseyes. Kakashi Dano must be the first to achieve a perfect score. Kai, who had been doing push-ups nearby, paused, his face flushed with enthusiasm. Incredible. This is what youth is about. Truly, my eternal rival. Kakashi, I acknowledge you. Obito, however, remained unimpressed, adjusting his protective goggles and muttering, "Humph, what's so great about that? Always hiding behind a mask. He could just be an ugly sausage mouth or a big buck-toothed freak. Obito, it's wrong to speak ill of others behind their backs." Rin tugged at Obito's sleeve, softly admonishing him. "All right, Rin, I admit my mistake." Sensing Rin's slightly irritated expression, Obito quickly capitulated, lowering his head in apology. At that moment, Kobayashi, who had been silent, regained his composure and announced loudly, "Hatake Kakashi, perfect score. The highest achievement in this entrance examination." The crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause. Kakashi remained expressionless, merely brushing off his sleeves before returning to the line, as quietly as he had arrived, leaving no trace behind. Truly, he is the child of Lord Minato. I recall it was Kunai Dano who facilitated his enrollment. No wonder he possesses such formidable strength. Following this brief interlude, Kobayashi resumed testing the scores of the remaining students. If Kalunai were present, he would surely recognize these familiar names. Ebisu, 86 points. Nara Shikamaru, 92 points. Inazuka Kiba, 80 points. Uchiha Itachi, perfect score. Yamanaka Rin, 68 points. As the testing continued, one student after another showcased their skills. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. It was the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, arriving to observe. He watched with keen interest as the students performed, and upon seeing Kakashi's score, he nodded slightly, murmuring, "Wherever the leaves of Konoha dance, the fire endures," illuminating the village and nurturing the budding leaves of new generations. These children are all new shoots, the future of Konoha. The entrance examination concluded by noon, and after a lunch break, the third Hokage, as the principal, commenced a 2-hour address on the will of fire. Until the afternoon, the enrollment ceremony came to a complete conclusion. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already departed to the Hokage office to attend to his duties. Meanwhile, the entrance of the Konoha Ninja Academy was filled with parents eagerly waiting to pick up their children. Chapter 54. An afternoon after school. The afternoon sun cast a gentle golden hue, elongating the shadows of the ninja school. The atmosphere at the school gate was even more boisterous than in the morning, with children chattering excitedly to their parents about their first day of school, while the parents responded with genuine concern. Occasionally, parents who recognized each other would pause to exchange pleasantries, speaking of the friendships their children should inherit and support. Amidst the crowd, the striking crimson short hair of Uzumaki Kazuna stood out, making him easily identifiable. With his arms crossed over his chest, he leaned casually against the trunk of a large tree beside the school gate, a habitual, somewhat languid smile gracing his lips. His gaze swiftly located a small figure among the throng of children emerging from the school, a silver-haired boy with a spiky hairstyle, dressed in the same attire as that morning. Kazuna's aura and demeanor were markedly less vibrant than earlier, yet he still exuded a captivating presence within the crowd. "Kazuna, are you here to pick up Kakashi?" A passionate voice, accompanied by a bright smile and clad in a green, fitted short-sleeve shirt, broke through the noise. Might Guy appeared before Kazuna, emanating the scent of training sweat, with his equally enthusiastic son, Might Dai, beside him. "Is little Kakashi not out yet?" Kazuna replied with a smile, standing up straight and returning a thumbs up as a greeting. "Such a spirited youth. I bet Kai has been diligently embodying the essence of youth today, hasn't he?" He ruffled Kai's still somewhat unruly, reflective black hair, speaking softly. "Kakashi hasn't he come out yet? He has probably caught up with something or is engrossed in studying some ninjutsu notes." He shrugged, his tone reflecting a mix of understanding and helplessness towards the prodigious young Kakashi, who seemed to be losing himself in the pursuit of mastery of ninjutsu, liberated from his previous limitations. "Oh, Kakashi, living up to my expectations as a worthy rival. Even after school, he continues to train. This is what youth is all about," Kai exclaimed, his eyes shining with fervor, turning to grasp Might Guy's hand. "Father, let us commence our new training regime." The fiery spirit of youth allows no room for complacency. In response to Kai's enthusiasm, Might Guy immediately gave his son a thumbs up, his grin radiating an almost blinding light. "Absolutely. Youth is meant to be ignited at every moment. As long as you successfully master the first 3 of the 8 gates and earn Kazuna's approval, I will begin teaching you the first 2 forms of the Uzumaki fluid technique. Once you master the 6th gate, you will be ready to learn the 8th form. Is that all right, Kazuna?" Might Guy asked, casting an inquiring glance at Kazuna. "Of course it is. When I entrusted these 3 forms to you, I made it clear, anyone who can learn them and poses no threat to Konoha may do so. Moreover, I believe that Kai will undoubtedly surpass Might Dai in strength and become a pillar of Konoha." Kazuna replied readily, his smile transforming into one brimming with conviction. How moving. This is what youth embodies. As Might Guy and Kai embraced each other, they were overwhelmed with emotion. "Kai, from this moment on, we shall run 3 laps around the village while upside down. If you cannot manage, you shall punish yourself with 5,000 squats." With that, the duo scampered off, performing handstands like eccentric beings. Kazuna shook his head, bemused by the antics of the Might father and son. At this moment, a gentle-looking middle-aged man clad in a chunin vest approached, holding the hand of a sweet-faced girl with short brown hair and 2 purple markings on her cheeks. The little girl was animatedly recounting her day to her father. "Daddy, I met several new friends today. Kakashi-kun may seem a bit aloof, but he is exceptionally strong. Akikun is a bit overzealous, But he truly puts in a lot of effort, and Obito-kun, though he appears a bit daft, has a kind heart. The girl's melodious voice was filled with joy as she introduced her new friends to her father. It seemed Rin had a delightful day. The middle-aged man affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair. Then, noticing Kizuna, he smiled and nodded. "Hello, you must be the parent of my daughter's classmate. Rin mentioned you earlier." Kizuna composed himself, returning the smile. "Greetings, I am Uzumaki Kizuna, Kakashi's temporary guardian. His father, Minato-sensei, could not make it due to an obligation, so I have come in his stead. You must be Mr. Noera. I have heard from Tsunade-san about your exceptional skills as a medical ninja. I spent some time with Rin this morning. She is a lovely and considerate child." Kizuna's smile was genuine and infectious as he crouched to meet Rin's gaze. "How has Kakashi been behaving at school? Hasn't he caused you any trouble, has he? If he dares to bully you, just tell Kizuna-san, and I shall ensure he learns his lesson." Rin's cheeks flushed as she was charmed by Kizuna's radiant smile and warm demeanor. Giggling, No, Kakashi-kun is very capable and quiet, just a bit too solitary." "Is that so?" Kizuna rose, addressing Rin's father with a smile. "Kakashi is like a little hedgehog. A bit solitary, so your Rin will need to look out for him." "Not at all. The children simply learn from one another," Mr. Noera responded amiably. Clearly impressed by Kizuna, though slightly taken aback to encounter someone who referred to his superior as sister. After bidding farewell to the Noera father and daughter, the previously bustling atmosphere at the school gate fell into a quieter hush. The crowd instinctively parted to form a path, through which two boys adorned with the emblem of the Ping Pong Paddle clan emerged. The taller Uchiha Itachi wore a serious expression, his steps measured and unwavering, exuding an air of arrogance. In contrast, the shorter Uchiha Obito seemed somewhat dejected, his goggles hanging low, his face reflecting disappointment and frustration. At the end of the path stood a tall, stern-looking young man, his demeanor imposing. He donned the traditional garb of the Uchiha clan, his gaze sharp and penetrating, emanating an aura of authority. As his eyes scanned the gathered parents and children, they paused momentarily upon Kizuna, the previously icy countenance softening into a brief, warm smile. Clan leader, Uchiha Itachi addressed the man respectfully, bowing slightly. Obito, trailing behind, hesitantly murmured, "Clan leader." The man simply nodded, his gaze not lingering on Itachi and Obito, but returning to Kizuna's direction. Chapter 55. The Uzumaki clan of Konoha. Kizuna could undoubtedly feel the weight of that significant gaze upon him. However, his smile remained unwavering, and instead of deliberately avoiding the gaze of the other, he met it with composure, raising his hand in a casual wave, reminiscent of reuniting with an old friend. "It has been quite a while, Brother Fugaku. Congratulations on becoming the clan leader. I also heard that you are engaged to Mikoto. If it weren't for Mikoto and Kushina's early announcement, we would still be in the dark." Fugaku's gaze lingered on Kurinai's face for a brief moment, his mouth opening as if to speak, yet ultimately no words escaped his lips. He merely nodded slightly to the Noera father and daughter, exchanging a minimal greeting before departing in silence, accompanied by Itachi and Obito. Itachi immediately followed suit. Before Obito left, he waved goodbye to Rin, unable to resist stealing a glance at Kurinai, his eyes brimming with curiosity. His gaze then swept over the crowd, seemingly in search of a certain silver-haired figure, eventually trailing behind his clan leader and elder brother with a hint of reluctance. Kurinai observed the retreating figures of the Uchiha, particularly noting Obito's dejected demeanor, raising an eyebrow in contemplation. What could he be pondering? That troublesome senior, so lost in thought? At that moment, the petite silhouette of Kakashi Hatake finally emerged at the school gate, still wearing his mask, with silver hair shimmering under the sunset. His expression remained inscrutable as he walked steadily towards Kurinai, disregarding the farewell waves from Ebisu and others, seemingly oblivious to Rin's friendly gaze. As if the surrounding clamor had no bearing on him, Kurinai beamed, striding forward, instinctively reaching out to tousle his hair. "Hey, little hedgehog Kakashi, how was your first day? Did you find it a waste of time, so boring that you felt like dozing off?" Kakashi nimbly dodged her hand, his tone remaining flat. Yet a slight frown creased his brow. "It was indeed rather dull, but that shouldn't be your excuse for using a shadow clone to fool me. Where's your real self?" He halted beside Kurinai's clone, casting a glance at Ebisu and the Noera family, offering only a slight nod, maintaining a basic level of politeness while embodying his usual aloof demeanor. Are you feeling a bit sad that your real self didn't come to pick you up after school? I apologize, but what can I say? After all, I am an elite jonin, and I have my own students to mentor. In response to Kurenai's explanation, Kakashi's expression suggested he was unimpressed by her rationale, though his ears betrayed him, turning slightly red. Not at all. And someone like you, even when teaching seniors like Yahiko, probably just uses shadow clones, right? You may just create a few more clones to observe and protect them. Kakashi turned his face away, no longer looking at Kurenai's clone. Quite the tsundere, Kurenai's clone noted, unfazed by his attitude. She smiled at Mr. Noera, offering an apologetic nod before waving goodbye. Mr. Noera, Rin, we must take our leave now. Until next time. Come on, Kakashi, Teacher Shikamo will be out on a mission for the next few days. So why don't you stay with me at the Uzumaki compound for a while? All right, Kakashi replied simply, then stepped forward to follow Kurenai's clone as they departed. Rin waved with a smile. Goodbye, Kakashi-kun, Kurenai and I. Kakashi matched his pace with Kurenai, their figures blending into the throng of returning home, the sunset casting long shadows behind them. As they walked towards the Uzumaki compound, their conversation flowed easily. Suddenly, Kurenai's expression brightened with a playful smile. Hey, little hedgehog, did you see that Uchiha kid Obito? He looked so downcast, like a frostbitten eggplant. Did he perform poorly on his entrance exam and get discouraged? Kakashi kept walking, his voice muffled beneath the mask. Though his tone remained indifferent, his eyes flickering slightly. I don't know. I didn't pay attention to that kind of straggler. Not paying attention, yet still calling him a straggler? Kurenai laughed, observing his feigned indifference, and playfully ruffled Kakashi's hair, turning his orderly hedgehog spikes into a disheveled mess. Hey, stop it, you troublesome senior. Kakashi finally lost his composure, angrily swatting her hand away and fussing with his hair, his ears tinged with a faint blush. Haha, now that's the spirit of a child. Kurenai's laughter echoed along the street. The afterglow of the sunset illuminated his crimson hair and Kakashi's tousled silver strands, marking the end of the first day of school with a memorable flourish of their troublesome senior's charm. Just as they reached the entrance of the Uzumaki compound, Kurenai's clone suddenly burst into a cloud of smoke. Did you really allocate so little chakra to this clone, Kurenai-senpai? Watching the abrupt disappearance of Kurenai's clone, Kakashi understood the busyness of both her and her father's roles as jonin, yet he couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. He sighed and gently pushed open the gate to the Uzumaki compound. Entering the compound with his head down, Kakashi failed to notice anything amiss. Suddenly, a series of loud pops erupted. Congratulations, little Kakashi, on your successful enrollment, and for being the top of the first year. Yay! Cheers and confetti exploded from either side of Kakashi, accompanied by joyful congratulations. Kakashi looked around, touched by the familiar faces. Hanai, Onoka, Kushina, Nagato, Yahiko, Konan, and Kurenai. Thank you. Just as tears of gratitude welled in his eyes, an ill-timed, massive burst of confetti detonated, showering him in colorful streamers and ruining the heartfelt atmosphere. Oh no, I messed it up again. My bad. Kushina sheepishly stuck her tongue out, hurriedly hiding the oversized confetti cannon behind her back. I told you not to choose such a large one, and now you've made a mistake. Hanai scolded Kushina before kneeling before Kakashi, attempting to untangle the streamers adorning him. What does it matter? Just look at how colorful he is now, far better than the drab gray he usually wears. Don't you agree, little Kakashi? Kushina, feeling guilty, secretly handed the confetti cannon to Yahiko while helping to clear Kakashi's attire. Yet her comical actions didn't escape the keen eyes of the others, and laughter ensued, even eliciting a rare smile from the usually stoic Nagato. Well, since our little genius Kakashi couldn't shed tears of joy, Kushina, given such a major blunder, you must face a punishment. Kurenai said, stroking his chin, feigning seriousness. You shall not enter the kitchen for a week. Hanai will handle the cooking during this time. Indeed, Kurenai makes a compelling argument. Kushina, you cannot refuse. Initially concerned for Kushina, Onoka instantly switched sides upon hearing Kurenai's suggestion, firmly supporting it. Yes, absolutely. Yahiko chimed in, nodding vigorously in agreement. I'll take care of the cooking for the next few days. Vortex Hanai had no objections, merely smiling and nodding. Observing the consensus among the group regarding the punishment proposed by Chilunai, Kushina, aware of her own guilt, could only lower her head in acceptance. Very well. For this week, I shall refrain from entering my beloved kitchen. Kakashi, witnessing the expressions of those around him, felt quite helpless and couldn't help but mutter under his breath. They clearly just don't want to eat the meals prepared by Sister Kushina. Yet here they are, using me as a shield. What a bunch of babies. What did you say, little Kakashi? Kushina's keen ears caught Kakashi's quiet mumblings. Kakashi stiffened and, mustering his courage, replied, I didn't say anything. Chilunai burst into laughter. Oh, our little hedgehog dares to critique us? Yahiko, here, Konan, now. Very well, onward. With that, at Chilunai's command, Yahiko and Konan dashed toward Kakashi, giggling, and began to tickle him. Kakashi erupted into laughter, and soon everyone joined in the merriment. Chapter 56. The Feast of the Vortex family. Noticing that Kakashi was struggling to contain himself, even shedding a few tears, Vortex and I could no longer remain a mere spectator. She approached, separating the three and taking Kakashi's hand, saying, All right, enough teasing, Kakashi. Let us hurry inside. The food will get cold. Upon hearing the eldest sister of the family speak, the others ceased their antics and, amidst laughter, entered the house, where a table was laden with an array of delectable dishes. Chilunai smiled at Kakashi. Come now, our little genius Kakashi, eat heartily. Let us celebrate your admission today and your new role as the top student. Kakashi felt warmth spread through him as he beheld the feast laid before him. Halfway through the meal, Chilunai suddenly spoke in a conspiratorial tone. By the way, Kakashi, I have prepared a little surprise for you. With that, she summoned a beautifully wrapped box from a scroll. Curious, Kakashi opened it to reveal a gleaming new short blade, strikingly similar in design to his father's white fawn. The blade shimmered with a cold light. Is this for me? Kakashi's eyes sparkled with surprise. Indeed, just like Master Tsukumo's white fawn. This was crafted by a renowned blade master from the Forge Village, infused with chakra metal, making it perfectly suited for conducting lightning and wind chakra. You must practice diligently the sword techniques Master Tsukumo taught you, so as not to waste this gift. Strive to become an extraordinary ninja, Chilunai said with a smile. Kakashi nodded solemnly, gripping the short blade. Does it have a name? Of course, it is up to you to name your blade, she replied. Kakashi pondered for a moment, then declared, let it be named Silver Moon. Chilunai nodded approvingly, a fitting name. Inheriting the will of Konoha's White Fang, I believe this Silver Moon will shine brightly in your future endeavors in the ninja world. At that moment, Kushina suddenly remembered something and slapped her forehead. Oh dear, I almost forgot. I also prepared a gift for Kakashi. With that, she rushed back to her room and soon returned with an exquisite forehead protector band. The band appeared rather ordinary, one side adorned with a red vortex pattern, while the other was interwoven with complex sealing techniques and spell characters. If Tsunade or Rope Tree were present, they would immediately recognize the unique marks, which had once saved Rope Tree's life on the battlefield of Rain from explosive tag traps and ambushes by Rain ninjas. This band, however, featured even more intricate sealing techniques, containing a vast and subtle chakra. Unless activated by infusing chakra, it would be difficult to detect any anomalies simply by holding it. I made this with my own hands, with the Vortex Clan's emblem on it. Wearing it means we are always by your side, protecting you. And mine, Vortex Hanai added, pulling out a scroll from her pocket and handing it to Kakashi. This is a summoning scroll for ninja tools. It is currently blank. You simply need to seal a weapon within it and sign a contract. Then, no matter where that weapon is lost or taken, as long as it hasn't been sealed by a more advanced technique, you can summon it back. Sister Hanai, I'm not a ninja and cannot offer a proper gift. I noticed you often enjoy wearing scarves, so I knitted you one. I hope little Kakashi 1T find it lacking. With that, Vortex Hanai produced a matcha-colored scarf from behind her, similar in style to the one Kakashi wore. The only difference being that this scarf displayed a red vortex design instead of deep green patterns. Additionally, we have our gifts. Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato had naturally prepared gifts for Kakashi as well. Yahiko gifted him a leather shoulder strap that could secure the silver fong given by Chilunai to Kakashi, facilitating easy access to the blade. Konan presented a stack of explosive tags, all crafted by her, varying in potency. The weaker ones would only emit a puff of white smoke when ignited, suitable for practice, while the more potent ones could shatter hard rock, clearly marked for Kakashi's caution in use. Nagato offered a training manual for chakra nature transformation, encompassing methods for the 5 basic elemental chakra types, a result of his recent intensive training under Chilunai's guidance. Kakashi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and he softly said, "Thank you, everyone." As he was on the verge of tears, Nai produced a book from somewhere and gently tapped his forehead. Come now, a man shouldn't be so teary-eyed. It's as if we bullied you. Here, this is a gift from Master Tsukumo for your admission. He had prepared it long ago. But due to an urgent long-term mission, he won't return for several days, perhaps even months, so he couldn't present it to you himself. Kakashi accepted the book. Its cover worn from time. As he opened it, he found his father Tsukumo's handwriting within, containing not only insights on ninja training and improved techniques for the Hitaki sword style, but also a sealed family letter. My dear son, upon reading this, it is as if I am with you. I have been tasked with urgent missions lately, and out of gratitude for Konoha's kindness, I am compelled to work tirelessly, not daring to slacken my pace. Alas, the ceremony of your admission has become but words on paper. I bow in apology, hoping you can forgive me. The attached Hitaki sword technique contains my lifelong insights on swordsmanship. The newly created intercepting sword technique, by condensing chakra into lightning, can break through 3 feet of space. Nai will deliver this at the hour of the dog. This child has truly inherited my teachings and may continue my legacy. My son, remember, the blade shines like snow, and your heart must be as tranquil as still water. When wielding your sword, reflect upon your heart as one would a mirror of antiquity. Do not let personal desires lead to reckless actions, nor should the fleeting nature of success or failure define a hero. Await the day of my triumphant return, when we shall together admire the flourishing blossoms of Konoha. The ink bore the signature, Father, spring of the 42nd year of Konoha. Seeing the letter from his father, Kakashi could no longer hold back his tears, which fell like rain. The others watched him in silence, offering him warmth through their supportive gazes. After a long moment, Kakashi lifted his head, his tear-streaked face now reflecting determination. I will become a powerful ninja like my father, and I will not disappoint his expectations. I will protect Konoha and everyone here. He clutched the book and letter tightly, holding on to his father's love and the will to guard what was dear. The gathering resumed its joyful atmosphere, filled with laughter and the clinking of dishes, as they continued to enjoy their meal together. Chapter 57. The hand is in place. The flickering lights of Konoha intertwined outside Kakashi's window, resembling a warm sea of stars. Observing the silver-haired boy on the bed, Kurinai's eyes glimmered with a hint of tenderness. It was only after sensing Kakashi's breathing transform into a long, steady rhythm, allowing his small frame to completely relax, that he quietly exited the room, dissipating into a wisp of white smoke without a sound. Simultaneously, near the border of the land of rain and the land of wind, the relentless cold rain seemed never-ending, washing away the muddy mountain paths and dense rainforests. The true form of Uzumaki Kurinai was enveloped in a specially crafted dark waterproof cloak, moving silently through the treetops like a ghost merging into the rainy night. Raindrops slid down the corners of his tightly shut mouth, and his usually cheerful azure eyes were now exceptionally sharp, locking onto several concealed presences within the curtain of rain that seemed to blend seamlessly with the surroundings. It was the Umbu team led by Hitaki Tsukumo. He had secretly tracked them here, relying on the ninja hounds adopted by Kakashi from the Inuzuka clan and deducing their possible path based on previous reconnaissance routes. Enhanced by his long-range sensory abilities of the Kagura Shinai, Hitaki Tsukumo was on a top-secret S-rank mission, and under normal circumstances, Kurinai should not have been, nor could he have followed them. However, a vague sense of malice, stemming from the Nine-Tails chakra, coupled with his understanding of Danzo's character and future plot developments, as well as his concern for his teacher who had been under immense pressure, made it impossible for him to remain complacent in the village, awaiting the inevitable explosion of events. Just as Kurinai utilized his Kagura Shinai to maintain a safe distance from the Umbu team, an unexpected change occurred near a concealed mountain hollow ahead. The Umbu team, like phantoms in the night, stealthily navigated around enemy checkpoints. Just as they were about to completely escape the enemy's sensory range, a sudden and intense surge of chakra erupted from an unremarkable thicket on the side of the hollow, followed by a blinding signal flare that tore through the rain, shrieking skyward without warning. Damn it! Have we been exposed? One of the Umbu members in the team exclaimed in a whisper, his voice laced with anger and shock, even drowned out by the rain. The intensity of his emotions resonated with Kurinai from afar. Something was profoundly amiss. Kurinai furrowed his brow, feeling as if his heart was being gripped by an icy hand. He perceived clearly. Within his Kagura Shinai, The position of the signal flare did not fall within the enemy's checkpoint's alert range. Rather, it appeared that someone was deliberately directing the attention of the Suna sentries. Moreover, the sudden explosion of chakra felt like a premeditated release rather than a hasty response to an ambush. The signal flare ignited the stillness of the mountain hollow like a lighthouse on the dark coast. A sharp whistle rang out from the enemy stronghold, and foes, outnumbering the Umbu team, surged forth like a disturbed hive of bees, unleashing various ninjutsu and weapons upon the area where the Umbu team was situated. Change the battle plan. Retreat. Plan B. Hatake Tsukumo's voice rang out, calm yet resolute, cutting through the rain in an instant. The white fangs of his short blade flashed coldly through the downpour, accurately deflecting and sending flying several poisoned shurikens and kunai aimed at his comrades. His movements were as swift as lightning, and in the flickering blade light, 2 Suna ninjas charging at the front fell beneath his blade. Yet, the enemy was too numerous and their firepower overwhelming. The team was swiftly engulfed and suppressed. It was the Konoha White Fang. There were only 4 of them. Leave no survivors. Kill them. Avenge our comrades. Avenge. Avenge. As the battle unfolded, Tsukumo's identity was quickly revealed, and the already fervent Suna ninjas became even more frenzied in their assault. Hiding among the treetops at a distance from the battlefield, Kurinai's expression darkened further as the information he gleaned from his Kagura Shinai intensified his unease. Even the raindrops falling above him evaporated instantly upon contact with the violent chakra he inadvertently leaked. He witnessed, amidst the chaos, an Umbu member being inadvertently injured by a non-poison explosive kunai while desperately protecting his comrade. The ensuing explosion not only sent him flying, but also propelled a vital mission scroll he was safeguarding high into the air, rolling amidst the flames and shockwave before landing at the feet of a Suna Jonin. Damn it! Hatake Tsukumo let out a suppressed roar filled with unbridled fury. In that moment, his eyes reflected a struggle and anguish never seen before. Should he risk the annihilation of his entire team to retrieve the scroll now in enemy hands, and find a way to continue the mission after breaking through the encirclement? Or should he abandon the mission, protect his comrades from Konoha, and return alive with those who trusted him? There was no time to hesitate. Hatake's sword technique, intercepting blade. Tsukumo's figure transformed into a white flash that tore through the rain, instantly slaying the Suna ninja who had acquired the mission scroll, retrieving it while rapidly appearing beside another Umbu member who was being flanked by 2 Suna ninjas due to the explosion's aftermath. Earth release, earth flow wall. With a swift hand seal, a soulless, solid stone wall rose instantly, blocking the lethal assault, while his chakra blade, like a venomous serpent striking, precisely slashed the throats of the 2 Suna ninjas. Abandon the mission. Prioritize the protection of comrades. Retreat. Tsukumo's order cut through the chaos with unyielding decisiveness. He relinquished any thoughts of continuing the mission and focused solely on becoming the most formidable shield, standing in front of his injured comrade, carving a bloody path for the entire team's retreat. Ultimately, under Tsukumo's protection, the Umbu team successfully retreated. Though 2 members sustained significant injuries from explosive tags, their lives were not in jeopardy, and their actions remained unaffected for the time being. However, this mission was deemed a failure so frustrating and peculiar. Kurinai watched his teacher fighting desperately, shielding his comrades in retreat, his heart ablaze with rage that even the torrential rain above could not extinguish. That Umbu member's seemingly accidental actions that nearly exposed mission intelligence, along with the deliberate signal flare that revealed the Konoha Umbu team's whereabouts. Danzo, you treacherous scoundrel. This villain. This traitor. This fiend. Kurinai squeezed out this name through gritted teeth, his eyes radiating an unprecedented, palpable killing intent. He had just barely restrained himself from rushing out to fight alongside Tsukumo, because he knew that even if he revealed himself, it would not aid the situation and could further solidify accusations against his teacher for not adhering to the rules. He needed substantial, incriminating evidence. Chapter 58. Who will bear the blame? Within Konoha village, in a remote corner deep underground, lay the base known as the Umbu Training Department. Kurinai's shadow clone, like an invisible wisp of smoke, seamlessly merged into the complex array of sealing barriers at the entrance of the root base. With his profound understanding of sealing techniques and barriers, along with his familiarity with Konoha's defense systems, infiltrating this place, known to be largely unknown to anyone other than root ninjas, was a mere trifle for Kurinai. The interior of the base was dark and damp, illuminated only by the flickering candlelight on the walls, with the air thick with a strange mixture of medicinal concoctions, a foul stench, and the scent of damp earth. The convoluted passageways resembled a labyrinth, filled with deadly traps and sensory barriers. In a divine perspective, Chi Lu Nai unveiled the 3D manifestation of the Kagura Hard Eye, akin to a patient hunter deftly evading the relentless waves of root ninjas, resembling emotionless task machines. His objective was unequivocal: the direct office of Shimura Danzo and the confidential archive room. Utilizing the Kagura Hard Eye, he swiftly discerned the architectural structure along with the nuances of chakra strength and flow, ultimately honing in on a heavily engraved stone door deep within the base, adorned with intricate seals. Behind this door, he sensed the two strongest chakras within the root organization. Silently, Chi Lu Nai crept into the shadows beside the stone door, condensing his chakra into strands that slipped through the crevice beneath the door, culminating in the creation of a miniature shadow clone the size of a thumb. It was confirmed that Konoha's White Fang had abandoned this mission, having provided cover for 3 other Umbu members to retreat without exposing their objective. However, this S-rank mission had indeed culminated in failure. A cold, emotionless voice reported this. It belonged to the elite member of Root, Danzo's most trusted subordinate, the oil user from the Yamanaka clan, Yamanaka Ryoma. Truly a fool who knows nothing of a ninja's essence. A deeper, hoarse voice, tinged with authority and satisfaction, followed. This voice belonged to Shimura Danzo, whose right eye had begun to exhibit peculiar chakra fluctuations. Have all traces been eradicated? The traces have been dealt with. The chakra indicators at the exposure point lead to the Sand Village's patrol team. One member, who almost compromised the mission's objective, has sustained grave injuries and requires treatment. His family is under our control, and we have inscribed the curse mark of silence upon him, ensuring that Hatake Sakumo's failure in this mission is entirely attributable to his poor command. Excellent. Danzo nodded in satisfaction, though his voice remained as unyielding as ever. In the end, Hatake Sakumo chose the mundane bonds over the village's interests and mission. Konoha does not need heroes who are weak and incapable of making the right choices. His existence will only mislead the younger generation into believing that comrades are more important than the mission and the village's welfare. This failure has shattered his 100% success rate and inflicted immense losses upon the village, sufficient to tarnish his reputation forever. What of public opinion? Danzo inquired coldly once more. We have dispatched several ninjas skilled in camouflage to manipulate the villagers, inciting those dissatisfied with White Fang and those who lost loved ones in the war to question and rage against him. Even the teammates he saved will blame him, turning his choice to protect comrades over the mission into the greatest stain of his life. Yamanaka Ryoma's tone was flat, his speech steady, as if recounting a mundane event. Very well, Konoha cannot afford a blade swayed by its own emotions. Danzo's voice dripped with a chilling control, laced with the satisfaction of a scheme nearing fruition. Proceed to monitor Hatake Sakumo's every move, particularly his reactions upon returning to the village. Furthermore, his disciple, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, should also be under close scrutiny. He is powerful and closely associated with Sakumo, and must not interfere with my plans. Understood. Upon hearing the conversation's conclusion, Chi Lu Nai hastily dispelled the miniature shadow clone, retracting it back into his being as chakra strands. Once the clone was retracted, faint footsteps emerged from within the stone door, indicating Yamanaka Ryoma's impending departure. Outside the door, Chi Lu Nai's heart burned with a fury that threatened to erupt into a tangible wave of heat. He suppressed the impulsive urge to burst in and eliminate Danzo, swiftly scanning his surroundings for the next hiding spot. Just as Yamanaka Ryoma was about to push the door open, Chi Lu Nai's gaze fixed upon an inconspicuous corner. There, a shadowy area seemed to emanate a faint disturbance in energy flow due to the ancient seals. In a moment of urgency, Chi Lu Nai compressed his chakra to its utmost limit, employing the body flicker technique to flawlessly conceal himself within the crevice of the seals. Only after Yamanaka Ryoma had departed and Danzo had risen did Chi Lu Nai stealthily enter Danzo's exclusive office, examining the desk for a specialized task scroll detailing the specifics of the nail plan operation and subsequent public opinion management strategies. Utilizing the full power of his Kagura Hard Eye, Chi Lu Nai meticulously scanned the surroundings to confirm the absence of dangers and traps before revealing himself to seize the scroll, swiftly sealing it within a notebook. As the scroll was sealed away, a subtle ripple coursed through the space, immediately drawing the attention of some root ninjas and Shimura Danzo, who, just as Danzo stepped away from the office, not having ventured far, several sensory ninjas from Root shouted in unison, their icy murderous intent locking onto the shadow clone's position. A mocking smile crept across Chi Lu Nai's face. Before Danzo and the Root ninjas could storm into the office, he transformed into the appearance of Elephant, a direct subordinate of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose visage morphed into an ordinary style prevalent in the surroundings. As Danzo and the Root ninjas burst in, Elephant vanished in a puff of smoke before their eyes. The seemingly ordinary notebook plummeted towards the ground, but transformed into a cloud of white smoke, disappearing once more, evidently spirited away by someone. Inside the office, Danzo's expression darkened ominously, observing the disappearance of Elephant and the notebook. Along with the scroll that had already vanished from his desk, a mixture of rage and disbelief flickered in his solitary eye. Elephant Sarutobi. He gripped his staff tightly, knuckles whitening, gritting his teeth in seething anger. Very well. What does it matter if such a handle is in your possession? Sarutobi, you too will become a vested interest, perhaps even the greatest beneficiary. I trust you will agree and assist me in concealing this. This merely demonstrates the strength of the Umbu. Once I acquire the Rinnegan, such trivial tricks will be of no consequence. You will ultimately regret your actions. Sarutobi. Danzo's furious roar reverberated throughout the entire Root base, a venomous tone instilling a flicker of fear even in the cold, machine-like Root ninjas. Chapter 59. Sir, you wouldn't want any misfortune to befall your family, would you? Konoha village seemed to be shrouded in an invisible gloom, though still prosperous. It had lost its previous cheer. The news of the Umbu team's mission failure and Hatake Tsukumo's abandonment of the task spread swiftly throughout the village, as if given wings, infiltrating every nook and cranny in a remarkably precise and malicious manner. Initially mere whispers in the corners of an izakaya, it swiftly escalated into open public scrutiny and accusations throughout the streets. Have you heard? Lord Hatake Tsukumo, Konoha's White Fang, voluntarily abandoned an S-rank mission to save a few teammates, resulting in immense losses for the village. Is that true? But he is Lord White Fang. How could he? How could he not? The news has already spread. It is said that even the Umbu members are aware. To disregard the village's safety for a few injured ninjas, who might sacrifice themselves at any moment. What sort of hero is that? Alas, it seems that no matter how powerful a ninja may be, they possess their own vulnerabilities. Blinded by emotions, making such a grave error. Must our entire village bear the consequences? I have also heard that the Umbu member he rescued, lacking in strength, was the first to reveal their whereabouts, merely a hindrance within the Umbu. Is it truly worth it for such an individual? Indeed, if intelligence leaks result in catastrophic losses for the village, who knows how many lives will be sacrificed to atone for it? Who will bear this responsibility? Does he still deserve the title of White Fang? These cold voices struck like venomous barbs, piercing the heart of Hatake Tsukumo, who had just returned. He walked in silence on his way home, his tall figure still upright. Yet the Umbu vest that symbolized honor and duty felt like a heavy shackle, casting a shadow of solitude upon his back. He could distinctly sense the gazes directed at him, no longer filled with reverence and trust, but rather laced with disappointment, confusion, and even a hint of resentment, anger, and disdain. He chose not to explain. He had already provided a detailed report of the mission specifics to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, clearly stating that the mission scroll was successfully retrieved and no useful intelligence had been divulged to Sunagakure. However, this did not erase the fact that Sunagakure had obtained information regarding this mission. He understood that this report could not quell the impending storm. Yet the truth remained untold for now. He needed time to investigate why the signal flare detonated only after they had passed through the Sunagakure outpost, why the crow had made such a grievous error, and why it had not destroyed the mission scroll immediately after reviewing it, but instead carried it with him. It is crucial to note that the Umbu only executes missions assigned by the village, directly commissioned by the higher-ups of Konoha, and does not accept tasks from outsiders. Thus, upon clarifying the mission's purpose, they would immediately destroy the mission scroll to prevent the enemy from obtaining crucial intelligence. The failure of this operation along with the crow's numerous blunders, presented an abundance of flaws and suspicions. Yet, lacking evidence, and knowing the crow was one he had personally trained, Tsukumo could firmly assert that he could not possibly be a spy or an infiltrator. However, those involved are often blinded by the situation, while outsiders see clearly. Before Tsukumo even realized how the news of the Umbu's failure on an S-rank mission had become widely known, the Root had already initiated a swifter, more ruthless course of action. Days later, a petition orchestrated by Root ninjas, carefully selecting the families of victims to participate, erupted in the square near the Hokage building. Villagers who had lost loved ones in the Second Shinobi World War were subtly incited and guided by villagers disguised as Root ninjas, holding crude signs and weeping accusations. Hataki Tsukumo, return my son's life to me. The village my son fought to protect was not meant to be abandoned by you so casually. Coward, you sacrificed the mission for a few companions, wasting the sacrifices of countless ninjas. Do you deserve the title of White Fang? Do you honor those ninjas who sacrificed their lives to protect the village? Konoha does not need indecisive heroes. We need great ninjas who are willing to sacrifice everything for the village. Die Hataki Tsukumo. You are unworthy to lead the Umbu. Even less so to be a ninja. The cries of despair and sharp accusations intertwined, forming a surging wave of malice. The surrounding crowd was infected by this atmosphere, the murmurs growing louder, and the scrutinizing gazes intensifying. Tsukumo stood at his window, gazing at the crowd in the square beneath the Hokage building, as well as the malicious graffiti scrawled upon the walls of his home, his face pale as parchment, his clenched fists trembling slightly from the strain, producing a series of creaking sounds from his knuckles. The pain of those who had lost loved ones was genuine, yet this anguish was twisted and exploited, transforming into daggers that pierced his heart. At that moment, an unexpected figure appeared, flanked by two ordinary-looking yet cold and hollow-eyed individuals, approaching the petitioners. It was the crow. He bore the pallor of someone recently injured, his gaze evasive, unwilling to look toward the Hokage building, let alone imagine that his captain Tsukumo, who had once promoted him, might also be watching this scene. A representative disguised as a villager, a Root ninja, immediately thrust a microphone toward the crow, his voice laced with deliberate guidance and incitement. Look, everyone. This is the team member that Hataki Tsukumo chose to save at the cost of the mission. Let him tell us what truly happened that day. Let him reveal whether Tsukumo's choice was justified. At this declaration, all eyes instantly turned to the crow, filled with sympathy, curiosity, aversion, but most importantly, an expectation for his accusations. The pressure bore down on him like a tangible mountain, nearly suffocating him. He felt the chilling gaze of the accompanying Root ninja, a silent threat. He knew that if he uttered even a single wrong word, his protected family would be in peril. The crow's lips trembled violently, beads of sweat rolling down his brow. He recalled that despairing rainy night in the land of rain, where he lost control of his body and helplessly watched as the explosive tag kunai blasted him away, sending the mission scroll, which should have been destroyed, toward the ninjas of Sunagakure. Those were not mere accidents. They were a conspiracy, a frame-up. He also remembered his captain's swift and decisive action, instantly slaying the Sunagakure Jonin, reclaiming the mission scroll and compensating for his mistakes, rushing toward him, standing in front of him, and cleaving through the threatening chakra with a short blade. It was Captain Tsukumo who had saved his life. His conscience screamed, weeping blood. He longed to shout that this was a conspiracy, that someone had plotted against Captain Tsukumo, that he had abandoned the mission to save him. He had not revealed any information regarding this mission. He was the true hero. Yet, his throat felt as if it were choked by a heated iron, burning painfully, rendering him voiceless. He spotted several familiar figures in the crowd, Root ninjas tasked with safeguarding his family's safety. Their eyes were cold and hollow, as if to say, think of your wife and children. The image of his wife's worried face, his child's innocent smile, and the grim visage of Elder Danzo, with his chilling words, coiled around his mind like a constricting serpent. Speak the truth, and your family will suffer a miserable fate. But if you do as I say, they will live well. Speak. Quickly reveal the truth. The representative among the villagers grew impatient, urging him more sternly, the microphone nearly poking his face. The immense fear and concern for his family ultimately crushed the remnants of courage and conscience within him. The crow abruptly shut his eyes, his body trembling violently from overwhelming pain and struggle, forcing out the words instilled and rehearsed by Root, each syllable cutting into his heart like a knife. No, the mission was indeed feasible. It was all Hatake Tsukumo's fault. If he hadn't insisted on saving me, the mission would not have failed. I am a ninja. Since the day I became a ninja, I have disregarded life and death. If sacrificing my life could ensure the success of the mission, I would gladly do so. I would die with honor. It is all Hatake Tsukumo's fault. It is his mistake. If he hadn't said that a comrade's life is more important than the mission, this mission would not have failed. Why did he have to save me? I would rather they step over my corpse, carrying my will, to successfully complete this mission. With that, the crow's body collapsed to the ground, as if all strength had drained from him. Boom! The crowd erupted in chaos. Tomorrow will herald a climactic turn of events, featuring an original and unprecedented kaleidoscopic ocular technique. In Chapter 60, Framing Kakashi Hatake, the protagonist's arrogance is on full display as he admits to sacrificing the interests of the entire village for the sake of one who willingly embraces self-sacrifice. Kakashi Hatake, do you hear me? Traitor. Coward. Disregarding the will of others, such a despotic manner of acting renders Kakashi unworthy of the title of ninja. The cacophony of scorn and accusations surged like a tsunami, drowning out the feeble voice of Grey Crow. Without the accompaniment of the village representatives, he could no longer sustain himself, his body succumbing to the ground as he violently retched. As if attempting to expel the treacherous heart that had betrayed those who had shown him kindness and saved his life, along with his own soul. An expressionless companion hoisted him up and swiftly disappeared into the crowd. Behind the window of the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, observed the uncontrollable scene in the square, his brow furrowed, the glow of his pipe flickering uncertainly. In his hand, he held the mission report submitted by Kakashi just days prior, alongside the specially crafted mission scroll detailing the framing plan delivered by Kizuna using shadow clones. He sensed the heavy scent of conspiracy. However, as Hokage, he was obligated to balance various factions and ensure the stability of the village. Torn between a longtime friend and a promising young talent from Konoha, coupled with the rising tide of public discontent, he found himself in a precarious predicament. Meanwhile, the actions of Uzumaki Kizuna progressed at a pace and lethality far beyond anyone's expectations. During the days leading to Kakashi's return and the brewing storm of public opinion, Kizuna moved like a shadow melded with the night, utilizing his extraordinary perception abilities, honed through his training with the priestess and pharmacist Nanao. Alongside his profound understanding of sealing techniques, he once again ventured into the forbidden zones of the root base. Within a top-secret archive room, amidst towering piles of documents, he finally uncovered the most closely guarded secrets of Shimura Danzo. The truth about his right eye, the Sharingan. Kizuna not only found irrefutable evidence proving that Danzo and his root organization had covertly collected, researched, and even assassinated members of the Uchiha clan over the years to seize their Sharingan, but he also stumbled upon classified files concerning the late Uchiha Kagami. The records chillingly documented that Kagami did not merely perish in the line of duty. Rather, he was insidiously betrayed by Danzo, who, under the guise of stealth, orchestrated his downfall, forcibly stripping him of his powerful Mangekyo Sharingan, leading to his fatal injuries. Although Kagami's left eye was damaged in battle, the right eye, which symbolized the strength and glory of the Uchiha clan, now resided within Danzo's own eye socket. The weight of this evidence was sufficient to drive the entire Uchiha clan to madness, inciting the fury of all ninja clans in Konoha, capable of overturning the very power structure of the village. When Kizuna obtained this evidence, he hesitated not for a moment. Fully aware of the third Hokage's concerns, he refrained from directly presenting the evidence to Hiruzen and instead stealthily infiltrated the Uchiha compound, seeking an audience with the newly appointed clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. Upon reading the harrowing descriptions, experimental records, and the chilling conclusions regarding the final fate of Uchiha Kagami, Fugaku's aura plummeted to freezing depths. His typically stern and dignified visage twitched uncontrollably, his dark eyes suddenly ablaze with crimson fury. The three tomo spinning rapidly as if fueled by an inferno that could consume all. For him, Kagami was not only a source of pride for the Uchiha clan, but also a revered elder and clan uncle. Danzo's actions not only desecrated the Uchiha's honor, but also represented the utmost indignity to the deceased, declaring war upon the entirety of the Uchiha clan. Shimura Danzo. Fugaku's voice was low, akin to the chilling winds of the abyss, each word dripping with murderous intent. He clenched the scroll tightly, his knuckles cracking from the strain. A comprehensive counterattack. The wrath of Uchiha Fugaku transformed into a thunderous resolve. He opted not to fight alone, but wielded this irrefutable evidence as a weapon, uniting with the discontented and powerful clans of Inuzuka, Nara, and Yamanaka, as well as the Hinata and Kurama clans, all of whom shared bloodline abilities. The leaders of the major ninja clans convened, and Fugaku presented the overwhelming evidence brought forth by Kizuna, detailing Danzo's assassination of Uchiha clan members, his schemes to seize Sharingan, particularly the Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha Kagami, and the mountains of evidence implicating the framing of Kakashi Hitaki. The specialized ninja clans had long harbored resentment towards Danzo's repeated demands for their clan children, while those from bloodline clans felt a growing sense of vulnerability and rage towards his attempts to usurp their Kekkei Genkai. The fury and pressure from this temporary alliance of ninja clans crashed upon Danzo's carefully constructed narrative like a tsunami, overwhelming the square that had once echoed with pleas. The uproar was swiftly supplanted by a joint statement demanding a thorough investigation into Danzo and Root, instantaneously redirecting the focus away from Kakashi. Meanwhile, the Root ninjas, disguised as ordinary villagers, were systematically apprehended by the Konoha police force. Within the Root base, Danzo remained blissfully unaware, reveling in the success of framing Kakashi. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by hurried footsteps. A panicked Root ninja burst in. "Lord Danzo, we have a grave situation. The major ninja clans have united in a demand for a thorough investigation into our Root. They have produced evidence of your assassination of Uchiha clan members and your schemes to seize their Sharingan, as well as the special plan scroll for framing Kakashi Hitaki." Danzo's complexion darkened instantly, the teacup in his hand shattering on the ground. "Sarutobi, have you lost your mind?" In his view, only Hiruzen Sarutobi could possess such incriminating evidence against him. Yet he could not fathom why Hiruzen would do such a thing. Was he truly resolved to abdicate and pass the mantle of Hokage to Kakashi? He never anticipated that such chaos would erupt at such a critical juncture, nor that Uchiha Fugaku could rally so many clans to confront him. Damn Uchiha! Truly an inherently wicked clan. What was there to fear? Danzo scoffed at the panicking Root ninja, feigning calmness as he issued orders. Gather all Root ninjas. If necessary, purge them at any cost. However, before he could act, an order arrived from the Hokage's office. Hiruzen demanded that he report to the office immediately, stating that all clan leaders, along with 3 others of their generation, were present. There would be no room for resistance. Danzo understood that the tide had turned against him, yet he steeled himself and made his way toward the Hokage building. Chapter 61. The exposure of the fields of Fengyun, life and death uncertain. In the emergency meeting convened within the Hokage building's conference room, Shimura Danzo, who had hidden within the Root base for many days, finally emerged. Confronted by Fugaku's icy, piercing gaze, the Hinata clan leader's sharp scrutiny, the silent yet imposing presence of the Oil Woman clan leader, and the furious glares of the leaders of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Yamanaka clans, all of whom had been subjected to Danzo's demands for talent. Coupled with Hiruzen Sarutobi's disappointed and regretful expression, Danzo's demeanor darkened further. Faced with the collective wrath of nearly all ninja clans in Konoha and the irrefutable mountain of evidence, Danzo found himself ensnared in an unprecedented predicament. Shimura Danzo was acutely aware that conventional evasion would no longer suffice. It was time to unveil some hidden cards. His bandaged right eye began to whirl, revealing the kaleidoscopic Sharingan concealed beneath the wrappings, a Sharingan that once belonged to Uchiha Kagami, now spinning furiously. Suddenly, it focused, ultimately evolving into a magnificent 4-pointed star pattern. Hidden beneath the bandages, an exceedingly subtle, yet overwhelmingly potent surge of ocular power instantaneously radiated outward, not as a physical assault, but as an invasive force penetrating the very depths of the mind's present. The ocular technique of Uchiha Kagami, Fengyun Jie, Field of Abundant Clouds, was unleashed. This technique did not conjure illusions directly, but rather wove a nearly tangible cognitive filter and emotional guide. It quietly amplified the listener's trust in the positive aspects of the speaker's words while simultaneously suppressing and obscuring negative perceptions, making it easier for the afflicted to accept the truths the speaker wished to instill. With a hoarse and pained voice, Danzo recited his premeditated lines regarding Uchiha Kagami's Sharingan. I admit I concealed this information. However, this was by no means an act of usurpation. Kagami was once my dearest friend. He suffered grievous injuries during a top-secret mission and, in his dying moments, entrusted this eye to me. He said, "Danzo, the power contained in this eye is too perilous. It must not fall into the hands of outsiders, nor can it incite conflict within the Uchiha and the village. Therefore, I hand it to you, so it may serve its rightful purpose in safeguarding Konoha in the future. My concealment of this matter was solely to prevent unnecessary turmoil and covetousness within the Uchiha clan, as well as to fulfill the will left by Kagami. Under the intangible influence of Fongyunjiya, the overwhelming murderous intent and doubts in Fugaka's heart were inexplicably softened by a sense of understanding and foresight attributed to Kagami. Though reason still screamed in absurdity, emotions wavered with a hint of uncertainty. Perhaps it truly was Kagami's final wish. The Hyuga clan leader's pristine Byakugan could perceive the extraordinary and chilling chakra of the Sharingan swirling within Danzo's right eye socket. Yet, the power of Fongyunjiya led him to subconsciously interpret this as the entrusted power of Uchiha Kagami being properly utilized. The leaders of the Oil clan and other prominent families felt an uneasy apprehension settle in their hearts. But this was redirected towards concerns over the potential upheaval that the revelation of secrets might incite within Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, instinctively sensing something amiss. However, the influence of Fongyunjiya magnified his deep-seated commitment to the village's stability and the lingering trust in his old friend, prompting him to lean towards accepting this explanation to quell the situation. Danzo's flawed justification was, under the formidable enhancement of Fongyunjiya, able to temporarily stave off the most damning accusations, causing the tense atmosphere in the conference room to stall. The fury and resolve of the ninja clan leaders were supplanted by a haze of confusion and hesitation, just as Danzo internally sighed in relief. Preparing to cast a scapegoat to address the predicament surrounding Hataki Tsukumo, an absurdly thunderous voice, laced with anger and disdain, erupted like thunder, shattering the strangely reasonable atmosphere crafted by Fongyunjiya. Uzumaki Karuna. He stepped forth from a corner of the conference room, his azure eyes igniting into flaming golden vertical pupils. The chakra of the Nine Tails surged within him like boiling lava. "You wretch! I loathe this chilling chakra, and this one-eyed wretch exudes a nauseating aura. You better harness the power I link you to tear him apart." The voice of the Nine Tails resonated within him, and the typically ferocious chakra now cloaked Karuna in a golden exterior. As Karuna moved, the chakra of the Nine Tails obliterated all illusions, incinerating the essence of all malevolence. Akin to scorching sunlight that annihilated the distorted perceptions of Fongyunjiya from his awareness. All he beheld was Danzo's hypocritical visage and that eye, radiating formidable power, yet revoltingly embedded within the rogue's eye socket. Kagami would entrust his Sharingan to a maggot like you, Danzo. Your web of lies spun from that stolen eye ends here. Karuna's voice clanged like metal, imbued with the oppressive force of the Nine Tails chakra, shaking the very souls of all present. Before his words could finish, Karuna transformed into a streak of light enveloped in golden-tailed beast chakra, darting towards Danzo's right eye with a speed surpassing all reactions. Damn it! Danzo was filled with rage and disbelief, never expecting Karuna to reconcile with the Nine Tails and gain immunity to most illusions, even to his Sharingan's Fongyunjiya. Instinctively, he attempted to employ body flicker technique to evade. But Karuna's speed was overwhelming, akin to the flying thunder god. The assault was too sudden and resolute, leaving him no chance to react. A sickening sound of flesh being forcibly torn echoed clearly in the silent conference room. Time seemed to freeze. Karuna's fingers, enveloped in the razor-sharp golden chakra of the Nine Tails, pierced deep into Danzo's bandaged right eye socket with surgical precision, as if wielding the most ruthless claws of vengeance. Before Danzo's wretched scream could escape, Karuna's fingers wrenched outward with resolute force. A bloodied orb, connected by remnants of nerves and tissue, displaying the four-pointed shuriken pattern, was brutally extracted from Danzo's eye socket. Warm blood gushed forth, cascading down Karuna's fingers and pooling within Danzo's grotesquely hollowed eye socket. The delayed, heart-rending agony elicited a low, mournful howl from Danzo as his body convulsed violently. He clutched the gaping void where his Sharingan had been, staggering backward, nearly collapsing to the ground. Chapter 62. The Iron Rice Bowl is secured. The wood release plan re-emerges. Karuna paid no heed to the Sharingan belonging to Uchiha Kagami. Now stained with the blood of a former friend turned foe. He cradled it gently in his palm, allowing the viscous blood to drip. The four-pointed shuriken pattern gradually devolving into the three-tomo design until only a pitch-black orb remained. Karuna's cold gaze swept over the stunned faces of the clan leaders and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who were in shock from the upheaval and the dissipating effects of Fengyun Jie, before finally resting on the grotesquely contorted visage of Danzo, twisted by pain and the loss of his greatest trump card. At this juncture, do you still wish to argue? Karuna's voice was frigid as ice, reminiscent of a spirit returned from the afterlife. This eye is irrefutable evidence. If your words hold any truth, why then did you unleash the ocular technique residing within the Sharingan? His bloodied eye, momentarily nurtured by the chakra of the Nine Tails, was gently tossed aside to Uchiha Fugaku, who had just awakened from the illusion, his Sharingan ablaze with unfathomable rage and sorrow. Trembling, Fugaku caught the eye that belonged to a revered ancestor, a symbol of unparalleled glory, now so egregiously defiled. He could sense the residual ocular power, the chakra essence of his uncle, Uchiha Kagami, mingled with the tainted blood of Shimura Danzo. A palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped him, his Sharingan spinning uncontrollably. Ultimately, tears of blood streamed down Fugaku's face. As the three-tomo within his eye expanded, hollow and darkened at their centers, connecting to a resplendent pattern of three smaller black dots between them. At the age of 23, Uchiha Fugaku had awakened his kaleidoscope Sharingan. Fugaku's newly awakened eye fixated on Danzo, writhing in agony on the ground. A desperate urge to engage him in a life-or-death struggle surged within him, yet he restrained himself due to the gravity of the situation. Shimura Danzo, you deserve a fate worse than death. Fugaku's voice resonated like a harbinger of doom from the depths of hell. The conference room fell into a profound silence, interrupted only by Danzo's labored breaths of pain. Damn that Danzo! Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the scene spiraling into chaos. Witnessing the resolute figure of Kurenai and Fugaku's unmasked intent for vengeance, he understood that nothing could salvage the situation now. Danzo's foundation, reputation, and honor had crumbled the moment his Sharingan was forcibly extracted and the Jinjutsu field of abundant clouds was shattered. What awaited him was not merely the confines of power and status, but the unquenchable wrath of the entire Uchiha clan and the ultimate judgment from the higher echelons of Konoha for his transgressions. Even as the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen would be able to offer him only a single life, allowing him to linger in despair. In the face of irrefutable evidence, Shimura Danzo was stripped of all positions and power, following the fervent demand of Uchiha Fugaku and the clan leaders. Konoha's higher-ups imposed severe penalties on Danzo, a life sentence in the most secure cell of Konoha prison, sealed of all chakra, guarded by elite Umbu operatives. Deprived of all external contact, never to be released. His dark, hollow eye socket, once coursing with vile blood, would stand as testament to his ambition and sins, a permanent scar upon his soul. Furthermore, the root organization was officially disbanded. All members were subject to rigorous scrutiny and psychological evaluation. Those not fully indoctrinated and possessing clear self-awareness would be returned to their respective clans. If they were not from a ninja clan, they would be assimilated into the Umbu or regular ninja ranks. Members fully brainwashed, with lesser or no crimes, would be assigned to border defense units, subjected to long-term monitoring and re-education, treated as expendable for the most perilous missions. Those with blood on their hands from the slaughter of innocents would face imprisonment, receiving the same fate as Danzo. As for the vast resources, intelligence networks, and secret techniques accumulated by the root, all would be confiscated and placed under the direct management of the Hokage. Lastly, Konoha would conduct a thorough investigation into all past actions of the root, led by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, alongside Umbu Chief White Fang and sub-team leader Kakashi. With representatives from various ninja clans, a joint investigative team would delve into the myriad crimes committed under the guise of protecting the village. However, as the investigation team penetrated the most secretive core experimental zone of the root, a nauseating stench of decay and formidable life energy assaulted their senses. The scene before them evoked a chilling dread and indescribable fury even in the most battle-hardened ninjas. In a vast underground chamber, hundreds of cylindrical incubation pods stood arranged, Constructed from thick reinforced glass and metal, the pods contained a viscous, luminescent green liquid, within which floated infants of mere months in age. Their pallid bodies were connected by a web of tubes, resembling butterflies ensnared in a spider's web. These innocents, who should have been cradled in their parents' arms, now languished like specimens immersed in the frigid liquid, silent and still. Heartbreakingly, over 2/3 of the incubation pods revealed infants exhibiting varying degrees of woodenization, having long since succumbed to an unknown fate. Only a few still showed faint heartbeats and chakra responses. Scattered across the control console were numerous experimental logs and reports, each more harrowing than the last. Project Code, Wood Release Reinstatement Plan, Reboot, Objective, to cultivate a new generation capable of awakening the wood release bloodline limit through the transplantation of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama's clones. Diluted cells, combined with special life-sustaining liquid and chakra stimulation, undergoing adaptive modifications at the infant stage. Sample source: infants from Konoha and surrounding villages, abducted by the root. With mission reports altered to depict accidents or beast attacks, concealing the truth behind the numerous disappearances. Project Architect, Shimura Danzo Funding and Equipment Provider, Shimura Danzo Sample Provider, Shimura Danzo Technical Lead, Orochimaru Experimental Records. First experiment date, Konoha year 39. October 19th objective, to recreate wood release process. Clone Hashirama's cells, inject into subjects, attempt fusion experiments, observe reactions. Results: severe cell rejection, fusion failure. Participating ninjas perished within minutes, exhibiting full-body woodenization, ultimately transforming into trees. Preliminary hypothesis suggests excessive activity of Hashirama's cells, and their invasive properties rendered the subject cells unable to endure. 23rd experiment date, Konoha year 40, March 25th objective, to reduce the activity of Hashirama cells before fusion process. Employ special agents to dilute cloned Hashirama cells, decreasing their activity. Then combine with cells from ninjas with excellent chakra control. Results: cells again exhibited strong rejection. Fusion remained suboptimal. Subjects died 3 days post-injection of diluted Hashirama cell solution, failing to produce would release-related chakra fluctuations. Diluted Hashirama cells retained their invasive nature, and the cells of ninjas, having long refined their chakra, had undergone qualitative changes, exhibiting strong exclusivity. Future experiments might consider using ordinary individuals or the purest cells from infants. 79th experiment date, Konoha year 41. September 28th objective, to conduct adaptive experiments on Hashirama cells using numerous infants process. Inject multiple dilutions of Hashirama's cell solution into infants, then place them in incubation pods, closely monitoring their life signs and physical changes. Results: significant variability among experimental subjects. Some perished rapidly, transforming into saplings, while others fared well, showing notable vitality improvements aided by Hashirama cells. Supplementary experimental results: the vitality and aggressiveness of the cellular structures are remarkably potent, even after being diluted countless times. They remain intolerable for many. Numerous experimental subjects, exhibiting a significant enhancement in their vitality, begin to decline after reaching their peak, with their bodies gradually undergoing a process of lignification. It appears that this endeavor has once again culminated in failure due to their overwhelming life force. If only we had experimental subjects from the Uzumaki clan, perhaps the progress of the experiments would have been considerably smoother. Chapter 63, The Rogue Ninja, Baruhu. Survivors of the experiment. Capture Baruhu immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice thundered, laden with suppressed fury, yet he could not help but feel a sense of relief. Upon reviewing the experimental report on the Wood Release Rebirth Project, all eyes in the investigative team were fixed upon the name of the technical lead. When they saw Baruhu, unlike the collective anger of the others, Hiruzen was filled with a mixture of gratitude and dread. He was genuinely concerned for his most cherished disciple, Orochimaru, fearing he might embark on a path of no return. Fortunately, the reality was not as he had imagined. Although Orochimaru was equally engrossed in various experiments, he had not harmed his comrades in the village nor participated in this forbidden project explicitly condemned by the village. Hearing Hiruzen's command, Minato Namikaze promptly retrieved the relevant files. The records revealed that Baruhu, a jonin of Konoha and a contemporary of the legendary Three Ninjas, was a friend of theirs. His aptitude was decent, yet somewhat mediocre, and he was known for his reclusive and obsessive personality. His application to research the fusion of bloodline limits had been rejected by Konoha's higher-ups due to its inherent dangers and the scarcity of bloodline limit ninjas. The financial flows from the root organization also clearly indicated that Shimura Danzo had recently provided Baru with substantial research funding and a plethora of experimental equipment through clandestine channels. However, when the Umbu and Konoha police swiftly converged on Baru's residence and several known, inconspicuous research facilities within the village, they found those places already deserted. The scene was left with only thoroughly destroyed core research data, scattered ordinary research apparatus, and a message inscribed on the wall with chakra, brimming with mockery and arrogance. A bunch of fools from Konoha. The higher-ups in Konoha are utterly antiquated. That old fool, Shimura Danzo, is so fixated on wood release that he fails to recognize the might of my developed technique, the Kage-Yero. Clearly, the Kage-Yero technique is the ultimate path to truth, yet you blind fools refuse to see it. Nevertheless, I must thank Lord Danzo for his generous contributions. I shall utilize this funding for my grand endeavors. I look forward to the day when you witness the completion of the Kage-Yero technique and feel the terror and despair it brings. Evidently, Bairuhu had merely been exploiting the vast resources and relatively lenient experimental environment provided by Danzo from the very beginning. He had been solely engrossed in his self-developed technique, capable of merging multiple bloodline limits, the Kage-Yero. He had little regard for the high-risk, low-success rate would-release rebirth project that Danzo had forcefully imposed upon him, treating it as a mere formality. Upon receiving the substantial funding sufficient to support his independent research for years, he unhesitatingly abandoned Danzo and those infants regarded as mere experimental fodder, fleeing with the most critical research results of the Kage-Yero. Damn it! Uzumaki Kirikana struck the control console with a fist, shattering the hard metal surface instantly, gazing at the infants in the cultivation pods, some lifeless and others barely clinging to life, and recalling the experimental records that required members of the Uzumaki clan as subjects, alongside Danzo's sinister machinations and Bairu's cruel arrogance. As the current leader of the Uzumaki clan, he felt an unprecedented fury. No wonder that dog Danzo had been fixated on my clan. It seems there was a deeper reason behind it. Who does he think he is? Does he not know that my uncle, who treats me to meals 7 times in 3 days, only obtained a vial of my blood? Shimura Danzo and Bairuhu are nothing but despicable scoundrels. After this thorough investigation, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared to age a decade in an instant. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened them again, only cold resolve remained. Immediately issue a top-level wanted notice for the rogue ninja Baru, who has stolen village secrets, conducted forbidden human experiments, and caused significant casualties, an egregious crime. Designate him as an S-rank rogue ninja. A bounty of 50 million ryo. Alive or dead, we must see him. He turned to the infants. Still alive and submerged in nutrient solution, fragile as porcelain, and with a voice tinged with sorrow and a hint of choking emotion, he declared, "Have Tsunade do whatever it takes to save all the surviving children. They are the future of Konoha." This heavy burden of responsibility and guilt weighed like a massive stone on the shoulders of the Konoha leadership, particularly on the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kirikana stood at the edge of the ravaged experimental area, looking at the cold cultivation pods, observing the small, pale figures within. The chakra of the 9 tails within him seemed to stir restlessly, igniting a burning rage. Roar! That damn chakra aura. That distinctive chakra aura belonging to that man. It has reemerged. Within the ceiling space, the 9 tails, through Kirikana's perspective, precisely pinpointed a cultivation pod and emitted a confused yet furious roar. He could never forget the man who had once held him with a single hand, declaring that he was too powerful and must be sealed, bringing him endless humiliation, the second person he loathed the most. Although it was significantly weaker than he remembered, he was certain he had not misperceived. That was indeed the chakra aura of that accursed man. Listening to the 9 tails' furious roar in the ceiling space, Kirikana's eyes brightened as he suddenly recalled a crucial detail. Was there an experimental subject who had adapted to the Hashirama cells and awakened the wood-release bloodline? It should be Yamato, right? Hey, 9 tails, which cultivation pod is the wood-release chakra aura coming from? Point it out to me quickly. Huh, are you ordering me around? Don't forget, I haven't fully acknowledged you yet. The 9 tails in the ceiling space made a perplexed expression, as if questioning Kirikana's audacity. He then shifted to a comfortable position, indicating he was not inclined to respond to Kirikana. Ninetales, don't say that. This is the second known individual in the entire ninja world to awaken the wood-release bloodline, equivalent to the successor of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. If we raise him by our side, we could bully him at will in the future. Just thinking about it brings me immense joy. Kirikana's tempting words penetrated the ears of the Ninetales like a siren's song, and the mischievous fox could not resist, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. Yet he still retorted defiantly, "Humph, don't mention that person's name in front of me." Then a golden chakra sphere burst forth from the gaps of the four symbols ceiling, rushing directly towards an unassuming cultivation pod. Following the guidance, Kirikana approached this cultivation pod, within which lay a slightly larger male infant, his chest weakly rising and falling. Even through the cold glass and nutrient solution, Kirikana could distinctly sense the ordinary vitality and unique chakra aura emanating from the infant. Live on, and strive to survive for those companions who can no longer open their eyes. One day, Konoha will repay its debt to you. His voice was hoarse, words left unspoken, yet his eyes gleamed with unwavering determination. The darkness of Konoha has been unveiled, but the cost is extraordinarily heavy. To elaborate, Yamato was born in the 41st year of Konoha and was used as a test subject for Orochimaru's wood-release experiments during his infancy, making his role as a wood-release experiment subject consistent with the timeline, as the narrative has temporarily shifted Orochimaru's focus to the Uzumaki clan. He did not partake in this experiment, which is why the character of Bairu was introduced to mend the storyline. Chapter 64. Tsunade, I need you to become a mother. The members of the investigation team wore expressions of tension mixed with sorrow as they carefully lifted the infants from their incubation pods. The pods emitted an eerie green glow, which seemed less sinister now that these tiny lives were being rescued. Kirikana moved gently, his eyes filled with compassion as he cradled an infant in his arms. The baby's wrinkled face was tightly shut, emitting faint cries as if expressing the anxiety of just having escaped. The group hastened toward Konoha Hospital, drawing curious and concerned glances from the villagers along the way. Some villagers approached to inquire about the situation, and upon learning that they were rescued infants, their expressions softened with sympathy, as others willingly cleared a path for them. Upon arriving at Konoha Hospital, the medical staff, already informed of the situation, rushed forward to carefully receive the infants and place them in specialized wards. Kirikana followed them into the ward, watching as the medical personnel busily examined the infants and measured various indicators, his heart hanging in suspense. A nurse smiled at Kirikana and reassured him, "Do not worry. Although these little ones have endured terrible experiences, with Tsunade-sama here, they will surely be fine." Kirikana, well aware of Tsunade's medical prowess, felt a slight relief wash over him. He quietly approached the observation window of the intensive care unit, gazing at these fragile lives that had already faced so many trials upon their arrival in the world. The tiny figures lay within their incubators, connected to intricate life support devices, while the medical ninjas, led by Tsunade, meticulously monitored various data. Kirikana's gaze involuntarily fell upon a male infant within one of the incubators. This child appeared slightly larger than the other survivors, though similarly frail and pale. The rise and fall of his chest seemed somewhat more vigorous. Kirikana recognized him as the infant whom Kurama had mentioned, one who had adapted to the diluted Hashirama cells and awakened a degraded version of wood release, destined to become Yamato, the elite root ninja who would lead the new Team 7 in place of the injured Kakashi Hitaki. Despite Kurama's lingering resentment towards Hashirama Senju, Kirikana, being well-versed in the future storyline, did not doubt the validity of this information. He silently observed the sleeping infant in the incubator, lost in thought. Although the child's potential for wood release seemed somewhat lacking, the significance of wood release to Konoha was monumental. This child would become a precious treasure for the village. However, he could also be the source of future troubles and calamities. If successful cases could arise, it was inevitable that someone would be tempted to revive the experiments. Even though Danzo's shadow had been eradicated, as long as he remained alive and not classified as a rogue ninja, there was always a possibility of his resurgence. Furthermore, those lurking in the shadows, coveting the power of wood release, would eventually reveal their sinister fangs. Thus, an urgent thought flashed through Kirikana's mind. This child must not be entrusted to an ordinary family or welfare institution for upbringing. He required the most discreet environment for growth. The finest medical care and a guiding presence to help him harness the power within and shield him from threats. Without hesitation, Kirikana strode into the intensive care unit, purposefully seeking out one of the legendary 3 ninjas, Tsunade, renowned as the legendary medical ninja and the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Hey, don't bother me. Can't you see I'm busy? That damn Danzo dared to disturb my grandfather's remains and caused such a huge mess. If we don't act quickly, nearly all 31 babies will not survive, and even if they do, their lifespans will be severely compromised due to the life force drained by grandfather's cells. Tsunade's expression was terrifyingly grim as she continued her work, her eyes reflecting both anger towards Danzo and Bairu, as well as compassion for the infant's tragic fates. I understand, Tsunade. Therefore, let my blood be used. I should currently possess the most vigorous life force among the Uzumaki clan and indeed the entire ninja world. My blood can surely replenish the life force these infants have depleted. Kirikana's voice was resolute, a calm smile gracing his lips. His declaration startled Tsunade, causing her to drop a test tube without noticing. Had it not been for Kirikana's quick reflexes in catching it, her efforts over the past several minutes would have gone to waste. Regaining her composure, Tsunade looked at the test tube in Kirikana's hand, suddenly realizing her moment of distraction. Gazing at her calm cousin, who spoke such bold words with unwavering poise, she fell silent. She understood that her current predicament was that while Hashirama's cells were eroding the infant's cells, they simultaneously provided them with life force. It was akin to a slow poison gradually consuming these infants' bodies. Without the life force provided by Hashirama's cells, the infants would perish even faster by nightfall. Thus, finding a source of substantial life force became the most pressing and singular problem in saving these infants. Kirikana's suggestion presented the optimal solution to their immediate crisis. After all, with Orochimaru's assistance, addressing the corrosive nature of Hashirama's cells would hardly pose a significant challenge for Tsunade. But I have a condition, Kirikana continued, maintaining his smile. Perhaps due to her inherent sense of guilt or her genuine fondness for her cousin, Tsunade showed no signs of refusing Kirikana's offer. With one hand on her hip and the other resting on Kirikana's shoulder, she exuded an air of bravado. Speak up. Do not hesitate. Whether it be one condition or 100, I shall agree to them all. Seeing Tsunade so spirited, Kirikana averted his gaze, glancing around before pulling her into a corner and whispering something in her ear. Huh, what do you want me to do? Are you trying to get me killed? Kirikana. Tsunade's sudden outburst drew the attention of those nearby, observing Tsunade's furious demeanor. Those who understood the situation saw Kirikana attempting to calm her, while those who were unaware might have thought they were oblivious to the gravity of the matter. What could they possibly think? That they were criticizing Tsunade, seeking a death wish? Though the medical ninjas may lack combat prowess, they were certainly not fools. Ahem. Realizing her outburst, Tsunade feigned a cough, then fixed Kirikana with a piercing gaze, as if demanding a satisfactory explanation, lest she make him experience a fate far worse than Kushina's rigorous training. Clarify your words. What do you mean by needing me to become a mother? If your explanation fails to satisfy me, I shall ensure your fate is far more tragic than Kushina's. Kirikana swallowed hard at Tsunade's fierce expression. I mean becoming a mother, being a child's mom. Chapter 65. What is a surprise? A surprise is becoming a mother without pain. Thus, I implore you to clarify what it means for me to become a mother. To take on the role of a child's guardian. Tsunade endeavored to lower her voice, yet her tone was still imbued with bewilderment and indignation. Well, it is hoped that after healing this group of infants, you will be responsible for adopting one of the children. Moreover, Tsunade, your age is quite appropriate for such a responsibility. It would be rather absurd to adopt a younger sibling nearly 30 years your junior, wouldn't it? Kurenai hastily interjected, fearing that any delay might cost her dearly. Tsunade's anger began to dissipate somewhat upon hearing Kurenai's explanation, and she nodded, yet still vehemently disagreed. No. Why must I adopt a child? Such a troublesome affair. Surely you can handle it yourself. If you are also apprehensive about the inconvenience, why not simply entrust him to the Konoha orphanage? After all, you are well acquainted with the orphanage supported by Yamanaka, and you can visit them whenever you have the time. Tsunade harbored an overwhelming reluctance regarding the idea of adopting a child, primarily because Shinsuke was still alive. She had not developed any affection for Kato Dan due to some unforeseen circumstance, and Dan had not perished before her eyes. At present, Tsunade had neither experienced romantic love nor suffered from a phobia of blood, Her greatest pastime was devising ways to sneak away from work to indulge in gambling. And after winning a fair amount, she would find solace in a local tavern for a drink. Her life was one of carefree enjoyment, and each day after drinking, she could still see her brother Shinsuke, who was relentlessly pursuing his goal of becoming Hokage, which brought her a sense of fulfillment. The notion of adding another son was utterly impossible. She could not even entertain such a thought. Sealing technique, miniature soundproof barrier. Kurenai formed a hand seal, swiftly conjuring a diminutive soundproof barrier that enveloped only him and Tsunade. The moment these two words were uttered, Tsunade, who had been searching for various excuses to refuse Kurenai's proposal, found her objections abruptly silenced. Her pupils dilated in disbelief as her gaze shifted slowly to the infant boy cradled in Kurenai's arms. Under the veil of the soundproof barrier, Kurenai succinctly conveyed to Tsunade the insights gleaned from QB's perception, his own investigations, the child's physical condition and potential, as well as the grave risks the child would face. The revelations poured forth like beans spilling from a bamboo tube, detailing the horrific experiments conducted by Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru, which had claimed the lives of nearly 100 innocent infants, leaving behind only a single survivor who possibly possessed a trace of the wood-release bloodline. Tsunade, conventional medical methods may struggle to ensure his survival and future. He requires not only your medical expertise and my vitality, but also an environment capable of sheltering him and awakening the power within him. Otherwise, should this information leak, he will merely become the next tool to be fought over and exploited, and such inhumane experiments may occur once more. Tsunade stood before the incubator, gazing at the fragile life within, whose breaths were so faint it seemed he could shatter at the slightest touch. As she listened to Kurenai's narration and observed the other infants suffering around her, a tempest of emotions surged within her, a conflation of rage towards Danzo and others, compassion for the lost lives, and concern for the fate of the child before her. She recalled her brother Shinsuke, who had nearly lost his life on the battlefield due to treachery, and Kato Dan, who had almost died in her presence and had yet to fully recover. The helplessness stemming from the fragility of life was a perpetual ache in her heart. Now, a child bearing the bloodline of her grandfather, miraculously surviving a hellish experiment, lay before her. Gently, she extended her hand, brushing against the child's cheek through the glass. The confusion in her eyes vanished, replaced by the resolute will of the strongest medical ninja and the decisive spirit of a princess of the Senju clan. The irony of her grandfather's would-release bloodline, birthed through such sordid and bloody means, was not lost on her. It had indeed yielded a seed. She abruptly turned her gaze to Kurenai, her eyes unwavering. Kurenai, you are right. This child cannot be safeguarded by Konoha Hospital or the orphanage, for he carries the blood of the Senju clan, the faint glimmer of my grandfather's power. He must, and can only be protected by the Senju clan. Tsunade decisively took action, applying in her capacity as the acting clan leader of the Senju, and as the head of Konoha Hospital, signing the highest-level medical takeover and adoption documents. Yes, she was indeed the leader of the Senju clan. 2 years prior, when the Uzumaki clan was reinstated with the approval of the third Hokage, the Senju clan also regained its title. Although the clan had dwindled, and the title was traditionally Shinsuke's, he had not yet matured enough to shoulder such a responsibility. Thus, Tsunade temporarily assumed the role as acting leader. For now, she was the de facto leader of the Senju clan. After Kurenai provided a life-giving blood sample and collaborated with Orochimaru for nearly 2 weeks, all the children were successfully freed from their physical afflictions. Those whose parents could be contacted were soon confirmed to be well and returned to their families. The orphans were entrusted to the care of Konoha's orphanage. Out of 30 children, all were quickly placed except for the ones saved by Kurenai, who remained under close observation, while Tsunade's application was met with swift approval. Once the cells within the child stabilized completely, she would be able to take him back to the Senju clan's territory. 2 months later, Tsunade carefully relocated the child to the Senju clan's grounds, to a highly secure medical monitoring room fashioned from an old house where she and Kurenai had once researched medical ninjutsu. Observing the infant in the incubator, who appeared nearly indistinguishable from an ordinary child, Tsunade felt a momentary wave of fatigue, followed by a gentle sigh. From this day forth, you shall be a child of the Senju clan. I never imagined that I, Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, would have a day to become a mother. Her voice was soft yet imbued with an unprecedented sense of belonging. You have emerged from the dark soil, embodying the most resilient hope of life. Much like a treasure buried deep within the earth, destined to break free from its confines. Henceforth, your name shall be Tenzu. The name Tenzu signifies a treasure blessed by the heavens, also alluding to a precious gem concealed within the earth. This name encapsulates Tsunade's gratitude for his survival against the odds, her awareness of the dormant power within him, and her deep-seated hope that he would grow freely under the sun, rather than being treated as a mere weapon or an experiment. The true details of Tenzu's identity were strictly guarded, known only to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Kurinai. Even other high-ranking officials in Konoha, including those closely associated with these four, remained unaware for the time being. He was securely protected under the auspices of the Senju clan, with Tsunade personally overseeing his safety and growth. Chapter 66. Brother, you understand me. Deep within the Senju clan's grounds, in a quiet room veiled by multiple barriers, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense. Bathed in soft light, Tsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru, and Uzumaki Kurinai gathered around the incubator, their gazes fixed upon the slumbering infant, Tenzu. The air was infused with the sense of vitality and herbs, accompanied by an intangible weight stemming from the uncertainty of the future. The cellular vitality has stabilized, and the rejection response has miraculously been suppressed to its bare minimum. The cells of the first Hokage appear to have achieved a delicate equilibrium with this child's body. Orochimaru's hoarse voice shattered the silence, his golden, exquisite slitted pupils flickering with an almost obsessive gleam, as his fingertips danced with fine strands of chakra, connecting to the precise instruments beside the incubator. This result seems far beyond the crude experiments of Danzo and Konoha's dark side. It resembles a miraculous occurrence, a wonder of life itself. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff from his pipe. Amidst the swirling smoke, his gaze grew increasingly complex and profound. So, this is merely a coincidence, an event beyond human control? Orochimaru raised his head, regarding Tsunade and Hiruzen with a glint of cold, fervent appraisal typical of a researcher. Indeed. At present, it appears so. Moreover, although the unique chakra fluctuations of wood release genuinely exist, they are exceedingly faint, akin to a deeply buried seed whose potential for germination remains uncertain. Hiruzen fell into a long silence, his mind a whirlpool of thoughts. The survival of a life is indeed a source of solace, yet the burden of this latent power, the risks that lie ahead, and the terrifying consequences that may arise from the revelation of this secret must remain confined within these four walls. His voice, now low and devoid of the casual tone he would typically use with his disciples or juniors, carried a resolute finality. The existence of Tenzu, as well as the potential of wood release hidden within him, must be classified as the highest secret of Konoha, without code names or written records, and absolutely no allowances for breaches. Hiruzen's gaze swept over the three present: Tsunade, the current acting clan head of the Senju, Tenzu's nominal medical supervisor and mother, and the granddaughter of the first Hokage, his own disciple, entirely trustworthy. Orochimaru, also his direct disciple, as Konoha's foremost researcher, possesses knowledge and abilities crucial for monitoring Tenzu's physiological changes, assessing the risks of wood release awakening, and formulating subsequent plans. Although Hiruzen felt a growing vigilance towards certain inclinations exhibited by Orochimaru, at this moment, he was the most suitable candidate. Lastly, there was Uzumaki Kurinai, the initial discoverer of Tenzu, an almost perfect Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, capable of forming a subtle connection with Tenzu and revealing the dark roots of his old friend, having plucked out the eyes of his companion. While rationality urged Hiruzen to acknowledge that Kurinai embodied the most perfect inheritor of the will of fire, witnessing the tragic fate of his former friend inevitably left a twinge of unease in his heart. This matter must remain known only to the four of us. There cannot be a fifth. Even before Tenzu matures to possess self-defense capabilities, we must keep this secret from him, whether it be the advisors Mito Minyin and Nara Shikaku, the Jonin class leader Akimichi Choza, the Umbu leader Hataki Kakashi, or even the Senju heir, Hashirama. None shall know. If anyone inquires, Tenzu is merely an orphan who survived the root's human experiments, requiring long-term treatment and observation from Tsunade due to serious aftereffects incurred by the experiments. His physical condition remains unstable, posing unknown risks, rendering interactions with outsiders inadvisable. Tsunade gently cradled Tenzu, a flicker of tenderness crossing her gaze, then cast a cold glance at Orochimaru before finally nodding. Understood, old man. I concur. This child is not a mere cold weapon, nor an experimental subject to be toyed with at will. He is a child of the Senju clan, my child. His future will be safeguarded by me and our Senju clan. Her words served as a declaration to the three, subtly warning Hiruzen, Orochimaru, and Kurenai. Hiruzen's expression began to morph into something peculiar. Tsunade, you know me well. Do you still not trust me? Orochimaru's lips curled into an elusive smile, his crimson tongue flicking out, slithering over his thin lips, accompanied by a series of sinister chuckles. Naturally, such a precious seedling must be protected in the most stringent environment until its true potential is confirmed. However, Tsunade, you understand me. While I am indeed intrigued by his growth, it is not as monumental as you might envision. There is no need for such enmity towards me. Compared to wood release, I find the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan far more fascinating. Kurenai stood beside Tsunade, poised to playfully poke the sleeping Tenzu. Yet upon sensing the malice in Tsunade's glare, he withdrew his hand after being swatted away, blinking innocently and offering an awkward smile. Sister Tsunade, you know me well. I am quite discreet. Until I act, no one even realizes that I have gathered so much intelligence from the root. Are you still not at ease with me? Also, Snake Uncle, please cease your smirking. I do not believe you have refrained from secretly retaining some of my blood during your treatment of those children for research purposes. Upon hearing Kurenai mention that Orochimaru continued to study the blood of their comrades, Hiruzen could not help but frown, seriously advising Orochimaru, it would be wise to refrain from over-focusing on the bloodlines of your peers. You are at the pinnacle of your growth. Now is the time to concentrate on enhancing your strength. Orochimaru flicked his long tongue across his lips, attempting to respond with a tempered cold laugh. I understand, sensei. However, researching various bloodlines, corpses, especially the bodily tissues of bloodline users, greatly aids my strength enhancement. I know well what is of greater importance. Observing the increasingly absurd and tangential conversation among the three, Tsunade felt 3 lines of black appear on her forehead, her twitching lips releasing a cold retort. This is precisely why I cannot trust you all. One lecherous old man, one research eccentric, and one peculiar individual who enjoys toying with children. I cannot believe how much the child of the esteemed Shikaku has endured at your hands. It is incredibly challenging to place my faith in you all, you rascals. I do not wish for Tenzu to grow into a peculiar person like the 3 of you. Chapter 67. The fleeting passage of time, who has led Tenzu astray. Cough, cough, cough. Tsunade, you are besmirching my character. You are slandering me. Hey. She is defaming me. Hiruzen coughed heavily several times, whether from smoke or Tsunade's words. He fervently denied and attempted to convince Orochimaru and Kurenai of his innocence. Orochimaru merely smiled, refraining from indicating agreement with either stance. What words? What words? My intentions are those of a senior expressing genuine affection for a junior. If not for my constant supervision, that kid Kakashi would have likely begun extracting chakra long ago, thereby overexerting his body. Should that occur, he would certainly grow into a frail man. How regrettable it would be for him to realize he never encountered a senior like me who cared for and looked after him. Kurenai cast a miniature soundproof barrier over Tenzu's form, allowing him to continue sleeping peacefully, undisturbed by their raucous banter. He then continued his defense. Moreover, among the 4 of us, the one with the most issues is undoubtedly you, Sister Tsunade. You frequently sneak away to the gambling den, losing everything you have. And even when drinking, you shamelessly put it on the tab of Brother Hashirama, a minor. Shilunai was taken aback, her eyes filled with disdain, as if she had just heard something utterly unbelievable. Her expression seemed to convey to Tsunade, are you serious? Tsunade felt a flush rise to her cheeks at Shilunai's words, and soon, the 4 of them, in perfect harmony, chose to fall silent. This little meeting had officially come to an end. Sarutobi, Hizashi, and Orochimaru departed one after another. Tsunade approached the temperature-controlled box, returning Tenzo to its confines. As she activated the miniature soundproof barrier, she concentrated her gentle yang release healing chakra at her fingertips and delicately infused it into Tenzo's body, aiding him in nurturing his resilient and no longer feeble life force. Shilunai did not leave immediately. Instead, she quietly whispered, Sister Tsunade, Are you really not planning to inform Jiraiya and Shoshin about Tenzo? Not to mention the possibility of the wood release wielder being the destined child prophesied by the great sage, if Tenzo were to grow up and truly awaken wood release. Informing Shoshin then would surely cause him to break down. Tsunade's actions did not cease. A smirk, akin to Chilunai's, graced her lips as she answered in a hushed tone, "Forget about that guy Jiraiya. What sage's prophecy? If there truly is a destined child who possesses wood release and will bring immense changes to the ninja world, wouldn't that be referring to Great Uncle? That prophecy is outdated. As for that kid Shoshin, after the battle in the Land of Rain, he has matured significantly. If he were to crumble simply because a ninja with wood release appeared, and it wasn't him, then he is not much of a man. How could someone like him speak of restoring the glory of the Senju clan? That would be a laughingstock. Ah, so this is the kind of person you are. Sister Tsunade." Chilunai exchanged a knowing glance with Tsunade, and both wore a conspiratorial smile. As Chilunai left the old Senju residence, the night had deepened. Under the starlit sky, Konoha appeared tranquil and serene. Yet Chilunai knew that beneath this calm surface lay numerous unknown mysteries and unextinguished embers of conflict. The secret of Tenzo was like a tiny root, buried deep within the coarse soil, guarded by the most formidable power, yet entangled with the most intricate interests and sentiments. Gazing at the starry sky, Chilunai murmured to herself, "I wonder if Tenzo will become a more cheerful person this time? And I absolutely cannot allow him to grow long hair or wear a half mask. It's simply too ugly." Time flew by, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. "Hey Kakashi, congratulations on your graduation." Chilunai's mischievous hands once again found their way to the silver-haired hedgehog's head, ruthlessly ruffling his hair. "You graduated a whole year earlier than we did." Having completed the special training assigned by Chilunai, Yahiko also threw an arm around Kakashi's shoulder. Unable to restrain his praises, Kakashi skillfully extricated himself from their grasp, brushing off non-existent dust from his clothes with a feigned look of disdain. "Keep your distance. It's so annoying." However, the slight flush at the tips of his ears betrayed his true feelings. "Besides, if you hadn't forced me to continue my studies, I could have applied for early graduation 2 years ago," he added, rolling his eyes dramatically. "Wasn't that meant to give you time to build strong bonds with your comrades in the village?" Chilunai replied, her hands resting behind her head, whistling with a hint of guilt. "Then why did you make me help Lady Tsunade with the kids for 2 whole years? You know how I spent those 2 years." Kakashi's face contorted in frustration as he gritted his teeth. "So, does that mean Kakashi-senpai dislikes Tenzo?" Just then, Tsunade approached, holding a child around 4 or 5 years old. The boy chirped innocently, instantly draining all of Kakashi's anger and strength. "I don't dislike Tenzo. I just dislike Chilunai-senpai." Kakashi forced a smile, casting a resentful glance at Chilunai, clearly blaming her for reminding him of Tenzo's arrival. But Chilunai paid him no mind. As a ninja, being aware of your surroundings at all times is a fundamental quality. "If you didn't notice, how can you blame me?" she scoffed, tossing a playful gesture at Kakashi. Tenzo tilted his head, gazing at Kakashi with innocent eyes. "But Chilunai-senpai said that Kakashi-senpai is my favorite person besides my mother." Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief as he shot a fierce look at Chilunai, who merely shrugged innocently. Tsunade was doubled over in laughter at the scene. All right, Kakashi. Don't be mad. Tenzo has been grateful for your frequent care over the past 2 years. Whenever you were at school, he never stopped talking about you." Tenzo approached Kakashi, taking his hand. "Kakashi-senpai, when I grow up, I want to be as strong as you." Kakashi looked into Tenzo's clear eyes, and his anger dissipated instantly as he ruffled Tenzo's hair. "Then you must work hard." "Yes, I will." Tenzo nodded, his cheeks flushed with shyness. "By the way, you're being assigned to a new class tomorrow. Aren't you curious who your guiding ninja will be?" Yahiko chimed in, grinning mysteriously. "It's definitely not my father, nor Chilunai-senpai. And it certainly can't be you, Yahiko-senpai. After all, although Nagato-senpai has been promoted to Jonin, and you and Konin-senpai have become special Jonin, you're still too young to be a guiding ninja. Besides, whoever becomes my guiding Jonin, I wouldn't care." Suddenly, Kakashi seemed to recall something, and realization dawned upon him. "Wait, you mean the ninja who is said to be even more talented than Chilunai-senpai, ranked first in Konoha?" "Exactly." Yahiko snapped his fingers, affirming Kakashi's thought. "So, does that mean you know who that person is, and that they will become my guiding Jonin?" Note: in the original work, Kakashi enrolled at 5 years old, graduated at 5, and became a Chunin at 5 as well. Here, I have made adjustments for plot reasons. Currently, Nagato and his companions have reached Jonin level, but due to insufficient achievements and mission counts, they have yet to be fully promoted to Jonin. For context, the current timeline is the 45th year of Konoha, with the protagonists Chilu Nai and Minato at 18 years old, the legendary Sannin at 32 years old, Nagato and his friends at 12, Kakashi at 8, Tenzo, Yamato at 4, and Uchiha Itachi being born this year. Chapter 68. Formation of Minato's class. Does Yahiko-senpai know who my guiding Jonin will be? Yahiko scratched his head, contemplating for a moment before responding casually. I have no idea. Konan shook her head in resignation, playfully teasing. Of course you don't know, Yahiko. Stop messing with Kakashi. If you really want to find out, just go ask Chilunai or Nagato. After all, Chilunai usually favors Nagato the most. If there's any secret, he will surely tell Nagato, right? As she spoke, Konan turned to look at Nagato, who was peeking out with only one eye visible, and she playfully blinked her amber, sparkling eyes at him. I don't know. Nagato shook his head, giving them a negative response. No way. Chilunai, you can't keep this little matter from Nagato. Yahiko exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide as he stared at Chilunai, who was casually resting his hands behind his head, appearing utterly unconcerned. Huh, he didn't ask me. Chilunai replied nonchalantly. At that moment, Yahiko, Konan, and Kakashi all wore expressions akin to that of a subway elder spotting a smartphone. You didn't ask? Yahiko questioned, puzzled. No, Nagato nodded slightly. Why not ask? Konan was also curious. Meaningless knowledge or ignorance does not significantly impact us. Nagato shook his head again, clearly uninterested in matters that did not directly concern him. True to his reputation, Nagato would never squander time on trivialities. Over the years, Kakashi had increasingly perceived Nagato's character as remarkably rational. Aside from his studies and the practice of various ninjutsu, he found delight in gazing at the star-studded night sky. That said, I do have some conjectures about the individual mentioned by Kizuna. All eyes turned toward Nagato, filled with anticipation. Who is it? Please, Nagato, share. Yahiko inquired eagerly. Adjusting the collar of his garment, Nagato spoke slowly. I suspect it may be Lord Minato. Minato-sensei. Yahiko exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. The one renowned as the Yellow Flash, who, alongside Kizuna, is celebrated as one of the twin stars of Konoha? Nagato nodded. Kizuna had often spoken of Minato's strength and character, noting that he always carried a bright, sunny disposition and was exceptionally caring toward his comrades in the village. Konan's eyes sparkled with realization as she exclaimed, I've heard that Minato-sensei is the only ninja in the village to master the space-time ninjutsu developed by the second Hokage, the Flying Thunder God technique. Moreover, he has created derivative ninjutsu and a powerful, A-rank ninjutsu without hand seals. It's no wonder Kizuna referred to him as a genius surpassing even himself. Kakashi felt a surge of excitement, dreaming of learning ninjutsu from Minato. Kizuna's lips curled into a smile. Nagato's guess was indeed correct. It was Minato. Not only was he a formidable ninja, but he was also an undeniable genius, mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, which even I am unable to apply in combat, and developing the Spiral Sphere, an instantaneous offensive ninjutsu that complements the Flying Thunder God technique, demonstrating a talent that truly eclipses mine. However, I was merely conjecturing. Whether Minato would genuinely become Kakashi's mentor remains uncertain. As night descended, the moonlight illuminated the streets of Konoha. After a communal meal, Kizuna and his companions headed homeward. Kakashi, with one hand in his pocket, waved farewell to Tenzo, who was being led away by Tsunade, and strolled leisurely toward his home. His mind preoccupied with thoughts of who would be his instructor among the elite ninjas the following day. Turning into a familiar alley, the moonlight sliced through the houses, casting irregular shapes. Upon returning home, he casually tossed his forehead protector onto the table and collapsed onto the tatami mat. The shadows of ninja tools on the wall swaying under the light, as if recounting tales of past battles. Kakashi closed his eyes, striving for tranquility. Yet his thoughts grew increasingly restless. He envisioned the persona of his potential instructor. Would they be as composed and rational as Nagato, or as passionate and impulsive as Yahiko? What sort of personality, talents, and aspirations would they possess? Perhaps they would be a rogue like Kizuna, or a kind and gentle figure worthy of respect like Konan. He rose and approached the window, gazing out at the tranquil street, a gentle breeze fluttering the curtains. His heart was a blend of anticipation and trepidation, ultimately conjuring the assured visage of Minato, who was likely to be his teacher. He often stayed at the Uzumaki clan's residence and had crossed paths with the golden-haired Jonin several times. He seemed to be Kazuna's boyfriend, always radiating a sunny smile. With strength comparable to Kazuna, though Kakashi wondered about his teaching abilities, hoping he wasn't another reckless mentor. Taking a deep breath, Kakashi slowly closed his eyes, silently assuring himself, no matter who arrives tomorrow, I will do my utmost to become an exceptional ninja. He then turned and returned to his bedroom, preparing to greet the new day in the best possible condition. The next day, within the classroom of Konoha's Ninja Academy's graduating class, a middle-aged Jonin clad in a Jonin vest called Fourth Might Guy, Ebisu, and Kakashi. As the four exited the classroom, a young Jonin with golden hair and azure eyes, also donning a Jonin vest, entered. It's Lord Minato, the yellow flash. Will he also select students from this year's graduates? I wonder if I have a chance to become Lord Minato's disciple, one speculated. Probably not. Someone of Lord Minato's caliber would only take in students from prominent clans or exceptional prodigies. There's no way someone like us could be chosen, another replied. Minato's entrance sparked a whirlwind of excitement, with the newly minted genin fervently discussing the implications. Some optimistically believed they might be chosen as Minato's subordinates, while others pragmatically considered the type of individuals Minato would select as his disciples. Amidst the chatter, Minato chuckled awkwardly. Selecting which 3 genin would become his subordinates was not his decision alone, as it had already been designated by the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Kakashi Hitaki, Minato announced, his gaze falling upon a silver-haired boy with a spiky hairstyle who stood up, revealing a masked expression. He nodded at the youth. Obito Uchiha. Next, Minato called out the second name. A black-haired boy with goggles rose, his demeanor visibly dejected, muttering, what a drag, teaming up with that show-off Kakashi. Observing the boy's disappointment, Minato chuckled awkwardly and continued, lastly, Rin Noera. Wonderful. I'm in the same team as Rin-chan. Upon hearing the last name, Obito instantly transformed, his previous gloom dissipating like the clouds parting to reveal the sun, as if inspired by a story with a happy ending. You 3, follow me. Such a scene left Minato both amused and exasperated as he beckoned the trio to leave the classroom. Chapter 69. Classic scene Konoha's 3rd training ground. Sunlight bathed the training arena, lush with greenery. Standing in the center, Minato was flanked by Kakashi, Obito, and Rin. With a warm smile, he spoke gently, hello. I am your mentor, Minato Namikaze. Let us begin with simple introductions. Please share your names, your likes and dislikes, your specialties, and your future dreams. Who would like to start? Obito immediately raised his hand high, eager not to be overlooked. Me. I'll go first, Minato-sensei. Very well, Obito-kun, please proceed. Minato encouraged with a nod. Obito puffed out his chest, cleared his throat, and proclaimed in a resonant voice, my name is Obito Uchiha. I love helping those in need and despise being called the underdog, and I particularly dislike Kakashi's arrogant demeanor. I excel in fire release and shuriken throwing techniques. He shot a glare at Kakashi, who remained unfazed. My dream is to become Hokage, to be a great ninja like the first Hokage and earn the respect of everyone. I want my handsome Sharingan to be carved into the Hokage rock. His eyes sparkled with fervent aspiration. That's a splendid dream. In the future, Obito-kun, we will be rivals with a shared goal, Minato replied with a smile. Now, it's your turn, Rin. Rin Noera shyly stepped forward, her voice soft and timid. My name is Rin Noera. Fond of strawberries and collecting an array of seashells, I detest intensely cooked seafood and witnessing the suffering of others. I excel in medical ninjutsu and have begun to grasp the art of healing palm. My future aspiration is to become an exceptional medical ninja. I wish to emulate Lady Tsunade, to save lives and protect my comrades on the battlefield. I cannot bear to see anyone perish due to a lack of timely medical assistance. Her tone carried a gentle determination. What a remarkable dream, Rin, Minato remarked appreciatively. A medical ninja is an indispensable member of the team. Your earnest desire will surely come to fruition. Finally, it was Kakashi's turn. All eyes turned toward him. With his hands in his pockets and an expressionless demeanor, he simply lifted an eyelid and spoke in a flat tone. Kakashi Hitaki. There is nothing particularly special about my interests. I find troubles and detestation when discussing his hobbies. A vivid memory surfaced in Kakashi's mind. Visiting the Uzumaki clan with his father, Tsukumo Hitaki, a fleeting glimmer of emotion crossing his eyes. I am proficient in the Hitaki sword technique, along with lightning and earth release ninjutsu. My dream? A trivial notion. I merely wish to grow stronger, to fulfill each mission competently, and to safeguard the villagers I hold dear. My current singular hope is that a certain straggler does not hinder my progress in future endeavors. Dato immediately bristled. Hey, conceded Kakashi. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by hindering? We would never hold you back. And what do you mean by nothing special, troubles, and trivial matters? Your self-introduction is far too perfunctory. Rin quickly tugged at Dato's arm. Dato, don't be like that. Minato regarded Kakashi without anger at his aloofness. Upon witnessing the flicker of light in his eyes, he felt a profound resonance. He spoke gently. Kakashi's sentiments are straightforward. The desire to protect his comrades and family within the village drives his urgency to grow stronger. However, on the path to strength and executing missions, reliable companions often lead to greater efficiency. So let us not be too cold, Kakashi. Minato's words deftly alleviated Dato's grievances and highlighted the crucial point Kakashi had overlooked. And you, Minato-sensei? Dato quickly shifted his focus, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. As for me, you already know my name, but allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Minato Namikaze, your future guiding jonin. I cherish the sight of our village thriving harmoniously. Enjoy researching new ninjutsu. And, well, I adore the heart-shaped bento made by Kushina, along with her special flavored miso soup. I detest war. It brings only pain and hatred, along with the tears of those who lose their loved ones. My techniques are few. Primarily the Flying Thunder God technique developed by the second Hokage and the Rasengan I have created myself. As for dreams, his gaze swept over his three disciples, ultimately resting on Dato. My dream aligns closely with yours, Dato. I aspire to be recognized as Hokage by the villagers. However, I hold great expectations for you all. Minato's demeanor grew serious and earnest. Thus, before we officially commence our missions, I must administer a test. With that, Minato retrieved 2 bells from his ninja tool pouch and hung them at his waist. The rules are quite simple. Before sunset, whoever can seize a bell from me will pass the test. Those who fail will not only be sent back to ninja school for a year, but will also be tied to a wooden post behind me. As soon as he finished speaking, Kakashi launched the first attack, moving with incredible speed like a shadow rushing toward Minato. Minato effortlessly evaded his strike. Seeing Kakashi spring into action, Dato eagerly rubbed his hands together, brimming with excitement, while simultaneously boasting to Rin that he would surely shine in the upcoming display. Rin smiled gently, offering Dato encouragement while also remaining determined, keenly observing the situation and seeking an opportunity to flank from the side. Minato nimbly navigated between the three, always managing to elude their attempts to snatch the bells just as they thought they had a chance. Dust swirled in the training ground as the battle intensified. Kakashi utilized his exceptional lightning release and Hatake sword techniques, constantly searching for Minato's weaknesses. Dato, shouting battle cries, unleashed his adept fire release and shuriken attacks to disrupt Minato's rhythm, while Rin seized the moment to approach swiftly from the side as Minato dodged Dato's onslaught. Though it was their first collaboration, a silent understanding existed among them. However, Minato, like a specter, always anticipated their movements. Here we go, concealed nearby. Kushina observed the four engage in their training, a blade of grass between his lips, a faint smile gracing his face. He held unwavering trust in Minato's abilities and character. Otherwise, he would not have allowed Kushina, a fierce flame, to intertwine with his trove of treasures. In both the original tale and reality, having Kakashi follow Minato seemed the best arrangement to him. Minato's sunny, confident personality, along with his regard for comrades, might gradually alleviate Kakashi's aversion to the darker sides of Konoha. Chapter 70. The traditional festival bell snatching training. Hey, kid, hiding here and spying on those youngsters? Like a perverted stalker, a deep, hoarse voice echoed in Kushina's mind, dripping with disdain and mockery for his voyeuristic behavior. Shut up, Kurama. It's hardly spying. I am merely concerned for the budding future of Konoha. Kushina retorted in his mind. After 3 years of companionship, he had largely reconciled with Kurama. Even without delving into the sealed space, they could maintain frequent communication. Humph, concerned? I see you worry that the little gray-haired one is being weighed down by the other 2 brats, especially that boisterous red-eyed one who looks rather dim-witted, Kurama replied. Kushina offered no retort, instead observing the 3 small figures harmoniously coordinating their efforts under Minato's gentle smile and relentless assault. It seemed they had momentarily set aside their barriers. Perhaps a burden, he muttered, his gaze deepening as if peering through the veil of time, memories of three figures surfacing in his mind. One, pierced through the chest, blood trickling from her lips, a unique chakra dissipating with her life into the wind. Another, clad in pure white, wielding a long sword of jet black, spiraling in design. With a left eye radiating purple ripples and a right eye adorned with a magnificent pattern resembling three sides intertwined, akin to the second sage of six paths. The last, possessing eyes with scythe-shaped exquisite patterns, stood amidst a colossal, chakra-formed, green-hued Tengu armored warrior with a prominent nose, the silver-haired youth. The road ahead is long, yet this time, no one shall be left alone in solitude. He turned, a ripple of spatial disturbance manifesting, and his figure vanished completely from the vicinity of the training ground, as if he had never been there at all. Sensing the spatial fluctuations, Minato immediately grasped the situation. A knowing smile gracing his lips as he deftly avoided Dato's Phoenix Fire technique attack. Confronted with Dato's barrage of fireballs and Kakashi's swift follow-up assault, Minato's smile remained unchanged as he leisurely stepped aside. In that fleeting moment, akin to a wraith, not only did it render all of Obito's fireballs, infused with the Phoenix Fire technique, utterly ineffective, but Kakashi's determined strike with Silver Moon merely met the ephemeral shadow of Minato. Silver Moon is the chakra short blade gifted to Kakashi by Rin, previously known as Silver Fang, which I have renamed. What? Kakashi's pupils contracted. He was acutely aware of the significant chasm that lay between him and the Jonin, yet he had never anticipated that the disparity would be so vast. Fortunately, the fireballs unleashed by Obito exploded upon the vacant ground behind, stirring up a cloud of dust, and Kakashi seized the opportunity to meld into the obscurity, concealing his presence to prepare for another ambush. How infuriating! Witness my prowess. Obito, incensed by his own failed technique, charged recklessly with kunai toward Minato, seeking to engage him in close quarters. Minato, however, moved with an unhurried grace, weaving effortlessly between Kakashi's swift reflexes and Obito's chaotic assaults. His movements were minimal, yet he consistently evaded every attack by the narrowest of margins, as if he could foresee their intentions. He relied solely on taijutsu and body technique, manipulating the two with ease. It was exceedingly challenging. Obito's attack patterns were glaringly transparent, much like the earlier Phoenix Fire technique, which concentrated all forces into one, failing to effectively restrict the enemy's movements. Kakashi's speed and swordsmanship were commendable, yet they lacked flexibility, making him susceptible to being read by adversaries in actual combat. Minato's gentle critiques punctuated the air, his voice soothing as spring breezes, yet the essence of his words weighed heavily on the hearts of Kakashi and Obito. Rin lingered on the periphery of the training ground, refraining from recklessly joining the fray. She held steadfastly to her identity as a medical ninja and the three fundamental principles. First, a medical ninja must never abandon treatment before a teammate's death. Second, a medical ninja must never place themselves on the front line. Third, a medical ninja must never perish before any member of their team. Thus, she opted to observe from a distance, noting how Minato, seemingly casual, strategically positioned himself between Kakashi and Obito, thwarting their ability to coordinate effectively and even causing them to interfere with one another. This will not do, Rin thought anxiously, calling out, Kakashi, Obito. Do not be misled by Minato-sensei. At that moment, hearing Rin's voice, Obito hesitated, torn between glancing at her or evading Minato's advance, only to trip over a protruding stone, losing his balance and tumbling toward a concealed pit. That pit, which should not have existed, was evidently a simple trap set by Minato in advance. Obito, be careful, Rin exclaimed, instinctively rushing forward to rescue him, completely forgetting the task of seizing the bell. Kakashi, too, recognized Obito's peril, yet his Silver Moon was poised to exploit a glaring opening left by Minato. Should he seize the opportunity to attack Minato and snatch the bell? Or save that clumsy, hindering fool? Kakashi's gaze flickered with a brief, internal struggle. The principle of prioritizing the mission echoed in his mind, while the shadow of Hatake Tsukumo's sacrifice loomed over him. But in that crucial instant, he noticed Rin's unwavering determination as she rushed toward Obito, and he caught a fleeting glimmer of expectation in Minato's eyes. Kakashi abruptly redirected the blade of Silver Moon, repelling Minato's assault while abandoning his pursuit. Forcing his body to turn, propelling himself toward the direction of Obito's fall, and simultaneously throwing several shuriken aimed precisely at the pit Obito was about to plunge into, neutralizing the potential explosive trap. "Fool, watch your step," Kakashi shouted, grasping the collar of Obito's garment just as he was about to plunge into the trap. Yanking him back with force, the shuriken struck the edges of the pit, triggering several training explosive tags that emitted clouds of white smoke, yet caused no harm. To stumble at such a moment, truly a burden. Obito, flung aside by Kakashi, rolled awkwardly to safety, avoiding the explosion and the pit. Kakashi. You. Chapter 71. The combat acumen of a genius Kakashi. You actually. Obito, still shaken, gazed at the billowing white smoke from the explosive tags, then at Kakashi standing protectively before him, incredulous that this arrogant individual would save him. A flicker of gratitude stirred within him, but upon hearing Kakashi's taunt, he felt a twinge of annoyance. Rin arrived just in time, steadying Obito. "Obito, Kakashi, are you both alright?" I'm fine. Kakashi should be fine too. Minato-sensei used non-lethal training explosive tags. Of course I'm fine. I simply didn't want you to lag behind and jeopardize the mission." Kakashi turned away from them. His voice still cool, yet his grip on Silver Moon tightened slightly. The choice he had made in that fleeting moment surprised even himself. As the trio paused due to this brief interlude, Minato's figure appeared before Kakashi as if he had teleported. His speed so swift that Kakashi could merely catch a glimpse of a golden blur. "Well timed, Kakashi-kun. You've learned to protect your comrades. Quite commendable." Minato's tone carried a note of approval, but his actions were devoid of mercy. He extended his right hand and, before Kakashi could react, flicked his fingers against Kakashi's forehead protector. Clang. Kakashi felt a gentle yet irresistible force surge through him, and in an instant, he was sent sprawling onto the grass, his body numb and immobilized. "Kakashi-kun." Rin gasped. "Minato-sensei." Obito exclaimed in alarm. Minato made no move to pursue, standing still as the two bells at his waist remained untouched. He glanced at Kakashi, rendered motionless, then at the worried and anxious Obito, a deeper smile gracing his face. "All right, time is nearly up." Minato looked up at the sky. "It seems today, the bells will elude you." Upon hearing this, both Obito and Rin displayed expressions of disheartenment. Yet, at that moment, the Kakashi lying on the ground suddenly erupted into a cloud of white smoke. A shadow clone. Minato mused in surprise, although he had held back considerably. Kakashi's ability to deploy a shadow clone so stealthily beneath his very nose was indeed impressive. Obito, cover for Kakashi-kun. Observing the explosion of Kakashi's shadow clone, Rin, though still somewhat anxious, immediately assessed the situation and drew several shuriken to assist. Minato, watching the advancing Obito, wore a knowing smile. Obito's intent and speed had visibly improved since the beginning, and under Minato's leniency, he could no longer be repelled instantly. However, just as Minato's attention was diverted by Obito, a subtle chakra fluctuation emanated from beneath the earth, moving stealthily like a serpent beneath his feet. Doton, Doro no Senpu. Kakashi's true form had, unbeknownst to Minato, utilized the cover of the dust to cast a shadow clone and had already burrowed underground. He had seized the moment with unparalleled finesse. Just as Minato was engaged with Obito, his strength waning while his focus was drawn away. The earth beneath the water gate suddenly erupted. Kakashi emerged like a hunting cheetah, his movements fluid and unhesitating, with a clear target in sight. His right hand shot forth like lightning, aiming directly for the two jingling bells at the waist of the water gate. This time, the timing, angle, and speed were impeccable, nearly eliminating all possible avenues for Watergate to evade. Very impressive. Watergate's eyes sparkled with admiration. Kakashi's tactical acumen and execution exceeded his expectations. This maneuver, a seamless blend of overt and covert strategies, was executed with remarkable finesse. However, the yellow flash was not a mere title. Just as Kakashi's fingers were about to make contact with the bells, Watergate's chakra erupted like a volcano, choosing neither to confront nor evade in a complicated manner. He responded with blinding speed, swiftly forming several intricate hand seals with one hand. The sealing technique, for limb restriction seal, sprang into action. This appears to be an original skill from the game, reminiscent of a technique later used by Jiraiya to suppress Naruto's Kyuubi chakra. Though I am not entirely clear on the specifics. For now, I will borrow this concept. Buzz. 4 orange-red chakra chains materialized out of thin air. not aimed at attacking Kakashi directly, but instead precisely ensnaring his limbs. This sealing technique was executed with remarkable speed and had an exceedingly limited range, solely targeting Kakashi's movements. As Kakashi's fingertips were mere millimeters from the bells, the sudden appearance of the orange-red chains ensnared his wrist, a powerful binding force and chakra stagnation gripping him, halting what should have been a decisive strike midair. Simultaneously, the momentum from his emergence was forcefully curtailed by this exquisite sealing technique. "Got you, Kakashi-kun." Watergate's voice resonated with approval, while his right leg casually executed a whip-like kick, creating a gust of wind that repelled the incoming Obito. "Kakashi, Obito," Rin gasped, having missed the details of Kakashi's underground maneuvers, only to witness him being instantly subdued by their teacher and Obito being sent flying by the leaf whirlwind. Yet, despite being bound by the orange-red chains, Kakashi's expression bore no sign of despair. Instead, a glimmer of triumph flickered in his eyes. At that very moment, with Watergate's attention drawn to the ceiling of his wrist, Kakashi's restrained right wrist suddenly shook. A shuriken, cleverly concealed in his sleeve, shot forth like a striking serpent, aimed directly at the rope still tethering the bells at Watergate's waist. This was entirely Kakashi's premeditated Plan B. He was acutely aware of the gap between himself and a high-ranking ninja, especially one of Watergate's caliber. It was a fool's errand to attempt to touch Watergate directly. Thus, his true trump card was to exploit the fleeting moment of his capture when his opponent might let down their guard, using a hidden mechanism to sever the rope. A faint slicing sound echoed. Just as Watergate realized this was Kakashi's ultimate objective and prepared to react, the shuriken, connected by a wire, had already precisely severed the resilient rope binding the two bells. Cling clang. The two silver bells traced a brilliant arc in the sunlight as they detached from the red rope and plummeted towards the ground. "Now," Kakashi called out, disregarding the stiffness caused by the sealing chains, and lunged forward with all his might. Simultaneously, Rin, who had been waiting for an opportunity on the periphery, sprang into action the moment Kakashi severed the rope, anticipating the bell's descent. Her petite figure shot forward like an arrow. Thud! Kakashi crashed heavily to the ground, his limbs still bound by the orange-red chains, yet he valiantly lunged forward, executing a roll to catch one of the descending bells just in time. The other bell, having been deflected by the collision of the two bells, was caught securely in Rin's hands as she arrived just in time. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Obito's mouth hung agape as he gazed at the fallen Kakashi and the bell in Rin's grasp, still dazed from being sent flying by Watergate. Supplementary note: the manifestation of the four-limb restriction seal is not extensively mentioned in the anime, and in the game, it is a sealing technique. However, I derived its representation from the skill icon, where the orange-red chains bind the character depicted. Thus, I have designated this technique to resemble the diamond lock chains, albeit a significantly less effective variant that lacks substantial suppression capabilities against tailed beast chakra, making it suitable only for battles among regular ninjas, ineffective against the strong. Chapter 72. Rin, I will keep a close watch on you. Have we succeeded? Obito stared wide-eyed, his head buzzing from the kick delivered by Watergate's leaf whirlwind. Still in a state of bewilderment, Watergate observed Kakashi, bound by his sealing technique, yet successfully grasping one bell, and the other secured by Rin, his surprise transforming into unabashed admiration and a hint of profundity. He released the sealing chains on Kakashi. Gasping for breath, Kakashi sat up. Shaking the bell, he clutched tightly in his palm to confirm its authenticity. His gaze remained impassive, albeit tinged with a hint of fatigue from exertion. Rin also held her bell, her cheeks slightly flushed with excitement and anxiety. "We did it. We succeeded, Rin-chan." Obito finally came to his senses, elation surging within him as he rushed towards the two. "Kakashi, Rin, you were amazing. We captured the bells." Kakashi and Rin exchanged glances at the bells in their hands, then at Obito's empty hands, their expressions slowly solidifying into a somber realization. The rules were clear. Only those who obtained a bell would be deemed qualified. Those who failed would be bound to a log, forced to watch as others enjoyed specially prepared bento by Kushina, and would be sent back to the academy for a year of retraining. The atmosphere shifted, becoming awkward and heavy. Obito's excitement faded, and he glanced at the bell in Kakashi's hand, and then at the one in Rin's grasp, finally turning to his empty hands, his expression dimming. He instinctively stepped back, forcing a smile. "Ah, it's all right. As long as you two are qualified, I'll work hard next year. And with my talent, maybe I'll only need 6 months, or even less, to apply for graduation again. If the opportunity arises, we can team up. Rin watched Obito's forced smile. Glancing at the bell in her hand, her eyes filled with conflict and compassion. She recalled how Obito had desperately tried to protect Kakashi, offering him assistance, and remembered how he, despite his impulsiveness, always lent a helping hand to those in need. Ultimately, Rin took a deep breath, as if making a resolute decision. She walked unwaveringly to Obito, grasped his right hand, and placed her bell into his palm, her face radiating a gentle yet firm smile. Obito, this is for you. Remember to carry out your missions diligently as a ninja. It's all right. I will keep a close watch on you. Rin. Obito was taken aback, holding the bell still warm from Rin's hand, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Kakashi remained silent, observing the bell in his hand and then glancing at Obito, who had lowered his head. He had executed the strategy flawlessly, even exceeding expectations, successfully securing a bell alongside a teammate. Yet, did the fruits of victory necessitate the sacrifice of a comrade? Though Obito may seem boisterous and at the tail end of the group, he had just exerted tremendous effort to shield his actions. Deep within the earth, he felt a genuine desire to fight alongside his comrades. However, the thought of receiving the bell and being bound as a failure was instinctively repulsive to Kakashi. He could not ascertain whether a certain scoundrel mentor lurked in the shadows, poised to capture this moment and mock him in the future. After much hesitation, Kakashi sighed and ultimately called for the bell to be thrown to Obito. The bell struck Obito's head, prompting an immediate reaction, and he fumbled to catch it. Kakashi? Obito was utterly bewildered, holding one bell in each hand, his expression resembling that of a fool. You fool, just take it. Kakashi's voice maintained a steady tone, though his gaze had softened from its previous chill. You risked everything to protect me and provided an opportunity for a surprise attack. Though it was of little use, I still thank you. The last 2 words were spoken softly, yet both Obito and Rin heard them. Obito gazed at the 2 heavy bells in his hands, then looked at Rin's gentle smile and Kakashi's turned-away face. A wave of indescribable warmth surged to his eyes, and his nose tingled. You guys, just as Obito seemed ready to embrace them, Kakashi quickly recoiled, placing a hand on Obito's face to prevent his approach. Don't come any closer. I merely believe that among the 3 of us, my strength is the greatest. Since I have not succeeded this time, I can become a ninja again in the shortest time possible. I merely made the most rational choice. Minato observed the trio's reactions silently, waiting patiently. After witnessing their decisions and the scene before him, Minato's smile finally blossomed, radiating warmth like the sun in winter, dispelling all shadows. He applauded, exclaiming, "Brilliant, simply brilliant. Kakashi, your tactical layout, on-the-spot reactions, and final decisions were nothing short of perfect. Rin, your keen perception, courage, and heartfelt intentions towards your comrades were equally commendable. Obito, although you did not directly seize the bell this time, your genuine desire to protect your companions is heartfelt, and as a result, you have gained the most important treasure, the trust and recognition of your comrades." Minato's tone became solemn as he scanned the 3. This survival exercise was never intended to test who could snatch the bell. In the course of executing missions, ninjas often encounter dangers. The higher the task level, the greater the peril, frequently forcing ninjas to face significant choices. 2 bells must be shared among 3 individuals. This was a test from the outset. It examined how you would choose between mission and comrades in extreme situations. Kakashi demonstrated his capability by using exquisite tactics to obtain the bell and achieve the mission objective. Yet, what brings me more solace is that after his success, when faced with the choice between rules and comrades, he chose to share the fruits of victory, acknowledging Obito's intentions. Rin, without hesitation, offered her bell to her companion. Tasks are important, but should a mission fail, there may still be opportunities for redemption or compensation. However, once a comrade's life and trust are lost, they can never be reclaimed. A person who only understands completing missions while abandoning comrades is worthless. Someone who cannot safeguard or earn the trust of their companions is utterly unworthy of being called a ninja. Minato's words resonated deeply within the hearts of the 3. Obito clutched the 2 bells tightly, tears finally cascading down his cheeks, yet a radiant smile blossomed on his face. Rin's eyes also glistened with unshed tears as she nodded vigorously. Kakashi gazed earnestly at Minato, then at Obito and Rin beside him, beneath his mask. The corners of his mouth seemed to twitch upwards ever so slightly. Thus, Team 7, under Minato's guidance, was deemed fully qualified. With a smile, Minato produced an oversized bento box. Let us celebrate this memorable first lesson. Chapter 73. The current state of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan's territory shone brightly tonight. A sense of long-lost harmony and festivity emanated from the Uchiha clansmen's hearts. This was not due to any grand celebration, but rather a warm and solemn gathering taking place in the courtyard of the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku's residence. Invited guests included those who had a good rapport with the Uchiha clan or prominent figures from Konoha, such as Minato, arriving as a friend of Fugaku, and Kushina. Mikoto's close friends, the Uzumaki sisters, and the representatives of the village, including the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Tsunade, the director of Konoha Hospital and one of the legendary Sannin, and Kakashi, who, though retired from the ranks of active ninjas, is still a renowned figure, along with various clan representatives, esteemed elders, and representatives from smaller clans. Among the children brought by various clans, there were Asuma Sarutobi, Kakashi Hitaki, Anko Mitarashi, Kurenai Yuhi, Kifune Tsukikage, Yuhi Kurenai, and Tenzo from the Senju clan. In the center of the courtyard, beneath a flourishing cherry blossom tree, a clean mat had been laid out. The star of the evening was none other than the recently born Uchiha Itachi. The little one, just over a month old, was gently cradled in the arms of his mother, Mikoto Uchiha. With his eyes closed, he slept soundly, his tiny fists curled unconsciously, his rosy cheeks glowing in the soft light of the lanterns, radiating innocence and charm. Uchiha Fugaku stood beside his wife, his expression still stern yet softened by the warmth of fatherhood, a serene satisfaction replacing some of his previous burdens. Since it was a gathering, he donned a more casual dark kimono rather than his usual police department uniform. However, what drew the most attention was when he lowered his gaze to his infant son. Deep within his profound eyes, a fleeting yet potent glimmer of crimson, characteristic of the Sharingan, shimmered. These eyes had awakened not from the despair of losing loved ones, but from the fervor of vengeance and the resolve to protect. 3 years prior, when Shimura Danzo's conspiracy was unveiled, Fugaku had taken the Mangekyo Sharingan, stained with the blood of enemies, which should have belonged to his uncle, Uchiha Kagami, from Kushina. The overwhelming rage and sorrow of his family's honor being tarnished, along with the fear of their clan being dragged into darkness, shattered the shackles on his heart like molten lava. Though the evidence was provided by Kushina, it was publicly perceived that Fugaku had acquired the intelligence, thus crediting the Uchiha clan. In that moment, to safeguard the honor and future of the Uchiha clan and to avenge his uncle Kagami, he ignited within himself the dual flames of protection and vengeance, culminating in the awakening of his own Mangekyo Sharingan, symbolizing power, glory, and responsibility. The ocular technique housed within his left eye, Ten no Jiritsu, allows him to predict future possibilities based on his understanding, a capability that has enabled him to manage the Uchiha clan methodically over the past 3 years. Now, Shimura Danzo is permanently confined within the darkest cell of Konoha, and the roots of his influence have been completely uprooted. The ominous clouds that have loomed over the Uchiha clan for years have finally dispersed. Under the formidable leadership of Fugaku, and through the exposure of Danzo's conspiracies and the safeguarding of Konoha's stability, the Uchiha clan has significantly elevated its status within the village, entering an unprecedented period of détente with the Hokage and other prominent clans. The faces of the clan members are no longer marred by suppressed discontent or arrogance. Instead, they reflect a serene existence, diligent training, a commitment to assisting the villagers, and boundless hopes for the future. Tonight's gathering in honor of Itachi serves merely as a fitting excuse for a jubilant celebration after enduring hardships, encapsulating the flourishing atmosphere perfectly. Congratulations, clan leader Fugaku and Lady Mikoto. Minato, accompanied by Kushina, was the first to offer his heartfelt congratulations, his smile radiating warmth. Kushina gazed at the swaddled Itachi, her eyes sparkling. What an adorable little one. Mikoto, he will surely resemble you greatly as he grows. Shikaku nodded slightly, an unusual softness gracing his typically stern visage. Congratulations, Fugaku. Kazuna, filled with curiosity, leaned in closer to observe the slumbering Itachi, playfully poking his small hands and pinching his cherubic cheeks, only to be gently swatted away by Mikoto's laughter. Perhaps when Itachi matures, He could become Nagato's disciple. And then he would have to call me his great ancestor. How amusing that would be. Kizuna chuckled. The prospect of nurturing a healthy Itachi was undeniably tempting for someone like him, a former fan of the Hokage. While not a fan of Itachi, who could fail to admire his determination for his brother? Even though he had ruthlessly slaughtered his family's defenseless elders and children, and even his own parents, he was lauded by fans as a paragon of filial piety. But that has yet to transpire. Perhaps it may never occur. Shouldn't they invest early, cultivating him diligently to prevent any potential missteps in his future? You're dreaming, thinking you could become our elder through such wretched means, Fugaku retorted. Though he recognized Kizuna was likely jesting, he could not entirely dismiss the possibility that his mischievous nature might suggest otherwise. Aware that his scheme would not succeed, Kizuna refrained from further pursuit, opting instead to whistle and engage with the younger generation. Shortly after, several elders of the Uchiha clan and representatives from other ninja clans stepped forward to extend their blessings, their words imbued with high hopes for the Uchiha clan's future. As the gathering encircled Itachi, whispering softly, the atmosphere turned increasingly warm and congenial. Suddenly, a neatly attired 5-year-old boy adorned in Uchiha garb emerged quietly from the shadows of the corridor. He possessed the Uchiha clan's characteristic spiky black hair, a delicate face, and eyes resembling exquisite obsidian. Though he bore an endearing button nose, his demeanor was surprisingly composed for a child. This boy was none other than Uchiha Shisui, the youngest prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Unlike ordinary children, Shisui did not rush toward the lively crowd or gaze at the sleeping infant. Instead, his mature eyes, brimming with curiosity and a hint of scrutiny, were fixated intently on the red-haired Kizuna, who was sharing playful banter with Kakashi and others. The tales of his grandfather Uchiha Kagami, especially the legend of the stolen and subsequently reclaimed Mangekyo Sharingan, personally retrieved by the very Kizuna before him, had left an indelible impression on Shisui's heart. He had envisioned that moment countless times, the figure that reclaimed his grandfather's dignity from the depths of darkness. At this moment, the legendary figure stood nearby, laughing and engaging, appearing so ordinary yet distinctly extraordinary. Shisui leaned slightly forward, instinctively hiding within the shadows of the column as he intently observed Kizuna's every move, hoping to glimpse the echoes of those thrilling stories. Unbeknownst to him, his eyes had transformed without his notice. Hey, kid, there's a little rascal over there with red-eye disease staring at you. No, I should say that little rascal is secretly watching you and has caught red-eye disease. Huh? The voice of Kurama echoed in Kizuna's mind, prompted by Kurama's jest. Kizuna soon recognized Shisui's gaze, casually ruffling Kakashi and Obito's hair while his peripheral vision inadvertently swept towards Shisui's hiding spot. A subtle smile of understanding crept onto his lips, yet he chose not to reveal his awareness. Simultaneously, Fugaku's glance inadvertently traversed the corridor, resting upon Shisui, who was intently observing Kizuna with his Sharingan. Watching Shisui's awakened Sharingan, Fugaku was reminded of his uncle Kagami's visage and the profound responsibility of protection intertwined with a complicated gratitude toward Kizuna. The patterns of his Mangekyo shimmered momentarily, ultimately settling into a deep, gentle calm. The bloodline of Kagami was flourishing, and the one who once waved and called him Brother Fugaku had become a legend in the hearts of the children. Mikoto also noticed Shisui, her expression shifting from surprise to a gentle smile as she approached him, cradling Itachi. Shisui, is that you? Shisui snapped back to reality, his eyes reverting to the deep, obsidian hue. Upon seeing Mikoto holding Itachi, a fleeting blush of being caught crossed his small face, quickly replaced by composure. Aunt Mikoto. Mikoto knelt, seemingly oblivious to the earlier moment, softly inquiring, would you like to see your little brother? His name is Itachi. Shisui nodded, finally diverting his gaze from Kizuna to the swaddled infant in Mikoto's arms. He cautiously leaned closer, focusing intently on the sleeping baby. As if on the verge of awakening his Sharingan again, gently, he extended his tiny finger, delicately brushing against Itachi's minuscule fist. His actions imbued with a caution and tenderness far surpassing what one might expect from a child of his age, clearly outclassing the playful antics of a certain red-haired youth. At that moment, as if sensing the warmth of his brother's fingertip, Itachi's long eyelashes fluttered and gradually opened his eyes. They were pure, crystal-clear orbs, akin to polished lacquer, gazing curiously at the unfamiliar cousin before him, his tiny palm grasping Shisui's outstretched finger, a delightful smile gracing his face. It appeared that Itachi took a liking to Shisui. Witnessing Itachi's joyful smile, Mikoto's heart swelled with happiness. Shisui blinked in surprise, and then a warm smile, pure and tinged with shyness, blossomed on his typically serene face, an expression befitting a child of his age. He remained silent, simply meeting Itachi's innocent gaze with his own bright, black eyes. In that moment, all thoughts of Kazuna, of his grandfather's eyes, seemed to fade away, leaving only the presence of this newborn life, sharing the same bloodline as his own. This heartwarming scene did not go unnoticed by Fugaku and the guests. The tension within Fugaku's heart eased significantly. The shadows of hatred had receded, and the essence of protection found its most unadulterated continuation in the new generation. Wolfgang Watergate gazed at Shisui and Itachi, a gentle smile illuminating his features. He softly addressed Kalunai and Saku. The future of the Uchiha clan is indeed something to anticipate. Oh, it seems Watergate has quite the fondness for children, much like Kakashi, who was equally adorable in his youth. It's puzzling how his demeanor has transformed so drastically. It appears I shall have to trouble you further, Watergate, Saku remarked, playfully brushing away his disciple's hand. Kakashi, overhearing this, felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth beneath his mask, yet found himself unable to retort. Meanwhile, Kalunai, nursing a small ache in his palm, discreetly hid his hand behind him and turned his gaze to the serene scene unfolding in the courtyard. Adults were laughing, children were frolicking, and the pure gaze exchanged between the awakened baby Itachi and little Shisui was heartwarming, complemented by Fugaku's relaxed expression, now devoid of worry, his eyes shining with a protective light. He rested his arm on Obito's head, leaning slightly, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he mused silently, cleansed of impurities, vibrant and full of life. This is the essence of the Uchiha that Konoha should embody. Yet, he did not vocalize this thought. Watergate, do you truly have an affinity for children? However, my cousin is still underage. Should you entertain any inappropriate thoughts? Kalunai interjected. Watergate, feeling somewhat embarrassed and bemused, quickly interrupted. What are you thinking? I merely believe the atmosphere among the Uchiha children is delightful. He shook his head in exasperation. Saku, with a mischievous grin, added Kalunai. You shouldn't joke like that. I doubt Watergate is that kind of person. How could you, Saku? Obito chuckled, clutching his stomach. Haha, Kalunai, you're impressive. This is the first time I've seen Watergate so flustered. Kakashi silently facepalmed, internally exclaiming, idiot. At that moment, Shisui, cradling Itachi, approached the group, his expression earnest. I will protect Itachi and safeguard the Uchiha clan. Fugaku observed his son and Shisui, pride swelling in his heart. Kalunai stepped forward, ruffling Shisui's hair. Good lad. I have high hopes for you. How would you feel about becoming my disciple? Shisui's eyes brightened at the suggestion, and he cast an inquiring glance at Fugaku. You've come to poach from me now? Fugaku replied, a hint of annoyance in his tone, yet he smiled warmly at Shisui, affirming, go ahead, Shisui. If Kalunai genuinely wishes to take you as his disciple, as clan leader, I have no reason to oppose. Your mother should be agreeable as well. Wait, I was merely joking. Fugaku, are you serious? Kalunai was taken aback, though he found himself quite pleased with Shisui, especially after witnessing the boy awaken his Sharingan after just a brief glance at him. It was impossible not to feel a sense of excitement. Indeed, Kalunai, you are still young. It may be premature to take on a disciple. Saku feigned deep contemplation, preparing to tease his own disciple. But, Saku, are we not discussing the matter of a disciple? Furthermore, if I take on one disciple, does that preclude me from accepting another? Can I not have multiple disciples? And even if I gather a core disciple, won't I still need to take on auxiliary disciples? Kalunai shrugged off the implications, unconcerned about the formalities surrounding the matter. Watching Kalunai's irreverent demeanor, Saku sighed. It seemed the quirky and cunning nature of his most outstanding disciple was irrepressible. Meanwhile, Fugaku, who had initially agreed to let Shisui become Kalunai's disciple, now found himself wavering. Chapter 75. I don't want it, yet they insist on giving it to me. Kushina chuckled. Kalunai, you're quite the comedian. What's next, auxiliary disciples? Watergate shook his head, unable to suppress a smile. The expressions of the Uchiha elders were somewhat nuanced. Although Kalunai was a benefactor of their clan, his words seemed rather far-fetched. However, After much contemplation, Fugaku resolved to take the matter seriously. His deep-set eyes sparkled with determination, akin to ignited stars. The intricate patterns of his Mangekyo Sharingan flickered in his gaze as he conducted an immediate analysis of the situation. He suddenly turned to Kurenai, his voice steady yet imbued with gravity. "Kurenai, do you genuinely wish to take Shursui as your disciple?" Kurenai was momentarily taken aback by Fugaku's solemnity, retracting his arm from Obito's head and standing upright. "No, Fugaku, I was merely joking. You know me well." "A jest?" Fugaku's brow furrowed, his piercing gaze fixed on Kurenai, his voice carrying the authority of a clan leader, resonating throughout the courtyard. "Vortex Kurenai, I still vividly remember your valor in reclaiming Elder Q's relic from Shimura Danzo. Your strength, courage, and contributions to Konoha and the Land of Fire are well acknowledged by the entire village. Shursui is the sole heir of Elder Q, exceptionally talented and wise beyond his years. I have long sought a mentor capable of guiding him, expanding his horizons beyond the confines of our clan." Fugaku's gaze swept over the astonished Kurenai, then to the equally surprised Watergate and Saku. "In all of Konoha, I cannot envision a more suitable individual for this vital role than you." Fugaku shook his head, his words resonating with conviction. This was no longer a jest. He was leveraging the moment, affirming Kurenai's earlier quip. Kurenai was genuinely taken aback. "Hey, Fugaku, don't mess with me. You know I value my freedom too much to take on a disciple. And Shursui is still so young, just starting school. In just 3 years. You have nurtured a 12-year-old jonin and 2 exceptional 12-year-old special jonin. To say that you are too humble, Kurenai, is an understatement." Fugaku asserted, unwavering. "Moreover, age is not a barrier," Fugaku declared resolutely. "A true mentor is hard to find. Shursui requires a broad perspective. And you are precisely the one who can introduce him to the vast complexities of the shinobi world." He then turned to bluffing Watergate. "Watergate, you are Kurenai's closest friend and the one who understands him best, aside from himself. What do you think?" Watergate was caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events. Yet observing Fugaku's earnest expectations for Shursui's future and Kurenai's rare flustered demeanor brought a hint of amusement and contemplation to his azure eyes. After a moment of reflection, he began. Kurenai's prowess and unique teaching methods could indeed offer Shursui a distinctive path of growth. He looked at Kurenai, carefully considering his words, while a gentle smile masked a hint of mischief. Additionally, the connection between Kurenai and Elder Q, having him guide Elder Q's grandson, could be seen as a form of legacy. Wouldn't you agree? "Kurenai, I find much merit in Fugaku's proposal. You cannot disregard Elder Q's spirit." "Wait, buddy, why are you also siding with him?" Kurenai exclaimed. Incredulity etched across his face, feeling as though he were being grilled over an open flame. Saku, with a tone reminiscent of their prior mentoring sessions, cold and concise yet laden with significance, interjected, "Kurenai, accept him. What you can teach him, others cannot." This statement not only affirms Kurenai's exceptional abilities, but also acknowledges his uniqueness. Joshinai perked up, adopting a sisterly stance with her hands on her hips, declaring, "Ah yeah, a man must keep his word. You just said in front of so many people that you would take on a disciple. No backing out." Makoto, cradling Itachi, looked at Kurenai with a gentle smile, her eyes brimming with unspoken anticipation. The elders of the Uchiha clan exchanged glances, feeling that the clan leader's decision seemed somewhat hasty. However, upon further reflection, they realized that Uzumaki Kurenai was indeed the most exceptional and suitable candidate at present. He had a close relationship with the Hokage, exceptional strength, a profound debt of gratitude to the Uchiha, and was not a rigid individual. Perhaps his guidance could break some of the constraints surrounding Shursui. Consequently, the elders nodded in agreement. "Leader Kurenai possesses extraordinary strength. It would be a blessing for Shursui to be taught by you. We implore you, Lord Kurenai, to consent. Indeed, I believe that young Master Itachi could also learn under Leader Kurenai." "Precisely. The third elder's words hold merit. Why didn't I think of that? It must be the third elder's quick wit." Kurenai surveyed the crowd, the earnest Fugaku, the ever-curious Minato, who was already scheming against his cousin Joshinai, the supportive Shikaku, the expectant Makoto, and several elders afflicted with the red-eye ailment. Kurenai felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had merely found Shursui amusing and made a passing jest. How had he suddenly acquired not just one, but multiple disciples? His gaze instinctively drifted to the corridor, where Shursui, who had been quietly standing beside Itachi, was now upright. Though young, Shursui comprehended their conversation entirely. His eyes, calm as obsidian, were fixed on Kurenai, devoid of the previous curiosity, replaced by an intense purity, shimmering with anticipation and a hint of nervousness. That clear gaze seemed to convey, "Senior Kurenai, would you be willing?" Being scrutinized by a 5-year-old with such earnestness, Kurenai felt as though his conscience was facing a formidable test. "Ah, what am I to do with you?" Kurenai raked a hand through his long crimson hair in exasperation, ultimately surrendering with a resigned, nearly self-defeating tone. "Fine, fine. You've worn me down. If this lad, Shursui, graduates from the ninja academy at the top of his class before turning 8, I shall begrudgingly accept him as a registered disciple. But let it be known, I have no ninjutsu to teach him, and I cannot be held accountable for what he ultimately learns." Though his tone remained awkward, it was undoubtedly in agreement. A genuine smile finally broke through Fugaku's serious demeanor, and Minato exchanged a knowing glance with Gyoshinai. Shikaku's mouth involuntarily curled upward, while Makoto, holding Itachi, gently nodded her gratitude toward Kurenai. Even the typically stern Uchiha elders offered friendly bows. Seizing the moment, Fugaku asserted, "This is a significant matter concerning Shursui's future. I ask that Minato and Senior Shikaku serve as witnesses. Moreover, I will promptly report this matter to the third Hokage and formally document this master-disciple agreement. I trust the Hokage is still at the Hokage Tower, attending to affairs, and we shall receive a response today." His planning was meticulous. With the Hokage and these two eminent figures as witnesses, the master-disciple relationship would be firmly established. Henceforth, with Tobi associated with the Hokage and Shursui linked to the Uzumaki clan, Tobi's teammate would be Kakashi from the Hitaki family, while Shursui's future companion might very well be Tenzo from the Senju clan. The Uchiha clan would surely soar. Minato and Shikaku nodded in agreement, and Fugaku was filled with joy, while Kurenai bore an expression of reluctant acceptance. Everyone thought Kurenai had inadvertently stepped into a trap, while the Uchiha clan stood to gain significantly. Amidst it all, one individual and one fox exhibited knowing expressions. The fox clearly saw through Kurenai's intentions toward the boy named Shursui, wishing to take him as a disciple, yet feigning reluctance. As if everyone was forcing him into this role, truly a case of saying one thing while meaning another, leaving him unscathed. Not only Kurama in Kurenai's consciousness was lamenting. Tsunade, who had long understood Kurenai's character, looked down upon his mixed signals, for she had never succeeded in requesting money from others in such a manner. At this moment, Kurenai's thoughts were, "I never wanted to take on disciples. They are the ones insisting on pushing them onto me. What can I do?" The plan worked. Chapter 76. The third Kazekage, Sandame, goes missing in the Hokage building of Konoha. Within the Hokage's office, night had deepened. Outside the window, a few stars twinkled, portraying a peaceful scene in Konoha. However, the atmosphere inside the Hokage's office was as heavy as a massive stone encased in concrete. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk, his brow furrowed, the smoke from his pipe thicker than usual, nearly obscuring his contemplative face. Originally, Uchiha Fugaku had come to report that Kurenai was preparing to take Shursui as his disciple. Now, the gathering included Uzumaki Kurenai, Hitaki Shikaku, Tsunade, and Minato, alongside 2 advisory elders, Orochimaru, and the leaders of various ninja clans, all convened in one room. The air seemingly solidified. The source of this tension was none other than Jiraiya, who had returned from his travels, sitting casually on the windowsill with a leg swinging, cradling a thick stack of freshly inked manuscripts as if they were treasures. His appearance bore the marks of a traveler, yet he radiated enthusiasm, his iconic spiky white hair appearing even more disheveled. He excitedly waved the manuscript, eager to promote it. "Old man, look, this is my first major work, the tale of grit and determination. It's a labor of love inspired by my adventures in the ninja world over the past few years." The protagonist, Naruto, embodies Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice, heavy with uncharacteristic gravity, interrupted his literary pitch. "We did not convene here to attend your book launch. The news you have brought back is far more critical than your novel. Can you confirm the accuracy of your intelligence?" As the important figures in the village gathered, Jiraiya's jovial demeanor sobered, his expression turning serious. He carefully tucked away the manuscript, leaping down from the windowsill to stand upright. "Old man, how could I jest about such matters? I lingered at the borders of the Wind Country for over a month, and the tension has escalated. The Sunagakure is in turmoil, primarily due to their third Kazekage, Sandame, being completely missing. Sandame had not made an appearance for over a month. Truly a case of no sight of the living or the dead. They dispatched teams to search for the third Kazekage, and it was likely they would soon cross into the land of fire. He scanned the office, observing the varying expressions on the faces of those present, emphasizing his words. It cannot be a retreat, nor a secret mission. It is a complete, unanticipated disappearance. Sunagakure had mobilized all available resources, even utilizing their limited operational funds to offer secret bounties. Yet, after a month, they had found not a single clue. The prevailing sentiment within Sunagakure now was that this was the doing of Konoha. They believed only Konoha had the motive and capability to quietly eliminate their strongest Kazekage. Absurd. Advisor Mito Gate couldn't restrain himself, slamming his hand on the table. How could we possibly do such a thing? Not to mention whether Danzo possesses such strength. He now seems to be acutely aware of his own slip of the tongue, as Mito's voice suddenly ceases. Konoha Maru's expression darkens. Are they looking for trouble? The Sand Village is clearly coveting our resources and land, seeking any excuse to wage war against us once more. Minato's azure eyes shimmer with a calm, yet sagacious light. Internal discord has long existed within the Sand Village, and the iron-fisted rule of the third Kazekage has garnered many enemies. His disappearance may not be the work of outsiders. However, Minato's tone shifts, becoming grave. For them, the Sand Village, this undoubtedly serves as an excellent rationale to divert internal conflicts and even expand outward. Indeed, the Sand Village is akin to a disturbed hornet's nest, highly sensitive and aggressively defensive. Kakashi crosses his arms, nodding slightly in agreement with Minato's assessment, his voice as sharp as a blade. With the Kazekage missing, the Sand Village is now leaderless, rife with suspicion, and external pressures are escalating. In such circumstances, initiating a war to bolster cohesion and redirect various internal conflicts is undoubtedly their best choice, and their target is, without a doubt, our Leaf Village. Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan slowly rotates, its crimson glow flickering momentarily, exuding an air of penetrating calm. Though the accusations from the sand are merely a pretext, the fuse for war has already been lit, and other major nations will certainly not remain passive. Anoki of the Rock Village is cunning. A of the Cloud Village is ambitious in his prime, and the Mist Village has been amassing strength for years. The disappearance of the third Kazekage will inevitably trigger a chain reaction, plunging the entire ninja world into an endless conflagration. Kurinai leans against the wall, his brow furrowed. The nine tails within him seems to sense the tension in the air and the impending scent of blood, growing restless and bringing waves of heat to Kurinai's body. He instinctively touches the location of the four-symbol seal on his chest, alarm bells ringing in his mind. His memories from a previous life clearly recall the reasons and truths behind the third Kazekage's disappearance. Chiyo's grandson, the 15-year-old prodigy of the Sand Village, Sasori, known as the Red Sand Scorpion, sought vengeance against the third Kazekage for the unreasonable missions assigned to his parents, which led to their deaths in battle. Thus, Sasori plotted to assassinate the Kazekage through poison, turning his corpse into a puppet. However, this artist who pursues eternal beauty is not the focus of Kurinai's contemplation. The crux is that the third great ninja war is approaching, and the old man Obito is about to unleash his final machinations. Furthermore, accompanying this will be Black Zetsu, who will begin to move quietly in the name of Obito's will, becoming active in the ninja world. Jiraiya, the intelligence you have brought back is invaluable. Although we cannot thwart the Sand's suspicions or prevent them from targeting us as a means to shift internal conflicts, at least we now have time to prepare. Sarutobi Hiruzen takes a deep drag from his pipe, gazing at his disciples, then turning to the others, his voice resolute and heavy. Activate Level 1 combat readiness immediately. Recall all Jonin, particularly elite Jonin and Chunin, who are on non-emergency missions. Strengthen border defenses, especially along the front with the Land of Wind. Increase reconnaissance units. Conduct a comprehensive inventory of supplies and activate wartime production plans. Relay our stance and request intelligence sharing with our allies, the Rain, Grass, Takigakure, Frost, and Hot Water countries. Closely monitor the movements of the Rock, Cloud, and Mist villages, particularly the whereabouts of the Jinchuriki. Chapter 77 The tenacity of ninja spirit maintains strict surveillance over the Rock, Cloud, and Mist villages' every move, especially regarding the Jinchuriki. Mentioning the Jinchuriki, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze lingers on Minato and Kurenai for a moment. Minato immediately nods. Understood. I will promptly adjust the deployment of the Flying Thunder God Kunai to ensure support can be provided in the shortest time possible. Kurenai also stands tall, shedding his usual nonchalance, his eyes sharpening with intensity. I will utilize the Flying Thunder God to traverse the borders, enhancing sensory barriers and focusing on abnormal chakra fluctuations, particularly those of Bija-level chakra. Fugaku intones solemnly. The Uchiha clan will be responsible for internal vigilance in Konoha and parts of the Western Front. The Sharingan can effectively identify infiltrating spies. Orders are issued one after another, filling the office with the grim atmosphere of impending war. Jiraiya observes his teacher, who seems to have aged considerably in an instant, noticing the heavy burden of responsibility and gravity etched on the faces of his former comrades. He lets out a rare sigh. Old man, is there anything else you need me to do? Should I scout the land of wind further? Sarutobi Hiruzen shakes his head. No need, Jiraiya. Your timely return and the crucial intelligence you have brought back are sufficient. Konoha may soon face multi-front warfare. Your strength is needed now. War is now unavoidable. His gaze drifts toward the seemingly tranquil Konoha village outside the window. Notify all classes nearing graduation at the Ninja Academy to conduct early assessments. Lower the requirements for those requesting early graduation and add an additional Chunin exam to be held earlier with reduced passing criteria. We need to quickly replenish our active forces. Early graduation and lowered assessment standards mean that children like Kakashi, Obito, and Rin, and possibly even younger children, will be sent to the battlefield, swept into the impending storm. The atmosphere in the office grows increasingly heavy, but everyone understands that the third Hokage's decision is one of necessity. Kurenai breaks the silence first, patting Jiraiya on the shoulder. Let us go. Jiraiya, please treat us to a meal. Also, tell me what other interesting news you gathered while you were out. After the defection of Baru, Kurenai and the others had shared some relevant intelligence with Jiraiya and had asked him to keep an eye on things. As Bairuhu was once a friend of their generation, and Kurenai believed Jiraiya would care about it. In truth, Kurenai was not particularly worried about Baru causing any significant trouble. He was mainly interested in the fusion beast he had created, wondering how it had turned out. Jiraiya notices the concern in Kurenai's eyes, which seems to hold more than just worries about war, but he simply nods. Ha, that is perfect. I was just lamenting not having received my manuscript fee yet. Since you're treating, I won't hold back. Thus, Jiraiya leads Kurenai and Minato away from the tense Hokage office, while the others disperse to prepare for the impending war. As they reach the door, Jiraiya suddenly turns back, whispering to Kurenai. Hey, Kurenai, when I was traveling in the land of rivers, I think I heard some vague rumors about Kaguya. It seems quite a few people are longing for it. Kurenai does not pause in his steps, simply shaking his head as he continues toward the exit of the Hokage building. Bairuhu won't stir up any major waves. I'm more concerned about the intelligence from the land of rain and the land of grass. Oh, the land of rain and the land of grass. That brings to mind the book I wrote, The Tenacity of Ninja Spirit. Saying this, Jiraiya drags Kurenai and Minato to a small open-air izakaya. Boss, 3 bottles of sake and 4 grilled mackerel. He boisterously takes a seat on one of the few stools in the izakaya, his loud voice startling the sparrows perched under the eaves. Jiraiya, we're still underage, and you're bringing us to an izakaya? Is this really appropriate? Especially since I'm treating. Kurenai helplessly rubs his forehead, feeling exasperated by Jiraiya's antics. It's perfectly fine. You too can enjoy grilled fish without drinking alcohol, can't you? I've longed for this taste while traveling. Jiraiya-sensei, when will you return? A familiar voice came from behind. It was Kushina, who, noticing that Minato and Kurenai had been at the Hokage building for quite some time, felt a pang of worry and decided to check on them. Coincidentally, she stumbled upon Jiraiya, who was dragging Minato and Kurenai out for drinks. Hey, Kushina. It's been years, and you've turned into quite a remarkable woman. Minato, you truly are fortunate, Jiraiya exclaimed, turning to assess Kushina, then elbowing Minato playfully. His words not only made Minato chuckle sheepishly, but also caused Kushina to blush furiously. However, she quickly regained her composure and playfully punched him. Jiraiya-sensei, why do you smell of perfume? Surely, you didn't go out drinking without calling Tsunade? She must have refused to join, right? Caught off guard, Jiraiya's face flushed slightly. Ahem. This is merely for artistic inspiration. Besides, I have gathered significant intelligence. As he spoke, his expression turned serious, plunging Minato and Kurenai into silence. Kushina's red hair seemed to sway with an unseen breeze. Is war looming again? The group fell silent, the weight of the atmosphere hanging heavily until it was suddenly disrupted by a cheerful set of footsteps. Tsunade entered, carrying 2 bottles of alcohol, accompanied by Orochimaru. For once, the legendary trio of Konoha gathered together. "Welcome back, you disaster-predicting toad," Tsunade exclaimed, plopping down beside Jiraiya without a care in the world, completely oblivious to her maternal instincts. Though her words were blunt, they held a kernel of truth. Orochimaru also joined in, a rare smile gracing his face. Jiraiya feigned indignation, shooting Tsunade an irritated glance. "Hey, I'm here to bring important information to Konoha, not to be labeled as a harbinger of disaster." Orochimaru chuckled softly, shaking his head. "All right, let us not delve into such matters tonight. Considering this rare gathering," he suggested. "Huh, is that really you, Orochimaru? How could you utter such words?" The others were taken aback, never having imagined Orochimaru would take a break from his work and research to enjoy life. Orochimaru merely smiled in silence, for he had recently made significant progress in his research, yet the impending war would temporarily stall his endeavors, granting him a rare half-day of respite. Under the starry night, they gathered to share frivolous conversations, momentarily casting aside their worries. Even Jiraiya began to promote his novel to the group. "You actually wrote a book?" they exclaimed in unison. Which publisher lacks discernment to publish your work? Tsunade's expression was one of skepticism. Jiraiya scratched his head sheepishly, grinning. "Actually, the characters in this book are based on all of you, especially Minato's sunny disposition and optimism. Who would want to be such a foolish protagonist?" Tsunade glanced through the manuscript casually before tossing it back, only for Minato to catch it deftly. In the moonlight, they passed around the ink-scented manuscript. As the ominous clouds of war seemed to fade away, suddenly, Kurenai pointed to a particular page and shouted, "This description of peeping on women in the hot springs is a bit too explicit, don't you think, Jiraiya and I?" Jiraiya's defense was drowned out by their laughter, and the izakaya's lights remained bright until late into the night, providing a rare warm glow before the impending storm. Chapter 78. Akatsuki and Han. The setting sun bled crimson, casting a ghastly dark red hue over the rugged rocks and sparse woodlands of the land of grass. The air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke, blood, and charred earth, while distant explosions of ninjutsu and the sharp clashing of ninja tools heralded the onset of the Third Great Ninja War. Ignited by the disappearance of the third Tsuchikichi, 5 shadowy figures darted swiftly between the jagged rocks, leaping, vanishing, and reappearing. They were Konoha's elite mobile unit, team leader Jiraiya. His long white hair tied back, clad in a billowing red cloak, his usual jovial demeanor replaced by a grave expression. Alongside him stood Minato, his golden hair shining, piercing blue eyes alert, wielding a specially crafted kunai inscribed with the symbol of the flying thunder god. Tadu, sturdy yet remarkably agile, maintained a vigilant stance, responsible for guarding the rear, accompanied by Inuzuka Kiba, who, with his black ninja dog Akamaru, prowled stealthily, keen senses attuned to every unusual scent in the air. "Stop!" Jiraiya's figure appeared unannounced atop a massive rock, raising a hand in a signal. He pointed towards a concealed valley entrance surrounded by towering stone pillars, where an abnormal chakra signature emanated from below. 2 colossal, chaotic chakra signatures. Location confirmed. Kiba's voice came through Akamaru's growl. Right below in the valley, approximately 300 meters away. One is as heated as volcanic lava, the other agitated like a steam storm. It's unmistakably the chakra signatures of the tailed beasts from a Wagakure. Lava release and boil release. Jiraiya's expression darkened, the sage's eyes gleaming with intensity. The 4 tails Jinchuriki, Akatsuki, with his lava release, and the 5 tails Jinchuriki, Han, clad in his steam armor made of chakra-infused metal. I didn't expect that old man Inoki would deploy the Jinchuriki so soon, and that these troublesome fellows would be working together. This is not good. Target locked. Tadu, secure the left high ground. Seal off the valley's escape routes and create terrain suppression. Kiba, maneuver around the right flank and work with Akamaru to create diversions. As for the 4 tails and 5 tails Jinchuriki, leave them to me and Jiraiya-sensei. Move. As the command was issued, the 4 of them scattered like arrows released from a bow. Boom. Jiraiya was the first to shatter the silence, leaping from the rock's pinnacle, hands forming seals at lightning speed. His chest swelling as sage chakra infused with natural energy gathered in his throat. Sage art, fire release, great fireball. A colossal fireball. Several times larger than an ordinary fireball and ablaze with scorching sage flames, plummeted towards the valley's center like a falling sun, unleashing devastating heat. The valley was instantly illuminated by the fiery glow. Konoha scum, seeking death. A furious roar erupted from the valley's depths. A stout figure, dark red as if forged from lava, abruptly raised his head, facing the descending fireball. Rather than retreat, he clenched his fists, unleashing a torrent of wild chakra. Lava release, flower fruit mountain. The ground beneath Akatsuki transformed into bubbling red magma, erupting like a volcanic explosion. A massive pillar of lava surged upward, colliding fiercely with Jiraiya's great fireball. Boom! The searing sage flames clashed violently with the crimson lava mid-air, consuming and exploding. A terrifying shockwave, accompanied by a rain of fire and scorching fragments of lava, erupted outward, shaking the entire valley. Rocks melted under the intense heat, and trees were instantly reduced to char. Amidst the cataclysmic explosion, a figure clad in heavy crimson steam armor, resembling a humanoid steam locomotive, broke through the smoky shroud with a piercing whistle. The target was none other than Jiraiya, who had just released his ninjutsu and appeared to be experiencing a slight delay in his skills. His speed was so astonishing that it almost left an afterimage. The boiling release of steam was unmatched. Han's steam-powered iron fist, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air, struck fiercely towards Jiraiya's head. The force of this punch was capable of shattering any mountain or stone. Be careful, young Jiraiya. The voice of Sage Shima thundered in Jiraiya's ears. Water release, water slash. A high-pressure water column erupted beside Jiraiya, forcing Han to evade and abandon his assault. The water column, expelled by Sage Fukasaku, swept through several charred tree trunks behind Han, instantly splitting them in two. What? Han was startled by the two small toads perched on Jiraiya's shoulder. It was his first encounter with a summoning beast so diminutive yet so powerful. In the world of ninjas, the strength of summoning beasts was typically proportional to their size, unless they hailed from the three great sage lands. Are you Jiraiya? One of the legendary three of Konoha? Well done. Jiraiya did not respond to Han's question. Instead, he seized the fleeting moment to form hand seals once more. Sage art, needle jizo. Jiraiya's white hair, as if imbued with life, grew wildly and hardened. Under the influence of natural energy, countless strands of hair, harder and sharper than steel, descended like a torrential downpour, indiscriminately covering the area where Han and Aji were located. The sheer scale and speed left no room for evasion. Child's play. Aji roared, thrusting his arms into the molten ground. Lava release, granitic wall. A massive, heavy wall of molten rock surged upwards, shielding him and Han. The dense needles of Jiraiya's attack struck against the lava wall, producing a hissing sound as they were scorched. Although they possessed immense penetrating power, most were thwarted by the high-temperature lava, which incinerated them. However, Jiraiya's attack served merely as a distraction. Shadow Ball, tooth for tooth. Inuzuka Kiba and Shidomaru transformed into two high-velocity, spiraling black whirlwinds, crashing down from the right cliff face. Their target was not Han and Aji directly, but the rock-hidden ninjas they led, attempting to divide the battlefield and create chaos. From the left high ground, Akimichi Chuji's massive palm descended like a mountain, crashing down upon the rock-hidden ninjas separated by Inuzuka Kiba. Facing Jiraiya's entanglement in the division of the battlefield, Aji's eyes gleamed with malice. Han, ignore those two distractions. First, eliminate the fellow with two toads on his shoulder. He manipulated the granitic wall to slightly intercept the impact of Chuji's palm, granting his comrades a chance to retreat and counterattack. Simultaneously, more lava surged from the ground like a gigantic serpent, lunging toward Jiraiya, who was on the ground launching his needle jizo. Han's steam armor erupted with even fiercer white vapor, his speed surging once more as he maneuvered around the granitic wall, charging toward Jiraiya like an uncontrollable train. He had identified the two toads, likely from Mount Myaboku, perched on Jiraiya's shoulder as a significant threat in this battle. Chapter 79. The tailed beasts shall never be slaves. Die. Han unleashed a furious steam assault, shielded by the lava serpent, clearly intent on taking Jiraiya down in one decisive blow. However, specially crafted flying thunder god Kanai, seemingly alive, accurately shot towards various rocks, trees, and even intertwined in the air. The figure of Minato Namikaze flickered continuously. Each appearance was accompanied by lethal blades of light or the use of Rasengan, directly interrupting Han and Aji's offensive, constantly creating trouble for them while seeking an opportunity for a fatal strike. Damn annoying flies. Aji, infuriated by the harassment from Minato and Jiraiya's cooperation, abandoned all defense and fully activated the chakra of the tailed beast. Lava release, chakra mode. Lava release, scalding river rock technique. His entire body was enveloped in dark red lava chakra, and he opened his mouth wide, spewing out several enormous lava fireballs. These fireballs did not follow a linear trajectory. Instead, they moved like living creatures, tracing eerie arcs in the air, sealing off all possible escape routes for Minato and Jiraiya. At the same time, the ground of the valley melted extensively, transforming into a roiling lake of lava, destroying most of the flying thunder god Kanai that Minato had deployed. This is bad. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed. Such extensive and sustained lava attacks could scarcely be defended against, even with Sage Chakra. Minato's figure instantly appeared beside Jiraiya. Observing the enormous lava fireballs hurtling towards them and the churning lava beneath their feet, his eyes shining with determination, he glanced at Inuzuka Kiba and Akimichi Chuji, who were skillfully holding back the remaining 6 rock-hidden ninjas from a distance, and at Han, who was safely positioned at the center of the lava lake alongside Aji, who controlled it all. An audacious, even reckless plan took shape in his mind. Jiraiya-sensei, coordinate with me. Minato's voice carried an undeniable resolve as he thrust a specially crafted flying thunder god Kanai into Jiraiya's hand. Attack with your most powerful sage technique at the point where Han will pass. Create a massive energy processing point. Now, though Jiraiya did not fully understand, his absolute trust in his disciple led him to launch his attack without hesitation. He summoned all his sage chakra, and the 2 sages on his shoulders exerted their full strength. Sage Fukasaku used wind release, while Sage Shima employed fire release. Sage Art, 5 right gate. A copious amount of toad oil erupted from Jiraiya's mouth, which was then ignited by Sage Shima's fire release and further amplified by Sage Fukasaku's wind release. The wave of flames, carrying the weight of annihilation, surged toward the ground in Han's path. Boom! The overwhelming wave of flames obscured Han and Aji's vision, as the chaotic energy and scorching heat swept across the battlefield, just at the moment of the most intense clash between the fire wave and the energy turbulence. Minato's figure vanished. He was not fleeing. Rather, he utilized the colossal commotion and energy fluctuations produced by the fire wave as cover to execute the flying thunder god technique silently. The target was none other than the lone flying thunder god Kanai he had stealthily left behind, which had just been obliterated by Aji, with a flash of golden light. Minato appeared like a phantom in Han and Aji's blind spot, merely a hair's breadth away from Aji, who was controlling the lava fireballs. He hurled the flying thunder god Kanai toward Aji and then activated the flying thunder god technique again, returning to Jiraiya's side while forming another intricate hand seal with lightning speed. Flying thunder god, mutual rotation technique. This time, the target of the teleportation was no longer just himself. It was a position swap with Jiraiya and Aji. Buzz. The space twisted violently. Golden light and lava red light intersected in an instant. Position swapped. Minato and Jiraiya's figures vanished from their original spot, reappearing unscathed in the safe zone at the center of Aji's lava lake. In contrast, Aji stood in shock and horror, realizing a peculiar Kanai had inexplicably appeared on his lava chakra exterior. He found himself forcibly swapped into Minato and Jiraiya's original position, which happened to be at the terminal trajectory of the lava fireballs he had unleashed. No, Aji let out a terrified scream. He could not control the already uncontrollable lava fireballs that flew straight towards him. Even though he was protected by the lava release chakra mode, he still felt the suffocating fear of death looming over him. Meanwhile, Han, who had just rushed halfway, witnessed this astonishing scene. He initially intended to assault Watergate and Jiraiya, but at this moment, he beheld his companion, Old Purple, unceremoniously plunged into a dire predicament. Even more alarming was the fact that in the wake of Jiraiya's terrifying sage art, the vast range of destruction unleashed by the uncontrolled flames engulfed Han entirely on its path. He was beset by the uncontrollable molten lava fireball barreling towards Old Purple, while the side was threatened by the infernal torrent of sage art, the Five Right Gate. Both Han and Old Purple found themselves ensnared in a perilous crisis. Roar! In the face of death, two inhuman, wrathful, and agonizing roars erupted simultaneously from Han and Old Purple. Boom! Boom! Two indescribable waves of dark red chakra, infused with a sense of annihilation, erupted from their beings like a volcanic eruption. The dark red lava skin of Old Purple fractured instantly, and behind him, a colossal head of a raging ape, forged from pure lava and ferocious chakra, manifested, opening its molten maw to unleash a thunderous roar. Simultaneously, from massive tails, wrought from pure lava, swept out to intercept the incoming lava fireball. Han's heavy steam armor was immediately enveloped by crimson chakra, and a grotesque head resembling a fusion of a dolphin and a horse, adorned with four enormous horns, cloaked his form, emitting a shrill, piercing whistle. The surging steam erupted like a tsunami, forming a dense steam shield that bravely withstood the onslaught of the sage flames. Boom! The uncontrolled molten lava fireball. The cataclysmic flames of the Five Right Gate, along with Old Purple's fully tailed beast transformation and Han's complete steam beast manifestation, collided with a tremendous force. The heavens and earth dimmed instantly, as if the entire valley had been cast into the core of the sun. The blinding light rendered everyone momentarily sightless. The cataclysmic shockwave of energy surged outward like a tsunami, sending Inuzuka Kaku and Akimichi Danto, along with the 6 rock ninjas they had been restraining, hurtling through the air. As the valley walls crumbled massively and the ground undulated like waves, even Watergate had to activate the Flying Thunder God, teleporting himself and Jiraiya to safety. Smoke, lava, steam, and flames mingled, creating a chaotic realm of death. Faintly, one could discern the agonized roars of 2 colossal, inhuman beasts struggling within the maelstrom of energy. Chapter 80. Depart at once, or you shall all perish. The valley at the border of the land of grass had become a place of divine wrath. When the half-tailed beast forms of the 4 and 5 tails materialized, the Leaf Village ninjas felt an overwhelming pressure akin to suffocation. Yet, this was merely the inception of the calamity. Roar! The terrifying roars transcended human comprehension, filled with pure destructive will, shattering the last vestige of sanity within the valley. These were not the voices of Old Purple and Han, but the enraged howls stemming from the ancient tailed beasts, resonating from the depths of their souls. Fully transformed into tailed beasts, they were in a state of uncontrollable rampage. This was the essence of the tailed beast. Watergate stood at a safe height, his golden hair dancing wildly in the turbulent winds, his gaze fixated coldly and sharply upon the epicenter of the death zone. Was that the creature sealed within the body of Chelunai? It was utterly unimaginable. Jiraiya's expression was grave, his frog eyes, imbued with sage mode, filled with astonishment as he murmured, "They have been forced to this extent." The viscous dark purple chakra, akin to molten lava, completely engulfed Old Purple's stout form. His body swelled and contorted wildly under the horrified gazes of his companions. His skin cracked and peeled away, evaporating to reveal a form coursing with lava. As 4 gigantic tails made of pure lava and chakra, ablaze with hellfire, tore through the air. Ultimately, a colossal crimson gorilla, over 50 meters tall and reminiscent of a lava volcano, descended into the valley, the 4-tailed sun Wukong materializing. Its eyes burned red like an impending eruption, filled with madness and fury, devoid of any trace of Old Purple's consciousness. On the other side, Han's body was entirely consumed by a pale white chakra, akin to a boiling tsunami. His heavy steam armor was enveloped by flesh formed from the tailed beast chakra, and just before he lost consciousness, he shouted to the 6 rock ninjas from his village, "You all, flee." Subsequently, a similarly massive beast, yet of entirely different form, emerged, possessing a streamlined body clad in pure white, with 5 monstrous horns piercing the sky and 5 tail-like appendages as white as jade. The 5 tails, Muwang, emitted a shrill, soul-piercing whistle, transforming the white steam into a wave of destruction itself, indiscriminately obliterating everything in its vicinity. Disaster had befallen. The fully realized tailed beasts possessed a power that was light years apart from those who merely borrowed tailed beast chakra or partially transformed. Even more terrifying was the fact that the 4 and 5 tails were now utterly out of control, plunging into a state of total rampage. Their sole purpose for existence was destruction. They yearned to annihilate everything in their path to release the pent-up rage of years spent imprisoned within their Jinchuriki. Roar! The 4 tails howled towards the heavens, opening its massive maw to gradually coalesce a chakra sphere several meters in diameter, composed of highly compressed yin-yang chakra. Known as the tailed beast bomb, the destructive chakra fluctuations caused the very fabric of space to warp. It did not aim at any specific target, but rather indiscriminately unleashed its fury upon the rock wall of the valley. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled. The entire rock wall was as if erased by the hand of the divine. The shockwave and debris storm from the explosion engulfed the battlefield in an instant. The dust obscured the sky. Roar! The 5 tails stomped the ground, sending ripples across the earth as if it were a tumultuous sea. It transformed into a pure white torrent of destruction, heedlessly charging forward with reckless abandon. The speed was so great that it momentarily broke the sound barrier. As it surged forth, the air was compressed into lethal steam currents, and the rocks were pulverized into powder. Look out! Quickly evade! A rock ninja Jonin screamed at his comrades, but alas, it was too late. Uft! Uft! 2 figures were swept away by the supersonic steam shockwave and the massive body of Mu Wang, exploding into clouds of crimson mist before they could even emit a cry. In an instant, their remains were obliterated. They had been part of the 6 elite rock ninjas accompanying Old Purple and Han, one of whom was a close friend of Han, yet they could hardly believe their demise came at the hands of their comrade transformed into a tailed beast. Damn it! Cursed be this fate. The remaining 4 rock ninjas were paralyzed with horror as they beheld the dissipating blood mist, filled with fear, rage, and disbelief. They had no choice but to abandon their assault on the Leaf Ninjas, frantically evading the indiscriminate destructive assaults of the fully unleashed tailed beasts. This valley had descended into a chaotic purgatory. Meanwhile, Jiraiya's team from the Leaf Village found themselves in a dire situation. The valley, situated within the borders of the Land of Grass, was perilously close to the borders of the Land of Fire. If they allowed these 2-tailed beasts to run rampant, they would soon plunge into the Land of Fire, unleashing unimaginable disaster. Thus, retreat was no longer an option, and the battlefield dynamics shifted dramatically, causing an exponential increase in pressure on Jiraiya's team. Faced with the terrain shifting with each movement of the tailed beasts, the flying thunder god Kunai marks placed by Watergate were either swallowed by molten rock, obliterated, crushed by steam shockwaves, or buried beneath the collapsing rock walls. The chances of Watergate finding a safe location to teleport to were now nearly non-existent. Moreover, when confronted with the formidable tailed beast bomb, the lava tsunami, and the supersonic shockwave, a series of vast and devastating assaults, evasion through mere speed or skill has become a futile endeavor. While Minato might manage to teleport himself to a relatively safe location using his last few flying thunder god Kunai, it is evident that rescuing his entire team and returning to restrain the tailed beasts is an impossibility. Additionally, the ferocious chakra of the tailed beasts swirling within the valley has created a tempest that disrupts the chakra flow throughout the area. Minato's sensory abilities have been unprecedentedly suppressed, rendering him nearly blind despite his open eyes, forcing him to rely solely on his vision and experience to predict the next target of the 2 rampaging tailed beasts. At this juncture, Inuzuka Kiba, Shigeru, and Akimichi Kodo, having restrained 6 rock shinobi while dodging the chaotic attacks of the 2-tailed beasts, find themselves utterly depleted of chakra, covered in wounds, and on the brink of exhaustion. Just as despair envelopes the group, Jiraiya takes a deep breath and shouts, "Minato, take the injured and retreat. I will find a way to hold these beasts at bay." It is worth noting that both Otsutsuki and Han were never portrayed as perfect Jinchuriki. They may not have even completed the mutual understanding with the tailed beasts, let alone communicated their names. Thus, the premise here is that they can only achieve a brief and complete transformation into tailed beasts, executing 1 or 2 standard tailed beast bombs before hastily reverting to avoid losing control. Currently, they are under intense assault, resulting in a passive complete transformation, which understandably leads to a state of uncontrollable rampage. Minato, take Kodo and the others first. Leave this valley. I will buy you as much time as I can. Jiraiya's voice pierced through the cacophony of explosions, reaching Minato's ears instantly. "Jiraiya-sensei, this is too dangerous," Minato exclaimed, fully grasping Jiraiya's intent, his heart filled with concern. "Execute the order. Trust me." Jiraiya's voice was firm and earnest, imbued with the authority of one of the legendary three ninjas and the gallantry of the sage of Mount Myaboku, along with an unwavering trust in his disciple. "Go, little Minato. With me and the children's father here, there will be no problem." The sage atop Jiraiya's shoulder offered reassurance. A flicker of sorrow and indignation crossed Minato's eyes, but he hesitated no longer. Enduring the pain, he summoned his chakra once more, his figure transforming into a streak of golden light that vanished from sight. He first appeared beside the severely injured Akimichi Kodo, grasping his robust frame and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. In a flash of gold, they materialized next to the beleaguered Inuzuka Kiba and Shigeru, who were desperately trying to evade the searing rain of lava. "Grab hold of me," Minato commanded softly, and Kiba immediately steadied Minato's other shoulder, while Shigeru clung to Kiba's back. The Flying Thunder God technique was activated once more. Space twisted violently as the trio and their canine companion vanished in the nick of time, narrowly evading the sweeping lava tail of the Four Tails. Utilizing the kunai Minato had strategically placed outside the valley, successfully leaving the battlefield. In the next instant, they found themselves beside a tree several hundred meters away from the valley's entrance. Minato stumbled upon landing, dropping to one knee, panting heavily, sweat cascading down his forehead. Kodo had succumbed to unconsciousness, and both Kiba and Shigeru were nearly drained of strength. Amidst the tremors, the tailed beast bomb of the Four Tails and the steam shockwave of the Five Tails transformed the entire valley into scorched earth. Veins bulged on Jiraiya's forehead as he watched the light of the Flying Thunder God fade in the sky. He swiftly formed hand seals, summoning technique. Boom, boom, boom. Three colossal clouds of smoke erupted, revealing Gamabunta, wielding a massive pipe and adorned with a giant short blade, shattering several rocks. Gamaken, gripping dual blades, his green skin glistening in the firelight, and Gamakichi, bearing a shield shaped like a pot lid and wielding a spear, emerging alongside Gamabunta. Though the three summoned beasts were not as colossal as the tailed beasts, their overwhelming presence stabilized the crumbling battlefield. "Jiraiya, are we really expected to confront tailed beasts and simultaneously tackle two?" Gamabunta exhaled smoke rings, embers from his pipe falling to the ground. "What a hassle. Enough chatter." The sage atop Jiraiya's shoulder interjected sternly. "Little Jiraiya, and we need time to prepare. We must hold them off for a moment." "Children's father, please don't scold the kids. The situation is indeed urgent." Gamakichi cautioned the sage, though his expression was equally grim. "What? So mom and dad are here too? Looks like there's no slacking off this time." Gamabunta sighed, voicing his complaint without reservation. "I will do my utmost, even though I am quite clumsy," Gamakichi declared, lifting the pot lid shield before him resolutely. Before his words could settle, the Four Tails roared as it swung its flaming tail. Gamabunta blocked with his sword, the blade clashing against the tail and sparking brightly. "Boss, I've got the left side," Gamakichi exclaimed, leaping towards the Five Tails, his immense shield colliding with the Five Tails' massive horns, momentarily halting its charge. With a mighty roar, Gamabunta sprang into action, aiming his pipe at the Four Tails' mouth and unleashing a torrent of water. Water release. Iron Shell. Brothers, let these long-tailed monsters witness the might of the three brothers of Mount Myaboku. The crimson flames swirling around the Four Tails and the steam enveloping the Five Tails visibly dulled, as the boiling steam coalesced into fine droplets under the impact of the water attack, trickling down the manes of the two-tailed beasts. The previously chaotic lava tail began to calm, the Four Tails' roars subsiding into a low growl, while the Five Tails, King Mu, shook its massive head, the crimson ferocity in its eyes waning into a flicker of confusion. Gamakichi swung his dual blades, clearing the Four Tails' tail, only to be met with a barrage of punches from the beast. Gamakichi, who had just gained a moment's respite, found himself nearly on his knees as the Five Tails launched another assault, its overwhelming strength pushing him backward. The Four Tails suddenly lashed its tail, whipping up a fierce wind that struck Gamabunta's waist. The Five Tails emitted a muffled roar, attempting to crush Gamakichi's shield with its horns. Just in time, Gamabunta unleashed another water attack, once again stalling the Five Tails' offensive, drawing his short blade to deflect the Four Tails strike aimed at Gamabunta. As the three brothers battled fiercely, Jiraiya seized the moment to leap onto Gamabunta's head, coordinating with the two sages, unleashing a piercing, distant croak filled with unique rhythms and extraordinary melodies. Sage art, mystical frog song. Ignoring all external factors, the invisible sound waves rapidly spread, resonating throughout the valley. The rampant lava rain and scalding steam seemed to freeze in time. The five tails, charging recklessly, faltered for a moment as it pummeled the four tails with its crossed dual blades, its movements suddenly coming to a standstill. The madness in its crimson, beastly eyes was replaced by overwhelming confusion, as if ensnared in a vast illusion that bound its spirit. In that instant, Gamabunta pierced the four tails' chest with his dual blades, delivering a crippling blow. Seizing the opportunity, Gamakichi thrust his spear into the five tails' neck, pinning it to the ground. In one fluid motion, Gamabunta swung his dual blades, beheading the two mighty-tailed beasts. Their gargantuan bodies crashed to the ground, dissipating into chakra, retreating back to their Jinchuriki, revealing the battered forms of Otsutsuki and Han. We did it. Inazuka Kiba and Shigure, even from hundreds of meters away, caught the scent of the tailed beast's disappearance and erupted into joyous howls. Minato let out a long sigh of relief, the tension in his nerves nearly fraying. Yet an overwhelming fatigue and concern surged within his heart. Jiraiya-sensei. In the heart of the valley, Jiraiya summoned a shadow clone, preparing to impose a five-element seal on both Old Purple and Han. However, his body trembled violently, his steps faltering, nearly causing him to collapse. His complexion turned as pale as a sheet, the sage mask rapidly fading, while the sage art, Two Souls technique dissipated. The Sage of Deep Zaku and Sage of Jima appeared utterly spent, slumping against his shoulder and coughing incessantly. Cough, cough, little Jiraiya. Hold on. The Sage of Deep Zaku weakly urged. Cough. This is precisely why I detest using this technique. Every time I do, my throat feels as if it's broken. Sage Jima added, unable to suppress his own coughing while lamenting the drawbacks of the Sage technique. To clarify, tailed beasts are composed of chakra and do not possess real blood, only chakra mimicking life. Thus, they would not perish even if beheaded. Furthermore, the Sage art, Toad summoning employed by Deep Zaku and Jima managed to ensnare even Nagato with his Rinnegan, temporarily costing him 3 bodies of pain. Therefore, it seems somewhat logical that they could momentarily contain the tailed beasts. Chapter 82. A Flurry of Actions, Casualties, 25. We must seal them quickly. Minato strained to rise, preparing to activate the Flying Thunder God technique once more. He needed to seal the 2 Jinchuriki immediately and transport them along with the entire Konoha team back to the land of Grass Defense Camp. However, at this moment of fragility following their victory, the Earth Jutsu, Earth Mountain technique, roared to life. Boom, boom, boom. The shattered rock walls on either side of the valley seemed to come alive, swiftly closing in on the 3 Toad brothers. Jiraiya, Dad, and Mom. Another unwelcome guest is arriving. Be cautious. Toad Bunta shouted. I truly am useless, Toadkin muttered gloomily. Toad Gamma remained as characteristically silent as ever. With a resounding crash, the rock walls converged, reaching the limit of the 3 Toad brothers' endurance. They promptly dispelled the summoning technique, transforming into puffs of white smoke as they returned to Mount Myaboku. That is Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. It seems he has exhausted his chakra. Now is the time to eliminate him. An IWA ninja, having witnessed his captain dispatch 3 massive summoning beasts, finally recognized who stood beside the 2 Jinchuriki, his eyes instantly lighting up with desire. The prospect of securing such a significant achievement was too tempting to resist. He disregarded all caution and charged toward Jiraiya, unleashing his ninjutsu. Earth-style, camouflage technique. Seeing this, the other IWA ninja followed suit, and soon the valley was filled with the sounds of battle cries. Just as the IWA ninja were about to reach Jiraiya, a flash of gold appeared, blocking his path. Minato. A proud smile graced Jiraiya's lips. Minato turned back, offering Jiraiya a reassuring glance before fixing his cold, determined gaze upon the approaching IWA ninja. We must eliminate them all before reinforcements arrive, he declared. Ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Minato's voice was resolute as he swiftly hurled several Flying Thunder God kunai in different directions, then split them into a rain of kunai, showering down upon the multitude of IWA ninja. As soon as he spoke, Minato's figure vanished from the spot, reappearing in the midst of the deluge of kunai and the IWA ninja, darting back and forth with agility. What a joke! Many IWA ninja stood frozen, paralyzed by fear at the sight of the oncoming barrage of special kunai, momentarily forgetting to evade or defend. The remaining IWA ninja halted, quickly forming hand signs in an attempt to erect an earth wall to shield against the rain of kunai, their eyes vigilantly trained on Minato. Damn it! It's the yellow flash, Namake's Minato. One of the IWA ninja gritted his teeth in frustration. Minato ignored their curses and turned to Jiraiya, saying, "Sensei, the situation has changed. Reinforcements from a Wagakure have arrived. It seems we will not be able to carry away the spoils this time." TCH, that little potato, Anoki, certainly raised a fine son, he muttered. "Very well, Minato, I will defer to your judgment. This time, let them have their luck." Jiraiya nodded and found a safe spot to sit cross-legged, beginning to forcibly refine chakra again with the assistance of the two sages. Earth style, Earth flow city wall. Minato inhaled deeply, redirecting his gaze toward the IWA ninja, watching as his reign of kunai was about to breach their defenses when suddenly a wall of stone rose up abruptly, completely thwarting his attack. A towering ninja, broad as a mountain with a square, resolute visage, leapt atop the rock wall, positioning himself in front of the IWA ninja. This man was none other than the captain of the IWA combat unit, the third Tsuchikage's son, Kodo. Kodo's hawk-like gaze swept over the scene. The recovering Old Purple and Han, Jiraiya meditating to regain his chakra, and Minato, who was clearly reaching the limits of his power. A flicker of admiration crossed his eyes. He had witnessed Jiraiya single-handedly resolve the crisis of the rampaging tailed beasts, a feat he believed himself incapable of achieving. Yet, in the heat of battle, regardless of admiration for one another's strength or character, the instinct to eliminate the opponent always prevailed. Especially when the adversary was powerful yet weakened, it was the perfect opportunity to strike with minimal cost. Kodo's eyes glinted with cold determination and ruthless intent, his hand raised. "Konoha ninja, we thank you for subduing our village's rampaging Jinchuriki. However, this is where it ends." His voice thundered, resonating throughout the valley transformed into a narrow canyon by his Earth Mountain technique. Ninjutsu Squad. Covering long-range ninjutsu. Target Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Prevent Namake's Minato from approaching Jiraiya. Do not allow him the chance to seal Old Purple and Han. Explosive Squad. Destroy all potential flying Thunder God markings, particularly those annoying kunai. Disrupt his teleportation space. Medical Squad, stand by. The moment I reclaim Old Purple and Han, provide immediate treatment. Swish, swish, swish. Countless explosive tags, kunai, earth iron cannons, and earth dragon bullets were unleashed from the hands, mouths, or feet of the IWA ninja stationed at the Earth Flow City wall, all targeting the immobilized Jiraiya below. The attacks were dense and precise, saturating the already limited spaces for evasion within the narrow valley. Damn it! Minato cursed inwardly, fully aware of their intent. He understood that Kodo and the others did not aim to kill Jiraiya, as that would surely provoke Konoha's wrath, inciting a frenzied retaliation from a Wagakure. Their overwhelming assault was merely a tactic to force Minato to rescue Jiraiya, even at the risk of inadvertently injuring Old Purple and Han nearby, all in a bid to reclaim their Jinchuriki. Even those who initially planned to retreat and return Old Purple and Han to a Wagakure could not help but admire the enemy's cunning. Without hesitation, as if exchanging hostages, Minato activated the Flying Thunder God technique repeatedly, successfully transporting the weakened Jiraiya to safety, while Kodo seized the opportunity to recover Old Purple and Han, who had succumbed to unconsciousness after their tailed beasts rampaged. Fortune favored the bold. Huangtu stood atop the walls of Tuliuching, witnessing the resolute decision of Watergate to abandon his target, swiftly taking Jiraiya away. A sense of relief washed over him. He was acutely aware of the speed and threat posed by the yellow flash. Had it not been for Jiraiya's evident exhaustion, the outcome of the day could have been uncertain. Even if they managed to hold off the Konoha team due to their numerical advantage and perhaps eliminate 2 members of the squad, they would certainly face significant casualties, leaving only Watergate and Jiraiya to contend with. Amidst the descending dust, 2 young warriors exchanged glances through the narrow passage of the gradually obscured valley. Chapter 83. How is this different from what was agreed upon? Truly, the yellow flash of Konoha lives up to his reputation. This decisiveness and regard for comrades is indeed admirable. Huang Tu's voice reverberated through the valley, infused with respect for Watergate. Your Excellency Huang Tu, you flatter me. Though we are adversaries, you are not to be underestimated. The timing of your reinforcements was impeccable, and the strength of your village's Jinchuriki is formidable. Their brief exchange held no pretense, merely a mutual appreciation for each other's prowess and differing allegiances. Yet, even with hearts connected, the profound understanding between individuals remained elusive. As his words faded, a flash of golden light erupted, and Watergate, alongside Jiraiya and the others, vanished from sight, leaving only the lingering ripples of chakra in the air. Huang Tu gazed in silence at the direction they had departed, contemplating for a moment before raising his hand decisively. Change of plans. Prioritize the safety of old Z and Han. This place is no longer tenable. Withdraw immediately. Soon, news of a battle of tailed beast caliber erupting in the valley, now renamed Yixianshan, returned to the village alongside the return of Jiraiya and Watergate. This news struck Kalunai's heart like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, stirring a tempest within. What? How could I have missed such an intriguing event? Damn it. I completely forgot that Watergate and Jiraiya had a direct confrontation with Old Z and Han during the Third Shinobi World War. The mere thought of teaming up with Kurama to confront his former allies Jinchuriki was amusing. How could I have missed this? Bang. The heavy door of the Hokage's office was flung open with great force, shaking the frame. Kalunai strode in with an imposing aura, his golden slit pupils gleaming with intensity, accompanied by a swirling mass of chakra. His signature red hair danced like flames behind him, and the previously calm demeanor now bore a hint of restrained ferocity, betraying his eagerness. Third Hokage, did we not agree on this? The tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki from enemy nations are to be dealt with by me. How can it be that the nameless valley in the land of grass has been reduced to Yixianshan, and you still won't allow me to step outside the village? With Jiraiya exhausted and Watergate forced to retreat, the significant leverage they had was snatched away by the hidden rock village. It was an utter waste. You should have permitted me to join Watergate. Although my Flying Thunder God technique cannot be flexibly utilized in battle, I could enhance our team's mobility, reduce Watergate's exhaustion, and seal and retrieve spoils of war. If I had been there, the battlefield would have looked entirely different. He flashed in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk, leaning forward with both hands pressed against the surface, his chakra-infused golden eyes piercing into the Hokage's. An overwhelming and oppressive chakra emanated from Kalunai, thickening the air, causing the floors and walls of the office to show faint cracks, yet without exerting any pressure on Sarutobi or the hidden Umbu lurking within the office. Kalunai's mastery over chakra was evident. Sarutobi, pipe in mouth, observed the dissipating smoke suffocated by Kalunai's chakra. His gaze remained as tranquil as a placid pond. He regarded the young man before him, whose strength was approaching that of the legendary Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and sighed inwardly. He understood Kalunai all too well. Brought back to Konoha at a young age by figures such as Kakashi, he graduated as a ninja at 10, and with Sarutobi's tacit approval, participated in the Second Shinobi World War, capturing Hanzo's right-hand man, thus earning the title of Konoha's Crimson Peak. In the same year, he excelled in the Chunin exams, became the second Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and within 3 years, nurtured 3 children from the Rain Country into outstanding ninjas, simultaneously re-establishing the Uzumaki clan in Konoha and becoming its current leader. At 15, he joined forces with Uchiha Fugaku and other ninja clans, exposing Shimura Danzo's darkness, and personally sealed Danzo, imprisoning him in Konoha's depths. By that time, he had already mastered the use of the Nine Tails chakra freely. Now, 3 years later, he was but a step away from becoming a perfect Jinchuriki. In the village, he had forged deep bonds and possessed a powerful will of fire, which served as both the source of his strength and the reason for his current urgency. From Sarutobi's perspective, Kalunai was the epitome of a nearly flawless ninja. Yet, it was precisely for this reason that Sarutobi had consistently denied Kalunai the opportunity to leave the village. Kalunai, calm yourself, Sarutobi spoke slowly, his tone steady, attempting to soothe Kalunai's fervor. Calm down. How can you expect me to be calm? Kalunai's fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white, the desk creaking under the pressure. The Iwagakure village has violated the rules of engagement, dispatching 2 Jinchuriki to act with impunity in the land of grass. Jiraiya and Watergate fought with all their might to repel them, even dispatching a large number of powerful reinforcements. What does this signify? It signifies that a Wagakure has begun to treat Jinchuriki as conventional weapons of war. They are actively disrupting the balance. He inhaled deeply, his golden eyes ablaze with fervor and a sense of duty. Konoha has Jinchuriki too. I, Uzumaki Kalunai, the strongest Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. The chakra of Kurama and I combined exceeds that of the 4 tails and 5 tails. We are nearly in perfect harmony, making me an exceptional Jinchuriki. Why am I still bound to the village, rather than engaging in the war and confronting enemy ninjas, as I did before becoming a Jinchuriki? His voice rose sharply, filled with an indignant plea for battle, though it was driven by a desire for excitement. Third Hokage, I implore you, order me to the front lines of the land of grass immediately. Let me support Watergate and Jiraiya. If a Wagakure dares to unleash the tailed beasts again, I will show them what true Jinchuriki power is. Chapter 84. You have a package, please check it. I will utterly crush those 2 from a Wagakure, along with the tailed beasts sealed within them. Kalunai's declaration resonated with youthful confidence and a fervent commitment to protecting his village. The dormant chakra of the tailed beast surged with his emotions, forming a faint, golden aura around him, showcasing the destructive power contained within. Yet, Sarutobi's gaze remained deep and unwavering, showing no sign of faltering. He set down his pipe, placing his hands crossed upon the table, meeting Kalunai's fiery gaze with a slow yet resolute shake of his head. No, Kalunai. His voice was not loud, yet it bore an undeniable authority and gravitas. I refuse your request. Not only can you not go to the front lines of the land of grass, but you also cannot leave the land of fire, nor even leave Konoha. Why? Kalunai's golden slit pupils contracted sharply, the suppressed rage nearly bursting forth. The tailed beast cloak formed from Kurama's chakra enveloped him, radiating with an even more resplendent golden light, causing the pressure in the office to escalate. The Umbu members, hidden in various corners and tasked with the protection of the Hokage, listened to the creaking walls and floorboards as they began to sweat nervously. The 9 tails, the most formidable of all tailed beasts, served as Konoha's ultimate strategic deterrent and its last line of defense. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice remained steady, as unwavering as a mountain. Your very existence is a tremendous deterrent to all hostile forces. If you were to be dispatched to a localized battlefield too soon or too easily, it would be akin to revealing our trump card prematurely, disrupting the current strategic balance, and potentially inviting a coalition of all ninja villages to unite against us. Such consequences are not something Konoha can bear alone. As he spoke, Sarutobi's gaze sharpened, scrutinizing Kalunai, who was harnessing the chakra of the 9 tails. You possess extraordinary talent, and your affinity with Kurama's chakra surpasses even that of the late Lord Mido. However, near perfection does not equate to absolute perfection. The battlefield is ever-changing, marked by emotional upheaval, intense chakra consumption, and the possibility of the enemy employing specific tactics against Jinchuriki. These factors could become the final straw tipping the balance. If Kurama were to seize upon your emotional turmoil or exhaustion and lose control, the repercussions would be unimaginable. It would not be a victory, but rather a catastrophic disaster for your comrades, for the village, and even for yourself. Jiraiya's experience serves as a cautionary tale, as powerful as he was. Even with the assistance of the 3 frogs of Mount Mayaboku and 2 legendary sages, he faced near exhaustion while suppressing 2 rampaging tailed beasts. Although Kushina and Hanaka's adamant sealing techniques greatly assist in controlling the tailed beast, sending you to the front lines far from Konoha's heart would undeniably be a tremendous risk. If the front were to falter, leaving the village vulnerable, who would protect our home? Hanaka, Kushina, Nagato, Kakashi, and all those you cherish. Their safety ultimately hinges on the stability of the village. Your place is at the heart of it, guarding the village when it needs you the most. Sarutobi's words fell like a cold waterfall upon Kalunai's burning determination. Each reason seemed irrefutable, infused with the Hokage's profound foresight and sense of responsibility for the village's well-being. Kalunai could not help but gasp, the golden-tailed beast cloak flickering intensely before retracting back into his being along with the chakra filling the office. His golden slit pupils transformed back to a deep blue, yet traces of dissatisfaction and helplessness lingered. He understood that Sarutobi was correct, as the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. He was not merely a Konoha ninja, but a vessel and weapon ensuring the village's safety. His actions could no longer be dictated by mere whims. Third Hokage. I understand your previous concerns. Kushina inhaled deeply, his chest rising and falling, his eyes sparkling with a newfound determination. But you must trust me a little more. You must have faith in my flying thunder god technique. With a sudden motion, he drew a specially crafted dagger from his ninja tool pouch and drove it into Sarutobi's desk. This dagger, designed for use as a throwing knife, bore a sleek, elongated blade, perfectly suited for throwing, and the inscription East Wind Express etched into the hilt served as a testament to the uniqueness of Kushina's flying thunder god technique. As Sarutobi beheld the seemingly enchanted inscription, the corners of his eyes and mouth twitched involuntarily, adding an air of awkwardness to the previously tense atmosphere in the office. You have mastered the flying thunder god technique? Sarutobi inquired tentatively. Of course, I have nearly perfected it. Kushina's voice brimmed with pride and confidence. Yet Sarutobi sensed no conviction in his words. Noting Sarutobi's lingering skepticism, Kushina could no longer contain himself and raised his voice emphatically. This was personally taught to me by Minato. And I, Uzumaki Kushina, not only possess the vast chakra and sealing talent of the Uzumaki clan, but I also have exceptional spatial awareness and a keen reflex speed. While I may still lack the effortless mastery of Minato, I have completely mastered the perception of spatial positioning and stable teleportation. Moreover, in terms of the number of people I can teleport and the distances involved, I surpass Minato. He took a step forward, grasping the flying thunder god dagger and presenting it before Sarutobi, his speech quickening as he painted his vision. Just imagine. I could leave a flying thunder god dagger at Hokage Rock, the Hokage Building, the Uzumaki clan's territory, and at the locations of those I hold dear. Should the front lines require my presence, I could instantly appear on the battlefield, wielding the power of Kurama to decisively vanquish our enemies. And if there were any disturbances here in the village, you need only infuse chakra into the dagger, and I could return at once. Balancing the front lines and the village would be no issue for me. At that point, I would no longer just be a deterrent confined to one location, but a strategic force capable of appearing at any critical juncture to alter the course of battle. Is this not more valuable than keeping me locked away in the village? Chapter 85. Does this technique guarantee familiarity? To deploy a Jinchuriki who has mastered the flying thunder god technique onto the battlefield holds far greater value than confining me within the village, does it not? However, Sarutobi fell silent. Kushina's audacious proposal was filled with allure, depicting the revolutionary impact that a strategically mobile perfect Jinchuriki could bring to the battlefield. Gazing at the flames of Kushina's hair, which danced like fire, and the shimmering layer of golden chakra that enveloped him once more, Sarutobi appeared to be moved by his words, sensing the vast reserves of chakra capable of supporting sustained long-distance spatial jumps. This time, he did not immediately refute. Instead, he deeply inhaled from his pipe. Amidst the swirling smoke, Sarutobi's gaze grew distant, as if lost in thought, and indeed, he began to remember. However, what he recalled was not the impressive figure of Kushina successfully executing the flying thunder god technique, but rather the amusing and bewildering scenes from his training. During his first attempt at the flying thunder god, aiming for a 10-meter teleportation, Kushina appeared at the designated mark, but his posture was misaligned, resulting in a collision with a wooden post in the training ground. While he suffered a rather embarrassing blow, his formidable physique and abundant chakra caused the post to crack. On the 66th attempt at the flying thunder god, his objective was to stand triumphantly atop a tree, yet he miscalculated his landing by a few centimeters, causing him to awkwardly tumble down, barely catching himself with a chain of adamantine ceiling. Otherwise, he would have landed in a rather undignified manner. There was an even more ridiculous incident. The flying thunder god Kanai was clearly embedded not far in front of him, yet he inexplicably teleported underground, his entire body trapped beneath the surface. Akin to being ensnared by a technique that beheaded in the heart, leaving only his head and one hand gripping the Kanai above ground. Given Kushina's numerous instances of unstable chakra control, leading to deviations in teleportation, distorted movements, or being disheveled by spatial turbulence, Sarutobi Hiruzen found it increasingly difficult to trust the battlefield vision that Kushina passionately described. Namake's Minato had also privately reported to him, acknowledging Kushina's astonishing talent in spatial perception, yet he chuckled ruefully at the unpredictable nature of Kushina's flying thunder god technique. which bore the potential for unforeseen accidents and risks to both the surroundings and himself. Clearly, from Minato's perspective, Chilu Nai's execution of the Flying Thunder God technique was still far from the realms of stability and reliability. His assertion of having mastered the technique was perhaps not even close to being substantiated when compared to a master like Minato. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt compelled to regard Chilu Nai's words with skepticism. Observing Hiruzen's silence, Chilu Nai felt a flicker of hope igniting within him. Believing that his grandiose declarations had swayed the Hokage and that he might finally have the opportunity to venture forth for battle on behalf of the village. With excitement bubbling within him, he eagerly pressed, "What say you, third Hokage? This kunai shall remain with you. Should you require assistance, simply call. And I can both support the front lines and protect the village. What a splendid arrangement." Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly exhaled a plume of smoke, his gaze refocusing on Chilu Nai, whose expression was clouded with contemplation, concern, and perhaps a hint of a resigned smile. After a prolonged silence, one so lengthy that Chilu Nai's confidence began to wane, leading him to suspect that his struggles with the Flying Thunder God technique had been laid bare, beads of sweat forming on his brow in anxiety. At last, Sarutobi Hiruzen firmly shook his head. "Your idea is indeed creative, and its feasibility is high. The potential of the Flying Thunder God technique is undeniable. However, Chilu Nai, I still cannot consent to your immediate deployment to the front lines." The light in Chilu Nai's eyes dimmed instantaneously, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening, as a surge of chakra threatened to erupt. "I don't understand. With my immense chakra, the adamantine ceiling capable of suppressing tailed beasts, and the unparalleled mobility of the Flying Thunder God technique, should I step onto the battlefield, it would be a massacre. The advantage lies with me. How could this be forbidden?" The reasons remain unchanged. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice rose slightly. Imbued with the authority of the Hokage and a chakra that resonated with the essence of a warrior, effectively quelling Chilu Nai's impending outburst of chakra. The strategic value of the Nine Tails, your relative uncertainty in state, and the fundamental mission of safeguarding the village. These primary considerations cannot be altered by an immature and highly risky technique. His gaze bore into Chilu Nai's. "You claim to have mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. I fear that the training facilities at the third exercise ground would silently contradict your assertion." Hiruzen's words carried a subtle mockery but struck Chilu Nai like a bucket of cold water, reminding him of his past failures, being stuck in the ground, ensnared in trees, or losing balance and crashing headfirst. The embarrassment flushed his cheeks. Though Hiruzen's tone softened, his stance remained resolute, on a battlefield where life and death hang by a thread. Any slight deviation in the execution of ninjutsu could yield unforeseen and dire consequences for oneself or one's comrades. In the face of battles with tailed beasts, a single misstep in teleportation could not only endanger you, but also unleash the power of the Nine Tails at the wrong time and place. Such risks cannot be borne by Konoha, nor can you bear them. Chilu Nai opened his mouth to retort, but found every word from the elder to be sound, directly addressing the crux of his immaturity with the Flying Thunder God technique. It was no wonder he had become Hokage. With a chakra level nearly equivalent to that of a tailed beast, his eloquence flowed effortlessly, all while devoted to the protection of Konoha. Chilu Nai couldn't help but wonder if, even when Shimura Danzo had taken the initiative over Hiruzen, volunteering to be the bait to draw the enemy forces away, ensuring that Senju Tobarama and the other 5 comrades could survive, Tobarama would have simply said, "Excellent, Danzo and I will hold the rear. Young man, when you return, you shall be Hokage. Isn't that correct?" Chapter 86. The Proud Fox Strikes Back. Haha. You truly have no face left. Yet, it is understandable, even now. You cannot fully master a mere temporal and spatial ninjutsu. If it were me, I would regard you with equal disdain. The Nine Tails within Chilu Nai seemed to sense his frustration, emitting a loud mocking laugh and releasing an abundance of chakra to counter Hiruzen's overwhelming chakra. Hiruzen observed the young man, whose expression grew increasingly grim as he clashed with his own chakra. His tone finally adopted a more earnest gravity. "Chilu Nai, strength requires refinement, and ninjutsu necessitates patience. Your thoughts are not misguided. In fact, they are commendable. The fusion of the Flying Thunder God technique and the power of the Nine Tails may indeed become one of the ultimate means to safeguard Konoha in the future. But first, you must truly, thoroughly, and skillfully master it. Make it a weapon at your command rather than a double-edged sword fraught with uncertainty. Pausing, he gazed thoughtfully out the window at the scenery of Konoha, making a subtle concession or perhaps setting a boundary. I still cannot agree to your immediate deployment to the battlefield in the land of grass. The situation there is intricate and fraught with peril, unsuitable for testing your newly learned ninjutsu. However, we may revisit the possibility of you departing the land of fire for other battlefields once you can truly prove your mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, demonstrating that it can function reliably in combat and achieve a greater degree of coordination with the Nine Tails, reaching a level of complete tailed beast transformation. At that point, we shall discuss it further. For now, focus on your training and prove that you can genuinely harness this power. Hiruzen's words acted as a gate, firmly closing the path for Chilunai to rush to the front lines, yet leaving a crack open higher up. He did not declare that departure would be forbidden. Rather, he directly linked the future possibility of heading to the battlefield with Chilunai's ability to demonstrate his control over the Flying Thunder God technique. Chilunai's body stiffened. A tumult of frustration, resentment, anger at being exposed, and complex emotions regarding Sarutobi Hiruzen's opening of doors and windows of opportunity intertwined within him. With a click of his tongue, Chilunai felt a sense of helplessness. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen did not dismiss his thoughts and potential, he had nonetheless denied Chilunai's current capacity to execute the plan. He cast a deep gaze at Sarutobi Hiruzen, his eyes reflecting a mix of defeat, defiance, and, more significantly, a profound awareness of the heavy responsibilities he bore after being awakened to his limitations. He refrained from further arguments or attempts to persuade Sarutobi Hiruzen with words. Instead, he abruptly turned and left the office, striding towards the third training ground, his crimson hair sweeping through the air with an obstinate arc. Underestimate me no longer. 3 days. Within 3 days, I will undoubtedly master the Flying Thunder God technique flawlessly. Chilunai's voice carried a hint of petulance, yet brimmed with unwavering confidence. Evidently having conceived a clever strategy, he continued forward, leaving the Hokage's office at a brisk pace, his demeanor now resembling that of a remarkable ninja, shouldering the mission to prove himself. The office door closed gently behind him. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a long sigh, moving to the windowsill to observe Chilunai as he exited the Hokage building, his gaze becoming exceedingly intricate, reflecting upon the chakra that had momentarily matched his own. Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but lament his aging. Chilunai had hardly showcased half of his strength, yet Sarutobi Hiruzen felt increasingly impotent. It seemed the time had come to find a successor. Images of Kakashi Hatake, Orochimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and even Chilunai himself flashed through Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. But he promptly shook his head, dismissing these thoughts. Kakashi had voluntarily resigned as the head of the Umbu shortly after the White Fang incident and even requested to withdraw from the ranks of ninja combat. Had it not been for Sarutobi Hiruzen's insistence, Kakashi might not even be a ninja today. The prospect of appointing him as the fourth Hokage appeared virtually impossible. As for the legendary 3 ninjas, Orochimaru was engrossed in his research, Tsunade was preoccupied with gambling and training Tenzo, and Jiraiya was solely focused on finding the so-called Child of Destiny. None would likely be willing to assume the mantle of Hokage, and even if they were, their commitment to the role would be questionable. Regarding Chilunai, as a Jinchuriki, he embodied numerous uncertainties, despite being the head of the Uzumaki clan. He delegated responsibilities to Hinata and the mere 12-year-old Nagato. In perilous times, he could serve as the best safeguard, yet in times of peace, he posed the greatest risk. The notion of making someone like him Hokage sent Sarutobi Hiruzen into a spiral of unease. Flying Thunder God, Ninetales Uzumaki Chilunai. You have certainly raised a bold and ambitious young man, Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured, almost as if conversing with someone else. I hope he can indeed become the steadfast pillar that protects Konoha. At the entrance of the third training ground, Chilunai approached, grumbling under his breath, clearly displeased with Sarutobi Hiruzen's lack of faith in his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique. It seems he has truly lost his wits to doubt me. It's merely the Flying Thunder God technique. Just watch me master it in no time. With that, he began to communicate mentally with Kurama, who was lounging in the ceiling space beneath the shade of a tree. The environment in the ceiling space should be adjustable, making it comfortable for Kurama to rest. Kurama, lend me your chakra. Kurama's massive head slowly turned away, emitting a deep, drawn-out growl, akin to a belch or a disdainful huff. He paid no heed to Chi Lu Nai's mental projection in the ceiling space, not even lifting his eyelids. Oh, our exceptionally gifted Uzumaki clan leader has finally remembered old me? Kurama's voice resonated like thunder, echoing within the ceiling space, deliberately slow and languid. Then, he suddenly let out a furious roar. But you want my chakra? Not a chance. Chi Lu Nai was momentarily taken aback, blinking in confusion. What is wrong with you? Humph. It's better you didn't ask, Kurama retorted as he opened his blood-red beast eyes, glaring down at the diminutive Chi Lu Nai with the intensity of a burning blood moon. He then manifested a small clone of himself, which promptly delivered a sharp punch to Chi Lu Nai's head. You call for me when you need me, yet dismiss me when you don't. You think I'm a nuisance? What do you take me for? Chi Lu Nai, feeling abashed, lowered his head. Well, it was indeed the small Kurama's punch that made him do so. But he quickly understood what Kurama meant. The small Kurama remained furious, yet his tone softened with a hint of childlike indignation and cuteness. You were so impressive in front of that old monkey just now, weren't you? You had enough chakra to even suppress my attempts to release my chakra pressure. Fearing that my power might intimidate your Hokage and ruin your splendid performance of reasoning. Now you come begging for chakra? Facing the dual accusations from Kurama and the small Kurama, Chi Lu Nai remained silent, merely continuing to pet the small Kurama in his arms, be it stroking his head, squeezing his little paws, or rubbing his tiny belly, all while wearing a disturbingly joyful grin. What are you playing at? What did you come here for? Kurama, witnessing Chi Lu Nai's indifference, roared in exasperation and transformed the small Kurama back into chakra, retracting him. Watching the little Kurama disappear from his embrace, Chi Lu Nai felt a wave of loss wash over him before finally speaking. I'm not afraid of you disturbing the third Hokage. I'm concerned that you might inadvertently kill him. The last time I let you out for some fresh air, what did you do at the third training ground? First, you roared a few times, attracting the attention of the entire village, and then unleashed two-tailed beast bombs, nearly sending everyone into shock. The third Hokage is merely worried that you might go berserk or take out your frustrations on the village, prompting Hinata and Kushina to set up defenses. Yet you were yelling at him, calling him an old man and making a ruckus, and then you swiped at him with a claw. I told you to tone it down, but you wouldn't listen, insisting that since you finally got out, you had to have some fun. And anyone who interrupted you should die. So tell me, should I have suppressed you? If I keep bringing you around the village, I fear we won't even be able to leave the Uzumaki clan's territory in the future. At long last, an opportunity has arisen to escape the confines of the village and venture into enemy territory, a chance for you to revel in freedom. How could I not tread carefully around the esteemed third Hokage? You might think I act for someone else's benefit, but in truth, it is to grant you more opportunities to breathe freely. What? Do you wish to remain confined within me for eternity? Upon hearing Kalunai's words, Kurama's nine tails swayed slightly less, and with a deep, resonant voice, he replied, Humph, who would desire to linger in your belly for a lifetime? Yet, it is that old monkey who, just as I step out to enjoy a breath of fresh air, seeks to seal me away once more. Furthermore, he wishes to alter the four-symbol seal into a double four-symbol seal, closing the portal that allows me to manifest a smaller clone for some fresh air. If I do not strike him, who else should I target? Also, you cannot always suppress me like this. As the chief of tailed beasts and the strongest in the ninja world, I possess my own temperament. Kalunai chuckled. I understand. Which is why I have come to borrow your chakra. Once I master the flying thunder god technique and step beyond the borders of the land of fire, you shall have all the freedom you desire, provided you do not obliterate the enemy nation outright. Kurama smirked. You show some conscience. Fine. I shall trust you one last time and lend you my chakra. However, if you dare to make me uncomfortable again, it shall not be so easy next time. As he spoke, Kurama's chakra began to surge. A vast, radiant, and tempestuous torrent of brilliant golden chakra burst forth, piercing through the barriers symbolized by the four-symbol seal and flooding into Kalunai's spiritual projection and physical form. Ultimately, as Kalunai gradually manifested a chakra cloak resembling a divine robe, he transitioned from the Nine-Tails chakra borrowing state to the Kurama connection state. Clenching his fist, he felt the overwhelming power within him, a confident smile shining from his golden slit pupils. With your chakra, mastering the flying thunder god technique will be a mere formality. The advantage is mine. I shall not let this opportunity slip away. With a confident grin, Kalunai felt the ceaseless, almost infinite chakra coursing through him and immediately set to implement his audacious and ambitious plan, the multiple shadow clone technique. Boom, 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 boom. Like the most intense of drum beats, akin to countless balloons bursting simultaneously, the third training ground was instantaneously inundated with golden figures. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, ultimately. Nearly 10,000 shadow clones of Kalunai, draped in golden Karama chakra, densely populated the entire training ground. Each clone radiated a formidable aura, their eyes alight with a shared will and the brilliance of Ninetails chakra. Excellent. Let training commence. The voices of nearly 10,000 Kalunai converged into a torrent of willpower. In the next moment, the entire third training ground transformed into a bizarre and dazzling center of an orange-golden storm. Swish, 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 swish. Countless golden flashes of the flying thunder god technique ignited, mingling with the golden glow emanating from Kalunai in his Karama connection state. Flickering wildly in every corner of the training ground, on rocks, trees, the ground, stones protruding from water, wooden stumps, and even mid-air. The flying thunder god Kanai thrown by both Kalunai's main body and shadow clones were marked. Each corner of the training ground was brimming with Kanai. Some shadow clones aimed for the marked rocks, only to find their bodies wedged within, dissipating into white smoke. Yet their experiences returned to the main body instantaneously. Others successfully appeared atop trees, but upon landing, excessive chakra output snapped branches, causing them to plummet from great heights. Some shadow clones attempted long-range spatial teleportation, only to collide with another shadow clone bearing the same mark, both vanishing in puffs of smoke, contributing to Kalunai's training experience. Despite the chaos within the training ground, each instance of success or failure became a trickling stream, ultimately flowing into the ocean of Kalunai's memory. The positioning of spatial coordinates, the flow and control of chakra during spatial leaps, and the balance and adjustment required in the instant after teleportation. These vast and intricate pieces of information were analyzed, understood, absorbed, and optimized by Kalunai at an unprecedented pace. Time sped by in this frenzied training. 1 day, 2 days, Kalunai's main body sat upon a wooden stump, trembling slightly under the weight of countless memories washing over him from the dissipating shadow clones, his mind intensely focused while enduring an unimaginable burden. Images of countless failures, moments of success, the subtle differences in spatial coordinates, and the minute fluctuations of chakra flow. He operated like the most precise of instruments, rapidly calculating and integrating this information within his mind. Chapter 88. Is it not sufficient to have hands? Madman. Karama's consciousness was likewise immersed in this unprecedented spectacle of training. Though he often exuded arrogance, he could not help but be moved by Kalunai's near self-destructive dedication to training. No wonder he requires my chakra for assurance. If it were anyone else, even with my chakra for recovery, they would have likely succumbed to such a deluge of memory. As Karama reflected, he keenly sensed Kalunai's spiritual projection slowly revealing signs of fatigue under the repeated onslaught of memories from the dissipating shadow clones. Yet the projection itself grew increasingly solid, with the intensity of spiritual energy miraculously rising. Finally, on the evening of the third day, the setting sun bathed the entire training ground in a golden red hue. As Kalunai's nearly 10,000 shadow clones continuously consumed and replenished, tirelessly repeating their practice, his seated form suddenly opened his golden slit pupils wide. Those eyes, distorted into an eerie golden hue from the deep connection with Karama's chakra, now lacked the previous calmness and confidence. Instead, they reflected profound sentiments regarding the challenges of mastering the flying thunder god technique. Release. A voice, appearing tranquil yet imbued with the inexorable authority of a blazing sun, resonated through the third training ground. Puff, 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 puff. Nearly 10,000 shadow clones dissipated like ephemeral dreams, vanishing without a trace. In a brief moment, a torrent of memories surged into Kalunai's mind, the immense mental impact causing him to stagger. Fortunately, during these 3 days, he had been honing his mental fortitude. Otherwise, barring the exceptional or those with a carefree disposition like Naruto, anyone else would have been rendered a fool. Though the process was arduous, The accumulation of experiences multiplied manifold. The fruits of 3 days of relentless training surged forth, like rivers converging into the sea, instantly elevating Kunai's proficiency in the Flying Thunder God technique to its zenith. Steadying himself, he lifted his hand and gazed calmly at the sky, his thoughts coalescing. Swish! Without any forewarning or trace, his figure vanished from the spot. In the next moment, he appeared with uncanny precision beside the kunai he had initially thrown, landing steadily. Even as he tossed the kunai into the air again, he could seamlessly activate the second phase of the Flying Thunder God technique, catching the kunai mid-air. Then swish, swish, swish. His figure flitted about the training ground like a specter, continuously disappearing and reappearing at various angles, each transition executed flawlessly, each teleportation devoid of delay, as if space had become an extension of his very being. At last, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique once more, instantly teleporting to the interior of the Whirlpool clan, returning to his own chamber. He had perfected the pinpoint teleportation skill of the Flying Thunder God technique. He had flawlessly mastered the second stage and the long-distance teleportation aspect as well. Kunai gently set down the long sword hanging in his room, inscribed with the spell East Wind Express and the motto Mission Accomplished, and softly pushed open the door, stepping out. He leaped onto the rooftop, surveying the entirety of the Whirlpool clan territory, feeling the surging power within him and an unprecedented control over space, his heart brimming with a sense of achievement. He released the Ninetales connection state, the brilliant golden chakra ebbing away like a receding tide, while his crimson vertical eyes reverted to their original azure hue. Yet those eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance and depth, radiating a commanding aura that looked down upon the world. I succeeded, he murmured to himself, a confident smile curving his lips as he raised his hand to retrieve a specially crafted Flying Thunder God dagger, gripping it tightly. In the sealed space, the immense beast eyes of the Ninetales flickered with an indescribable light. He snorted, the sound lacking mockery, instead infused with a hint of what might be recognition. Well, I suppose it's acceptable. At least you didn't waste the chakra I lent you. And remember, you must keep your promises. Kunai's smile widened, his spiritual projection reappearing before the Ninetales in the sealed space, his right hand performing the gesture of the cosmic fingertip, followed by a flip of the palm. Of course, as long as I have my hands, this minor Flying Thunder God technique is as easy as flipping my palm. However, just as Kunai and the Ninetales were about to continue their banter, an extraordinarily subtle, yet powerful sense of perception suddenly locked onto him. It was an overwhelming, indifferent awareness, as if it could see through the essence of all things, a chilling perception that seemed capable of penetrating one's soul. Kunai's heart quivered slightly, his smile deepening as he slowly turned his gaze toward the corridor opposite him. There stood a youth with flowing crimson hair, quietly shrouded in the shadows of the corridor. His handsome visage exuded an ethereal quality, yet there lingered a trace of unshakable compassion and pity in his expression. However, the most striking feature was his eyes, adorned with concentric circles of pale purple, resembling a cosmic vortex, deep enough to seem as if they could swallow all light. The Rinnegan, Nagato of the Whirlpool clan. Indeed, it was Nagato. With Kunai's reconstruction of the Whirlpool clan, individuals such as Nagato, Hanabi, and Conan, regardless of their previous surnames, now certainly bore the name of Whirlpool. Yet, at this moment, Nagato was evidently taken aback by Kunai's sudden and unannounced appearance. A faint ripple passed through his Rinnegan, and the perception that had locked onto Kunai receded like a tide, though his gaze remained deeply probing. Brother Kunai? Nagato's voice was soft, tinged with uncertainty, as his eyes darted between Kunai and his room. Brother, what was that just now? Have you already mastered that technique? Kunai nodded slightly, using a body flicker technique to swiftly appear beside Nagato, his face adorned with a smile and admiration for Nagato's command over the Rinnegan. Well done, Nagato. To perceive me so quickly and lock onto me with your ocular power in such a short time. It seems you are becoming increasingly adept at wielding the Rinnegan. Kunai stepped forward, patting Nagato's shoulder, expressing his satisfaction. You are indeed remarkable, Nagato, worthy of being hailed as the genius of our Whirlpool clan. Chapter 89. Offering for a beautiful new world you flatter me. Brother, Nagato humbly shook his head, the probing glint in his eyes fading, replaced by understanding and a subtle admiration. The Flying Thunder God technique. Though I have long been aware of its existence and have witnessed it multiple times from Lord Minato, the sensation of not being able to trace the flow of chakra, only feeling the instant distortion of space, is astonishing no matter how many times one witnesses it. Congratulations, Brother Chi Lunai, on successfully mastering such a powerful technique. Chi Lunai pondered for a moment, then sighed. It's merely a shortcut. I still fall short compared to Minato. However, now I finally have the leverage to persuade the third Hokage to allow me to head to the front lines. Recently, although Jiraiya had repelled 2 Jinchuriki from the Rock Village, the absence of our Leaf Village Jinchuriki on the battlefield has made other ninja villages restless. And their Jinchuriki will soon be deployed, significantly impacting the battlefield situation. Nagato listened quietly, his Rinnegan gazing beyond the clan territory, seemingly penetrating space to witness the distant scenes of raging war. He remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Are you also heading to the battlefield? Brother Chi Lunai? The ninja world is engulfed in flames of war. I wonder how long this conflict will last and what impact it will have on the ninja world, creating countless innocent war orphans. Chi Lunai withdrew his hand from Nagato's shoulder, gazing at the setting sun and the impending rise of the full moon, thoughtfully murmuring, war is brutal. However, wherever there are people, disputes will inevitably arise, leading to conflict and, ultimately, war. This is a conundrum that has remained unresolved in the ninja world for thousands of years. All we can do now is ensure the stability of our corner of the world. If we wish to change the entire ninja world, we must either possess overwhelming strength like the first Hokage, forcing everyone to bow their heads and deterring them from waging war, or we need a common enemy that the ninja world must unite against, redirecting internal conflicts outward. However, neither of these options is within our reach at present, so Nagato, you must strive to become strong as well. War, guardianship, overpowering the masses, redirecting conflicts. Nagato softly repeated these phrases, a myriad of complex emotions flickering within his pale purple Rinnegan, confusion, doubt, and the lingering pain from his childhood experiences. He recalled his deceased parents, and after a lengthy investigation alongside Chi Lunai, they astonishingly discovered that the 2 leaf ninja whom he had killed in a fit of Rinnegan awakening had already been recorded as having died on the battlefield of the Sand Village long before encountering Nagato. Their names were inscribed on the memorial stone, and no bodies could be found. Reflecting on his tumultuous childhood, surviving alongside Yahiko and Konan within the war-torn land of Rain, each time managing to escape peril, he also remembered overhearing a conversation between Chi Lunai and Mito, realizing that his Rinnegan was not a natural bloodline. This led him to question the very essence of his existence and his future, filled with doubt and confusion. Yet, gazing into the clear eyes of his brother Chi Lunai, alongside the care from his 3 sisters and the long-standing support from Yahiko and Konan, Nagato ultimately nodded firmly. I understand, brother. I will strive tirelessly, because I wish to see a ninja world free from war, a world without innocent war orphans. I aspire to create a beautiful world where everyone can have enough to eat and wear. Chi Lunai observed Nagato's resolute gaze, understanding that Nagato still harbored grievances from the past, yet seeing him now face the future with positivity filled Chi Lunai's heart with immense relief. At that moment, a shadowy figure adorned with an animal-painted mask materialized silently at the far end of the corridor. It was an Umbu ninja, who addressed the esteemed Hokage's orders with a flat, unwavering tone. Uzumaki Karuna, Uzumaki Nagato, the Hokage has summoned you to the Hokage's office. Please also contact Shinra and Konan to accompany us. Karuna felt a surge of excitement, having recently mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. He was astounded that Sarutobi Hiruzen was already aware of it. It seemed that the third Hokage was not merely employing his telescope technique to spy on the women's bathhouse. Karuna exchanged a knowing glance with Nagato, who nodded slightly before heading towards the training room within the Uzumaki compound to gather Shinra and Konan. In a brief moment, Nagato returned with them, and Karuna offered a mysterious smile. Hold on tightly. Prepare for your first mission, which may prove to be the most challenging of your ninja careers. Though both Shinra and Konan were puzzled, they instinctively trusted Karuna's words and followed his lead, grasping his shoulders or sleeves alongside Nagato. The 4 of them then vanished from the Uzumaki compound, leaving an Umbu ninja staring blankly at the air, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique for long-distance teleportation. Karuna effortlessly transported Nagato and the others to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side. Upon arrival, he picked up the flying thunder god kunai from Hiruzen's desk and returned it to him. Remarkably, you've mastered the flying thunder god technique in just 3 days, and you're capable of transporting an entire team over long distances. You truly are a prodigy, Karuna, Hiruzen remarked. Though he exhibited no panic at the sudden appearance of the four, a hint of astonishment flickered in his gaze, as he had previously utilized his crystal ball to witness Karuna's perilous training process. Fortune indeed, Karuna mused, twirling the kunai between his fingers, its graceful movements contrasting sharply with his humble demeanor. You young ones possess such ambition, unlike an old man like me, who struggles to keep pace. However, Hiruzen asserted, I did not summon you today for idle chatter. He extended his palm, and Karuna understandingly tossed the kunai into Hiruzen's hand. Hiruzen deftly caught it with 2 fingers and proceeded to issue operational commands. Nagato, Shinra, Konan. You are to depart immediately for the land of rain. The Sand Village forces have been increasingly active in that region, indicating signs of a large-scale gathering. Your mission is to contact the Rain Village, led by Hanzo of the Salamander, and collaborate with the Rain Ninjas to fortify against the Sand Village's troops. Be wary of potential betrayal from the Rain Village and prevent our forces from being encircled. If necessary, assist Tsunade and others in retreating, ensuring the preservation of our strength while falling back to the borders of the Land of Fire. Nagato and the others stepped forward to receive the mission scroll, their expressions devoid of surprise, as if they had anticipated such orders. They nodded in acknowledgement, signaling, Understood, we are preparing to depart. In contrast, Karuna appeared contemplative. The Sand Village? I have heard tales of a valuable gold dust magnet release ninja emerging from their ranks, alongside a scorch release ninja capable of instantly vaporizing foes. The remaining threats seemed to be Chiyo, the old woman, and her brother, who could prove challenging. If only we were not so stretched thin. Defeating them should be relatively easy. Hiruzen nodded slightly, acknowledging Karuna's assessment. With Jiraiya still needing recuperation and wary of the potential return of the Jinchuriki from the Rock Village, and Orochimaru assigned to the battlefield in the Cloud Village, the heads of the Hyuga clan and various ninja factions remained on alert for any attacks from the Mist Village. Though the Mist had not yet declared war on Konoha, it was unlikely that the day of confrontation was far off. I hope that Nagato and the others can assist Tsunade in stabilizing the situation with the Sand Village, while you, upon rendezvousing with Minato, become the pivotal force across the battlefields, steering the tide of conflict, Hiruzen expressed, his gaze filled with expectation as he looked at Karuna. With a confident smile, Karuna reassured. Rest assured, Third Hokage, Minato, and I shall not disappoint you. After receiving their respective missions, Karuna utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return with Nagato and the others to the Uzumaki compound. After a brief gathering of their ninja tools and equipment, they approached the gates of Konoha, preparing to embark on their respective battlefronts. Brother Karuna, it seems we cannot travel together for now. I wish you prosperity on your path as a ninja. Nagato accepted the 4 kunai from Karuna, performed a respectful bow, and then set off with Shinra and Konan. Brother, we are departing. Shinra held one of the kunai assigned to him, raising a hand to bid farewell to Karuna. Though I know you have enough supplies and may not require explosive tags, this is a token of my goodwill. Remember to eat well once you are on the battlefield. Konan said, releasing several paper tags that floated into Karuna's hands. He smiled in return, accepting her explosive tags with the utmost sincerity. Be cautious of those treacherous sand ninjas who wield poison and puppetry. Remember to deliver the 4th kunai to Tsunade. If you encounter insurmountable challenges, infuse the kunai with chakra at the earliest opportunity. I will always be your staunchest support. Watching the trio he had painstakingly nurtured set forth toward the perilous battlefield filled Karuna with profound emotion. He silently hoped that Hanzo would remain undisturbed, free from Danzo's machinations, and continue to enjoy his life as a wealthy recluse within his estate, unexploited by others. He also wished that the aged Obito would continue to feign death, avoiding exposure of any sinister plots. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to remind the nearly 80-year-old of the principles of combat. As he observed Nagato and his companions gradually shrink into the distance until they vanished, Karuna gazed up at the luminous moon in the night sky. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light enveloped him as he entered the QB connection state, dashing in the opposite direction from where Nagato had gone. Minato and the others should still be in the land of grass. Regardless, he intended to seek out Son Goku and King Mu. If that proved futile, He would follow Minato's lead, confident that he would eventually encounter the elusive Nyogue. Karuna's figure flashed like a stream of light, swiftly traversing the landscapes of the Land of Fire. Within mere hours, he arrived at the Konoha encampment stationed in the Land of Grass. As he materialized at the entrance of the makeshift command post, the sudden appearance of golden light immediately triggered heightened alertness among the Konoha ninjas within the camp. However, when they beheld Kushina, who had retracted the Nine-Tails chakra, revealing his iconic crimson hair and the Konoha headband, the tense atmosphere began to ease. Especially as Jiraiya and Minato swiftly appeared by his side. Kushina, Minato's warm, sunlit smile instantly graced his features as he stepped forward, heartily patting Kushina on the shoulder, his eyes reflecting unmasked surprise and joy. I knew you could do it. Just days ago, I received word from Lord Third that you had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique and would rush here for support. I never expected it would take less than 3 days for you to succeed. Jiraiya approached as well, his face still bearing the fatigue of battle, yet upon seeing Kushina, especially feeling the calm strength emanating from him, a unique chakra that harmoniously coexisted with the Nine-Tails power, there was a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Oh, you little rascal. It seems your efforts over the past 3 days were not in vain. You've even passed the old man's test. It appears your bond with the Nine-Tails has deepened. And with your adept mastery of the Flying Thunder God, you are indeed a formidable talent. Jiraiya scrutinized Kushina, reflecting on this once young subordinate who had now evolved into a powerful ninja, one who stood shoulder to shoulder with him, even surpassing him, filled with pride and contentment. Hey, Jiraiya, what kind of expression is that? Don't think just because I call you big brother you can truly consider me your little brother. Kushina feigned a look of disdain, yet it quickly melted into a grin as he exclaimed, Big brother Jiraiya, Minato, I'm here. Long time no see. Chapter 91, The Uncountable. Advantage lies with me. The trio entered the temporary command center. Jiraiya pointed at the strategic map spread across the table, his expression grave as he outlined the dire circumstances in the Land of Grass, under the command of the Earth Village, the Rock Ninjas. Bolstered by their numerical superiority and two-tailed beasts who have regained their combat capabilities, are relentlessly pressing against Konoha's defenses. They are splitting into smaller units, utilizing the complex terrain to frequently infiltrate and sabotage our supply stations, attacking our strongholds, leaving us struggling to keep up. The front lines are further pressured by occasional feints from the tailed beasts, which create immense stress and confusion, stretching our resources thin. If it weren't for Minato, using the Flying Thunder God to redirect the tailed beast bombs back to their launch points, making them hesitant, our situation would be even more arduous. Jiraiya rubbed his forehead, then continued, This is the current state of affairs, and as the overall commander on the battlefield, I must remain at the center, coordinating all parties to counter any potential direct assaults from the Rock Village. I also need to be wary of the return of Aji and Handa to the front lines, as I can no longer operate as freely as before. He then turned his gaze to Minato and Kushina, his tone resolute. Therefore, Minato, Kushina, I need you to form a special operations team, a team consisting solely of the two of you, possessing unparalleled mobility and formidable striking power. Minato immediately grasped Jiraiya's intention, his eyes sharpening. Are you suggesting we deviate from the conventional operational methods of the main force, utilizing the mobility of the Flying Thunder God as a shock troop specifically targeting the dispersed units of the Rock Village, conducting infiltration and sabotage against their supply lines and command points, even executing decapitation strikes? Precisely, but that's not all. Jiraiya circled several key areas on the map, as well as other battlefield locations. You do not need to fixate on attacking a specific direction or stronghold. Your battlefield encompasses the entire Land of Grass and beyond. You must act like the sharpest daggers, piercing into the enemy's most unexpected locations, striking swiftly and retreating, using your speed and strength to disrupt the enemy's deployment, sever their claws, and extract their venomous fangs, alleviating the pressure on our front lines. He gazed intently at Kushina. Kushina, how long can you maintain your power during high intensity, continuous combat? Kushina grinned wickedly, raising his right index finger. An hour? No, that's incorrect. Even at full speed from the village, it would surely take longer than an hour. A day, perhaps. After a moment of contemplation, Minato offered his relatively conservative estimate. Yet Kushina shook his finger, refuting Minato's guess, neither an hour nor a day, but indefinitely. The chakra of the Nine Tails is said to be inexhaustible. My recovery rate is also quite rapid. When combined with the Nine Tails, unless it's the first Hokage or Uchiha Madara reincarnate, no one can force me into a corner. As long as I am not continuously using tailed beast bombs to blow up fish, my energy will exceed your imagination. His lips curled into a confident smile, a glimmer of golden light flickering in his eyes. All right. Jiraiya slammed his hand on the table. This is an order. Minato and Kushina immediately formed the Flying Thunder God Shock Troop. Mission objective: freely hunt down the infiltrating units of the Rock Village, disrupt enemy supply lines and communication nodes, and create maximum chaos in their rear. Mission authority: absolute. No need for constant reporting. Rely on your own judgment. I will send your specially made Flying Thunder God tools to various battlefields. You need not linger solely in the land of grass. Remember, your advantages lie in speed and unexpected strikes. Hit and run. Do not engage in prolonged battles. Especially you, Kushina, must complete this mission while minimizing exposure of your Jinchuriki identity to avoid being targeted by the rock, sand, and cloud villages. Understood. Minato and Kushina replied in unison, their eyes filled with unwavering determination. The Flying Thunder God Shock Troop was officially established. In the ensuing days, the Rock Village's forces in the Land of Grass faced an unprecedented nightmare. A select team led by 2 elite Rock Jonin was quietly infiltrating a valley, poised to sabotage Konoha's material transfer station. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared as Minato's figure manifested amidst the squad, unleashing a Rasengan that sent 2 of them flying. The Rock Ninjas, paralyzed with shock, were about to retaliate when another crimson flash cut through the air as Kushina's figure abruptly appeared before them. With his finger, imbued with a vast amount of chakra, he pierced the throat of a Rock Jonin attempting to form hand seals. The battle commenced amidst the astonished gaze of the Rock Ninjas, concluding in mere seconds as the 2 figures vanished once more, leaving behind chaos. The bodies of 3 Rock Ninjas and the incredulous expressions of the remaining Rock Chunin. Days later, at a concealed rock supply point, strategic materials piled high, heavily guarded and laden with traps. Yet, 2 figures disregarded all external vigilance, appearing directly in the heart of the stronghold. Minato, wielding a specially made Flying Thunder God Kunai, harvested the approaching guards with deadly precision. Kushina gripped his wrist with his left hand, instantly condensing a massive, highly compressed Rasengan exuding a destructive aura, which he forcefully pressed against the supply warehouse. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the supply warehouse was obliterated by Kushina, transforming the entire supply point into a sea of flames, golden and crimson lights flickering briefly before vanishing. At the temporary command center of the Rock Village's front lines, Huangtu surveyed the dire reports that had flooded in over the past few days, preparing to devise the next course of action on the map. Suddenly, a violent explosion and anguished screams erupted from the periphery of the command post. A golden flash accompanied the specially crafted kunai that burst into the tent, illuminating the interior in an instant. An enemy attack. It was once again the yellow flash and crimson shadow. The Rock Ninjas cried out in terror. However, the 2 paid no heed to their cries. The moment Minato appeared, he launched a Rasengan straight at the earthen foe. The Earth Ninja reacted swiftly, roaring as he unleashed the Earth Release, Rock Fist technique, a massive stone fist meeting Minato's Rasengan head-on. Bang! The violent collision sent shockwaves that overturned the tent. Minato, realizing his attack had missed, chose not to linger, and with another flash of golden light, he vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, beside the command post, in a tent storing vital documents, the silhouette of Kushina appeared silently. A golden chain-like spike swept through, severing the waist of the guarding Rock Ninja, and she charged into the tent. Moments later, she emerged with a stack of crucial scrolls, disappearing in a flash of crimson light. The entire process was as swift as lightning, leaving the Earth Ninja with immense power but nowhere to unleash it, only able to strike the ground in frustration. To clarify, the color of the Flying Thunder God technique's flash varies from person to person. For Minato, it is yellow, while Tobarama's is inclined towards blue. Therefore, for Kushina, I have designated it as red under normal circumstances. However, when borrowing the chakra of the Nine Tails, her entire body is enveloped in a golden-tailed beast cloak, causing the flash to turn golden when she employs the Flying Thunder God technique. This book contains numerous personal interpretations, but most are trivial and should pose no significant issues. Chapter 92. Transitioning to the battlefield in the Land of Clouds. We discussed this? Kiryu Nai and Minato, a duo of only two, yet possessing the power to overturn the rules of battle, akin to the most lethal specters. They flit through the forests and valleys of the Land of Grass, between both side strongholds. Their attacks are as swift as the wind, gentle as the forest, fierce as fire, and elusive as shadows, leaving no time for the enemy to react. The carefully arranged barrier defenses and anti-infiltration networks of a Wagakure crumble before them as if made of paper. During this time, the pair have randomly resurfaced within the Land of Grass, effectively annihilating all small infiltrating units from a Wagakure, frequently severing their supply lines, and severely disrupting their command system, substantially demoralizing the entire Iwagakure army. In the temporary command post of Konoha, Jiraiya observed the continuous stream of good news, a long-lost smile gracing his face. Gazing at the densely marked areas on the map where Minato and Kiryu Nai had been active, it was as if he beheld two sharp blades relentlessly tearing through the enemy's lines. Well done. Jiraiya exhaled deeply, his eyes sparkling with cunning and satisfaction, reminiscent of a crafty old fox. Now, it was the turn of those Iwagakure fellows to feel the pressure. Anoki, that short potato, even established a rule that should they encounter the yellow flash or crimson shadow, they could abandon their mission without penalty, indicating that they were indeed cornered. Indeed, Kiryu Nai has received the same treatment as Minato, along with a new title and a substantial bounty in the black market. Unfortunately, that group of dark bounty hunters consists of very few who would willingly walk into a death trap for a mission with virtually no success rate. Even if they took the mission, hoping for a stroke of luck to collect corpses for bounty, hardly anyone would be foolish enough to actively hunt Kiryu Nai or Minato, except for a certain individual whose body is stitched with black threads and whose crimson eyes possess a pair of green irises. In the battlefield of a Wagakure in the Land of Grass, pressured by the intimidation of the yellow flash and crimson shadow, the pressure on Konoha's defenses at this location significantly eased. However, the chessboard of war is never confined to just one area. An urgent dispatch crossed vast distances through special channels and landed in Jiraiya's hands. He unfurled the scroll, revealing a look of realization on his face, as if the contents had already been anticipated. As expected of the old man, it seems our thoughts align. Jiraiya's voice turned grave as he passed the scroll to Minato and Kiryu Nai beside him, nodding slightly at them. The offensive from Kumogakure has suddenly intensified. Led by the third Reikage son, A, and his brother Killer B, the elite forces of Kumogakure, known as the AB combination, have consecutively breached two of our defensive lines. Although Orochimaru possesses numerous tactics, he is not adept at countering the speed and strength of the AB combination. Faced with the ferocious onslaught of Kumogakure's Taijutsu division, our forces are under immense pressure and urgently require reinforcements. We need top-tier combatants capable of matching their extraordinary speed and destructive power. Minato and Kiryu Nai exchanged glances, seeing the unspoken understanding and confidence in each other's eyes. The name AB combination resonates throughout the ninja world. Just as the previous generation's third Reikage A and Brubi formed the AB combination, even the youthful Sarutobi Hiruzen had to retreat from their brilliance. Had it not been for Brubi's mental issues as the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, leading to his uncontrollable rampage and subsequent demise, the outcome of the Second Shinobi World War between Konoha and Kumogakure might have been uncertain. Now, the new generation AB combination, consisting of the third Reikage son A and the new Eight Tails Jinchuriki Killer B, has naturally become another sharp spear for Kumogakure and a nightmare for all its enemies. Jiraiya decisively ordered, target the Land of Rice. Reinforce Orochimaru and curb the offensive of Kumogakure. Time is of the essence. Conventional travel methods will not suffice. Minato, Kiryu Nai, use the Flying Thunder God technique and get there as swiftly as possible. Understood. Minato and Kiryu Nai nodded, then began to rapidly advance towards the Land of Rice using the Flying Thunder God marks they had left in various locations within the Land of Grass. Jiraiya had secretly sent their marks to Orochimaru, so once they arrived in the Land of Rice, reaching the temporary camp would be much simpler. The pair swiftly traversed through space, the scenery around them flashing by like fleeting shadows. Soon, they arrived within the borders of the Land of Rice, and Kiryu Nai activated her Kagaya's hard eye, effortlessly locating a small white snake used by Orochimaru for reconnaissance. Kiryu Nai handed a scroll to the small white snake, which swallowed it and transformed into a puff of smoke. After a brief wait, Kiryu Nai sensed a summons from a flying thunder god Kanai that was far away. Following the guidance of the mark, she and Minato smoothly found Orochimaru's temporary camp. Upon seeing them, Orochimaru's eyes flashed with delight as he extended his long tongue to lick his lips. You arrived just in time. The AB combination of Kumogakure is too incompatible with my strategies. Even after multiple modifications to my body, I still cannot fully withstand their attacks. Their speed and strength have put immense pressure on our defenses. Kiryu Nai unconsciously ran her fingers over the flying thunder god Kanai, observing Orochimaru's behavior, and couldn't help but remark, Orochimaru, you still seem as revolting as ever. However, Orochimaru paid her no mind, focusing instead on summarizing the battlefield situation for the two. In any case, you will continue to implement the strategic methods you employed in the Land of Grass, simply reenacting them here in the Land of Rice. But you must specifically target the AB combination of Kumogakure. Minato, with his forehead protector slanted over his brow, studied the map of the Land of Rice reflecting in his blue pupils. Contemplating alongside Orochimaru's description, it seemed there was no time to rest. The coming days would likely require Kiryu Nai's continued diligence. Watergate cast a regretful smile at Kalunai, understanding the urgency of their mission and the uncertain battle conditions ahead. To conserve their energy for potential combat, they had relied heavily on Kalunai's flying thunder god technique for long-distance travel. Although this level of exertion was not particularly taxing for Kalunai, the fatigue was somewhat unavoidable. Why the formalities? Have you ever seen me express gratitude or apologies? He remarked. It's all for the village. Chapter 93. Perhaps we should keep our distance from this calamity in the future. Well then, Snake Uncle, Watergate and I shall take our leave. Don't forget to send my regards to Brother Shinshu. Kalunai waved goodbye to Orochimaru and set off in the general direction of the cloud-hidden forces, with Watergate nodding respectfully to his seldom-seen senior before quickly catching up with Kalunai. Days later, amidst a battlefield shrouded in smoke, a golden flash suddenly pierced through the haze. Wind release, gale palm. The moment Watergate formed the hand seals, he had already appeared behind 3 cloud-hidden ninjas. A powerful gust of wind erupted, sending the trio hurtling backward. In a swift motion, Watergate reappeared behind one of the cloud ninjas, delivering a kick to his back that propelled him toward the other 2. Wind release, wind cutter technique. With rapid hand seals, Watergate unleashed a barrage of wind blades that tore through the cloud ninjas, causing blood to spray. Simultaneously, Kalunai's crimson figure flickered through the smoke. Golden chains emerged behind him, piercing through a cloud ninja who was preparing a long-range lightning release technique. In an instant, he teleported to another cloud ninja's flank, swiftly slitting their throat with a dagger while surveying the battlefield. Suddenly, a white jade falcon descended from the northeastern sky, landing gracefully on Kalunai's shoulder. Well done, Shears. Kalunai patted the falcon's small head and fed it a piece of fresh beef before dismissing the summoning technique. I found them. Although Killer Bee's tailed beast chakra is well concealed, AI's violent lightning release chakra is unmistakable. Kalunai whispered to Watergate, who smiled, recalling how Kalunai had rescued the fledgling falcon during a mission in the Umbu, under the meticulous care of Hanabi and the others. It had grown into a capable ally for Kalunai in battle, but now was not the time for such thoughts. After days of tracking, they had finally located the AB duo of the Cloud Hidden. It was time to diminish their spirit and showcase the prowess of Konoha. Exchanging a determined glance, the two raced towards the location of the AB duo, with Kalunai enveloped in a shimmering golden aura. Upon their arrival on the battlefield, they found over a dozen elite cloud ninjas guarding a youth burdened with 7 short, sharp blades, while a blonde youth beside him shattered a Konoha ninja's earth release wall with a single punch, releasing a violent surge of lightning release chakra. There they are. Kalunai's figure landed firmly in front of the Konoha ninja, his god robe formed from Kurama's chakra, transforming into 9 golden tails, unexpectedly sending the charging youth AI flying back to Killer Bee's side. Watergate seized the opportunity to scatter numerous flying thunder god Kanai across the battlefield, coordinating with Kalunai's fierce assault to force 2 of their reinforcement squads to break the encirclement of nearly 20 cloud ninjas. Is this the Konoha reinforcement team? Just a bunch of despicable cowards who only know how to ambush. AI cursed at Kalunai, his posture tense as he assessed the 2 unexpected adversaries. With golden hair and the unmistakable teleportation technique, he recognized Watergate as the yellow flash. The one who repelled Lord AI must be Konoha's Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. We should retreat quickly. We cannot engage them directly. A sensing ninja beside AI immediately suggested withdrawal upon recognizing Kalunai and Watergate. Is he the one who single-handedly thwarted the mission to seize the Uzumaki clan's bloodline? AI's gaze shifted from Kalunai to Watergate, who held the flying thunder god Kanai. You must be AI, the son of the third Reikage. I've heard tales of your incredible speed, Watergate replied, gripping his kunai tightly, poised for action. With my brother and me around, victory in this battle will be effortless, you fool, Killer Bee remarked, casually twirling his spiked short knife. Though his unseen gaze remained fixed on Kalunai. Kalunai, I entrust you with holding the line. Everyone else stay back. I will handle them. Arrogant. As Watergate spoke, AI was enveloped in a layer of blue lightning release armor. Amidst flickering arcs of lightning, he charged towards Watergate, his fist crackling with energy aimed directly at Watergate's face. In a deft maneuver, Watergate lightly tossed the kunai he held, teleporting to a tree trunk embedded with another kunai. He evaded my lightning-fast attack. Upon witnessing Watergate's disappearance, AI's eyes darted around, only to find Watergate had reappeared behind him, prompting a gasp of astonishment. However, while AI marveled, Watergate would not remain idle. Flying Thunder God, second stage activate. Using the kunai he had just thrown, Watergate appeared directly behind AI, thrusting the kunai toward the youth's neck. Unfortunately, a massive octopus tentacle struck AI, allowing him to narrowly escape Watergate's lethal blow. Seizing the moment, AI quickly maneuvered back to Killer Bee's side. Apologies, B. Are you alright? Could this guy be the Eight Tails Jinchuriki? Inazuka Kiba exclaimed, staring at the octopus tentacle extending from Killer Bee. Despite having been reassigned from the Iwagakure battlefield, encountering another Jinchuriki in the land of Rice's cloud-hidden battlefield was unexpected. Thankfully, with a Kimichi Chowdu and Watergate alongside their Nine Tails Jinchuriki Kalunai, they should be safe. Simultaneously, a Kimichi Chowdu, sharing Kiba's concerns, pondered whether he should distance himself from Kiba, who seemed to attract trouble. Just then, Kiba turned around and caught Chowdu's distant gaze, instantly comprehending its meaning, igniting an inexplicable fury within him. I never doubted you. Why do you suspect me? Chapter 94. Though adversaries, you are not without merit. As Killer Bee retracted the octopus tentacle severed by Watergate, a sharp whistle pierced the air. A retreat signal? Watergate, we should withdraw for now. Kalunai echoed. As the Konoha team urged Watergate and Kalunai to strategically retreat. Hearing this, Minato felt a twinge of hesitation. They had spent several days tracking down the AB duo. And who knew when they would have another opportunity to cross paths with them? However, bound by the retreat order from above, Minato could only prepare to turn away reluctantly. You are gravely mistaken. The Eight Tails is indeed me, Killer Bee. Killer Bee retorted defiantly, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, resisting the claims of the Leaf Village ninjas. Minato was unexpectedly impressed by Killer Bee's perception of his identity as a Jinchuriki and turned back to commend him, saying, your bravery is truly commendable. It is not merely as the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, but as a ninja that you stand tall. It seems you possess something profoundly remarkable within you. Upon hearing Minato's praise, the young EI pointed proudly at his brother and solemnly stated, in terms of talent, this guy surpasses even me. Minato merely smiled at EI's response, sensing that the young man had misinterpreted his words. No, that is not what I meant. He possesses something far more precious than mere ninja talent. EI, puzzled yet visibly moved, contemplated in silence. EI, you have a rare partner, and so do I. In any case, I believe that when we meet again, we shall compete in the name of our respective villages. Minato continued, what is most important for your brother? If you do not recognize it soon, he may no longer be a Jinchuriki, nor even human. After saying this, Minato turned to leave. Humph. EI scoffed, dismissing Minato's words. He would not let such nonsense deter him. He began to survey the scattered flying thunder god kunai nearby, meticulously noting their positions. Do not waste your breath on them. Minato, how could these makeshift brothers keep pace with us, who share a bond forged by the will to protect? Chi Lunai slowly approached Minato, gently patting his shoulder, indicating that he could admire and respect their opponents, but not meddle too much. Realizing his slip of the tongue, Minato nodded apologetically to Chi Lunai. My apologies. I do not mind. I simply fear your kindness may be taken for folly. Chi Lu Nai shrugged nonchalantly, appearing unconcerned. At that moment, EI was too preoccupied with devising a strategy to defeat Minato. He can teleport to any kunai's location. I have memorized the positions of all kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God technique. If he appears at any of those spots next time, I can triumph with my speed. With this thought in mind, EI transformed into a blinding flash of blue lightning, shooting towards Minato and Chi Lu Nai as if teleporting. We, too, carry many important burdens. Facing EI's assault, Minato and Chi Lu Nai did not flinch but calmly voiced their resolve in unison. Move. Let me see which kunai it will be. And while we're at it, let us deal with this bothersome fellow. EI's attack was a punch, anticipating that Minato would teleport away, but his true target was Chi Lu Nai, who radiated a golden aura, resembling the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. I will not fail. As he observed Minato teleporting behind his brother Killer Bee and Chi Lu Nai disappearing midair, EI's eyes revealed a flicker of panic for the first time. Meanwhile, the sensing ninja from the Cloud Village realized the secret behind Minato's ability to teleport to Killer Bee's back. He had drawn the teleportation seals on the Eight-Tails tails in an instant. EI, realizing this, felt a cold sweat break out. He recalled the moment Killer Bee had pushed him away with his tail to save him, nearly losing it to Minato's attack. Was that the moment? However, Minato, gripping the kunai tightly, did not immediately plunge it into Killer Bee's head. I am prepared for mutual destruction. A head-on clash may lead to your losing control. It was not out of mercy, but because Killer Bee wielded a sharp dagger. Should Minato dare to pierce his head, he would surely suffer a grievous wound in return. Though you are my enemy, I truly admire you. Your movements are akin to a ninja assassin. Just as tensions escalated, Chi Lu Nai, leaping midair, suddenly began to rap. Yo, 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 do not rush the fight. Admire as you might, let us take a step back and not battle tonight. While rapping, he produced a Flying Thunder God kunai, summoning Minato back to his side. Seeing this, EI understood that he could not attack recklessly any longer, so he lowered his guard and watched Minato and Chi Lu Nai cautiously. Minato, it seems we will not leave this with one of us dead and the other alive. Let us retreat for now, Chi Lu Nai murmured. Minato nodded, fully aware that continuing the fight would yield no decisive victory, and together, they swiftly vanished using the Flying Thunder God technique. Killer Bee watched their departing figures and continued his rap. The Leaf Ninjas are no simple folk. We'll resume our battle when we meet again. That red-haired brat is quite formidable. His rap skills are half of mine. EI patted Killer Bee on the shoulder and remarked, well done. However, next time, we shall not allow them to escape so easily. Upon returning to the command center of the temporary camp in the Land of Rice, a voice filled with resentment and fury echoed in Chi Lu Nai's mind. Hey, Chi Lu Nai, you have broken your promise again. I distinctly sensed the presence of the bull demon. Why did you not let me go and have a good fight with him? Do you not know that among all the tailed beasts, he is the one I despise the most? He dares to provoke my authority repeatedly, even with one less tail than I possess and far inferior strength. That fool. Additional note. In the original work, Kurama once proposed the theory that the more tails one possesses, the stronger one becomes, with Shikaku being the most unconvinced. This led Shikaku to diligently study sealing techniques against the tailed beasts. Nibi, being second only to Kurama, also opposed this theory, leading to numerous confrontations between the two, especially during the Fourth Great Ninja War, where they clashed multiple times. Chapter 95. Allies you can rely on. Even a pig can climb a tree back in the command center of the temporary camp. Chi Lu Nai felt somewhat dejected and began to vent his frustrations to Orochimaru. Why did we have to retreat? If we had captured the AB Duo brothers, the situation here would have been nearly resolved. Who knows when we will have such a favorable circumstance again? Minato glanced at Orochimaru, aware that there must have been an urgent reason for the retreat. Yet he felt a tinge of regret at letting the Cloud's AB Duo slip away. Do not be so impatient. While I do not understand why you keep calling me uncle, yet refer to Jiraiya as big brother, since you have decided to address me thus, I would appreciate a modicum of respect, Chi Lu Nai-kun, Orochimaru replied, his voice cold and hoarse, akin to a serpent's hiss, quickly bringing Chi Lu Nai to seriousness. After all, Orochimaru was not one to jest, and when he did, it signaled that something grave was afoot. Indeed, in the next moment, Orochimaru, with his languid yet chilling tone, dropped a bombshell. Something has occurred in the Land of Rain. 5 simple words plunged Chi Lu Nai's spirits into despair. causing even Minato's pupils to constrict with sudden alarm. "Tsunade-sensei! Tsunade-senpai!" Both Chilunai and Minato exclaimed, their voices brimming with incredulous panic. It is said that an elder sister is akin to a mother for Chilunai and Joshingnai. Tsunade was not merely their big sister, but also a maternal figure in their lives. Orochimaru's golden slit pupils scanned the astonished expressions of the two, and a barely perceptible, almost mocking curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Tsunade is not gravely injured, but the battlefield she is on, or rather, the entire direction of the Land of Rain, has collapsed. He picked up an urgent intelligence scroll recently transmitted by a summoning snake, still slick with serpentine mucus, and recounted the disheartening news that could alter the entire landscape of the Western Front. Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of Amigakure, has unilaterally torn up the Treaty of Equal Alliance and Mutual Assistance with Konoha. Indeed, while Minato and Chilunai felt a twinge of surprise, it was not entirely unexpected. The only real shock was the swiftness of Amigakure's betrayal. Orochimaru nodded slightly and continued in his cold, detached tone. Hanzo has announced, under the pretext of maintaining peace in the Land of Rain and preventing the spread of conflict from other nations, that he will seal off the entire territory of the Land of Rain. No foreign ninja, including those from Konoha and Sunagakure, are permitted to set foot in the Land of Rain. All personnel, bases, and supply stations belonging to Konoha and Sunagakure within the territory must evacuate within a specified time frame. Otherwise, they will be deemed abandoned, and Amigakure will send personnel to assist in the cleanup. His demand was for the battlefront to be relocated southward into the Land of River. Orochimaru's finger traced lightly over the map, moving from the position of the Land of Rain down to the southern Land of River. Moreover, that scoundrel Hanzo declared that Amigakure would not participate in this ninja world war, choosing instead to emulate the Iron Country, which has long maintained absolute neutrality, adopting a stance of non-interference with both Konoha and Sunagakure. A profound silence enveloped the command center. At this moment, Chilunai let out a long sigh, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within her. A national lockdown? Chilunai felt a pang of sorrow for Hanzo's decision. She never imagined that the once spirited demigod of the ninja world she had seen years ago would become so insular and stubborn. Did Amigakure truly believe they could remain unscathed in this war? Did Hanzo think his actions would yield the desired results? Chilunai scoffed. Minato furrowed his brow and analyzed. Hanzo's border closure forces the battlefield into the unfamiliar Land of River, which has a complex terrain. Establishing new supply stations in a short time will be nearly impossible. This will significantly impact our strategic plans and create many inconveniences for future operations. Orochimaru nodded. Precisely, and that is also why I summoned you back. Given the situation in the Land of Rain, we cannot afford to divert our limited forces to confront them, thus necessitating a strategic overhaul. Furthermore, Hanzo's actions may incite chain reactions in other nations. Even if smaller countries lack substantial ninja forces, the allure of gold will draw in wandering ninjas and bounty hunters, which could pose a considerable nuisance. Chilunai could not help but gasp, especially at the mention of bounty hunters, her mind conjuring the image of a certain green-eyed fanatic for money. What do you plan to do, Orochimaru? After contemplating the map for a moment, Orochimaru replied, for now, we must comply with Hanzo's demands and relocate the battlefield to the Land of River. Simultaneously, we will dispatch intelligence operatives to investigate the terrain and the distribution of various forces in the Land of River. Minato frowned, raising a concern. But relocating the battlefield in such a short time will create significant issues with logistics and personnel deployment. Orochimaru sneered. Thus, we must act swiftly. Chilunai, you possess a large amount of chakra and strong sensory abilities. Lead a contingent of elite ninjas to infiltrate the Land of River and pave a secure path for the main force. Minato, you will assist with logistics and personnel coordination. Leave the situation in the Land of Cloud to me. I will also have Hiruzen send someone to exacerbate the tensions between Owagakure and Kumogakure, while inciting discord between Sunagakure and Kirigakure. Chilunai and Minato exchanged glances, both nodding as they accepted their orders and sprinted southwest, crossing the entirety of the Land of Fire, even bypassing the gates of Konoha, eager to reach the Land of River as swiftly as possible. However, upon entering the Land of Fire, they sensed the flying thunder god technique left behind in the village. Such long-distance teleportation was far swifter than any mad dash. Not to mention, they could take others from the village along, establishing supply lines from Konoha to the Land of River as they moved. Chalu Nai even summoned Cherus, instructing it to contact Tsunade promptly, relaying information to activate the East Wind Express technique, ensuring she could deliver the latest supplies to the front lines of the Sunagakure battlefield with utmost speed. Chapter 96. A nation in tears. Days prior in the Land of Rain, the ever-present low-hanging clouds cast a shadow over the terrain. Cold raindrops fell like lingering sorrows, continuously pooling in the muddy ground, creating various puddles of differing sizes and shapes. The air was thick with the unpleasant scent of dampness, decay, and blood. Tsunade, clad in a deep green gambling robe, furrowed her brow as she led Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan through the densely packed pipes and towers resembling a forest of steel, heading toward the heart of Amigakure, to the residence of Hanzo of the Salamander. The atmosphere was unusually tense. The Amigakure ninja leading them remained silent, and they encountered an unusually high number of patrolling ninjas, their expressions cold, eyes filled with scrutiny and wariness. Lady Tsunade, does Lord Hanzo truly wish to assist Konoha in opposing Sunagakure? Can Amigakure really become a peaceful and prosperous village like Konoha? Yahiko spoke softly, his tone reflecting a maturity beyond his years, filled with his own worries and a glimmer of hope. As a former war orphan of the Land of Rain, he longed for peace, to protect, and to do something for his homeland suffering from the ravages of war. Tsunade did not turn back, her voice deep yet unwaveringly resolute. After all, Hanzo is known as a demigod. I have faced him several times, and someone of his caliber should not easily renege on a promise. Besides, Sunagakure has amassed a substantial force at the border of the Land of Rain, threatening their safety, and they share a common enemy with us in Konoha. Even if it is merely for their own interests, he should be inclined to cooperate with us in keeping Sunagakure's troops at bay. This was Tsunade's strongest bargaining chip, the confidence that propelled her deeper into the heart of Amigakure with Nagato and the others. After all, the likelihood of cooperation was high, at the very least. If cooperation failed, there would still be honor, and a conflict was unlikely to ensue. Moreover, Tsunade was no longer the person she once was. If she were to face Hanzo again, the outcome was uncertain. Nagato remained silent, lingering at the back of the group, his purple Rinnegan hidden beneath his drooping red hair. The vastness of his ocular power as unfathomable as an abyss. He acutely sensed the unsettling atmosphere around him. Though the icy hostility was well concealed, he could faintly feel that the four of them were being watched by some ominous presence, and that sensation of being scrutinized only intensified. Shaunen lagged half a step behind Yahiko, sheltered between him and Nagato, her small hand clenched tightly, and her delicate features betrayed her inner tension. Finally, they arrived beneath the towering steel edifice that symbolized the supreme authority of the Hidden Rain village. However, instead of being greeted by the infamous Hanzo of the Salamander himself, or any high-ranking official from the Rain village, they were met by an expressionless, middle-aged Rain Jonin of mediocre strength. Behind him stood two squads of cold, well-equipped elite Rain Shinobi. The voice of Yuzawa Yuya, a subordinate of Lord Hanzo, echoed like the chilling scrape of iron, devoid of any respect and laced with disdain and provocation. Lord Hanzo has issued a decree. He is unwell today and cannot meet with outsiders. Kindly take your leave. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's expression darkened instantly. Unwell today? Humph. I am the finest medical ninja in the entire shinobi world. Does he require my assistance? I received his message just yesterday. He is unwell today? What? Has he been intimidated by that group from the sand? The matters at stake concerned the alliance between the Rain country and Konoha, as well as the threat posed by the Sand Village, issues that were vital to the survival of their village. He must come out to see me immediately. In stark contrast to Tsunade's fury, Yuzawa Yuya merely smiled coldly, remaining unfazed. Apologies, Lady Tsunade, but Lord Hanzo's orders are absolute. Furthermore, how could Lord Hanzo be frightened by mere sand ninjas? He simply finds no benefit in cooperating with Konoha. For this reason, Lord Hanzo has instructed me to convey an important decision to you. Nagato's Rinnegan quivered slightly, sensing the murderous intent behind Yuzawa's words. Shaunen discreetly gripped her paper fan, her expression tense, while Yahiko stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Tsunade. Yuzawa Yuya found amusement in the reactions of the three young ninjas. Yet he remained composed as he produced a scroll bearing the insignia of the Rain village, unfurling it before Tsunade and the others. In a chilling tone, he read aloud, by decree of the leader of the Rain village, Lord Hanzo of the Salamander, to maintain the peace and welfare of the Rain country and to prevent external conflicts from ravaging our land, effective immediately. The Rain country will implement a national isolation policy. Yahiko's pupils constricted in disbelief as he immediately questioned, "Impossible. We have come with sincere intentions to discuss cooperation. The Rain village is in dire straits as well, isn't it? If we join forces with Konoha," but Yuzawa Yuya remained unmoved. As the elite forces behind him slowly encircled them, he continued to read the specifics of this so-called national isolation policy. 1. Effective immediately. Entry into the Rain country is prohibited for ninjas from any foreign nation, including those from Konoha and the Sand. 2. All personnel, materials, and bases belonging to Konoha and the Sand currently within the Rain country must withdraw within 3 days. 3. Any form of military conflict involving foreign nations is banned throughout the Rain country. The war between Konoha and the Sand must be resolved elsewhere, preferably in the Wind country, Fire country, or River country. 4. Lastly, if Konoha and the Sand agree to withdraw from the Rain country, the Rain village will maintain absolute neutrality during this conflict and will not intervene in disputes between other nations. Should either party disagree with this proposal, the Rain village will fully support the party that agrees, and if both parties refuse, Lord Hanzo will not hesitate to allow a second Great Ninja War to unfold. Each word Yuzawa uttered fell like a cold hammer, striking heavily upon the hearts of Tsunade, Nagato, and Yahiko. A national isolation policy. Expulsion. Forced relocation of the battlefield. Agree, and they would receive no assistance. Refuse, and war would ensue. This was no alliance. It was an outright betrayal. It was a betrayal of Konoha's forgiveness of the Rain village's war reparations after their defeat, a betrayal of Konoha's years of friendly cooperation with the Rain country's development. And it directly overturned the strategies Konoha had painstakingly devised to counter the Sand village, pushing their hard-won achievements and comrades fighting valiantly against the Sand into a dire situation. Hanzo of the Salamander. Tsunade was incensed, her immense chakra erupting uncontrollably, scattering the water at her feet in all directions. How dare he act so treacherously? The pretense of maintaining peace and protecting the people was merely a guise to drive them and the Sand into the River country to slaughter each other, allowing him to reap the benefits. That scoundrel. Lady Tsunade, please remain calm. Yahiko and Xiao Nen were equally stunned by the Rain village's sudden betrayal. Yahiko clenched his fists in anger but restrained his emotions, advising Tsunade not to act impulsively. There's no point in further discussion. If you know what's good for you, leave the Rain village at once. Or, before he could finish, Yuzawa Yuya cast a cold glance at Tsunade and her group. By the way, Lady Tsunade, it seems that these 3 youngsters by your side are not ninjas from Konoha, are they? At that moment, Yuzawa Yuya's voice rang out again, laced with a chilling intent. His icy gaze swept over Yahiko and Xiao Nan, finally resting on Nagato for a moment, particularly noting his striking red hair and the faintly ominous aura he exuded. Despite Nagato's Rinnegan being obscured by his hair, his unique aura was unmistakable. A flicker of keen interest crossed Yuzawa's eyes. It seemed that this red-haired boy was the one Lord Hanzo had warned him to pay special attention to. Tsunade felt a jolt in her heart, suppressing her rage. They are ninjas of Konoha. They are vital members of our village. Konoha? I hardly think so, Yuzawa Yuya replied, a cold smile curving his lips. According to the intelligence we have gathered, these 3 youngsters, especially this red-haired one, appear to be children of the Rain country, who were merely swept away by the chaos of war, only to be taken by some despicable individuals from your Konoha. Yahiko and Xiao Nen exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback, while Nagato furrowed his brow beneath his long bangs. Though Yuzawa's words contained a kernel of truth, and they sometimes felt that their older brother and mentor, Jiraiya, could be overly indulgent, they disliked his tone and wondered why he brought this up now. By Lord Hanzo's special directive, it is the duty of the Rain village to protect its citizens wherever they may be, especially during these tumultuous times, and to ensure their return to their homeland. Yuzawa Yuya smirked coldly, his voice like a serpent's hiss, and then he sharply gestured for the elite Rain shinobi behind him to advance, closing in on Nagato and the others. Humph, this wretched place is unworthy of our time. Yahiko, Xiao Nan, Nagato, we are leaving. Let us see who dares to stop us today. Tsunade spun around suddenly, her gaze like lightning sweeping over Yahiko and Xiao Nan, her tone resolute and imbued with an extraordinary authority. Yes, Lady Tsunade, Yahiko and Conan immediately responded, their eyes brimming with anger towards the Hidden Rain village and disappointment for their long-lost homeland. Nagato silently nodded, the purple hue of his Rinnegan glimmering with a cold light beneath his red hair, his body tensing slightly, preparing for battle at any moment. Halt! Yuya shouted, valiantly suppressing his fear of Tsunade's formidable presence. Concurrently, more elite range shinobi surged forth from the shadows, their kunai and ninja blades glinting menacingly, sealing off all avenues of retreat for Tsunade and her companions. As if emboldened by the courage borrowed from the numerous elite range shinobi, or perhaps from Liang Yuru, Yuya straightened his demeanor and bellowed again, Lord Hanzo has commanded. These 3 orphans of the Land of Rain must remain for protection. Lady Tsunade, I implore you to leave at once. Speak not such nonsense. Tsunade retorted with a furious laugh, stepping forward and causing the ground to erupt beneath her feet. Protection? More like the abduction of talent. Do you intend to use them to bolster the elite fighting force of your Hidden Rain village? Or are you seeking to experiment on Nagato? Regardless of how you acquired your information or what you believe you know, I will take them with me today. And I dare anyone to stop me. Her piercing gaze swiftly locked onto her adversaries, discerning the fleeting avarice in Nagato's eyes. Unsure if their intent was to seize the Uzumaki bloodline or the Rinnegan. Regardless of the motive, she could not permit Nagato and the others to remain in the Hidden Rain village. After all, they were not only her cousin's beloved disciples, but also kin. If she allowed any harm to befall Nagato and his companions, how could she ever face her cousin, Kurinai, again? Act. Retrieve them, Tsunade commanded decisively, no longer willing to engage in idle conversation. She had no faith in Hanzo's protection. It was merely a pretext. 312, or 13-year-old shinobi. With their immense talent and potential, if truly left in the hands of Hanzo the Salamander, would be akin to lambs led to slaughter, a significant loss for the Leaf Village. Understood. The purple light in Nagato's eyes surged, the power of the Rinnegan coalescing instantaneously. Yahiko and Conan immediately formed hand seals, preparing to break through. The Rain Shinobi braced themselves, knowing that a bloody conflict was on the verge of erupting. At that critical moment, an indescribable, oppressive force, heavy as a towering mountain and chilling as the depths of the abyss, suddenly swept in from the mansion behind them, enveloping the entire area in an instant. Time seemed to freeze. The cold raindrops hung suspended in the air. The atmosphere grew thick and sticky. All the Rain Shinobi felt as if an invisible hand had pressed down upon them, forcing them into a half-kneel, trembling uncontrollably, their heads bowed in submission. The ferocious chakra exuded by Tsunade collided with an imposing wall, initially holding its ground evenly, but gradually it began to falter, yielding ever so slightly. Humph, Tsunade scoffed, realizing that if anyone in the Hidden Rain village could match her strength or even surpass it, it was undoubtedly that old man with the breathing mask. Has Hanzo the Salamander finally decided to show himself? A flicker of astonishment crossed Tsunade's eyes as she grappled with the notion that, despite inheriting the Senju bloodline and part of the Uzumaki lineage and years of relentless effort, she would once again find herself outmatched in chakra capacity by an old man in a mask. Truly, he was a ninja worthy of the title god of shinobi. Nagato's Rinnegan pulsated intensely, struggling against the overwhelming chakra pressure, yet his movements felt burdened, slowed, as if bearing a great weight. Yahiko and Conan also sensed their breaths becoming labored, but their expressions remained composed, largely unaffected. A figure, ghostly and silent, emerged from the shadows beneath the tower. Cloaked in the garb of the Hidden Rain, his face obscured by a distinctive breathing mask, only his cold, indifferent eyes were visible, gazing down upon them as if they were mere insects. Hanzo the Salamander. He had finally made his presence known in person. Tsunadeheim. Hanzo's voice, raspy and deep, resonated through the mask, carrying an undeniable authority capable of dictating life and death. In the territory of the Hidden Rain village, do you seek to incite war by laying hands on me?